In a dark and mysterious space, I, Zheng Fan, wake up to find myself transformed into a cell, surrounded by blue liquid. Confused and frightened, I hear a voice from a massive creature named Mihami, who reveals that I am the last hope for his tribe. Just as I try to grasp my new reality, octopus-like creatures invade, accusing Mihami of breaking interstellar laws. In a tragic turn, Mihami is killed, and I am left in darkness once more. When I regain consciousness, I realize I'm still a cell, now in a desolate yet water-filled environment. Determined not to perish, I remember that cells can absorb nutrients and evolve through phagocytosis. With no other cells around, I start consuming the nutrients available, feeling my body swell painfully until I undergo cell division. Now, I control 2 cells, realizing that I have the potential to grow and evolve. The thought of revenge for Mihami lingers in my mind, but for now, my focus is on survival and growth. As I continue to absorb nutrients, I prepare to embrace my new existence and the challenges ahead, ready to explore what it means to be part of this strange, evolving world. Where am I? Zheng Fan wondered, feeling the darkness around him and hearing nothing at all. Suddenly, a flash of blue electric light zapped through the air, sending tingles across his body, but he couldn't make a sound. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Who was talking? Zheng Fan strained to open his eyes, only to be met by the sight of a massive monster. The creature waved its arms, and its basketball-sized eyes on its forehead were fixed on him. Zheng Fan wanted to shout, but no sound came out. Looking around, he noticed a light blue liquid everywhere. It looked like some kind of culture fluid. Then the monster continued, "Whether you can hear me or not, I need to tell you something." It settled down on the ground with its 4 legs spread wide. "You are the last hope for our tribe. I'm about to kick the bucket, so I created you as a last-ditch effort. You have the power to evolve. Don't let us down. We're counting on you for revenge." Revenge? Hope? What was going on? He had been studying on Earth, and now this? Mihami. We finally found it. Suddenly, a spaceship swooped down from the sky, and 3 octopus-like beings emerged from the cabin. The leader of the octopuses declared, "Your tribe has broken interstellar laws. According to higher civilization standards, no one gets to stay. You can't escape." Mihami, the monster, turned sadly and protested, "No. This is a setup. It's all their fault." But the octopus leader wasn't swayed. He ordered his crew to capture Mihami. That's when he noticed Zheng Fan trapped in the culture medium. "What's this?" The octopus leader sneered. "So, you're into genetic engineering? Planning to use it for revenge?" Mihami remained silent, glaring at the octopus leader. The leader shrugged and continued, "It won't matter. I know you're innocent. The whole galaxy knows. But what can I do? The law of the jungle is brutal, the weak get eaten. Sorry, but that's how it goes." With that, he raised his weapon, unleashing an invisible ripple aimed at Zheng Fan. Boom! The petri dish shattered, and Zheng Fan vanished without a trace. No way! Did I just die after being reborn? Zheng Fan plunged back into endless darkness. No! Mihami struggled, but the octopuses pinned him down. The octopus leader crouched and aimed at Mihami. "I won't give you a chance to breathe. Goodbye, Mihami." Another ripple shot out, and Mihami felt like his head was about to explode. With his last ounce of strength, he shouted, "You'll never succeed in your plans." Boom! His head burst, blue blood splattering everywhere. The octopuses were ready, activating their energy shields. The leader ordered, "Take his body. Let's go back and deliver it." "Boss, do you want to clean up the blood?" one subordinate asked. The leader thought for a moment and replied, "Yeah, clean it up. And the culture fluid too." Got it. About half an hour later, everything was spotless. The leader waved goodbye and hopped back into the ship, which vanished in an instant. Time passed, and Zheng Fan finally regained consciousness. The planet looked just as desolate as before, but now there was something crucial for life: water. Zheng Fan found himself floating in a large lake. What is happening? He realized he had become a cell, and they hadn't managed to clean him out. Life really is tenacious. This seems like water. After taking a few observations, Zheng Fan figured out his situation. For now, all he could do was watch the surroundings through his cell's photosensitive eyes. Feeling anxious, Zheng Fan thought, "I can't just sit here and wait for death. I need to come up with a plan." Zheng Fan was just thinking, no need to question why a cell thinks. He was simply lost in thought. Then it hit him. Back in junior high, he learned that cells can engulf other cells. Cells evolve through a process of fusion and phagocytosis. With this in mind, he started looking for other cells around him, but the place was totally empty. Aside from some nutrient-rich stuff, there wasn't even a single amino acid in sight. Oh, he thought, what do I do now? Am I really going to just fade away like this? But then he decided, forget it. I'm going to eat something before I go. So, giving up on feeling sorry for himself, Zhang Fan began absorbing the nutrients nearby, like trace elements, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Nitrogen is super important for cell growth and development. It's also a key building block for amino acids, which help make loads of proteins. As Zhang Fan gobbled up these nutrients, he felt his body swelling up. Gradually, it felt like he might burst, and waves of pain surged through him. No, I can't take it anymore. It hurt a lot and his body felt like it was about to explode. From a distance, you could see Zhang Fan transforming from one cell into two. This was the simplest form of cell division. Cell division is how living cells multiply, splitting from one into two. The original cell is called the mother cell, and the new ones are the daughter cells. Once the division was done, Zhang Fan noticed another cell beside him. Whoa, this is my kid. He stood there, amazed. Although he'd learned about this in school, experiencing asexual reproduction and division firsthand was mind-blowing. Feeling energized by this discovery, Zhang Fan realized he could control both cells without any delay. They were all part of him. Awesome! This is incredible! Zhang Fan felt pumped. Once a three-dimensional creature as a human, he was now sure he was operating on a four-dimensional level, free from the usual constraints. Oh, and that Mihami guy wants me to get revenge. But whatever, let's just keep splitting. Zhang Fan didn't need much else, but he was running low on nitrogen. He kept absorbing it, groaning as the whole cell cluster grew larger and larger. What should I do next? He pondered, looking at the surrounding cells. It was a tricky situation because he knew the next step was to start devouring something. Eating his own kind felt pretty weird. Having grown up with solid values, he found himself questioning everything he once believed. With a quiet determination, he thought, let's give it a shot. The two cells in the middle slowly moved closer together and merged. Zhang Fan could clearly feel what it felt like to have two cells gathered together. It's not a big deal to say it, it's like inserting yourself. An analogy is to dig your nose, first with your fingers, then with your fists, and finally with your whole body. It's very uncomfortable, but pain and happiness coexist. When the two cells fuse to a certain position, they no longer fuse. In this way, he became a two-celled creature, and Zhang Fan's visual sense also changed from a single cell to a two-cell perspective. After the fusion is completed, there will be no uncomfortable feeling anymore. Not only will you not feel uncomfortable, but you will also feel great. Look at those little brothers wandering around, how strong I am. Next, Zhang Fan divided the cell tissue into two parts. One part continues to divide, absorbs surrounding nitrogen, and synthesizes new cells. The other part is fusion, becoming a cell group. Zhang Fan is currently the most powerful in the middle of the group. He has fused nearly 100 cells. Looking at those single cells is like an adult looking at a child. Zhang Fan is very proud. Now he is holding a sharp sword, invincible and fearless. He leads them to charge. Gradually, he felt the boredom of life, the same boring life, splitting, swallowing, splitting and absorbing. There is no TV to watch, no novels to read, and no games to play. I don't know when this kind of life will end. Suddenly, Zhang Fan thought of a game. Today's cells move too slowly. They basically rely on changes in the cell membrane to move. In this case, it takes several weeks to move 1 millimeter. Then he thought of paramecium. The whole body of paramecium is composed of one cell. The surface of the body is covered with a membrane. The membrane is densely covered with many cilia. It moves in the water by the paddling of the cilia. Evolution is a very complicated project, with constant fabrication and constant changes. Finally, after killing countless cells, we finally succeeded in obtaining the paramecia design. There is a small concave groove on one side of the body, called the mouth groove, which is equivalent to the mouth of the paramecium. When the dense and long cilia in the oral groove swing, bacteria and organic debris in the water can be put into the oral groove as food, and then enter the paramecium's body for slow digestion and absorption. Bacteria are a derivative that appeared during Zhang Fan's evolution, and they can also control their movement and evolution. Zhang Fan discovered that he could control any life that could be linked to him. With paramecia, Zhang Fan can obtain nutrients faster. The cells used to be like walking, but now they are equipped with new equipment, and the whole body is like being on a rocket, moving forward at high speed. Not bad, not bad. It feels great. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality.
After equipping paramecium, Zhang Fan no longer wants to stay in ordinary cells, it's too tiring.
So he gave an order to let the cells divide and engulf themselves, although this would reduce his pain. When he had nothing to do, he drove the green grass bugs and raced them. He also made several new parameciums and named them number 1, number 2, and number 3. A path is opened up by the cells. Although it is controlled by oneself, the feeling of racing like this is great, and there is no need to worry about a sudden car accident. When you are hungry, go find a bacterium to eat. Bacteria are not as big as cells, they are just derivatives. During this period, Zhang Fan also made some small improvements to the bacteria. He liked the sense of chasing, so he added a flagellum to the bacteria. He cut off his mental connection with the bacteria, chased after them, ate them in one bite, and then imitated the domineering look of animals when hunting. Days like this lasted for a long time, and Zhang Fan gradually felt boring again. He didn't know what to do next. Looking at the increasingly powerful Cell Empire, Zhang Fan decided to embark on an expedition. With the army of grass-green insects, and with the blessing of ordinary cells, they went to explore the depths of the lake, hoping to find their companions. Under the sunlight, the lake glowed with a light blue color. Through the microscope, a group of green grass bugs could be found in the light blue color, speeding away into the distance. After several months of galloping, Zhang Fan had led his army of paramecia forward about 1 meter. But the price paid for this expedition was also heavy. A large number of paramecia died, and the speed of division could not keep up with the speed of death. Unable to find out the reason, Zhang Fan returned to the Cell Empire with deep mourning after the death of the last general. Later, Zhang Fan discovered through some experiments that whether it was ordinary cells or paramecia, they would rapidly consume energy in the body during exercise, and they could not eat during exercise. The way to change this state is very simple, just let the cells generate energy by themselves. One of the simplest ways is chlorophyll. Chlorophyll is a green pigment produced by plants during photosynthesis. This pigment can convert light energy into energy in the body. Thinking of Zhang Fan, he started experimenting. This is a huge project. Before, the modification of paramecium was only an external modification, but this time it involves the internal part, and the level of precision is greatly improved. Where does chlorophyll exist? Chlorophyll exists in the leaf cells of green plants. The leaf cells contain a kind of chloroplast. In the chloroplast, there is a unique and important green pigment chlorophyll. So the first thing Zhang Fan had to do was to create chloroplasts. Does this make me a plant? Zhang Fan thought for a while and decided to use 1/3 of the cells for the chloroplast experiment. Nowadays, the number of ordinary cells is huge, probably hundreds of thousands, but there is still no way to effectively form multicellular organisms, and there is still a lot of work that has not been completed. The most basic point is energy acquisition. So chloroplast chlorophyll engineering is essential. Without studying Zhang Fan, he already knew clearly that chlorophyll is composed of a porphyrin ring composed of 4 pyrrole rings, a magnesium atom, cyclopentanone and leaf alcohol. Where to obtain these metal elements becomes difficult again. These heavy elements generally do not appear on the surface of lakes and must be found in rocks. So Zhang Fan made a decision after some inner struggle and once again summoned tens of thousands of paramecia. These paramecia set out from all directions in the Cell Empire to search for resources. These are Zhang Fan's eyes and the driving force for the Empire's survival. Hard work paid off, and after a series of explorations, it was discovered that there were a group of volcanoes to the west of the Cell Empire. Although it was far away from him, Zhang Fan still decided to move forward there. My people attack in full force. Zhang Fan couldn't stand the speed of the Cell Empire's movement. Paramecium had already moved back and forth several times, but the entire empire had only managed to advance a few millimeters, and the day seemed like a year. No, seconds, days and years. At this time, Zhang Fan didn't care anymore, cut off contact with the outside world, and entered a dormant state. The entire Cell Empire started to act in an orderly manner according to Zhang Fan's original plan. After an unknown amount of time, the Cell Empire had approached the volcanoes, and Zhang Fan also woke up. Here he could clearly feel that the temperature in the lake was rising, and ordered the Empire to stop advancing. Zhang Fan once again sent out paramecium for reconnaissance. We are now about 10 kilometers away from the volcanoes, and the impact is not very big. But he knew that he came here to find metal elements this time. If he could not obtain metal elements, then the entire group would stagnate. There is a huge rock about 3 meters away from the Cell Empire, but the paramecium can only move up to 2 meters away. So Zhang Fan's empire moved again. During this period, Zhang Fan was not idle.
He kept exploring and trying to find a substitute for chlorophyll.
Unfortunately, he was not a scientist or the creator. A distance of 1 meter is nothing to a formed life, but to a cell it is like a chasm. Zhang Fan stopped 1 meter away from the rock. After a long journey, the entire cell empire was gone. Cells are also alive and will die before they are replenished in time. Fortunately, the number is still large, leaving Zhang Fan the opportunity to start over. Because there are no attacks from other cells, Zhang Fan can easily expand his empire.
But this kind of expansion will always have an upper limit.
After the death rate and birth rate become proportional, it can no longer expand. The survival life of single cells is very short, and only multicellular organisms can get a lot of survival time. The work of the entire empire is on track. Paramecium is responsible for the transportation work, and the bacteria themselves provide food for the paramecium. Ordinary cells divide and fuse, and a part of the cells are extracted for chlorophyll experiments.
Chloroplasts are easy to solve. Just open a space inside the cell and add a thin film.
But Zhang Fan has never been able to understand the production of chlorophyll, and the teacher didn't teach it when he was studying. After a long period of exploration, Zhang Fan successfully produced a pigment that can photosynthesize chlorophyll.
Although the color appears blue, the photosynthesis effect is not bad. So Zhang Fan called the cells composed of chlorophyll cyanobacteria.
This is another great creation after paramecium, enough to go down in history. Zhang Fan ordered the cell empire to start converting into cyanobacteria, and everything went on in an orderly manner.
The element content here is very rich.
In addition to nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, iron, magnesium and zinc, there are also some heavy metal minerals. This mineral produces trace amounts of radiation, which is not a bad thing for Zhang Fan. He can use this radiation to change his own needs and strengthen his tribe. Thinking about the power of an atomic bomb explosion, this kind of radiation is now insignificant. Zhang Fan believes that over time, one day he will be able to withstand the atomic bomb. But we must overcome the difficulties at hand.
What's going on? Stop.
No matter what Zhang Fan ordered, the entire cyanobacteria group refused to listen to him and kept moving towards the lake, faster than a paramecium.
Zhang Fan was almost crying because the cyanobacteria that had finally gathered did not obey his orders. After entering the blue-green algae community, I realized that it was not the problem with my order, but the bubbles that appeared in the blue-green algae during photosynthesis. This kind of bubbles cannot be effectively released, and then the entire cyanobacteria community is lifted up to the lake's surface through buoyancy. This is already a natural effect, but Zhang Fan can no longer resist it no matter what he does. This is an uncontrollable factor.
This was a huge mistake made by Zhang Fan himself. There was still a sense of luck in his heart, but after the cyanobacteria that had just entered the lake came into contact with the sun, a large area died under the ultraviolet rays.
Within 5 minutes, hundreds of thousands of cyanobacteria were all dead.
Zhang Fan really wanted to cry but had no tears.
The generation of bubbles was inevitable.
The only thing he had to do now was how to survive under ultraviolet light. The problem of cell walls was originally considered, but the appearance of cell walls hindered the movement and morphological changes of cells.
Judging from the current situation, the cell wall plan has to be implemented. The cell wall is a thick, tough, and slightly elastic structure located outside the cell membrane. Its composition is a mucilage complex.
Some species also have a capsule composed of polysaccharides outside the wall, which plays a protective role.
The capsule itself can also serve as a nutrient for cells and can be used by cells when nutrients are lacking.
The production of cell walls is relatively simple. Polysaccharide compounds require hydrogen elements everywhere. Carbon elements are obtained from rocks, and oxygen elements can be produced by themselves. After some complicated operations, the cell wall successfully covered the cyanobacteria. Seeing the cyanobacteria community rising again, Zhang Fan decided to give it a try and split the cell empire into two. Part of it stayed near the rocks and continued to absorb elements, while the other part rose to the lake surface with the cyanobacteria to absorb energy. The vertical drop between the two sides is almost 100 meters. Which is a distance that the two communities are currently completely unable to contact.
Fortunately, distance has no effect on Zhang Fan.
He can change his mind at any time, or both at the same time. The cyanobacteria with cell walls survived on the lake surface and expanded very slowly. Looking down from the air, you can see a thin layer of blue-green algae appearing on the lake. The cell community under the water was not idle either. It gradually moved closer to the rock, using the rock as a base, and the cell empire covered it.
What to do with paramecium?
It also has its own mission and is divided into 3 legions. The first legion continues to explore the surrounding environment, the second legion is the porter of cells, and the third legion is the porter of cyanobacteria.
What to do next? Zhang Fan fell into deep thought and thought about biological diversity. This diversity usually includes 3 components: genetic diversity, species diversity, and ecosystem diversity. Genetic diversity is an important part of biological diversity.
Any species or individual organism preserves a large number of genetic genes.
Therefore, it can be regarded as a gene pool. The richer the genes a species contains, the better its impact on the environment. The stronger the adaptability.
Gene diversity is the basis for the evolution of life and species differentiation. Now the genes of cyanobacteria, paramecium, bacteria, and cells all originate from the original cells, called founder cells. The founding cell has long since died, but his genes have been passed down.
Another type of genetic diversity is genetic mutation.
There are 2 main types of mutations in genetic material, namely changes in chromosome number and structure and changes in nucleotides within the gene locus.
This is what Zhang Fan is worried about. What if he is allowed to mutate and an uncontrollable situation occurs?
So now Zhang Fan is doing it himself, changing the genetic structure without affecting control. Under the current circumstances, Zhang Fan can only change through the surrounding environment, and change whatever he encounters.
Species diversity is the core of biological diversity, and species are the basic units of biological classification.
Species need to meet several conditions, have relatively stable and consistent morphological characteristics in order to be distinguished from other species. They live in a certain space in the form of a population, occupy a certain geographical distribution area, and survive and reproduce in this area.
Each species has a specific genetic gene pool.
Different individuals of the same species can pair with each other and reproduce offspring.
There is reproductive isolation between individuals of different species.
They cannot mate, or even if they cross, they will not produce the same offspring.
Descendants. The first thing to do is to have a genetic mutation and return to the original point. The last one is ecological diversity.
Ecosystem is a natural complex composed of various living things and their surrounding environment.
All species are part of an ecosystem.
In an ecosystem, not only do species depend on and restrict each other, but organisms also interact with various environmental factors around them. This is easily explained by the fact that there are more organisms. Even if they are producers, they are also consumers, and they are also decomposers. Cyanobacteria are producers, but the energy substances currently produced can only be used by themselves. Cells in paramecium belong to consumers. One is responsible for the evolution of ecological diversity, and the other is responsible for transportation. The final decomposers are bacteria, and Zhang Fan found that he couldn't live without these lovely bacteria. Speaking of bacteria, Zhang Fan thought of viruses. Viruses can be fatal to cells, but so far he has not discovered viruses or created viruses.
Viruses are not currently under consideration. After the analysis, Zhang Fan fell into trouble again, and couldn't get around the issue of genetic mutation. Try it first. If you can't control it, destroy it.
Zhang Fan thought, but he still needed to make some preparations.
Phagocytic cells are ordinary cells that protect the body like soldiers and can destroy foreign invaders. It coats foreign invaders and then uses special enzymes to break down the proteins. Ordinary cells can be changed by producing specific enzymes.
The experiment continued, and soon phagocytes were produced. After giving the order, Zhang Fan fell into deep sleep again. The sun and the moon turned, the stars moved, and Zhang Fan woke up again.
The lake now has nothing to do with what it once was. The first thing to note is that the volcano has ceased activity and everything has calmed down. The blue-green algae reproduced very quickly, and the entire lake was covered. Some blue-green algae successfully landed and turned into moss.
The creatures under the lake's surface don't look so exaggerated. The paramecium is still working, but it also has some mutations. The movement speed has become even faster, and from the perspective of paramecium, it is somewhat inappropriate, so it is better to call it a flagellate. Flagellates are protozoa that use flagella as modal organelles, have no chromoplasts, are of many types, widely distributed, and have diverse lifestyles. Their appearance greatly accelerates the movement of cells, and some tenacious flagellates can obtain food through cyanobacteria. Phagocytes have become larger, almost 10 times the size of single cells, but the number of these cells is extremely rare and on the verge of extinction. This is not Zhang Fan's fault, this is the choice of survival of the fittest due to natural selection. When there are no enemies, phagocytes really don't have much effect. What caught Zhang Fan's attention the most were worms, rail worms. Worms are multicellular invertebrates. Worms move through muscle contractions and have a special snout to absorb food. This important discovery made Zhang Fan very excited and couldn't wait to try the feeling of worms. The length is less than 0.1 millimeters, but it moves very fast. It reproduces asexually. This worm is as important as the first cell division. Although Zhang Fan has been asleep for a long time and his genes have undergone a large number of mutations, he can still control these creatures, which is a good thing for Zhang Fan. I have to go look on the ground. The moss on the ground was covered with death on one side and Zhang Fan could be regarded as a person who had experienced countless deaths. He found that an important reason why moss cannot survive on the ground is the lack of water. Water is an important source of life, and it can be regarded as God's favor for Zhang Fan, allowing him to find an area rich in water resources. There are currently millions of worms, and ordinary people would be frightened to see one. But these are Zhang Fan's bodies. The more they are, the happier he will be. Next we need to do an irrigation project. Hundreds of thousands of worms were pulled out, and they were allowed to swim under the blue-green algae. Their stomachs were filled with water, and then they climbed up the moss and sprayed water. This series of actions resulted in the death of tens of thousands of worms, all of which were killed by the sun. But these sun-dead worms are not useless, at least they also provide nutrients for the moss. The oxygen content in the air is not high yet, and the oxygen emissions from just one lake are so small that even if it takes hundreds of millions of years, it will not be able to fill a planet. Zhang Fan's third army is still taking action. This time he wants to make spores. These spores can float in the wind and are an important part of colonial expansion. There is no sex. This method of reproduction is too slow. I will make it all asexual. Spores are produced one after another on the blue algae, like a handful of black sesame seeds sprinkled on the flatbread. A breeze blew by, and the spores carrying a large amount of oxygen in the body were blown out. All the spores are under Zhang Fan's control. As long as there is a suitable place, they will burst out immediately. In the air, he discovered that he was on a continent, with the ocean dozens of kilometers to the east. TSK, everyone evolved in the sea, but I evolved in the lake. Is this a mistake? Zhang Fan curled his lips and said. Zhang Fan must go to the ocean, but he will not let go of the inland lakes either. The lake where Zhang Fan was originally was not small. It was already the largest known lake at present. It was a low-lying land, irrigated by rainwater and not formed by the convergence of rivers. And he also knew that this place was a crater, the opening left by the extinguished volcano. Seeing this, Zhang Fan shed a cold sweat in his heart. No matter how much he did, he could not withstand the eruption of a volcano. The spores were floating in the air, and suddenly he discovered something horrifying. It turns out that I am not the only life on this planet, but there is actually a community that has developed far beyond myself. The other side is in a very large lake to the west, so it is more appropriately called an inland ocean. Zhang Fan's spores fell into the moss, and he was surprised to find that the other party had evolved into ferns. Is this the original life on this planet? Zhang Fan said to himself. But the good times did not last long. Zhang Fan was absorbed by the moss on the ground and turned into nutrients. There is another thing that worries Zhang Fan even more, because there is life in the ocean. This put the pretentious Zhang Fan in a bit of a dilemma. What should we do? Attack from the front and back. There should still be many life communities, Zhang Fan thought, and they must start to eliminate small communities. The ocean is currently an area that he cannot touch. But what to do? Without the strength to transport, one can only wait to die. Spores are the most basic way of spreading, but they will definitely be destroyed once they fall into the enemy's territory. Correct. Virus. Zhang Fan suddenly thought of the virus. Viruses are a non-cellular life form. They are composed of a long chain of nucleic acids and a protein shell. Viruses do not have their own metabolic machinery or enzyme systems. Biological viruses, whether they are virulent phages or mild phages, must be able to replicate and reproduce in living host cells. They use the nucleotides and amino acids of the host cells to autonomously synthesize some of their own components, assemble the next generation of individuals, and reach them. The goal of Zhang Fan thought of viruses insidiously and began to make viruses. First, he had to avoid the impact of viruses on his own cells.
Phagocytes are always on standby and can eliminate uncontrollable factors as soon as possible. After a series of experiments, the probability of failure was very high, and Zhang Fan finally developed the first-generation original virus after consuming an unknown number of cells. It was a bit of a spoof and was named T-virus. The movement mechanism of this T-virus is not complicated, and Zhang Fan found that he could control it. After the T-virus enters the cell, it absorbs nutrients in the body and then reproduces, which can quickly cause cell death. It is not large, only about 1/10 of ordinary cells. Countless viruses were taken away through spore detonation. This is a world where only I am qualified to be the master. Zhang Fan thought to himself. Contrary to expectations, viruses in the ocean cannot effectively spread out. The seawater in the ocean contains salt and poor penetration. The virus dies before it starts working. Some viruses that went north also died because they lacked cold resistance. At this time, Zhang Fan thought, north? Is there also life? Life does exist in the north, and its source is the ocean. There are white plants growing in the ice and snow, and even the basic moss is white. What Zhang Fan has to deal with this time is the western biosphere. The moment the spores fall, it means the war has begun. The chosen spot was still on the moss. After a little observation of the overall situation, this community is larger in number and richer in species than myself, but most of them are in lakes. The virus fell to the ground and began to run. The outer walls of bryophytes also had a protective cell membrane, but Zhang Fan had already thought of a countermeasure. He brought phagocytes and developed some larger spores to store the phagocytes. The phagocytes are the first to attack, and the opponent is unprepared and is hit by the catabolic enzyme. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the cell wall. At this time, the other party seemed to be alert and began to close the cell wall. But can this be resisted? Before the cell wall could close up, Zhang Fan controlled the virus to instantly transfer into the cell's body. The other party's moss cells are green, emerald green. They are the real chlorophyll, which is the pigment that Zhang Fan has always wanted but failed. Don't rush to destroy the opponent's body, control the virus and carefully observe the enemy's internal structure. The cytoplasm of plant cells can be divided into membranes, plasma membrane and tonoplasm, hyaline and organelles, endoplasmic reticulum, plastids, mitochondria, Golgi bodies, ribosomes, etc. The nutrients that the virus needs to absorb are in the hyaline. Plastid is a unique organelle in eukaryotic cells. It is tablet-shaped, disc-shaped, or spherical in shape, with two membranes on the surface. Its functions are closely related to energy metabolism, nutrient storage, and plant reproduction. Looking at it like this, it is much more reliable than its own cyanobacteria. At least the internal structure of the other party is in a golden ratio, while its own plant cells are pinched out by itself. Suddenly Zhang Fan felt uncomfortable, as if the other party had begun to counterattack. Where is the counterattack? Zhang Fan observed the surrounding environment. Got you. Zhang Fan discovered that there was a particularly tiny bacteria inside the moss cells. Their image is not the common spherical shape in our lives, but needle-shaped bacteria. The needle-shaped bacteria launched a charge against the virus, stabbing the surface of the virus one after another. Zhang Fan couldn't sit still and began to absorb the surrounding transparency. The needle-shaped bacteria seemed to know the crisis and speed up their attack. But it was too late. When he was halfway absorbed, Zhang Fan began to split, and the splitting process could not be interrupted. No matter how the needle-shaped bacteria attack, the virus divides as usual. After the division was completed, the entire cell began to shrivel up, and the needle-shaped bacteria no longer had the ferocity of their origin. Keep absorbing. All the nutrients in the cell are absorbed, and the cell dies, along with the outer cell wall. Not good. Collapse. Zhang Fan was shocked in his heart. This is the opponent's second attack method. The dead cell wall cannot effectively support the combination of the upper and lower cells. They started to slowly get closer together, and finally ended up with 1-for-1. This war must be won quickly. If we encounter the situation just now, if there are phagocytes on the side to support us, we will definitely be able to escape. The situation at that time was a bit confusing, and Zhang Fan didn't expect it for a while. Continuing the attack, it was just a trial before, but this time it was a full-scale attack. Countless viruses entered the body of the moss cells and devoured the nutrients inside. Phagocytes continue to swallow up decomposing enzymes. The results of the victory are huge. Among the corpses, new spores have arrived. The cells that arrived this time are Zhang Fan's secret weapon and a key factor in the true victory of this war. Modified ordinary cells.
Zheng Fan felt that he was not qualified to play the role of creator, so why couldn't he learn from the other party's experience?
Well, it's just a reference.
A large number of cells have died in this area, but life is tenacious, and there will always be some fish that slip through the net. The strong phagocytes escorted a dying mossy cell to the front of the modified cells. The modified cell looked down and saw that the other party was still struggling.
Zhang Fan nodded. Yes, he is a strong guy.
After saying that, he swallowed the moss cells in one gulp and analyzed its internal composition.
The plasma membrane is the boundary of the cytoplasm and is close to the cell wall. The cell wall has many pores, so the cytoplasm of adjacent cells is interconnected. The plasma membrane is selective for the passage of substances.
Therefore, after the previous cells were destroyed, the two adjacent cells above and below would collapse, causing Zhang Fan some damage. Plastids are the key factor that Zhang Fan wants to understand this time.
Plastids can be roughly divided into three categories, namely achromoplasts, chloroplasts, and chromoplasts.
The colorless body develops from the proplastid and can be divided into leucosome, amyloplast, oil body, protein body, etc. The main characteristic of chloroplasts is that they contain chlorophyll, as well as lutein and carotene. Chromoplasts contain only carotenoids and lutein and are yellow, orange or red.
No colored bodies could be found in the moss this time.
After knowing how chloroplasts and chlorophyll are composed, Zhang Fan moved his whole body, and the entire surface of the cyanobacteria began to change color, gradually turning from light blue to green, and this green was deeper than the opponent's green. The darker the color, the more effectively it can absorb sunlight.
This is knowledge learned in elementary school.
Zhang Fan also learned the reason why moss can form on the ground through the genetic decoding of his opponent's cells. After using this method on your own moss, the next step is to wait and reproduce. This method is actually very simple, that is, bacterial cultivation, commonly known as bacteria carpet. The fungus carpet expands very quickly, countless times faster than the moss itself. Those tiny, needle-shaped bacteria are the moss transporters. Needle-like bacteria shuttle materials back and forth through tiny pores in their cell walls, acting like knitting needles that sew the moss together. Not only is the expansion speed fast, but also the connectivity is strong. The water in the lake can reach the front line better through the transportation of needle-shaped bacteria.
This idea is really great. Zhang Fan's eyes lit up.
It not only solved the problem of difficult and slow transportation, but also contributed to his biodiversity. This kind of bacteria is not difficult to make, just imitate it. From the first critical battle, Zhang Fan learned a lot from his enemies, the most useful of which was the germ blanket.
Okay. Let's start the second round of attack.
Zhang Fan reorganized his troops and continued to move forward. The expansion of the virus has become very obvious, and no matter what method the enemy uses, there is no way to resist it. Finally, Zhang Fan led his troops to the foot of a fern. Looking up, it looks like a towering tree whose top cannot be seen. It would take thousands of T-viruses to surround it. Terrible. Zhang Fan thought to himself, if this ethnic group is allowed to develop, it will definitely pose a huge threat to himself.
The decomposing enzymes of phagocytes cannot quickly break down the fern's epidermis.
After the other party learned about this situation, ferns sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. A wall was erected in front of Zhang Fan in one night.
This?
Zhang Fan, who had no idea, was stunned.
Could it be that the other party was also a conscious being? No. He must be eliminated.
The virus and phagocytes are no longer able to bear the burden of the continuous attack.
If this continues, this attack will fail. What if the opponent counterattacks?
Zhang Fan tried to take a detour, but the ferns stretching for several meters were a hurdle that Zhang Fan could not overcome at the moment. The base in the rear continued to send troops, but it was never able to break through the opponent's defense. Zhang Fan observed for a moment that the opponent seemed to have no tendency to attack. So I chose to set up camp here.
I wonder if the worms can be transported here.
Worms are Zhang Fan's secret weapon.
If they can be transported here, they will be equivalent to tanks entering the country. Unfortunately, none of the spores can contain worms up to 0.1 millimeters in size. Wait a moment? Can't fit it in? I can make it myself.
Now I have a piece of land of nearly 1 meter, and the bottom is full of the corpses of the destroyed moss.
Gathering the modified cells was not enough, so the base quickly transported them.
The wind is very random. Zhang Fan can only win with quantity, but the modified cells that fall in this area are also very few. With the modified cells, Zhang Fan can create worms, but now he has to consider whether there are enough nutrients. Nearly half of the modified cells turned into bacteria carpet, which provided food for the entire army. Another part begins to divide into new modified cells. Zheng Fan looked at the sky and saw that the sun was shrouded by dark clouds.
This was a good sign.
Under the scorching sun, his unit could not last long. There is rain, which solves the moisture problem. The rain splashed down, not a heavy rain but a gentle drizzle. The drizzle was still blowing in the breeze. The raindrops fell and hit the ground like a heavy hammer. Zheng Fan immediately arranged for the modified flagellates to transport water. The modified cells divide rapidly, which is the fastest speed in Zheng Fan's life. I don't know how long this rain will last, but I hope it lasts longer. God seemed to have heard Zheng Fan's request.
The rain did not stop throughout the afternoon and was still raining at night.
The first worm was successfully created. Driving the giant worm, Zheng Fan began to bite the surface of the fern. A large hole appears in the tear, and viruses and phagocytes rush to enter and destroy it.
The second worm also came out and continued to expand its advantage.
The rain stopped the next morning and the sun was shining brightly. Zheng Fan led all his troops into the ferns to avoid the threat of the sun.
Attack at night.
There are indeed many fern walls on the other side, and they have not been completely destroyed after fighting for who knows how long. The fungus carpet has been laid. Although the area is not large now, it is enough as a temporary base. Zheng Fan led the troops through layers of difficulties and obstacles, and finally arrived at the edge of the lake. Looking around, the lake was full of green plants.
My mouth is almost watering, this is all food.
Zheng Fan led his troops into the water, but then encountered trouble again.
Thanks to Lin Rui Xiaofeng and Zhongzhuan Shuitong for their recommendation votes.
I am hand-coded, please recommend votes and collect them. The other party also has worms, and the other party's worms seem to have adapted to the sun and are lying on the algae to bask in the sun.
It's definitely not possible to go head-on. You know what your own worms are like. If your worm is a soldier, then the opponent must be a tank. You can tell by the posture lying there.
So, the attack stopped again. Zheng Fan was thinking about countermeasures.
The enemy's area was very large. The moss area currently occupied by Zheng Fan only accounts for 1/1000th of the entire biota, a very small part.
The other party seemed to have just climbed out of the puddle and onto land. If Zheng Fan rashly enters the lake, he doesn't know whether there will be creatures that he can't stand.
What I have to do now is to trap a worm.
Zheng Fan decided to start with the other party's worm. If successful, he could greatly improve the combat effectiveness of his own worm on land. The flagellate enters the water quietly without leaving a single ripple. The creatures in this lake are indeed more abundant, and they are colorful under the sunlight. Zheng Fan calls it Yao Lake.
In addition to worms, there are also many magical animals in Yao Lake.
The tardigrade is a bear-like creature with a body of 10 centimeters, very huge, pink in color, and lurking deep under the water. This tardigrade is an assassin-like creature that specializes in catching passing worms. Controlling the flagellates, they avoided the gathering place of water bears and came under the green algae of Yao Lake. Comparing each other, the other's green algae is no longer a pure single-cell organism, but a perfect biosphere. Under the green algae, Zheng Fan saw many snail-like creatures hanging upside down. The flagellate moved forward, and suddenly the snail launched an attack, fell off from the green algae, and opened its mouth. The flagellate was swallowed by surprise. After a period of darkness, Zheng Fan knew that he had been digested. It was normal for the investigation to fail. At least he knew about the dangers of Yaohu. The surface is already so dangerous, so it should be even more dangerous under the lake.
There is no way, Yaohu can't go there, he can only expand from the surrounding moss and surround them.
Some of the opponent's worms have climbed onto the shore. They are flat in shape, with white backs, and their bodies swing from side to side. Zheng Fan calls it a flatworm, and his worm is the most common cylindrical threadworm. In terms of size, the flatworm on the moss was 10 times larger than Zheng Fan's threadworm.
If it attacked rashly, it would become the opponent's dinner.
After thinking about it, I let the virus get into the body of the threadworm, and prepared to eliminate this obstacle in a lose-lose way. The threadworm's body is already filled with T-virus. If it weren't for Zheng Fan's control, the threadworm would have turned into a puddle of water. Appeared swaggeringly in front of the flatworm. The vibrating flatworm passing by on the ground discovered the threadworm, and without thinking, it twisted its body and galloped towards Zheng Fan.
So fast.
Zheng Fan was a little surprised when he saw the flatworm crawling over.
Crawling near the threadworm, the flatworm raised its head and opened its mouthparts.
The mouthparts are filled with densely packed teeth, which are very small and densely packed. Zhang Fan asked himself that he was not a trypophobia patient, but seeing the mouthparts like this made him feel cold.
The other party is more fierce than he thought.
The flatworm aimed at the threadworm's body, shot out like lightning, and bit straight onto the threadworm's head. Zhang Fan felt pain, dispersed his thoughts, turned into single cells, and observed the surroundings. Now Zhang Fan could clearly see the teeth of the flatworm, which were a special cuticle made of calcium. These tiny teeth not only enhanced the success rate of hunting, but could also crush some large cells. Zhang Fan just fell into the body of the flatworm, and the virus also came in and began to exert its power. The body of the flatworm is producing a decomposition fluid that decomposes the absorbed proteins, and the virus is also killed. A decisive decision must be made as the virus began to work hard to penetrate into the cells of the stomach wall of the flatworm, which looked like very ordinary cells. Devouring, multiplying, and erupting, at this moment, the flatworm's body stopped moving. With a splash, it turned into a puddle of water with flesh and blood. The modified cells were transported forward and began to devour the remains of the flatworm, even the cuticle. While absorbing and analyzing, Zhang Fan found the secret of why worms can stay on the ground for a long time. Flatworms produce a viscous fluid in their abdomens that acts like snot and prevents water loss from the body. On its back, there is also a thin film that prevents water loss. This thin film is a polysaccharide compound that protects the flatworm like a cell wall. After understanding it clearly, Zhang Fan began to modify all his worms. Modifying cells is really useful, but it consumes a lot of energy, and the mass energy generated by the temporary base can't keep up. Fortunately, my hometown is quite rich in resources. A large number of worms have been transformed and are crawling towards the land. Zhang Fan left the army in place to recuperate, while he continued to advance along the edge of Yao Lake with the threadworms. The life on land is still very simple, only mosses, ferns and some worms that climb onto the land. These creatures could no longer cause any harm to Zhang Fan. What he was worried about was still underwater. After a long period of hard work, Zhang Fan opened up nearly 10 square meters of land on the edge of Yao Lake.
All are covered by fungi and have their own watchtowers, fern watchtowers.
In the center, Zhang Fan specially made a larger fern, which reached a height of 1 meter.
This is the largest creature Zhang Fan has made so far. The modified cells are slowly transforming the fighting worm. Why is it called a battle worm?
Because according to Zhang Fan's imagination, ordinary threadworms can only survive in the sun at best, and they don't have many means of attack other than biting. So a layer of cuticle is added to the surface of the worm, like armor.
If it encounters the flatworm again, it will definitely break one of its teeth.
And each worm's body contains a large number of viruses, which can be fatal to other cells. Zhang Fan was preparing for battle here, but the other party seemed to have fallen into calmness again.
Am I wrong? The other party has no consciousness?
Zhang Fan thought as he saw the calm lake through the watchtower. The war may be late, but it will never be absent.
The third total war broke out. Controlling the battle worm and diving into the water, what he has to do this time is to absorb tardigrades and snails. Thanks to Lin Yuri Xiaofeng for the recommendation vote. I hope everyone can collect it and recommend it. Thank you for the new cute orange here.
The tardigrade is a carnivorous creature, and worms are its best food.
But this time the situation is a little different.
The tardigrade is waiting for the arrival of worms and hunting as usual.
I'm living a very carefree life.
Not bad, today's meat is a bit chewy and tastes good.
What's the situation?
Earthquake? The tardigrade felt that the ground was shaking, and the water waves were spreading very frequently. All the water bears tilted their heads in the same direction, which was the direction of the fighting creep attack. The tardigrade, which had never been threatened before, suddenly became excited and rushed towards the fighting worm with the same might. They don't know that what they are facing in this charge is death.
There is a completely difference between thinking and not thinking. Zhang Fan can completely micromanage the army of fighting worms.
On the other hand, the water bear army charged mindlessly, trying to bite the battle worms with their strong mouthparts, but Zhang Fan easily dodged them. Not only do tardigrades know no fear, they also know no fatigue, for they have never been tired either. Zhang Fan used will fighting to deal with the water bear, and gradually the water bear began to lose its strength. 1 or 2 water bears fell down, their mouthparts still opening and closing, completely unaware that they had collapsed from exhaustion. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the modified cells and virus entered the tardigrade's body at the same time. Imitate, 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 devour, devour, devour. Zhang Fan obtained another biological map and made it at home. Speaking of tardigrades, Zhang Fan discovered that they are both aerobic and anaerobic creatures. How can you tell? First of all, from the appearance, when breathing oxygen, the tardigrade's skin is brown, which is somewhat different from the gray stones around it, which proves that it has just finished eating.
During anaerobic respiration, the epidermis is gray, waiting for hunting.
In addition, it breathes through its skin, just like a frog, and produces a large number of bubbles after eating. Judging from the current environmental conditions, the oxygen content in the water is still quite high. The addition of water bears is like Zhang Fan getting an aircraft carrier. As long as he does not go deep into the bottom of the lake, there will be no harm.
Next, we have to look for snails.
Speaking of which, snails are juicy and a good home-cooked dish. But during this period, the snail is a deadly creature. There is a poisonous needle in its body, and its exterior is covered with secreted cuticle, like a fortress. For this kind of creature with strong defense and gluttony, Zhang Fan's approach is very simple, which is to let the virus army invade.
Sure enough, as expected, the snail opened its mouth and swallowed the worm, and the virus was released instantly.
The water content in snails was actually higher than that in worms, which Zhang Fan did not expect, and there were trace amounts of toxins in the water. These toxins are like original viruses and immediately decompose the worms. Next comes the battle of toxins against viruses. This toxin is a chemical reaction chain, and the snail's body secretes a protective film to protect itself from being infected by the toxin.
This toxin is smaller than the virus, one particle at a time. Zhang Fan tried to use viruses to absorb it, but the problem arose again.
Once a large amount of this toxin enters the interior, the virus can be quickly eliminated.
So this is your method of resistance. Zhang Fan thought. It doesn't matter, there are so many others now, they don't believe that you can't use up all the toxins.
Avoiding the toxin-intensive area, Zhang Fan controlled a small virus to penetrate into the snail's body.
The virus begins to work, infecting the surrounding environment and destroying the snail's body.
At this time, the snails were not a vegetarian, so they decided to die together. It removes all its protective films, and the toxins penetrate into the body, finding the viruses that are destroying it. The two sides started a fierce fight, and it was very lively. Zhang Fan estimated that the snail would be almost dead within an hour, so he sent the modified cells to be on standby. But what he didn't expect was that the opponent's toxins were ejected from his body, and the modified cells were caught off guard. The whole body slowly turned purple. This purple color was a sign of poisoning. Zhang Fan was frightened, but the modified cells resisted tenaciously. The glowing purple ball is really beautiful, as if the modified cells have adapted to the toxin.
Now it's easy to handle, let's renovate everything.
In an instant, along the gene map, all of Zhang Fan's body turned purple, some dark and some light. This purple color not only resists ultraviolet rays, but also has no effect on the photosynthesis of the carpet. With the poison-resistant body, the modified cells fearlessly entered the snail's body to divide. There were even the slightest cracks on the shell of the snail. After everything shattered, a new purple snail appeared. My thoughts returned home, and my home began to synthesize purple snails. This area has all turned purple, and from a high altitude it looks like it has been infected by the plague. There are viruses and toxins, so it is not wrong to say that Zhang Fan is now a plague.
This direction is really becoming more and more like Zerg.
Zhang Fan vaguely felt this way when the carpet appeared before. Now that his body has turned purple, this feeling is getting stronger and stronger.
Next, should I change my strategic direction towards the Zerg?
Zhang Fan thought thoughtfully.
But first we have to get over the current difficulties. Now an area of Yaohu district has been corroded.
Zhang Fan is not in a hurry to attack now, and will sort out the fruits of his labor first. The biggest achievement is creep, and another achievement is toxicity resistance. At present, these two are strategic transformation and upgrades. One can provide nutrients through photosynthesis, and the other can improve its own attack and defense. He obtained the opponent's flatworm and cuticle genes, the tardigrade's anaerobic and aerobic genes, the snail armor and venom spray genes. This combination greatly improved Zhang Fan's tactical requirements.
The next step is to rectify and replan the strategic deployment. The first legion is always a fighting worm army.
The body is covered with a thin cuticle, and the mouthparts are also densely packed with sharp teeth. They are huge in number, an army of 1 million.
The second legion is the tardigrade snail troops. They are mainly responsible for defense. Because it takes time to make, there are not many in number. The tardigrades also have exoskeletons on their bodies, which greatly improves the survival rate.
The third legion is a combined legion, consisting of phagocytes, T-viruses, modified cells, and flagellates. They are responsible for logistics and cleaning. They are very efficient and can lurk within the first and second legions at any time.
Conventional troops have been deployed in huge numbers.
The only thing missing now are strategic creatures, such as airdrops.
Jellyfish is a very beautiful aquatic animal. Its body looks like a transparent umbrella.
The main component of the jellyfish's body is water, and it is composed of two germ layers, the inner and outer germ layers. There is a thick mesoglia between the two layers, which is not only transparent, but also has a floating effect. When they move, they use the water jet reflection in their bodies to move forward. From a distance, they look like round umbrellas floating rapidly in the water.
Zhang Fan decided it was a jellyfish.
Making jellyfish is like weaving a net, and the modified cells are constantly spliced under Zhang Fan's command.
Digestive organs must be present, otherwise energy cannot be digested and all cells will die.
As for the digestive organs, it would be better to imitate those of Hydra, coelenterates. There is no need to arrange the thinking system or the sensory system, all these tasks are left to Zhang Fan. All it has to do is install a combat system and attach a venomous stinger to the jellyfish's abdomen. The quality is similar to that of a trilobite's armor, and its tentacles are also covered with tiny venomous stingers.
After the production was completed, I started diving. Although it looked crooked, the work efficiency was not low.
Under Zhang Fan's operation, it continuously absorbed water and sprayed water, slowly moving towards the depths of the water. The light became darker and darker as it went downwards, and Zhang Fan gradually became unable to see clearly. There seemed to be no danger underneath, as the jellyfish went straight down. As he swam, Zhang Fan seemed to knock something down. Zhang Fan kept doing it one step at a time, stabbing the opponent with his tentacles, and the poisonous needle in his abdomen was also inserted.
By modifying the cells, he quickly occupied the opponent's body.
Only then did Zhang Fan realize that it was a sea urchin.
However, in freshwater lakes, it is more appropriately called water gall.
Its main characteristics are that it is spherical and has no arms. The endoskeleton fuses with each other to form a strong shell.
Most species have complex chewing apparatus in the mouth with teeth for chewing food.
Shui Dan originally wanted to use Zhang Fan as food, but he didn't expect that he would die from the poisonous needle.
With the water bladder, Zhang Fan decisively abandoned the jellyfish. It was too ugly, so I didn't want it.
Controlling the advancement of the water bladder, you can also sense the fluctuations in the surrounding water ripples. There are quite a lot of creatures under the water, and Zhang Fan can no longer appreciate those that are too small. He is looking for larger, distinctive creatures. After walking around and replenishing some food, Zhang Fan was a little confused.
Why didn't he find any large creatures for so long? Could it be that they didn't exist at all? Impossible. How much water pressure is there? How could it not be there?
Zhang Fan searched patiently. The water bladder has touched the bottom of the lake, and there is soft lake sand underneath. It doesn't look unusual. Zhang Fan looked around, and suddenly he saw a rather unexpected stone. The other stones were either irregular or pebble-like, but that stone had spiral patterns on it. After swimming near the stone, the tentacles on the water bladder stretched out and injected the modified cells into it. Ammonite is a mollusk belonging to the cephalopod class.
The organ for movement is in the head and there is a hard shell outside the body.
The shell is a conical tube made of calcium carbonate as the main component and has complex sutures. Unfortunately, this ammonite is dead. When he was studying, Zhang Fan visited the dinosaur museum, where he saw ammonites, so he recognized them at a glance.
I don't know how it died.
The main body has disappeared, leaving only a lonely shell. This ammonite is quite large, with a shell diameter of about 50 centimeters. Ignoring the ammonite, Zhang Fan continued to explore the bottom of the lake, no different from before. The bottom of Yaowu Lake is so big that it would take too long to explore with just one water bladder. So while exploring, Zhang Fan had already started making a new water bladder. The modified cell group under the green algae is working hard to make a water bladder. The project is very complicated. Like trilobites, water galls are among the top species of multicellular organisms. Both the appearance and the interior must be carefully crafted. If there is a slight mistake, all previous efforts will be wasted. New water bladders entered the water one after another. The first water bladder captured by Zhang Fan had completed its mission and lay at the bottom of the lake forever. This time there were hundreds of water bladders in the group, landing like mines one after another. As soon as they reached the bottom of the lake, Zhang Fan ordered the water bladders to disperse in all directions. One of the water bladders found ammonite corpses again, and there were a lot of them. Zhang Fan felt that this place seemed to be a cemetery of ammonites, with large and small spiral shells scattered on the lake bed. After some observation, Zhang Fan thought to himself, this does not seem to be a natural death. There are still cracks in the shell. Most of the ammonite shells are normal, but the huge ones have obvious cracks on them. Who is it? He has such strength? Zhang Fan was shocked. The size of a creature with such strength is at least over 10 meters. Such a large creature is not something Zhang Fan can fight against at present. It is estimated that even using toxins will not be able to completely kill it. In fact, Zhang Fan is still a bit greedy, hoping to see the monster. If the capture is successful, world domination will be just around the corner. I kept looking, and the number of water bladders exceeded 1,000, but there was really nothing to see except the dead ammonites. Moreover, the bottom of the lake is completely silent, and there is no vitality at all on the surface of the lake. Seeing this, Zhang Fan thought of the base. There was no need to consider the first base. It must be the well-equipped life lake. But where to build it needs to be considered. The bottom of the lake is definitely not good. There is too little nutrient supply. If there is a lack of water on land, the first base will definitely consume a lot of water resources. Should it be built by the lake? Although some moisture can be obtained, it is already the dry season and it has not rained for several months. Who knows whether the lakeshore will shrink back? And the bases in the early stage will definitely not be as exaggerated as the bases in StarCraft, mainly because they don't have that strength. By the way, can we consider the look of a beehive or an ant nest? Zhang Fan thought about it and felt that this plan was very feasible. The ant nest needs to be dug. Zhang Fan's demand for land is not high yet, and there is no capable digging expert, so this plan is ruled out. That leaves the beehive. The base beehive does not need to be hung on a tree like an ordinary beehive, but can be hidden under the lake. It is hung there stably by the pulling force of the fungus blanket, and all projects can be implemented inside. The location has been determined, and after the work in Yahoo is completed, we will go all out to build the base. There is another troublesome thing. There are more and more creatures, and Zhang Fan's control over them is getting weaker and weaker. This is like multitasking. Although it is your own body, it is a bit cumbersome to have more arms, so the brainworm plan must also be implemented. At the bottom of Yahoo Lake, just when Zhang Fan wanted to quit, a sudden change occurred in the foreign land. Thanks for the recommendation ticket that will be opened sooner or later. The magma kept spewing out like a fountain, and was extinguished by the cold lake water in an instant, and the fine sand produced rose to become lake sand. Near the magma, Zhang Fan found a brand new algae with a bright red appearance that could absorb various minerals. He named it red algae. These red algae are the producers of the entire underground world. After observation, it was found that the creatures in this underground world are all anaerobic creatures. It can be seen from this that the tardigrades should have crawled out from here. Anaerobism is also a very important factor for Zhang Fan, allowing him to survive for more time in harsh conditions. However, anaerobic organisms are very afraid of oxygen. If exposed to oxygen, they will be oxidized and die quickly. So that's why the monster never surfaced. The area of the underground world is not large, only a few hundred square kilometers, which is too small compared to the hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of Yahoo. In the end, Zhang Fan found the monster that was more than 30 meters long. It is also an invertebrate with a long and slender body, bare skin without scales, and extends back to the end of the tail and surrounds the tail to form a tail fin. There are 4 fin-like tentacles on both sides of the body. It is a creature of the class Cylostomata. It has a funnel-shaped mouth with a circle of teeth inside, which is a round sucker. There are many soft milky protrusions on the peripheral wrinkled skin. It looked very much like an eel, but Zhang Fan knew that this guy was definitely not an eel, but more like a giant worm. This time Zhang Fan guessed correctly. It was indeed a worm. A worm that kept growing without natural enemies. If the food underground could not meet its needs, it would not have appeared in Yao Lake. Zhang Fan calls it the Emperor Creeper, the king of the entire Yahoo world. Zhang Fan's small arms and legs are really difficult to deal with it now. I don't know if it can resist viruses or toxins. Zhang Fan decided to give it a try. The water bladder slowly approached the Emperor's crawler. The Emperor's crawler seemed to sense it and swallowed the bladder in one gulp. After putting his mind on the cells, he found that the entire water bladder was crushed into powder by sharp teeth and then devoured. The viruses and toxins that reached Zhang Fan's stomach began to attack, but only then did he realize that the toxins had no effect on the emperor's worm. Its body itself contains toxins, and these toxins are the same type as those of snails. Moreover, the gastric mucosa of the emperor's worm is very powerful, and the virus is completely eliminated in an instant, and all substances are turned into nutrients for the emperor's worm.
This is how to do?
Even the most powerful weapons could not harm the emperor creeper, and now Zhang Fan was worried again. There is currently no progress in internal attacks, and external attacks are impossible to win just by looking at the size of the opponent.
Zhang Fan fell into deep thought. If one day the emperor adapted to the aerobic environment, it would be a disaster.
No, the danger must be nipped in the bud. Looking around, Zhang Fan found that the only place where the emperor creeper could be eliminated was the magma mouth. But how to lure the emperor there, we must think carefully. As a condition for biological survival, the most critical thing is food. Without food supplement, it will die after a period of time. Zhang Fan was prepared for a long-term struggle and started destroying red algae first. The water bladder came near the red algae and implanted the virus into it, and the virus spread in an instant. The cell walls of these plants, which live under water for many years, are extremely thin and do not require decomposing enzymes. The virus can penetrate by itself. After a period of time, the surrounding red algae had been completely eliminated. To be on the safe side, Zhang Fan searched the surrounding red algae and left after confirming that the elimination was complete. The next thing to do was to wait. Sure enough, after seeing that the food was reduced, the emperor worm couldn't wait any longer and climbed to the lake bed unsteadily. There was no trace of water bladders on the lake bed anymore, they had all been cleaned up by Zhang Fan. The emperor worm seemed a little impatient, shook its tail fin a few times, and then headed upstream to the lake.
Wow!
The emperor creeper broke through the germ carpet, half of its body exposed to the air. It felt very uncomfortable, and after quickly solving the food problem, it went back underground again. Zhang Fan was keeping an eye on the emperor squirrel the whole time, and he could tell that it was now short of food, so the second step could be implemented. The water bladder was released again and quietly entered the underground world. Part of it was hiding in the cracks of the rocks, which was a place that the emperor worm could not enter, and part of it was gradually approaching the magma. After estimating the eruption time of the magma, Zhang Fan took action. The predators of the emperor worm began to become more frequent, and the shortage of food made it feel a little scared. A lot of water bladders have been swallowed up by it, and the taste of the emperor's worms is changing towards what Zhang Fan imagined. Zhang Fan also thought about starving the emperor to death, but this was impossible unless he threw away all the fruits of his labor.
The cost would be too high.
And I have seen before that the emperor worm can turn out of the water to eat, but it does not mean that anaerobic organisms cannot survive in an aerobic environment for a short period of time. Therefore, it must be done quickly and not allow the imperial worm to adapt to the aerobic environment. There are a large number of water bladders hiding in the rock layer above the magma mouth. It is really hot inside, and some of the water bladders have been boiled. Then arrange some of the water bladders in a row, just like luring a bird into a cage to tempt the emperor. This method was used by Zhang Fan when he was catching birds in the snow when he was a child, and the trapping effect was pretty good. I really miss the taste of bird meat, the feeling of being sprinkled with cumin and grilled over charcoal fire.
It's so good that my mouth almost watered when I smelled the aroma of the meat.
Off topic, although this time it is also a barbecue, but this time it will be cooked with lava.
Zhang Fan transformed into a chef. Who said chefs can't hunt? Does catching an old hen in a cage count as hunting?
The ingredients for the main course have been prepared, which is the king worm. The meat is tender, delicious and juicy. It is the best ingredient. The side dishes are somewhat lacking, but don't worry, Zhang Fan has already thought of a countermeasure, which is to cultivate his own red algae. These red algae are only made to attract surrounding creatures and can die at any time under Zhang Fan's command.
As for cooking, the most critical factor is the seasoning. The seasoning is already prepared, a pure natural water bile sauce. This water bile contains a large number of viruses and concentrated toxins. Zhang Fan doesn't need to kill the imperial worm completely, he just needs to make a hole in its body, and then he can put the sauce jar in and seep it from the inside out, so that the meat that comes out will be fat but not greasy. The last process is slicing, but now that Zhang Fan doesn't have a knife, this process is eliminated. Please collect and recommend votes. The continent where Zhang Fan is located is a supercontinent called Pangaea, covering an area of approximately 150 million square kilometers. Relatively speaking, Life Lake and Yao Lake are very small individuals. The entire continent is located in the north,
and the north accounts for the vast majority of the area. Above 20 degrees north latitude, the entire northern continent is covered, while to the south there is an endless ocean. Zheng Fan's hometown is located in the southeastern part of the Pan-continent. Yavu is actually not too far away, also in the south and east, but closer to the center. Although the terrain is very high, it has abundant water resources. Through the monsoon phenomenon on land and sea, there are 3 months of rainy season every year, but the subsequent dry season is too much for most life. So wherever the force owns the lake, there is life. The size of the lakes determines the length of life. The simple fact is that Zhang Fan occupies the 2 largest lakes in the southeast region and can collect a large amount of water every year, so there is no need to worry about water resources. These days, he is busy making hives. A honeycomb is a nest built by bees, where they live and reproduce. It is composed of a spleen, which is composed of many regular hexagonal beeswax cells. Zhang Fan appropriated it and used it as his own base. The internal structure was already approaching perfection, so he did not plan to make too many changes. The honeycomb structure has higher strength and stiffness than other sandwich structures. The size and height of the honeycomb cells of the sandwich and the thickness of the sheets that make up the grid determine the critical stress for local buckling of the surface panel and buckling of the cell wall panels. All in all, this structure is very sturdy. The general design has been completed, and then the construction of the first base will begin. But who will complete this great project? The only aquatic creature that can be used is the tardigrade, but since it doesn't have the ability to grab materials, just give up. Zhang Fan saw a trilobite while he was thinking, and he thought of the worker bees in StarCraft. This kind of worker bee is not a bee. It is the basic construction unit of the Zerg. It looks more like a scorpion and is an arthropod. The mouthparts are similar to scissors and can cut the necks of minerals or enemies. There are a pair of huge pincers on the left and right sides. The 8 legs provide the worker bee with a faster movement speed. There is also a layer of webbing between the legs to move in the water. There is hard armor on the back, which extends to the tail. The tail is short and thick, which is to balance the weight of the giant claws at the front. Zhang Fan already knew the external shape, but what did the internal organs look like? You must have a heart, which is the pump that provides biological power. The stronger the heart beats, the stronger the vitality of the living thing. Although Zhang Fan had made hearts, they were small hearts. Although the heart rate beat quickly, the power they provided was not high. This is definitely not possible for a worker bee. He must have a strong heart and be able to withstand high-intensity work. In addition, the stomach is an indispensable organ. It is the place where food is digested and the source of energy. It also includes the large and small intestines. Zhang Fan did not think about things like lungs and kidneys for the worker bees. The lungs could be completely replaced by skin, and this gene could be extracted from tardigrades. The kidneys have the functions of detoxification and reproduction, but Zhang Fan's worker bees can completely rely on the bacteria in their bodies to detoxify. The detoxification efficiency is very high, and they reproduce asexually. The cells can be spliced together without having to consider the docking of chromosomes. In addition, the most important thing is the brain. This was also removed by Zhang Fan. Just kidding, Zhang Fan can completely control all the cells in the worker bees. What do you need a brain for? The basic look was completed, and Zhang Fan started to implement it. The implementation process was quite difficult. As far as the heart was concerned, countless plans had been tried, but they all ended in failure. These hearts were either not paced enough or could not work properly, so Zhang Fan had to reduce the size of the worker bees and use the heart of a tardigrade as the standard. The skin was also copied from that of the tardigrade, and the appearance was quickly completed. After installing the heart and intestines, Zhang Fan began to make the 8 legs of the worker bee. This kind of leg is one of the characteristics of arthropods. It has fine hairs on it to enhance friction, is muscular, and is wrapped in an exoskeleton. These legs are carefully crafted, and the muscles are based on worms. Some larger worms have evolved muscle cells. Zhang Fan had eaten crabs before and knew how the 2 pairs of giant claws should be connected, so he could divide them into 3 sections. At the top of the first section, part is fixed, part is designed to be movable, and a movement axis is designed. The moving part is larger, and the 2 muscles are connected to the exoskeleton. The axis of movement is not centered and is biased to one side, making the pulling force longer and generating stronger force. In order to enhance the power of the giant claw, Zhang Fan designed a hydraulic system, which is a system that contracts muscles by expelling water. The other 2 parts are movable arms, which are made similar to legs, with a thicker appearance and rich muscle cells.
The next step is to make an exoskeleton. Currently, the only creature with an exoskeleton is a trilobite. Considering the issue of defense, Zhang Fan thickened the entire exoskeleton, and suddenly the entire worker bee became bloated.
These exoskeletons can contain a lot of water, so they won't die from the sun when driving on land.
The webbing between the legs can be said to be the simplest.
Just splice the dead cells together tightly, and then combine them with the 8 legs through muscle cells.
In addition, the teeth on the mouth parts have the same properties as the exoskeleton.
In order to make it easier to eat, there are no long sharp teeth.
The entire worker bee was completed in this way.
It is only 10 centimeters in size. Although it is a bit small, it works very efficiently. Under Zhang Fan's searching operation, the hive was constantly filled. The honeycomb links rely on a kind of glue, which is like a shriveled cell wall, firmly fixing it. In this process, Zhang Fan made a large number of load-bearing cell walls to provide support for the honeycomb.
The construction of the first-generation worker bees and the first-generation base was completed. Next, Zhang Fan would consider creating brainworms. Why create brainworms?
This is an intelligent unit that must be developed in order to speed up the evolution of the Zerg, such as thinking and analyzing evolutionary potential or conducting biological simulations. In the future, the brainworms can achieve the purpose of transmitting their own thoughts and tissue expansion. The brainworms will not die due to any attack, and will eventually be resurrected by Zhang Fan. No matter how powerful an ordinary person is, it is impossible to completely control a population of hundreds of millions. But if you have more subunits, each managing one aspect, it becomes much easier. Thanks for the recommendation votes from someone. Please count the number of characters in my name.
Brainworms are not that easy to make.
The brain is the most advanced part of the nervous system.
It is the organ of thinking.
It dominates all activities in the body and regulates the balance between the body and the surrounding environment. It is also the center of consciousness, spirit, language, learning, memory, and intelligence. The material basis of higher-level neural activities, such as neuron, is mainly composed of neurons. Neurons, also known as nerve cells, are the basic units that constitute the structure and function of the nervous system. Neurons are cells with long processes, which are composed of cell bodies and cell processes. The long axon is covered with a sheath to form a nerve fiber, and the small branches at its end are called nerve endings. Each neuron can have one or more dendrites, which can receive stimulation and transmit excitement to the cell body.
It can be said that having neurons can make a brain.
Neurons have appeared since the birth of multicellular organisms.
The process of making a brain is more complicated than making a worker bee. Zhang Fan tried to combine neurons in the simplest way. Endless neurons can be produced by modifying cell mutations.
But the connected neurons failed to work properly and were completely unable to construct thought patterns.
Moreover, even the most basic instinctive reaction cannot be realized, and the direction must be wrong. Why is there no reason for this?
Zhang Fan dug into the neurons and observed carefully, and discovered the most important problem.
That is a short circuit.
The neuron generates a small amount of current, and then returns to the original place through the neuron circuit, and the signal is not accurately transmitted.
Zhang Fan is neither a doctor nor a scientist.
He has never studied artificial brains and really knows nothing about this kind of thing. He has endless opportunities to try again and again. Although it is said that the geese pass by without leaving a trace and the years are silent, the time that passes by in vain flows without trace in every gap of life. Zhang Fan felt like he was going crazy. The brain he finally created survived for an hour and then died.
Brain death is very normal. The movement of the brain must consume a lot of energy.
The success of this experiment also laid a solid foundation for Zhang Fan, and soon the second brain took shape. He was observing the operation of information in his head.
Not long after, this head also died.
It should be considered a success. At least Zhang Fan knows that his brain will not be short-circuited now. Next is the design of external organs and supply organs. Breathing is a unified mechanism, skin breathing. By the way, here Zhang Fan noticed that the oxygen content in the air became richer.
It was a long time ago.
Zhang Fan estimated that it must be because other biospheres began to flourish and the vegetation increased. The higher the oxygen content in the air, the greater the chance of life coming ashore. The brain of a brainworm can account for 80% of the body's weight, so the skin on the head area needs to be designed to be large, and an exoskeleton is used to cover it for protection. A thin layer is enough. The digestive organs must also be large, otherwise the brain will die if energy is not supplied to the brain.
Cerebrates must also have a certain ability to move. Cerebrates lacking muscle cells can only crawl through tiny jointed limbs.
So Zhang Fan planted tens of thousands of legs at the bottom of the brainworm. If you didn't look carefully, you would think that the brainworm crawled on its muscles. The brainworm is the largest creature in the entire Zhang Fan biota, reaching 1 meter in height and 1.5 meters in length.
Zhang Fan's consciousness entered the inside of the brainworm, which was completely empty and white. But there is a green plant sprouting and growing.
Zhang Fan tried to communicate with it but got no response. The embryo needed a period of time to grow. In the completed hive, an embryonic chamber has been opened for the brainworm, surrounded by many nutrients and rich in oxygen.
The brainworm under such luxurious conditions quickly woke up.
Now the brainworm also needs eyes, which are light-sensing organs composed of 2 cells. One photoreceptor cell receives light stimulation and converts it into an electrochemical signal, while the other pigment cell blocks the light from the other side, allowing organisms to sense the direction of the light source. The completed eyes were installed on the brainworm's head, and then the brainworm slowly opened its eyes. He looked at the surrounding environment curiously, and the tentacles in his mouth kept devouring the surrounding nutrients. The brainworm's eyes are small compared to the entire body, but this does not affect its observation. Zhang Fan began to establish contact with the brainworm.
The first command of respect was issued.
Then Zhang Fan used his own thinking to influence the brainworm's thinking.
In an instant, the brainworm accepted the concept of respect.
The big round eyes of the brainworm began to narrow slightly, and then it looked towards the ground, its whole head lowered like a bow. Then Zhang Fan gave the order to let the brainworms go out. He did not intervene, but gave guidance, just like a parent teaching his children, letting the brainworms learn step by step.
After several days of continuous teaching, the brainworm has initially mastered the survival instinct and understood its position in this group of creatures. You can bask in the sun quietly on the moss.
When you are hungry, worker bees will naturally bring you food.
When you are tired, you will hide in the hive to rest, and live your life freely.
Apart from Zhang Fan, it is the supreme ruler.
A brand new embryo is created inside the hive.
Once the brainworm dies, all the information will enter the embryo, and the modified cells will start creating new brainworms on their own. As a result, Zhang Fan fell silent again, leaving everything to the brainworm to take care of, and his thoughts drifted into the distance along with the spores. The western part of the continent is a desert. In winter, it is difficult for the sea breeze to blow onto the land, and in spring and summer, the southeast wind blows, so this place is desolate.
But life once again explains to us what tenacity is.
A plant called coniferous grass was born here.
Its rhizome structure is extremely developed, and its short needles on the surface absorb sunlight for photosynthesis.
In addition to conifers, there are many drought-tolerant plants that are hard to find and hide in the thick sand.
There is a magical creature in this desert area. Its whole body is wrapped in an exoskeleton. It has no internal muscle structure.
The exoskeleton is connected by nerves. It feeds on the juice of plants and can survive for several months on a single meal. This kind of creature has broken away from the category of arthropods and is better called a neurological exoskeleton creature. I don't know how nature could have given birth to such a magical creature. There are not many of them, they reproduce sexually, and their egg-laying sites are usually among the roots of plants. Whenever this creature begins to break its shell, it will cause the death of drought-tolerant plants. Zhang Fan calls them springtails. Thanks to Lin Rui Xiaofeng for the recommendation vote, thank you to San Xiaoshan Bao for the recommendation vote, and thank you to Fan Bufan for the recommendation vote. Springtails, as their name suggests, move their bodies by jumping. They cannot be in contact with the surface for a long time, otherwise they will quickly dehydrate and die. Zhang Fan's spores fell on this land and were evaporated within a short time. Only a few cells or viruses enter the springtail's body. He was not in a hurry to destroy the springtail's bodies, but decided to observe their living conditions first. Springtails are a group of burrowing creatures. Their nests are underground, a bit like ant nests, and they also extend in all directions.
There are 4 areas inside the nest. The first area is a food storage room.
Some undigested roots are excreted here and can be used repeatedly for feeding. This method is very worthy of recognition. Repeated use of food will not cause nutrient loss, and the excreted food can have a long shelf life.
The second area is the breeding farm.
These springtails are very smart. They will cultivate the bugs they dig up.
Here Zhang Fan saw a fat, white insect that was very similar to a native silkworm.
There were springtails specifically for them to feed on. These native silkworms are very obedient and sleep after eating, just like raising pigs.
Springtails will specifically decompose some dead soil silkworms and then send them to the mother nest.
The brood nest is an important area for springtails because this is where the springtail queen lives.
It has a huge ovipositor that regularly lays many eggs.
The springtails responsible for transporting them will swallow the eggs and then go to the surface to implant the eggs into the plants. The springtail queen's body is very large, 5 or 6 times larger than an ordinary springtail, excluding the ovipositor. As a sexually reproducing creature, the springtail queen's method is simple and crude. She will eat the male springtail's body directly. The chromosomes produced will form a chemical reaction with the chromosomes of their own body, and then a large number of eggs will be produced.
This method of laying eggs consumes energy, and the springtails will have a dedicated team to feed the queen. This queen seems to have a bad temper.
Not only will she eat the male springtails, but she will also not let go of some of the springtails she feeds.
Zhang Fan couldn't blame the other party.
This was the way of survival for the zerglings.
Down there is a reservoir.
It has to be said that it is very difficult to find water resources in the desert, but it does not mean that there is no water in the desert. This underground seems to be an underground river, which can be seen from the water stains seeping into the surrounding rock layers. Springtails suck the surrounding water into their stomachs and then discharge the water into the reservoir.
The water in the reservoir is a little dirty, yellowish, and smells bad. After visiting the entire springtail nest, Zhang Fan decided to occupy them.
A springtail that was getting water suddenly became sluggish, then slowly fell to the ground, and then got up again after a while.
This springtail has been controlled by Zhang Fan.
The method is very simple. While using the virus to destroy the nerve cells in its body, it can repair it by modifying the cells. Zhang Fan also discovered that these springtails have brains, very, very small brains, consisting of only a few hundred neurons.
He estimated that the main function is to allow them to accurately divide labor.
Driving the springtails to the reservoir, there were already many springtails around to drain water, and Zhang Fan also made movements to drain the water. But this water has been occupied by Zhang Fan's modified cells and viruses, and they are waiting for the order to explode. There are many bacteria in the water, and these bacteria eat each other like wild beasts.
The entry of modified cells is like a sheep in a pack of wolves.
Of course, Zhang Fan would not give in so easily. Some of the modified cells turned into phagocytes, and the little sheep turned into big tigers. Zhang Fan found that he was purifying water resources, and the stench was slowly fading away. A springtail came to fetch water, but he didn't feel the change in the water.
He put his head into the water and took a deep breath.
She left with a swollen belly and came to the mother's nest. When the springtail queen saw the food coming for her, she swallowed the springtail without saying a word.
Chew it in your mouth and then swallow it slowly.
The springtail queen's digestive organs are very developed and have begun to decompose the exoskeleton. If she stays there any longer, it is estimated that all cells and viruses will be decomposed. The force penetrated deeply into the excretory organ of the springtail queen, and there was no road connecting it to the ovipositor. But the surrounding mucosa was relatively thin, so Zhang Fan tried to get in and got in easily.
Then follow the nerve cells to the ovipositor. The springtail queen didn't know that she was possessed, and the children and grandchildren she gave birth to would become part of Zhang Fan.
Once again, the egg-laying period came, and the queen's body twitched, and then everything became boring, and the springtails took the eggs away. This work continued for several months. When most of the springtails were replaced by Zhang Fan, the virus broke out. Instantly killed a bunch of springtails and occupied the entire nest. Some springtails tried to resist, but they were unable to fight with 2 fists and were bitten to pieces by the springtails controlled by Zhang Fan. The springtail queen also understood the seriousness of the matter and began to struggle. The entire ovipositor began to fall off the queen's body. The pale yellow ovipositor shrivels instantly when it comes into contact with air. The queen used her forelimbs to push herself up, and then stretched out 2 sticky legs from her abdomen, preparing to escape. Zhang Fan decided not to kill it, but to let it run away, taking its tribe with it.
The more you run, the better it will be for your future plans.
Then the battlefield was cleared, and those native silkworms were still in shock, curled up and shivering. After killing a few dead silkworms to reward myself, it was time to elect a new springtail queen. Zhang Fan has a clear understanding of the queen's internal structure and has mastered the operating mechanism. At this moment, another battle broke out among the swarm of springtails that had escaped. The queen's people were eating it, while the queen herself was struggling to resist. However, the evil tiger could not withstand the wolves after all, and the queen died on her own.
Human hands.
Another surprising thing happened. The springtails began to kill the virus-carrying springtails around them. Before Zhang Fan could make a decision, all the virus-carrying springtails were killed. Those surviving springtails have acquired antiviral genes, and the original method has no effect at all.
The springtails left Zhang Fan's sight.
They should also be cultivating a new queen.
Sooner or later there will be a big battle between the two sides. The queen selection competition in this nest is in full swing. The strongest girl must be selected as the queen, and such offspring will be stronger.
Originally, Zhang Fan wanted to make a brainworm here, but unfortunately the conditions were too difficult and there were no necessary supplies for a brainworm to live. The perspective returns to the lake of life. Thanks for the recommendation vote of wisdom fruit under the wisdom tree. Looking around, Zhang Fan found that the number of insects coming over was even smaller than his own, and asked in confusion, "Insects, there aren't many of them." The bulldog ant turned around and bit the talking springtail to death with a fierce bite. Zhang Fan's energy and blood surged, and the springtails kept grabbing the ground with their forelimbs, making a fighting stance. At this time, bulldog ant slapped the ground again. "King, the order is too few."
"The order of the golden feather ant king? How many troops does he want us to send out?"
While Zhang Fan was still thinking, the bulldog ant continued to issue instructions to the golden feather ant king. "King, order, 10 million.
Do you need at least tens of millions of springtails?"
A springtail came forward again and began to ask the other party, "If it's not enough, 10 million.
The bulldog ant was still the same as before. He took a bite of the springtail that asked the question and said, "Eradicate, obliterate. Come on, let's listen to you. There are still many larvae waiting for food in the base. Zhang Fan can't lose the base like this.
Send him a springtail, 3 days."
The bulldog ant ate the springtails with satisfaction and then left. Zhang Fan still decided to compromise this time and ordered Adam to transport the large army over. The route was already shared. Adam was really furious.
If he had hair, even though his skin was dark, the master's words had to stop. It took a day to hatch many old versions of springtails, another day to climb the mountain, and on the third day tens of millions of springtails came panting to join the front troops. The golden feather ant king received the news about the springtail army and touched his tentacles to the subordinates around him. "There are them, keep an eye on them."
"Understood, king." The subordinate left the ant nest and quietly lurked at the base with a group of ants.
Zhang Fan didn't care at all about these things. What he cared about was why there were only other insects here, the ants. At this time, the bulldog ant climbed onto a raised stone and patted the stone surface. "Quiet, let's go, follow."
3 flying ants appeared in the sky, guiding the insect army like navigation. Zhang Fan also moved with the large army.
The scene was really magnificent. There was no grass growing anywhere he passed, and the same was probably true for the termites.
It's painful to live an insect, and it's painful to die. Strangeness? Why haven't we seen any sign of the ants?
Thinking about it, Zhang Fan thought of the Mongolian armies he had read about in books. They will use the captured slaves as the vanguard, let them send a wave of death, wear down the enemy's strength, and then come out to clean up the battlefield when the battle is almost done.
Hateful. These hateful ants actually use us as cannon fodder.
Zhang Fan was thinking fiercely when a sudden clicking sound woke him up. The huge king tiger beetle is eating springtails.
Now Zhang Fan quits. You are not arrogant because of the ants. Just when he was about to attack, the thief ant standing on the head of the king tiger armor crawled out and patted the king tiger armor's head with its tentacles.
The sound was too low to hear clearly. It seemed that the thief ant also knew that his voice was too quiet, and patted the king tiger beetle's head again. The king tiger beetle stopped eating, and reluctantly slapped the ground with its huge tentacles, crackling like thunder, and Zhang Fan quickly moved away the springtails around him. King tiger armor sent an order, "Stomach, hungry, replenish." Zhang Fan heard it clearly now and retorted, "The ants can do it, but they can't." The thief ant patted the king tiger beetle on the head, and then disappeared. The king tiger beetle began to happily eat the springtails as if it had received instructions.
"Brother, is it delicious?
If you eat and destroy at the same time, it will be difficult for us to be friends." In a short time, hundreds of springtails were killed. Zhang Fan was not a fool. Regardless of whether they were thieves or not, he still attacked the king tiger armor.
What caused Zhang Fan to shrink back? What caused Zhang Fan to give up? What caused Zhang Fan to cry without tears?
It's just because the shell of the king tiger armor is too hard to pierce.
Looking at the fierce look on the other side's face, he finally gave in. "Eat as much as you like and be satisfied.
Seeing how useless the springtail army was, some of the stronger bugs around them turned their heads and started eating. Most of the greedy bugs were driven away, but there was really nothing Zhang Fan could do about the powerful bugs. After all the insects had feasted on the springtails, the bulldog ants appeared again. Looking at the sharply reduced number of springtails, they patted the ground unhappily. The number is too small.
Something feels wrong. Why are all the insects targeting me? The order of the golden feather ant king?
Zhang Fan did not send a springtail to talk to him this time, but the bulldog ant didn't think so. It thought Zhang Fan was looking down on it. He rushed into the swarm of springtails with his big jaw, just like a tiger entering a flock of sheep.
Zhang Fan quickly ordered the springtails to slap the ground. Why, is it me? Bulldog ant stopped moving, weak, huge.
You see, the weak have to pay the price. Just wait, as long as I still have one cell, I will make you pay the price, a heavy price. The bulldog ants killed the springtails that responded and left without looking back. As a last resort, Zhang Fan called Adam again, and Adam said with dark skin, "Master, how about we fight with them?
As long as the master is with us, we will definitely win. Zhang Fan, now is not the time. Don't act rashly until we know how many ants there are." Adam's black skin gradually faded. What the Lord said is true. Lord, I think your decision is really wise and mighty. Adam is ashamed of himself, Lord.
Before Adam finished speaking, Zhang Fan unilaterally cut off contact with him.
This was normal.
This guy's flattery was really poor. A few days later, tens of millions more springtails joined the large army. The flying ants on aerial reconnaissance saw the two armies meeting, and then flew towards the nest of the golden feather ant king. King, springtails, joined together. The flying ants slapped the ground. The golden feather ant king said that it already knew about it, and it was considering how many the other party had and whether it would pose a threat to itself. In fact, the reason why the golden feather ant king did this was because it knew that the mole crickets it sent out were killed on the first day.
This kind of mole cricket is a twin mole cricket. If one of them dies, the other one will die too.
The golden feather ant king is very calm.
Wasn't there a tribe that killed crickets in the past? It hasn't made her docile yet. Zhang Fan's every move is under the surveillance of the golden feather ant king.
The golden feather ant king then considered whether to find an opportunity to climb up the mountain and take a look.
What does the main nest of these springtails look like?
The army marched for more than 10 days and still did not reach the termite base. Many insects had died on the road, either from starvation, thirst, or being eaten.
Thank you all for your likes, please collect and recommend. Zhang Fan had a gloomy face along the way.
His springtails are not here to fight, but to serve as gang leaders. This kind of fire-headed army does not make fire or make food, since everyone eats raw food anyway.
Zhang Fan kept yelling in his heart, "Do you know what you are eating? What you are eating is my body. Bastard."
Just curse in your heart, but don't dare to show it on the outside.
This is already the 5th springtail army.
Bulldog Ant also wanted Zhang Fan to continue sending troops, but in the end Zhang Fan kept doing nothing and made the springtails lie on the ground and pretend to be dead.
Do you want to send troops? Come on, you can eat. I will not resist.
After tens of thousands of springtails were killed, the ants began to give up targeting Zhang Fan. The golden feather ant king estimates that the number of springtails should be about 100 million, so it is reasonable to send 50 million. The golden feather ant king is so good at predicting that there are really only 100 million old springtails in the lake of life. This does not include the new and old worker bees and new springtails, as well as the zerg hidden in the lake of glory.
Since there are still so many people, why not resist?
Or because they are too weak and don't know the number of enemies, it's better to be careful.
The grassland is not only pure grassland, but also has some water resources such as rivers, swamps, and lakes.
After the large army crossed a river from underground, they finally arrived at a termite gathering place. What you see is blind devastation, with rotten branches scattered everywhere. It can be seen from some signs that this place was once prosperous, but now it is only desolate. I just don't know why these termites can survive in this environment.
The ants left, and they left after the large group crossed the river. They were all watching the situation here on the other side of the bank.
No one told Zhang Fan why this happened, he had to discover all the secrets by himself. The mighty army moved forward and destroyed several termite nests. If the termites were just like this, they shouldn't pose a threat to the ant tribe, right? Why are these bugs so nervous?
At this time, the cockroach in charge of frontline reconnaissance quickly ran back and patted the ground anxiously with his tentacles.
Ahead, there are countless termites.
Countless? That's a lot.
Zhang Fan is also someone who has seen big scenes. He was a little confused about the concept of countless, until he saw countless termite storms.
Why the word storm is used is actually debatable.
It is definitely not possible to use the word army, nor is it possible to use the word group. Only using the word storm to describe it is more appropriate, fully demonstrating the concept of countless, coming like a sandstorm.
Oh my god. I finally understand the concept of countless.
Zhang Fan looked at the endless termites in the mountains and fields, and he was completely stunned. The king tiger armor next to him was very agitated, and his front jaws kept clicking, as if he was scared. The termite storm continued to approach, and they were no longer allowed to think. The king tiger beetle no longer sat still and waited for death, but took the lead and plunged into the endless abyss, and was instantly submerged in a white ocean. The infected bugs were no longer afraid and rushed in one after another.
Zhang Fan did not move.
He chose to retreat, wanting to observe where the termites' weak points were, but the storm would not give Zhang Fan time to think about it. The middle part was blocked by the army of insects, but the termites on both wings were still attacking, forming a siege. Zhang Fan couldn't allow himself to think too much, and his army of springtails had no choice but to participate. Termites are small in size, with the largest being only 1 centimeter in length. They look a bit like poisonous banalites, with their white abdomen occupying almost 2/3 of their body.
The first springtail was under siege.
Dozens of termites climbed onto its body, and corrosive formic acid continuously sprayed out from the insect's mouthparts. Green smoke began to appear on the exoskeleton, which was water vapor generated by the reaction of strong acid and weak alkali. After being attacked, Zhang Fan also began to counterattack, and the springtails began to gather in a circle to resist the enemy in a defensive posture. The sharp and strong forelimbs were constantly waving and thrusting, achieving great results. In just a quarter of an hour, a ring of small hills composed of termites was formed.
Zhang Fan could no longer see the situation outside and could only cling to it.
In this case, he thought of that tragic and heroic feeling.
Termites continued to pour in from the corpse, and Zhang Fan's circle of springtails continued to shrink.
Unknowingly, there were only 1 million springtails left, unable to break out and forced to fight to the death.
Boom! The king tiger armor is not dead yet.
He broke through the hill made of termites and rushed into Zhang Fan's defensive circle.
You are such a pig teammate.
Zhang Fan felt deep despair. The king tiger armor was covered in wounds, with corroded holes everywhere on its shell, and blood was constantly flowing out of the holes. But with a strong willpower, it acted again and knocked away the termite hill on the other side. Looking at the giant tiger armor charging like a bull, Zhang Fan suddenly came to his senses. No, this is not a pig teammate. This is a divine assist. The moment the termites stopped attacking, Zhang Fan changed the battle formation to a cone formation. This formation is like a sharp dagger, which can preserve the vitality of the rebel army and quickly exit the battlefield, and can also be used as a decapitation operation. Zhang Fan must have used this formation to escape, relying on this formation to constantly chase the king tiger armor. The termites on the body were shaken off like a sieve, and finally the king tiger beetle fell down. When Zhang Fan passed by it, it was not completely dead. Through the pair of compound eyes, we can see the king tiger armor's attachment to life, desire for freedom, disgust for war, and hatred for the ants and termites.
Goodbye, my good comrade, my good partner.
Zhang Fan's troops have been reduced to 100,000. Once they are crushed by termites, they will definitely be in a fight to the death. Finally arriving at the shore, what greeted the springtails was not the rushing river, but an army of ants that had been lined up in formation. The springtails fell apart as soon as they came into contact with the ant army. It felt like a sharp knife was stabbed on the steel plate, and the tip and body of the knife were broken layer by layer. The corpses of springtails were scattered all over the shore.
Just like that, Zhang Fan's tens of millions of troops were gone.
The matter is not over yet, countless termites are still charging. This time it was countless versus countless, and Zhang Fan truly realized the hugeness of the ant tribe before he closed his eyes. The war was over and the termite army retreated, but countless corpses were left on the ground. A termite pretending to be dead crawled up unsteadily. Fortunately, I was prepared. This termite was Zhang Fan, who secretly controlled it when it was surrounded. Thank you everyone for your recommendation votes, and thank you game friends. Originally, Zhang Fan wanted to find their old nest through this termite, but this termite has no IQ. Just like the paramecium, it has no concept of home at all. What use do I need you for? You are useless. The mindless termites were observing the battlefield under the control of Zhang Fan. There were corpses everywhere, and some of the corpses had begun to rot and smell. Walking towards the river bank, I found the ants cleaning up the corpses. After quietly approaching, I heard the sound of their communication.
Good harvest, King, I like it. This is a harvest ant.
This type of ant does not like fighting and is peaceful in nature. It will be frightened at the sight of ferocious insects. Originally, such a weak race could not survive on this grassland, but the arrival of the golden feather ant king gave them a chance to continue to survive. The golden feather ant king is very at ease with the harvest ants and has never made any mandatory requirements for them. This time the harvest ants took the initiative to clean the battlefield. The other harvest ant patted the ground. King, order, speed.
Harvest ants, speed, sunset, retreat.
So the harvest ants began to quickly pick up the corpses on the ground and transport them to the other side of the river in rows. There are also harvester ants on standby on the other side of the river, who are responsible for delivering the obtained resources to various nests. The ants are distributed according to their contribution. Of course, the pioneer insects do not receive such treatment. The sun gradually went down, and all the harvest ants left the battlefield.
Zhang Fan was wandering around the desolate land out of boredom. Where was the termite nest?
He also tried to dig up the ground, but his own strength was too weak to shake the land. The next day, as the sun just rose, the harvest ants came again, and they happily carried the corpse. They started a conversation again. King, I am dissatisfied, too little.
King wants more. King, it's going to be cold this year. Hurry up and move it.
The general meaning of the connection is that the weather this year is very cold, and the golden feather ant king is worried that it will enter a cold winter, so it needs more food to supplement. At this time, Zhang Fan heard harvest ants' words again, and these words gave him a headache.
King, want it, again. King, there are too many in the clan. King, destroy us. Too many, balance.
After some thinking, Zhang Fan understood that the golden feather ant king wanted to start a war again. Not only could he harvest more food on the termite battlefield, but he could also reduce the number of people in his clan to survive the cold winter.
How did the golden feathered ant king tell that winter was coming?
The golden feather ant Wang Yuan originally lived in a cold area and was very sensitive to the weather, but it was later driven out.
It can feel the temperature changes in the air. This summer is not hot and the rain is not very abundant. The winter will definitely be very cold.
In the next period of time, the harvest ants continued to collect food, and there would also be large-scale attacks by the termite army, but they were all beaten back by the overwhelming ants. After the harvest was complete, the ground became desolate again, and no one could tell that a battle had taken place here. Zhang Fan left the termites on this land to fend for themselves, and his thoughts returned to the base, because the second instruction from the golden feather ant king came. We are still sending troops to attack termites, the same formula and the same taste, the only difference is the quantity. Zhang Fan no longer personally controlled this expedition, but handed over the command to Adam.
Adam said that he would be able to complete the mission and perfectly fulfill the instructions given to it by the master.
However, the longer the distance, the less control it would have. Zhang Fan said that he had no worries and would just let these old bugs die and focus on developing new springtails and new worker bees. He had a premonition that the golden feather ant king would launch an attack on him in the near future. It's been a long time since I developed technology. This time, Zhang Fan harvested the genes of termites.
He was thinking about whether he could study poisonous banlings. Banlings have sacs filled with acid and are so bloated that they cannot even walk normally. Banlings can sometimes be seen curling up into a ball and rolling forward on the battlefield. When a poisonous banling approaches an enemy, it triggers a reaction with unstable chemicals in its body, detonating itself and spraying strong acid outwards. The self-destruction will destroy the poisonous banlings, but also cause a lot of damage to the enemy. The Zerg's innate ability to burrow makes the banling threat even more deadly. Banlings suddenly emerge from the ground and rush towards the enemy quickly, leaving them unable to react. The seemingly calm and safe area immediately turns into a death trap. When a large number of poisonous banlings attack the same target, they can cause great damage in an instant. Not only that, the poison explosion will produce a certain splash effect, which can have a very large impact on swarms of ants. The first thing to consider is which kind of strong acid is suitable for the venom in the body. Zhang Fan, who has been on the termite battlefield, feels that the venom of termites is very suitable. Although they are small in quantity, they are extremely destructive. Just look at the rough-skinned and thick-skinned king tiger armor. Such a thick armor plate can be melted out. A hole comes. The poison of this kind of termite is not inferior to that of war ants. The main reason why the poison of war ants is powerful is that they shoot high, fast and with good accuracy. What about termites?
It was like spitting on the exoskeletons of the insects. As a high-quality poison baneling, a small amount of venom is definitely not enough, and the output must be increased. This work must be completed by himself at present. Adam is still busy fighting the war. The larvae that had been replenished with energy were used to hatch, and a purple creature hatched out.
It still looked like a termite.
It could not produce an explosion effect yet, but it could still be called a poisonous baneling insect. The poisonous baneling venom is secreted on both sides of the mouth, with two slender venom tubes, which evolved to prevent accidental ingestion of venom.
Termites that live on plants can decompose the cells in plants to produce venom. Banelings are not that troublesome.
They can directly eat the more effective carpet.
It's definitely not possible for the venom tube to grow in the mouth. It would be no different from termites.
Zhang Fan started to replace the position of the venom tube. After killing several hundred more poisonous baneling bugs, he finally installed the venom tube on his abdomen.
The poisonous banelings kept eating the fungus carpet, and then secreted venom.
The color of their abdomen began to change, turning purple.
In Zhang Fan's impression, the venom of baneling insects should be green, perhaps because the creep contains purple pigment. The good times didn't last long. Not long after the venom was secreted in the abdomen, the poisonous baneling insect's abdomen was burned through.
The drops fell on the bacteria carpet and made a chitch sound. It didn't take long for the poisonous baneling insect to stop eating. It seems that a protective film must be added. Zhang Fan still needs to consider the type of this film.
Warmly celebrate the successful signing of Orange's new book. Here is another chapter on Orange. Please give me rewards, favorites and recommendation votes. Orange here thanks everyone. Biofilms have major flaws.
They cannot store venom for a long time. Zhang Fan has not studied termite venom sacs, and they cannot store venom for a long time. This highly acidic venom is different from the biological toxins carried by the zerg itself and cannot be integrated into cells. It is estimated that war ants are in the same situation, releasing an appropriate amount of toxin at a specific time. Zhang Fan continued to do experiments when Adam sent a message, "Master, your most loyal Adam has successfully completed the task."
Zhang Fan stopped and asked, "How is the situation now?" "Master, all the old springtails have been sacrificed on the battlefield.
Those ants did not take our great clan seriously."
Although Adam was very angry, he followed the master's teachings not to cause trouble and saved most of them. Active forces have entered the termite battlefield.
Adam replied to Zhang Fan with a slightly rosy skin. With a thought, Zhang Fan recalled the picture in Adam's mind. This Adam had a very hot temper, and he couldn't stand the situation of devouring tribesmen, so he killed the bulldog ants in a fit of anger.
Now things got serious.
Of course the ants would not allow the rebels to appear and began to massacre the springtails. The springtails rose up to resist, but when they were halfway through the killing, the ants stopped. The golden feather ant king was somewhat dissatisfied with the ants' self-assertion. The death of a bulldog ant was nothing, but consuming his own troops would make it unhappy. All the ants who took action were executed, and then they took one look at the springtails and left. Next came some battle scenes, which were nothing interesting, so Zhang Fan stopped watching them.
Zhang Fan, Adam, you did a good job. Adam's skin became even brighter. Lord, everything is the result of the Lord. Without the Lord, there would be no Adam. Adam is willing to go through life and death for the Lord.
Zhang Fan encouraged Adam and then said formally, "Now I am doing research on poisonous baneling insects, and I will share the pictures with you." Adam received the picture inside the base, a 360-degree panoramic picture with no blind spots. The dead bodies of some larvae and poisonous banelings were scattered on the ground, and the worker bees were cleaning up these bodies.
Adam saw the problem at a glance. "Master, Adam doesn't know how to praise your greatness. Your idea is really great.
You should be thinking about how biofilms deal with formic acid." "Yes, I have tried many experiments, but they all ended in failure." Adam continued, "Lord, Adam has a little suggestion. I hope the Lord can adopt it."
Zhang Fan asked curiously, "What suggestions?"
"Adam, Master, under your command, the springtails went to the battlefield and were exposed to formic acid. This acid is very corrosive."
"Adam is aware of it, but Master, I don't know if you have discovered anything?" Zhang Fan, "Oh? Is there anything I haven't discovered?" "You continue." "Adam, Master, you have no idea. You must have discovered it. You are testing Adam. Adam knows that although these formic acids are biological acids, their synthesis is indeed an organic chemical synthesis."
Zhang Fan was not ashamed at all and said, "Yes, that's the reason. You have discovered this. Well, it deserves praise. After hearing this, Adam's whole body radiated with joy and glory, shaking constantly. Lord, great Lord, your praise is the glory of Adam's life.
Don't talk nonsense, I want to see if you think the same as me. Zhang Fan controlled Adam to calm down.
He was really afraid that Adam would get too excited and burst his blood vessels and die. Yes, Lord. Adam continued, Master, Adam can try to separate this acid, analyze its components, and then create this acid through synthetic effects.
What do you think, Lord? Zhang Fan was very satisfied. Yes, Adam, I'll leave this matter to you. Complete the task well.
Adam accepted Zhang Fan's order and began to separate termite formic acid.
The termite formic acid here was not pure formic acid, and formic acid did not have such a powerful effect.
The elemental component of termite formic acid is still mainly carbon-based. Adam peeled it off bit by bit through bacteria, and very tiny formic acid adhered to the surface of the hairy bacteria. Hairy bacteria are scientific bacteria specially made by Adam for biological research.
Not only that, it also made deep tube bacteria, bipartite bacteria, slice bacteria, and many other bacteria, all of which are under Adam's control.
Zhang Fan also knew about the existence of these bacteria, but he didn't know how to use them. This required strong concentration and micro-manipulation ability. At this time, only Adam had this ability. The hairy bacteria begin to be gradually corroded by formic acid, and the bacterial surface begins to collapse, but before the end of life, another hairy bacteria has taken over the formic acid. Formic acid continues to flow on the hairy bacteria, constantly reducing its power. After the formic acid could no longer harm the hair-growing bacteria, Adam started another job. It controls the cone-headed bacteria to get close to the formic acid, and then separates the large substances in the formic acid little by little through the very, very fine villi on the top. What remains after separation is pure acid, which has a weak corrosive effect but will still destroy the biofilm.
Taking this into consideration, Adam extracted the acid into vibrating bacteria.
The vibrating bacteria vibrated his body at high speed, gradually breaking up the acid.
Almost out of sight.
It doesn't matter, Adam also has thin slices of bacteria, which are specially designed to be used as magnifying glasses. Working with thin slices of bacteria, Adam clearly observed the acid's internal combination of elements. An organic acid composed of carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen.
After knowing their synthesis patterns, Adam began to think about synthesis issues.
This requires a lot of experiments to verify.
If you already know the answer, you can complete the task without making any mistakes in the question. Just take some time.
Living things need oxygen to breathe, and living things already contain carbon. When it comes to the issue of hydrogen, the first thing that comes to Adam's mind is water, but how to extract hydrogen faster and better, Adam is once again troubled. By the way, the reaction between water and alkali will release hydrogen gas. Adam began to order the worker bees to find some alkaline ores.
The most common element in stones is sodium, which is widely distributed.
Adam peeled it off using the same method, and then extracted hydrogen.
The water-alkali reaction produced hydrogen gas. Adam used filter bacteria to wrap them up, and then carried out the next experiment. Adam was doing experiments on the side, but Zhang Fan received an unexpected gift. Countless gifts were placed in front of Zhang Fan, but he was not happy at all because these were the corpses of springtails. The harvest ant giving the gift patted the ground. King, I give you food. Harvest ants are only responsible for transportation. They don't care about each other's happiness or unhappiness, as long as they complete the orders of the golden feather ant king. These harvest ants will also carry dead members of their own species and gnaw on the corpses of their own species. This time when they brought the corpses of springtails over, they thought the golden feather ant king had a special regard for Zhang Fan. After seeing off the harvest ant queen, Zhang Fan looked at the pile of corpses of springtails and meditated for a while. Then he ordered the worker bees to move the springtails into the base and bury their bodies under the carpet. He feels that he still has some humanity, at least he will not eat his own people. Zhang Fan was very angry and couldn't bear it any longer.
He didn't intend to tell Adam that the new springtails controlling the Lake of Life had arrived on the grassland. The golden feather ant king received the notice, and the springtails gathered their troops to prepare for resistance.
They immediately opened their front jaws and were ecstatic.
Sure enough, I guessed right, they still have a large army, and it looks like there are quite a lot of them. The golden feather ant king has always been suspicious of the springtails. After several brief exchanges, he determined that the master of the other party must be an intelligent creature.
Tolerating again and again is just to confuse yourself, and only after irritating the other party will you show your true strength. The Golden Feather Ant King patted the ground, order, therefore, attack. This order spread like pebbles falling in water, and all the ants began to gather and headed towards Zhang Fan's base. Zhang Fan's springtails already know the ant tribe's movements and are preparing for it. However, I didn't expect that the first one to launch the attack would be cockroaches, such extremely tenacious creatures. They have been ambushed here for a long time. Zhang Fan immediately guessed the plan of the Golden Feather Ant King upon seeing the appearance of the cockroaches. It turned out that it had been wary of springtails. The black springtails with exoskeletons fought with the cockroaches, disrupting Zhang Fan's formation. Cockroaches have a flat body and a dark brown appearance. They move very fast and are good at digging holes. This creature is not very lethal, but its vitality is terrifyingly tenacious. Zhang Fan pierced the head and body of the cockroach, but this guy was still alive and kicking, constantly harassing the springtail troops. After looking at the torn-apart cockroach that was still panting after being bitten by springtails, Zhang Fan felt that the Golden Feather Ant King had given him a treasure. Order springtails to catch a few cockroaches, and start injecting modified cells. Organisms with strong vitality have very strong cell activity. The cells in the body are constantly fighting against the modified cells. Zhang Fan was very anxious. He didn't know when the Golden Feather Ant King would come. He hoped to come later so that he could complete the transformation of the cockroach. As time passed, there were fewer and fewer cockroaches around. It seemed that they had received some instructions and then quickly withdrew from the battlefield. Hurry! Hurry up! The caught cockroach was lying motionless on the ground and was still being transformed by Zhang Fan. Several pairs of flying ants appeared in the sky and were flying towards the base. Zhang Fan quickly asked the springtails to surround the cockroaches. The flying ants landed and slapped the ground. Springtails, surrender. Zhang Fan remained unmoved. These flying ants were not qualified to ask him to surrender. The Zerg had no need to surrender unless they were given food and shelter. No, unless you give them a way to survive. Seeing that the springtails refused to surrender, the flying ants did not attack rashly. Their noble bodies did not allow casual fighting. Just look at the corpses of the cockroaches on the ground and you will know how dirty they are. Zhang Fan felt the vibrations on the ground. The Golden Feather Ant King had arrived, but the transformation of the cockroaches here had not been completed yet. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Zhang Fan shouted anxiously in his heart. If the Golden Feather Ant King knew this secret, he would fight to the death. The cockroach's legs are moving, which is a good sign. If there is a progress bar, it is 90% complete. The vibrations on the ground became more and more intense. A crack was opened in the grass, and a large group of ants of various sizes appeared in front of Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan stared at the grass. No matter whether he succeeded or not, he would stop immediately as soon as the Golden Feather Ant King appeared. The cockroach's head began to move, and Zhang Fan could see the outside world clearly through the cockroach's eyes. To be honest, cockroach's eyes were really good, but the sunlight was a bit dazzling. Slowly feel the sensation from head to chest to abdomen. The transformation of the cockroach has reached 99%. Time seemed to have stopped. From the cockroach's eyes, the tentacles of the Golden Feather Ant King appeared in front of them. At this critical moment, Zhang Fan completed all the modifications to the cockroach, and the springtail immediately retracted its legs. The Golden Feather Ant King has a kingly aura around him. This is not the first time I have seen it, but every time I see it, I feel so majestic. The Golden Feather Ant King saw the cockroach lying on the ground pretending to be dead at a glance. He didn't think too much this time, he simply thought that the group of springtails was going to eat the cockroach. It seems that the springtails in front of me are a little different from those in the past. They smell a bit like the black ants from back then. How did they do it? A springtail stepped forward and patted the ground in an imposing manner and asked, "King, why? Attack!" The Golden Feather Ant King replied, "Master, come out and see me." It turns out that this guy has always been obsessed with the master. You can't tell it that the master is the soul and cannot be touched. It is probably impossible to believe it. "Master, I'm not here," Springtail said. The Golden Feather Ant King flashed with golden light, and the surrounding ants immediately rushed forward, leaving no trace of the Springtail's body. The Golden Feather Ant King slapped the ground fiercely, and seemed to say a lot this time, "Call the master to see me, otherwise, the clan will be wiped out. I am very angry." When the two sides were in a stalemate, Adam's brainwave signal came through, and Zhang Fan quickly connected. "Congratulations, Master, congratulations, Master. Under your guidance, Adam finally completed the transformation of the Baneling venom, and the effect has been improved to a higher level. Adam said with rosy skin. Adam, we've encountered some trouble. Passing the picture to Adam, Adam's skin immediately turned black. Adam said in a gloomy voice, Master, this golden feather ant king is really cunning. Zhang Fan asked again, what should I do now? It's looking for me, but I can't show up at all. Adam's skin began to recover, and then turned blue for the first time, which proved that Adam was calm now and was analyzing the situation on the battlefield. Zhang Fan waited patiently for Adam's reply, but the golden feather ant king couldn't wait any longer and began to order an attack on the springtails. Of course, the springtails also began to fight back. At this time, Adam spoke, Lord, there are some things I don't know whether Adam should say or not. Adam's pupils gradually became dilated. He wanted to take another look at this beautiful world. Tens of thousands of jumping legs seemed to be disobedient and unable to move. It hurt so much that I would never commit suicide next time. At this time, Adam's last consciousness was that his brain was gradually shrinking, losing the supply of oxygen, the cerebral cortex began to turn black, and the neurons stopped working. Adam died in full view of the public. For some reason, the golden feather ant king felt a trace of sadness in his heart, and gently patted the ground. It's a good opponent, what a pity. The golden feather ant king didn't know that this was Adam's first meeting with it, and it had always been Zhang Fan who had been talking to it. Zhang Fan regained control. He didn't know what the golden feather ant king should do next, so he just watched it quietly. The golden feather ant king abandoned all pity in his heart, and then ordered the ants around him, only keep half. The golden feather ant king has left, but the ants are still killing springtails, even some harmless worker bees. Zhang Fan really wanted to get up and fight them in a life and death fight, but when he thought that Adam's death was for a quick peace, Zhang Fan held back again. Soon, the Zerg corpses were all over the main carpet. The ants left, and the worker bees were cleaning the battlefield and slowly returned to the base to lick their wounds. Zhang Fan's thoughts returned to the hive in the lake of life, where Adam's reborn embryo was placed. As long as the mind was converted into it, the modified cells would operate on their own. It was very convenient and very real. But this rebirth takes a long time. Yu Dao is 10 months pregnant, and Adam's resurrection took more than 10 months. Spring passed, autumn came, cold came, and summer passed. I don't know how many days and nights passed, but Adam was not born yet. In recent years, the golden feather ant king has ordered various tribes to attack termites for food every year, and springtails are certainly no exception. Because Adam's death brought a glimmer of life to the springtails, the golden feather ant king did not order other insects to eat the springtails this time, and at the end of the battle, they would be given a lot of food, all of which they had paid for with their lives. The research on poisonous baneling insects was very successful, and Adam had already passed the information to Zhang Fan before he died. Zhang Fan only planned the appearance of the poisonous baneling bug, leaving the venom to Adam. Adam divided the poison sac into 3 parts. The first part was filled with water. It was very pure water and would not have any impact on the entire poisonous baneling insect. The second part of the carbon-oxygen compound does not look like a gas. It is green and looks like the color of a plant. This is the result of Adam's research using a special splicing method. The third part is the venom-strengthening compound. Among these strengthening compounds, there are some compounds that can produce strong acids such as nitrogen and sulfur, and they are relatively heavy. Obviously, Adam hoped that Zhang Fan could transform the poisonous baneling bug into 3 poison sacs. Over the years, Zhang Fan has not been idle. He has not only transformed the poisonous banelings, but also strengthened the springtails, worker bees, and larvae to a certain extent. First of all, let's look at the poisonous baneling. The appearance is still based on termites, but the abdominal volume is increased to store more venom. Put water in the poison sac in the middle. This water can flow and can be absorbed by the poisonous baneling without any impact. Then, he placed the carbon oxide compound on the top of the poison sac. Looking from top to bottom, the abdomen was green. Zhang Fan also placed the compound on the chest and back of the poisonous baneling insect. This it is. Used to increase the usable area. Next, some venom-enhancing compounds are placed in the venom sac at the bottom. These compounds are very stable compounds when they are not exposed to the external environment. Once stimulated, a strong irritating reaction will occur, and a layer of venom-enhancing compounds will appear. A pungent smell like sulfur. The method of detonating the poisonous baneling is also very simple. A thin layer of biofilm is used to vacuum isolate the sodium element on the upper layer of the poisonous baneling's mouth. Once the poisonous baneling is about to explode, it will pierce this film and swallow the sodium element into its belly.
The reaction between sodium and water will produce high temperature and hydrogen gas. The high temperature will destroy the poison capsule membranes on the top and bottom. The large amount of hydrogen produced will instantly fuse with the carbon and oxygen compounds. If a larger dose is needed, the compound will continue to be transferred from the chest and back. The acid finally formed will undergo a strong acid reaction with the complex, and then explode instantly under the stimulation of high temperature and strong acid. This kind of explosion effect is very good. Zhang Fan is very satisfied with the damage caused by the venom, but he still misses Adam a little. The appearance of the springtails has changed quite a lot. When the golden feather ant king saw the springtails again, he thought they were another kind of creature. He thought that the springtails had mutated after the death of the master, so he didn't pay much attention to this. In this situation, I just sent my subordinates to keep an eye on it. The tentacles on the top of the head were removed and moved to the back, making them thicker and longer. The strength of the hind limbs is enhanced and the forelimbs are kept relatively balanced, which can increase the movement speed of the springtails and weaken their jumping ability. Don't think about creatures like springtails with conventional thinking. Their hind limbs only play a supporting role, and all modes of action rely on their forelimbs. The body size has also increased by about 5 centimeters. No matter from every aspect, the strength of the springtail has been strengthened. Next is the improvement of the worker bees. Zhang Fan's changes to the role of this porter are not very big. The main changes are some changes to the internal organs. It enhances the power of cardiac pacing. As early as the time of Adam, it had already developed the cardiac enhancement function, but it has never been implemented. In addition, the digestive capacity of the stomach wall is strengthened, and the mouth parts are also enlarged. This is to better obtain nutrients and speed up the pace of construction. Finally, there is the larvae. Adam's design of the larvae has been perfect. At the beginning, Zhang Fan didn't know where to start. Gradually, he discovered that when each larva hatched, there would always be a loss of resources, so he began to study it from the outside. The energy of larvae is constant, but the energy of evolving into worker bees, poisonous bantlings, and springtails is different. For example, the total energy of larvae is 1, and the energy of worker bees is 1, then the energy required by springtails is 2, and the energy required by poisonous bantlings is 1.5. This energy difference will affect the larvae's eating, thus reducing the efficiency of evolution. Zhang Fan started experimenting. He forced the larvae to evolve, and all nutrients were stored in the cocoons. In this way, you can get the species you want faster. There is no need to consider the issue of eating the mushroom blanket once before evolution, and the difficulty of creating large creatures in the future is eliminated. This is an important achievement. As time went by, Adam gradually took shape. Asking for favorites, asking for recommendation votes. An embryo is an embryo that has the ability to develop into an adult organism after multiple cell divisions and cell differentiations. The embryo formed first is a morula, which is shaped like a mulberry, and then forms a blastocyst. The embryo is sac-shaped, absorbs surrounding nutrients, and continues to develop. The wall of the blastocyst is a trophoblast, and there is an inner cell group in the sac. The embryo continues to develop, and part of the inner cell group develops into 3 germ layers, ectoderm, endoderm, and mesoderm. These 3 germ layers then differentiate and develop into all the tissues and organs of the brainworm. The most difficult part is still the brain. After a long period of development, Adam has already developed a weak consciousness. Zhang Fan tried to have a conversation with it, but the feedback was still incomplete. Zhang Fan wasn't in a hurry, and he didn't dare to be in a hurry, for fear that he would accidentally kill Adam. If he died this time and the thought construction was not completed, Adam would not be able to be resurrected. On this day, the messenger red ants came again. Zhang Fan was now very annoyed by these guys, who never brought good news. King, order, send out troops. The red ants slapped the ground. Zhang Fan asked, Wang, what? The red ant replied, rebellion, suppression. Rebellious? It had been a long time since I heard this word, so Zhang Fan immediately agreed. He thought that this rebellion might be an opportunity for him to counterattack. He led the army of springtails to join the army of the golden feather ant king. Over the years, Zhang Fan has worked hard for the golden feather ant king, working diligently and pretending to be stupid, just to numb it. In order to achieve a better paralysis effect, Zhang Fan pretended to create a springtail king among the springtails. He didn't bother to give him a name because he had no IQ anyway. It's just that its size and strength are stronger than other springtails. When the golden feather ant king saw the springtail king coming, he didn't care. Zhang Fan stepped forward and greeted him respectfully, King, here you go." The Golden Feather Ant King patted the ground. "Get down and talk." Then under Zhang Fan's control, the Springtail King lay on the ground, but it was still bigger than the Golden Feather Ant King. At this time, the Golden Feather Ant King continued to pat the ground. "Rebellion, suppression, you go." The Springtail King asked, "Who was rebelling?" "Big-toothed ferocious ants, bulldog ants, let's go." The Golden Feather Ant King waved its tentacles, allowing Zhang Fan to go down and prepare. Zhang Fan originally wanted to ask again, but was afraid of leaking clues, so he stood up and left. The Golden Feather Ant King stared at the back of the Springtail King thoughtfully. Big-toothed fierce ants and bulldog ants are two fighting ant species. They often fight for the Golden Feather Ant King in quell wars. For some unknown reason, these two fighting ant species actually rebelled. The Springtail King led his army of springtails close to a nest of the big-toothed fierce ant. The big-toothed fierce ant saw that it was a springtail and hurriedly mobilized a large number of soldier ants from the nest to come out for defense. But is this preventable? Just one nest cannot fight against the army of springtails. In order not to let a large toothed ant escape, Zhang Fan surrounded their nest layer by layer. After killing the queen ant in this nest, Zhang Fan started looking for the next nest. The big-toothed ants and bulldog ants are still in a state of ignorance, and they have no idea that the springtails will attack them. Another bulldog ant nest was destroyed, the crickets in the nest were caught, and after asking about the location of the next nest, they continued to set off. The springtails marched very fast, constantly devouring the rebel nests. The surrounding insects were in shock, and they had no idea why these springtails were attacking the nests of the two ant tribes like crazy. In the end, the news leaked out, and the main force of the big-toothed ants already knew the news about the springtails, and they were so angry that they kept waving their tentacles. Bulldog ant was notified, and bulldog ant made the same angry gesture. In this way, the three front armies started fighting fiercely on the grassland. It was a lively fight between you and me. Bulldog ants are quite smart. Instead of confronting the springtails head-on, they choose to take a roundabout way and head towards the base of the springtails. How could Zhang Fan not consider this situation? The second army of springtails moved out to stop the progress of the bulldog ants. The numbers of the two ant tribes were getting larger and larger. They continued to replenish their troops, and the springtails began to be defeated steadily. Zhang Fan knew that he could only retreat now, so the two troops retreated to the fungus carpet at the same time. On the fungus carpet, the springtails could recover their combat effectiveness faster. Springtails in Lake of Life also began to fall and joined the army. The two ant clans met again. This time it was a counterattack. Zhang Fan tried his best to resist, but the opponent's firepower was too fierce for you, and the number became more and more, and gradually he could no longer withstand it. "Would you like to try poisonous baneling insects?" An idea flashed in Zhang Fan's mind. Then he quickly put it behind him. The poisonous baneling insects are used to deal with the Golden Feather Ant King, and they must be kept secret. Seeing the springtails retreating again, Zhang Fan ordered the worker bees to join the battlefield. Although the attack power of the worker bees was not strong, their defense was pretty good. In the presence of barriers, the springtails began to counterattack, and the third springtail force had been assembled. They also adopted roundabout tactics, preparing to surround Wei and rescue Zhao, and kept attacking the empty nests. The big-toothed ants and bulldog ants seemed to be stimulated, and they divided their forces to encircle and suppress them, but their movement speed was really not as fast as the springtails. One shot for another, never staying in one place. The three front armies were rapidly depleting their forces, and countless corpses were scattered around again. Some desperate insects wanted to get a share of the pie, but they were instantly involved in the battlefield, leaving no trace of their bodies. At some point, Zhang Fan's Third Legion accidentally fell into the ranks of war ants. This is so embarrassing. The war ants went berserk again and wiped out the group of springtails in an instant. Then they saw the chasing giant-toothed ferocious ants and bulldog ants and launched a fierce attack. The Golden Feather Ant King was stunned for a moment after receiving the news about the war ants, and then became furious. If it could speak, it would definitely curse. "Who told you to provoke the war ants?" There was no other way. In order to reduce the damage of the war, the Golden Feather Ant King began to mobilize troops and generals to stop the war ants. Various ant species appeared in front of the war ants, and soon a melee began. The war ants retreated, and the battle scene was no smaller than the creep battlefield. The three races fighting on the fungus carpet were still fighting non-stop. At this time, the Golden Feather Ant King felt that the time was almost up. So the army returned and headed towards Zhang Fan's base. Zhang Fan's fight was a bit feeble. If he dealt with one ant clan, he would still have a chance to find a weakness, but the effect of two ant clans combined is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2.
Thanks to Yuji Zuwenchening for the big reward.
Thank you. I'm so happy to receive a reward for the first time.
I'll update it in the middle of the night. Zhang Fan was overjoyed after hearing the sound, and immediately contacted Adam and said cautiously, "Adam, are you awake?"
Lord Adam is now like a child, with a milky voice. Zhang Fan seemed to be a father for once, teasing little Adam dotingly. Adam has already developed a mind, which proves that he is about to complete his rebirth. The next step is to wait for Adam to break out of his shell, study the hydralisk together, and make the final counterattack.
Ha! It's snowing?
This was the first time Zhang Fan saw snow in this world. Snow is cold, yes they are cold, but they are also fragile.
They are fragile when they come to the mortal world. They can only protect themselves by getting cold.
They are not selfish, not because they are afraid of warmth, they just want to have time to show themselves and let themselves have the value of existence.
Even if it's just for 1 second, they are willing.
The Zerg are also cold, and only coldness will make them stronger.
If you want to continue in this cruel world, you must make your heart even colder. The snow was really cold.
Zhang Fan had never felt so lonely at this moment, as if he was standing in a corner abandoned by the world. The remaining snow fell on the grassland, decorating the mottled land. With a flick of his finger, time has passed forever.
Looking at the white snow, Zhang Fan thought, how long has it been since he came to this world? Will his parents miss him? Do your friends still remember him?
The winter snow is falling, the beautiful scenery is flawless, and the eyeshadows are swaying. The springtails have hid in the warm base, letting the snowflakes contaminate the earth, and the north wind is howling.
I don't know how many lives this heavy snow will take away.
The Golden Feather Ant King was also looking sadly at the wind and snow outside. This was the second time it had encountered snow in its life. I still remember the feeling when the Golden Feather Ant King encountered snow for the first time that year, the heartbreaking pain of exclaiming, and the sadness of seeing his people not dying in the war but being covered by the cruel snow.
Countless hesitations, countless confusions, how many laughter have been frozen? Countless emptiness, countless silences, how many dreams in your heart have been diluted? Countless hesitations, countless fears, how many endless thoughts have been dried up?
Regardless of the dissuasion of his subordinates, the Golden Feather Ant King stood proudly in the wind and snow, raising his head and feeling the howling cold wind, which diluted the thoughts in his heart, leaving only the memories hidden in his heart. The snow has stopped, spring is here, and the sun shines on this land again, melting the white snow all over the mountains and wild fields. Insects experienced a cold winter and their numbers suddenly dropped sharply. The Golden Feather Ant King kept having a bad premonition in his heart. It also left the forest because of the snow.
Zhang Fan's worker bees are cleaning the snow on the bacteria blanket.
Unfortunately, the bacteria blanket has no cold resistance and has all frozen to death, so it can only be rebuilt. The snow brought a lot of water to the grassland, and soon the fungus carpet was laid out again. According to Zhang Fan's idea, the Golden Feather Ant King should patrol the territory after spring, but why hasn't he come yet?
Did he freeze to death?
The good news came that Adam had fully woken up after this winter and was learning to control his body again. Walking on the ice and snow, Zhang Fan could clearly see Adam's skin that was purple from the cold. "Master, your most loyal servant.
Adam is back." Adam returned to the hive and said to Zhang Fan, "Well, although it took a long time, it would be nice to be back."
Zhang Fan said happily. The master and servant miss each other and regard each other as the most important part of their lives. After chatting for a while, Zhang Fan began to assign 2 tasks.
The time was tight and there was no time to think too much. The first task is the Vitality Transformation Plan, which is a change to the entire genetic chain. Zhang Fan cannot do it.
As he said back then, there is no way to complete the micromanagement, and it must be completed by Adam. The second task was to go to the forest to find useful creatures before the snow had melted. A gene is a polypeptide chain, a nucleotide sequence. Genes support the basic structure and performance of life, and store all information about life's race, blood type, pregnancy, growth, apoptosis, and other processes. The interdependence of environment and genetics plays out important physiological processes such as the reproduction of life, cell division, and protein synthesis. All life phenomena such as growth, decline, disease, old age, and death of organisms are related to genes. The controlled cockroaches remained in the nutrient solution at the base and also spent a stable winter.
Adam ordered the worker bees to transport the cockroach back to the lake of life.
This time it had to observe it closely.
There would always be some flaws in remote operation.
A small cockroach appeared in front of Adam, and he threw the cockroach onto the original experimental table.
It still tastes the same as before. Over the years, the Overlord has not changed the appearance of Adam's laboratory.
The nutrient solution in the laboratory began to gradually increase, and soon it would fill the entire laboratory, and scientific bacteria also poured in from all directions.
The large cunning bacteria began to dissect the cockroach, first amputating the legs.
After the amputation is completed, grinding bacteria appear, which are composed of two bacteria that merge together and rub together quickly. Adam carefully observed the muscle lines of the cockroach's legs. The muscle elements in the legs were very developed and could not be wasted. Then, he went deep inside to observe the arrangement of neurons. Although it was slightly worse than his own, it was higher than all existing Zerg creatures, so it couldn't be wasted.
As for the rest, Adam hasn't discovered anything yet.
His main job is still to study the genetic sequence of cockroaches. A cut was made from the cockroach's chest. The heart inside was beating strongly and powerfully.
Adam observed the flow of blood in the cockroach's body very carefully.
By separating the arteries and veins, the heart can still continue to beat, but the beating frequency is gradually decreasing.
The lungs of cockroaches are also extremely high quality.
Adam has been thinking about the lungs of the Zerg, but Zhang Fan has always believed that breathing through the skin is the best. But he seemed to have overlooked the role of the exoskeleton in blocking skin breathing. Adam told Zhang Fan about the lung research, and Zhang Fan said that Adam should just have fun and let it go as long as it develops for the best. After the lungs were taken out, they came to the vicinity of the kidneys. The cockroach's kidneys were like 2 points, slightly invisible, but with a large number of gene chains. It was also Adam's main task this time. The needle bacterium carefully took out the kidney and placed it on the hairy bacterium. Adam begins to break down the kidneys through various bacteria. There seemed to be only a few genetic lines in it, and the rest was just water. Adam observed the combination of these polypeptide chains and imitated them with proteins. Genes composed of proteins appeared in front of Adam easily. It tried experimenting with these genes in larvae, and the larvae hatched into cockroaches.
This is not possible. The sequence of arrangement is definitely not like this.
Finding the permutation and combination of genes every time is a tedious project, and only through constant experimentation can the correct answer be found.
Adam's sequencing moved very quickly, and the entire laboratory was filled with genetically sequenced bacteria.
They changed the position of each nucleotide under Adam's control.
Something seems to be missing?
After studying it, Adam stopped. It could perfectly inject cockroach genes without changing the appearance of worker bees or other Zerg species, but the vitality state did not change at all.
Could the problem still be genetic?
Adam reported his idea to Zhang Fan, who speculated that perhaps this was the protective effect of sexual reproduction. A group of springtails were ordered out of the nest to capture cockroaches. These cockroaches spent the whole winter, and most of them survived in the end.
It was easy to find the large group of cockroaches, and no longer controlled them, and ran away before the golden feather ant king noticed.
This time, more than 20 cockroaches were captured, broken down and transported to the Lake of Life in batches by worker bees. Adam accepted these cockroaches, and sure enough, he discovered the genetic differences between male cockroaches and female cockroaches. This involves the issue of chromosome pairing.
The cockroach Adam studied before was a female cockroach.
This time it found 2 different forms of gene chains in male cockroaches.
One type of female cockroach is genetically very similar, while the other type is slightly different. It doesn't matter. This is not a problem for the clever Adam.
It experimented with sexual and asexual reproduction, and finally succeeded in increasing the vitality of the Zerg after lengthening the gene chain.
Adam was the first to evolve himself, but he didn't seem to feel anything?
After blinking a few times, a springtail attacked him and opened a gash in his skin. The wound heals quickly and at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Lord, get the gospel. Adam's skin turned red with excitement.
They quickly changed the genes of all Zerg creatures, and quietly, the strength of the Zerg made a big leap forward.
The next work is simple. Replacing muscle cells and neurons is easy.
Zhang Fan came to the forest for the second time while Adam was still doing experiments. The snow here had not yet started to melt. The big trees blocking the sky blocked the sunlight from shining on the snow, and the forest still looked snow-capped. Some trees had been weighed down by heavy snow, and Zhang Fan also found the corpses of many large insects underneath. I didn't find what I wanted, but it was a pity to throw them away, so I put them all away for future use. The forest is quite quiet after the snow, as if everything is still hibernating. Zhang Fan led the springtails and continued heading north, stumbling on the soft snow. Time passed day by day, and the snow on the grassland gradually melted. The golden feather ant king emerged from the nest and began to inspect the territory to take stock of the damage caused by the snow disaster. The ants suffered the highest proportion of damage. Not only ordinary ants were frozen to death, but some queens were also frozen to death, and the eggs were not preserved. Due to the lack of food in the nest, several internal fights occurred during the winter, resulting in heavy losses. The fungus blanket that was finally obtained through hard work was frozen to death, and an important source of food security was lost. The golden feather ant king was thinking and calculating the losses of each tribe. He sent his subordinates to negotiate and let ant tribes of the same type join the nest to minimize the losses. This job is very difficult, just like demolition. If you stay in a place for a long time, you will always have feelings and don't want to leave. It is still dispatching supplies, ordering the harvester ants to distribute various foods in proportion to the size of the nest. The work after spring was very busy, and the golden feather ant king had no time to take care of Zhang Fan, which also brought Zhang Fan a little breathing space. The further north you go, the colder the weather becomes. Many springtails cannot stand the cold weather and freeze to death. They have no choice but to retreat. While retreating, Zhang Fan found a hot spring as if he was being favored by the gods. The temperature of this hot spring is not high, and there are many small creatures wandering around in it. Springtails jumped in one after another, catching and eating, and sent all the information about the small insects they caught to Adam. Adam is constantly sorting and analyzing, looking for the genes that are most conducive to the evolution of the Zerg.
This hot spring seemed to be very deep. Zhang Fan controlled the springtails to keep going deeper.
The light gradually dimmed, and an underground river with undercurrents appeared underneath. Here he finally found the treasure he had been looking for. The matchmaker's bug, also known as the scorpion bug, lives in the water. It has a long and thin respiratory organ on its tail, and its forelimbs are like the forearms of a praying mantis. It is a rare, strange and interesting insect. This scorpion bug is slightly larger than a springtail. It is hunting and did not notice the springtails approaching quietly. There is a group of shrimps in front of the scorpion bug. The shrimp is a small shrimp with a body length of 0.10.3 centimeters. It was lurking, waiting for the group of shrimps to approach. When it reached the hooking distance, the scorpion bug took out the hook at an extremely fast speed and caught 3 shrimps at once. Then he put them into his mouth, but the mantis was chasing the cicada, the oriole was behind, and Zhang Fan's springtail also touched the back of the scorpion bug. He raised his forelimbs and swung down hard to firmly pin the scorpion bug to the stone. The surrounding springtails began to inject modified cells into the scorpion bug's body. With the sickle in hand, Zhang Fan began to return to the court with his troops. Yu Dao is a person who feels refreshed when happy events occur, and brings good luck and wealth. On the way back, Zhang Fan unexpectedly found a centipede nest. It is full of unhatched centipede eggs, which is much more convenient than getting the centipede body directly. Hurry up, move quickly, use your moves brightly, and be careful of the centipede. These eggs are about the same size as springtails and cannot be transported, so they can only be injected and extracted here. The little centipede in the egg died before she knew what had happened. Unexpectedly, the vitality of these centipede eggs is even more complete than that of cockroaches. This does not mean that the vitality of centipedes is necessarily stronger than that of cockroaches, but the cells in the fertilization stage have very strong vitality.
In addition, centipedes in itself, that's a bit extraordinary.
This is just like wrestling. When a child falls, he can just get up and dust off his clothes.
However, when an adult falls, it often hurts here and there. This is the advantage of being young. The big centipede didn't know where it was going. It must have gone out to look for food, giving Zhang Fan a lot of opportunities to take advantage of. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Please collect and recommend votes. Adam has been working the hardest these days.
You can tell by looking at his eyes, which are covered with bloodshot eyes, and he hasn't rested for a long time.
The harvested results are also quite rich. The strength of the entire Zerg tribe has made a qualitative leap. There is no need to be afraid when facing any ant tribe. This change from the inside out at the genetic level made Adam himself feel scared. Zhang Fan's egg retrieval plan was discovered by the giant centipede, and all the springtails died in the forest.
Only part of the genes of the giant centipede were obtained, but it was enough, and the study of hydralisks was also put on the agenda. The golden feather ant king was still busy rebuilding after the disaster. On this day, it thought of the springtails and wondered if they had any extra food. Arriving at the base with ease, I found that the surroundings were still surrounded by a purple blanket of bacteria, and the base was intact despite the snowstorm.
The golden feather ant king was a little angry and ordered the springtails to contribute food.
Zhang Fan agreed, but killed the harvest ants that came to collect the food. Although the golden feather ant king was furious, he did not dare to act rashly. The other party should have had a certain amount of confidence to do such a thing.
What was the reason?
According to the original plan, a large army could be sent to suppress the springtails, and then the other party would be forced to contribute food. However, the current military strength was seriously damaged, and a large number of ants were busy looking for food.
Could it be said that they also have an intelligent creature? If this is really the case, this is a serious gaffe.
The golden feather ant king indirectly felt the power of the Zerg and had to make some decisions.
In one summer, no matter how much the ants recover, the Zerg must be wiped out. Autumn is a harvest season. Autumn is a day when everything disappears and the green grass begins to turn yellow.
Insects are carrying hay back to their nests, in order to prepare for another winter. At least they will not be caught off guard and freeze to death like in previous years. In this harvest season, the golden feather ant king sincerely invites Zhang Fan to attend this banquet, the last gathering before winter. Zhang Fan heard the words of the messenger Red Ant clearly, and immediately realized that this was the Hongmen banquet of the golden feather ant king. Humph, you have your Hongmen banquet, and I have my Zhangliang plan.
It's hard to say who will win.
Zhang Fan thought to himself. The venue of the banquet was set on a hill beside Yao Lake, where you can clearly appreciate the scenery of Yao Lake. It took Zhang Fan more than 10 days to arrive at the banquet venue with the springtails.
There doesn't seem to be anything unusual here, the ants are eating food happily.
The golden feather ant king saw the springtail king coming and personally greeted him. Welcome, springtail.
King, thank you.
King Zergling replied as he patted the ground. The golden feather ant king led the springtail dynasty toward the center, while the springtails stayed where they were, and a dedicated ant tribe would take care of them. In the central banquet area, there are many members of the ant tribe, who are all kings of their own tribe. The springtail king sat between the sword-jawed ants and the yellow ants, while the harvest ants were busy transporting food. Zhang Fan saw a ball of dark meat placed in front of the springtail king. The golden feather ant king explained that it was the meat of the king tiger armor and it tasted very delicious. Controlling the springtail king to eat meat, some of which are raw and hard to chew. Then the harvest ants presented various fruits and seeds for everyone to enjoy.
The big-toothed ant is opposite the springtail king. It has not eaten and is looking at it with ferocious eyes. The bulldog ant has the same look.
The golden feather ant king stood up, patted the ground and said that this banquet is for everyone to live in harmony. In the future work and life, we should not be aggressive and obey orders and instructions. Winter is coming, and the ants have come up with ideas on how to survive the winter. The entire banquet resounded with slaps one after another.
Some said using hay, some said digging deep pits, and some said hoarding food.
Finally, the king of golden feather ants turned his attention to the king of springtails and asked, "How about springtails?"
Over winter.
Zhang Fan followed what the crowd said, dig holes, hoard food.
The golden feather ant king slapped the ground again at this time. What, hoarding? Zhang Fan replied, hunting and planting. Food is in short supply.
The golden feather ant king stopped eating. The surrounding ants also stopped when they saw the king stopped moving. The springtail king was also embarrassed to eat and slapped the ground. King, my subordinates, I don't know.
The golden feather ant king said again, how about the carpet, contribution? Are you still thinking about the germ carpet?
Zhang Fan thought in his mind.
Controlling the springtail king, he said, King, creep, it's okay.
The golden feather ant king nodded, revealing that it was indeed such an ecology.
It slapped the ground again. How about laying the carpet? Planting, seeds.
Zhang Fan replied.
Planting, who will do it?
Worker bees.
The golden feather ant king narrowed his eyes and asked again, worker bees, are there any, king? Zhang Fan flatly denied it.
The golden feather ant king changed his tone and asked again, springtails, smart. Zhang Fan did not answer, but King Jinyu seemed to have something to say. He then told of the springtails' attacks on the giant toothed ants and bulldog ants, their departure from the nest to the forest without permission, and the changes in their appearance. Zhang Fan listened quietly, always on guard against the sudden attack of the golden feather ant king. Listening to the words of the golden feather ant king, all the ants showed disgust towards Zhang Fan. The sword-jawed ants and the little yellow ants also pointed their front jaws at the springtail king. Finally, the golden feather ant king patted the ground several times and asked, you are not the king, where is the king?
Zhang Fan's springtail replied, "The king is in my heart."
The golden feather ant king's expression condensed.
What does this mean? How does their king control the group? The golden feather ant king continued to ask, "What do you mean?"
Zhang Fan replied, "The king is the ethnic group is the king." The golden feather ant king opened his jaws as if laughing, and the surrounding ants also laughed when they saw the king smiling. Stopping laughing, the golden feather ant king patted the ground for the last time. "Adam, he's not dead, do it." The sword-jawed ant reacted very quickly and bit the springtail king.
Zhang Fan was well prepared and leaned back.
The little yellow ant and the sword-jawed ant collided with each other, and half of the little yellow ant's jaw was chopped off by the sword-jawed ant, causing it to roll on the ground in pain. All the ants began to slap the ground angrily, and the huge vibrations woke up the ants outside. They began to bite the springtails, and the springtails fought back. A burrowing ant suddenly appeared from the ground and bit the springtail king on its hind legs. The springtail king staggered, and the ants swarmed in behind him. Bulldog ants and big-toothed ferocious ants came in front of the springtail king, opened their front jaws, and bit the forelimbs of the springtail king. The golden feather ant king came to the springtail king and bit its neck off in one bite. Finally, there is a cover. I just noticed it. Please vote for recommendation in favorites. When the all-out war between the Zerg and ant tribe broke out, Zhang Fan had already prepared for it, but he didn't expect that the golden feather ant king was prepared earlier than him. Both Yahoo and the base are heavily guarded by the golden feather ant king, who has always been wary of Yahoo.
Here it personally guards, blocking the endless springtails jumping out of Lake Glory. So the base location means the troops are weak?
But no, the springtails encountered war ants as soon as they attacked. I don't know what method the golden feather ant king used to convince the war ants, but they were attacking Zhang Fan in their own way.
Even the evolved springtails still have difficulty dealing with the current war ants. But it doesn't matter. He has poisonous banlings. Now the poisonous banlings finally come into play. The poisonous banling insect cannot walk on its own. It needs to roll close to the enemy and then explode. After the explosion, the venom will be sprayed indiscriminately between the enemy and the enemy.
A group of worker bees carried the poisonous bantlings and pushed them hard, and then the poisonous bantlings rolled towards the war ants. War ant has never seen this kind of creature before, and is ready to wait for the enemy to get close before destroying it. But when the poisonous bantlings approached the war ant queen, they gradually grew in size. Finally, after a scream of insects, the poisonous bantlings exploded. The shockwave shattered the war ants in front, and the venom splashed on them, starting to corrode the exoskeleton, and a pungent smell rushed into the sky. The poisonous bantlings' first expedition achieved very good results, and the war ants were stunned at once. However, the war ants were indeed the strongest ant species on the grassland. They quickly changed their tactics and began to attack these poisonous bantlings from a distance.
Bang bang bang, dozens of poisonous bantlings exploded instantly, and the venom filled the grassland.
The surviving grass began to rot and turn black, and the entire area became a forbidden area of death. Neither springtails nor war ants dared to advance rashly.
"Adam, how is the work on the hydralisk done?" Zhang Fan asked hurriedly.
"Master, the hydralisk has entered the final stage of debugging.
As long as Adam implants these genes into the larvae, it will hatch." Adam answered. "Okay. As soon as possible.
I want them to taste the power of the Zerg," Zhang Fan said fiercely. The venom on the ground has not all dissipated, but the war ants could not wait any longer, and they launched a death charge. Swarms of war ants fell on the venom, paving a path forward for their comrades before their bodies were completely corroded. Zhang Fan did not dare to let the poisonous banling insects explode in his swarm of springtails, so the two sides struggled again. The front jaws of war ants are very hard, and the sharp claws on springtails are equally hard. When the two sides collide, they will make a sound of metal collision. This battle is like two swordsmen, one is a general from the court and the other is a knight from the countryside. The general drew his sword and used a move to attack Huanglong. Seeing this, the knight calmly raised his sword to block, swung away the general's sword, turned around and struck Pingsha Luoyan. The general rolled over quickly to avoid the attack, and the carp jumped upright. Before his feet even landed on the ground, the sword had already been slashed out. This was an unstoppable attack, unstoppable. At the critical moment, another knight appeared and pierced the general's body with his sword. The general retreated, clutching his chest, and blood continued to flow from his chest. He tore off his clothes and wrapped them around his chest, his eyes showing a fatal light. He picked up his sword and charged at the knight again, even though he was 1 against 2. One knight drew a fatal sword, and another knight stepped forward and raised the hilt of the sword to his waist, preparing for a decisive blow. However, the general's martial arts skills were very high, and his ability to use hidden weapons was even better. Seeing this, he sprayed a mouthful of venom on the knight's face. The knight groaned in pain, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. Seeing that there was an opportunity, the general slashed it down from top to bottom. However, the general did not expect that the knight had such strong resilience, and he used his shoulder to withstand the powerful blow. The knight raised his sword again, and with the cooperation of the two knights, he finally beheaded the general. The war ant lost its head and swayed twice before falling to the ground. This all happened in the blink of an eye. The two springtails took a short rest and then joined the battlefield again. In terms of numbers, springtails have the overwhelming advantage. Master, please be sure to catch a war ant. Adam found that the way they spray venom is very helpful to us. Adam also paid attention to the situation on the battlefield. Zhang Fan didn't answer, and just let a group of springtails surround a war ant. But the war ant seemed determined to die and resisted with all its might, almost vomiting out its venom. After going through all kinds of hardships, cutting off its 6 legs and biting off its tentacles, the war ant's attack was weakened. When the ant tribe loses its tentacles, it is equivalent to losing its eyes. It cannot see the surrounding environment, and its front jaws are still biting. It is still completing its mission. As long as it is not dead, it will continue to fight. Adam, I think they are the real warriors. Zhang Fan suddenly couldn't bear it. Adam also said calmly, Master, they are respectable opponents, but they are also terrible opponents. We cannot stay for the glorious mission of the Master. Zhang Fan nodded, I understand, send out the poisonous banlings, and the springtails retreat. After receiving the order, the springtails fended off the attacks of the war ants and fled the battlefield at extremely fast speeds. The war ants still wanted to pursue them, but suddenly they spotted the poisonous banlings rolling in front of them. It was too late to form another formation, and all they could do was watch the poisonous banlings enter the hinterland. Bang bang bang, continuous explosions were heard in the colony of war ants, and thousands more war ants were sacrificed. During this period of time, Zhang Fan's springtails had already circled back, biting the tail wings of the war ants, and were about to engage in a battle of annihilation. When the war ants saw that the opponent was so close to their queen, they all started to move towards the springtails, regardless of the poisonous banlings in front. Zhang Fan didn't know why these war ants were in chaos, but it didn't affect his ability to expand his victory. The number of war ants is getting smaller and smaller, but the number of springtails is constantly increasing. All the springtails crawling out from the Lake of Life and the base have joined the battlefield. Zhang Fan saw many ant queens, who were looking at the approaching springtails in horror. This may be the first time in her life that the ant queen is so scared. The strongest clan on the grassland, today is the end of you. The springtails' offensive intensified again, and finally the war ants couldn't resist, and the springtails came in front of the queen ant. The sharp sword was swung out, and the soldiers took their heads from it. The war ants looked at the beheaded queen in a daze, and fell into endless despair and grief. Springtails trample on the corpses of war ants, eating away at the last warriors. Please collect and recommend, and I would like to thank you. The war ants' battle is over, but Yaowu's side is plunged into a fierce battle. In this unprecedented war, Zhang Fan fully demonstrated the essence of the Zerg War. No matter how many they have, I will outnumber you. No matter how powerful they are, I will drown you with a tide of insects. There are springtails all over the lake in Yao Lake. Let me see how you fight with me, Golden Feather Ant King. The Golden Feather Ant King also had eyes wide open. Looking at the endless springtails, he felt like he was on a termite battlefield. If it weren't for that damn snow, how can you not beat them? The Golden Feather Ant King constantly dispatches the ants to fill the gaps on the battlefield. It had already guessed that there was a problem in Yaowu, but it didn't expect that Yaowu's problem was so big. It thought that the other side of the mountain was the Zerg's base camp. It was really a mistake. The Golden Feather Ant King also ordered all ant queens to overload their eggs no matter what method they use. This order caused the entire grassland to wail. The queen ant must keep up with the food to lay eggs. If the food keeps up, it must be hunted. The ants hunt several types of insects on a large scale and are on the verge of extinction. The queen ant was also very uncomfortable. Originally, according to the standard, she would produce a little bit every day to maintain the balance of her body's material balance. However, after the overload operation, the egg-laying part of the body began to wear and tear not long after. This is just like an engine. There is a rated standard and a maximum standard.
As long as it is within the rated standard, there will be no engine damage.
If it is greater than the maximum standard, the engine's bearings and cylinders will be worn out quickly, leading to the complete scrapping of the engine.
The standard outcome of an overloaded queen is to be scrapped and die. But what can be done? That's what war is like.
Under this high-pressure situation, the ants reproduce very quickly and can hatch in a day. They are like premature babies and have no fighting ability.
This is a kind of battle that draws out the firepower. If you win, the result will be fine. If you lose, you will become someone else's fish.
The feeling of being cut off by others is even more uncomfortable than death.
King. War ants. Destroy.
The messenger red ant hurriedly told the king of golden feather ants about the death of the war ants.
The golden feather ant king was shocked. What? It never thought that the war ants would be defeated.
After so many years, the golden feather ant king clearly knew how terrifying the war ants were.
They will be beaten back but not killed.
Standing high up, the golden feather ant king once again cast his gaze into the black insect swarm. After a brief thought, he said to the messenger red ant, "Open the boulder." The red ant was stunned for a moment, then showed a frightened expression, and kept patting the ground. "King, it's dangerous, don't do it." The golden feather ant king looked at the red ants patting the ground with fierce eyes. "Open the boulder." The frightened red ant staggered down, but it still decided to obey the order of the golden feather ant king. In the northwest of the grassland, close to the desert, the grass here is not lush. They are competing with the desert for survival. There is a huge stone here, and there is an extremely small gap under the stone, and a group of prison ants are transporting food into it. The number of prison ants is very small, and their job is to bring food to the terrible creatures under the rocks. Green tentacles stretched out from the slit, and pierced the prison ant delivering food in one go. It was covered with sharp barbs, and when it was pulled back, it easily pulled the prison ant into the abyss.
The surrounding prison ants were in shock.
There seemed to be some terrible demon hiding in the bottomless crack. The green tentacles reached out again and rolled the spilled food into the gap, and the prison ants breathed a sigh of relief. This life has lasted for who knows how many years. Buzz buzz, there was a buzzing sound in the sky.
Who is coming?
The boss of the prison ants came out of the nest in fear. When he looked up, he saw that it seemed to be a flying ant.
What was he doing here?
The flying ants came to the sky above the prison ants and hovered for a while before landing in front of the prison ant boss.
"King, order."
The flying ant landed on the ground and conveyed the order of the golden feather ant king.
The prison ants hurriedly slapped the ground. "King, what, an order?"
"Open, boulder." Although Flying Ant pretended to be calm and said, he could still feel his whole body trembling.
The prison ant panicked. "King, no, it's impossible.
The enemy, springtails, are powerful." The flying ants said helplessly. The prison ants have never seen springtails. They don't know why the king would give such an order.
Is he really going to let these terrible demons out?
Seeing that the prison ant had not yet made a decision, the flying ant slapped the ground. Time is urgent and powerful.
Feeling the urgency of the flying ants, the prison ants couldn't figure it out. Could the enemy on the opposite side be more terrifying than the devil?
The flying ants scratched the ground anxiously. At this moment, one after another flying ants also landed in front of the prison ants and conveyed the same order. The golden feather ant king guessed that the prison ants would not release each other so easily, so he sent 12 flying ants in a row to convey the order. Only then did the prison ants realize the seriousness of the matter, and led the flying ants towards the inside of the nest. Along the way, they kept talking about the horror of the monster under the stone. These flying ants are all new generation flying ants. They have not experienced that terrible era and cannot feel it at all. On the contrary, they are frightened by the attacks of springtails and the round things that can explode.
The prison ants are different.
Since they came to this land, the golden feather ant king renamed them prison ant queens, and they have been responsible for guarding them for generations. Even if they are pressed under a stone, many of their comrades will still die every year. And the golden feather ant king's order is not to starve them to death, but to feed them. Arriving deep underground, the prison ants came to the most critical opening of the dungeon. This was designed by the golden feather ant king.
It is a very clever combination of mechanisms.
There is a round pebble inside, half of which has been buried in the soil. The prison ants told the flying ants that this was the key to opening the boulder. The flying ants quickly asked the prison ants to open the boulder, but the prison ants hesitated again and asked about the springtail situation. The flying ants started talking in all directions.
Even though the king of golden feathered ants is at a loss as to what to do, This matter is indeed too serious. At this time, the prison ant said that it would only open the boulder if all its people entered the nest. The flying ants didn't need the prison ants to say anything. They hurried outside the nest and kept beating the ground to let the prison ants return to the nest. Although I don't know what happened, I still have to listen to what the boss says. Taking a deep breath, the prison ant picked up the stone and dropped it down a small tunnel. Ding ding dong dong, pebbles continued to fall along the tunnel. Please vote for recommendation and favorites. The pebbles landed on a pile of pebbles, and the pile of pebbles was rushed away by the force of gravity. A stone slab inside was exposed, and the stone slab slipped and continued to fall. No one knows what is under the ground, only the golden feather ant king knows, and those old guys who followed the golden feather ant king have disappeared in the long river of history. The stone slab fell and seemed to fall into the water with a clatter, and then floated along the river. Ahead is a huge intermittent fountain that spits out huge jets of water every once in a while. The slate floated quietly on the fountain. The flying ants waited anxiously, and there was no movement after an unknown amount of time. They gradually became impatient and kept questioning the ants. Prison ant also said that he was helpless. After all these years, who knows whether this mechanism is working or not? Rumble, the sound of the earth shaking appeared, and the prison ants kept running in the nest. It felt like an earthquake, shaking the entire ground. The flying ants were also staggered by the violent shaking, right? Is this guy so strong? The prison ant bit his head and said that this was not caused by those demons, but should be the effect of the golden feather ant king's mechanism. The stone slabs used the power of the fountain to break open the surface of the earth, revealing a cavity that continued to collapse and grow larger, triggering strong earthquakes. The earthquake effect became stronger and stronger, and the demons under the boulder felt scared and kept scratching at the gaps. Eventually the earthquake stopped, and the cracks reached the edge of the boulder and were extending forward at an extremely slow speed. As if unable to withstand the pressure, the boulder suddenly sank, not only completely covering the gap, but also triggering another earthquake. The entire boulder became shaky, swaying from side to side. The somewhat frightened and somewhat curious flying ants emerged from their nests and observed the boulder. At this time, the boulder began to fall to one side, and that direction happened to be the collapse point. Pandora's box was opened in this way, and the boulder continued to topple, and finally fell into the fountain, firmly blocking the entire spring. The flying ant no longer paid attention to the boulder, and fixed its eyes firmly on the direction in which the magic box was opened. Then one tentacle after another climbed on the edge of the magic box. Suddenly there was an extremely harsh sound of insects, a sound that seemed to pierce the eardrums of the flying ants. The demons crawled out, or to be precise, they jumped out. They immediately spotted the flying ants in the air and swallowed them up in a few jumps. After landing, the demons once again made a harsh insect sound, and the prison ants could only stay in the nest and tremble continuously. The largest demon sniffed the air, and finally looked to the southeast, where there was a strong smell of blood. After saying hello, all the demons followed the biggest demon and left. After waiting for a while, the prison ants crawled out of their nests. Their mission was completed, and they didn't know where to go next. The demons' thorny limbs and faces, bright yellow sharp jaws, and arrogant postures all left a visual shock to people. They have a mighty and domineering name, Ghost King Katydid. The Ghost King Katydid is a typical predatory creature that mainly captures various insects for food. It has an astonishing catching speed. Even some fast-flying and extremely agile insects cannot escape its forelimbs full of sharp spines. The Golden Feather Ant King didn't know that the Ghost King Katydid had been released. At this point in the war, the ants finally showed signs of fatigue. Zheng Fan took advantage of the victory and pursued it, preparing to take down the Golden Feather Ant King in one fell swoop. The Golden Feather Ant King sensed the threat and immediately started to flee in the King Tiger armor. The springtails that kept appearing were blocked by loyal subordinates around him, saving a way for the Golden Feather Ant King to survive. Run towards the northeast, where is Jean Yu's lair. As long as you hide there, you can hide for a while with the mechanism it developed. Zheng Fan no longer cares about anything. Like Adam, he only has eyes for the hateful Golden Feather Ant King. Either you die or you die today. The Golden Feather Ant King was running away in terror, thinking of countermeasures in his mind. When he thought of the Ghost King Katydid, did he feel that his plan had failed? It's impossible. It has been thinking about that mechanism for a long time, so it shouldn't fail. At the critical moment, the savior of the Golden Feather Ant King finally appeared and plunged into the Springtail army with thunderous momentum. The Golden Feather Ant King's eyes flashed, and he immediately ordered the King Tiger armor to speed up and escape.
The subordinates did not need to be ordered by the Golden Feather Ant King, but took the initiative to deal with the springtails, leaving a chance for their king to survive. Zhang Fan was suddenly shocked. Where did this powerful uninvited guest come from?
The secret weapon of the Golden Feather Ant King?
This is indeed the secret weapon of the Golden Feather Ant King, the ultimate secret weapon that even it itself cannot control. The Ghost King Katydid is as if it has entered an uninhabited land, running rampant, taking away at least 100 springtails with every impact. Zhang Fan discovered that the Golden Feather Ant King had disappeared within a short time. Forget it, let's deal with these big guys first. He began to command the springtails to attack the Ghost King Katydid, but Zhang Fan did not expect the Ghost King Katydid to be so powerful.
The strong exoskeleton easily withstood the attacks of springtails. Could this be a creature that ran out of the forest?
The Ghost King Katydid is actually a real grassland creature. They were born here, evolved from here, and eventually became the overlord of the grassland. If not for the sudden intervention of the Golden Feather Ant King, they would have dominated the grassland for countless years. The Ghost King Katydids were really depressed when they saw the light of day again. They kept biting and biting, not for food, but to vent their anger. Vent the anger in your heart and your malice towards the world. The Ghost King Katydid is covered in weapons, and the sharp thorns on its body are like sharp daggers, hindering the attacks of the springtails. Among them, the largest Ghost King Katydid penetrated deep into the springtail swarm, leaving behind a lot of broken limbs and broken arms of springtails. With strong forelimbs and powerful hind limbs, it can escape from the battlefield at extremely fast speeds with a single leap, and then return to wreak havoc after a little organization. Zhang Fan stared closely at these Ghost King Katydids, and he slowly said to Adam, "Adam, do you know what I am thinking about now?"
"Master, Adam doesn't know. The Master's will is not something that we humble people can guess."
Adam replied respectfully. Zhang Dan suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha! King of Golden Feather Ants, King of Golden Feather Ants! You are such a good boy. You brought me a treasure."
Adam said he was confused but didn't dare to ask questions. Zhang Fan then asked again, "Adam, what do you think these guys look like?"
Adam turned his perspective to the Ghost King Katydid, thinking about it in his mind, and suddenly realized it.
Update secretly in the middle of the night, Master.
Congratulations, Master. This is obviously an enlarged version of Springtail. Adam's skin turned red again, and he hadn't been so excited for a long time.
That's right.
Zhang Fan's heart was filled with joy. I want to get them, I must get them.
Adam. No matter how I get their genes.
The body structure of the Ghost King Katydid is indeed somewhat similar to the current Springtails, but the Springtails do not have the arrogant appearance of the Ghost King Katydid. They have strong forelimbs that can catch prey easily, just like springtails.
Let's talk about the hind limbs.
The thick thighs greatly enhance the jumping power and speed, which can match the springtails. The Ghost King Katydid seems to be a little afraid of the poisonous baneling bugs. Once the poisonous baneling bugs explode near them, they will flee at extremely fast speeds. It seems that the Ghost King Katydid is not that difficult to deal with, but it is too fast to catch.
The Ghost King Katydid's reaction speed is very fast, and its hanging eyes can observe the surrounding environment at 360 degrees without blind spots.
Looking at the Ghost King Katydid killing everyone, Zhang Fan was still wondering where the Golden Feather Ant King found such powerful helpers, and finally he gave the order to retreat. The springtails came like a tide, and then returned to Lake Yao like a tide. The Ghost King Katydid wanted to give chase, but hesitated when they reached the lake.
They couldn't swim.
The springtails tried their best to chase them, but the ants were not completely finished yet.
The jump direction rushed into the ant colony. At first, the ants cheered and slowed down their escape after seeing the springtails retreating. Unexpectedly, this group of helpers came towards me fiercely. Even the springtails couldn't be beaten. How could we beat us with little arms and legs? Better run. Out of fear of biological instinct, the ants ran desperately towards their nests.
The Ghost King Katydid was not in a hurry to eat them, but kept driving them away as if hunting, and would eat any stragglers. The first batch of ants came to the entrance of the nest, and the Ghost King Katydid crossed the ant colony in one stride. Unexpectedly, the Ghost King Katydid blocked the entrance of the hole with its sharp forelimbs. The ants never thought that they would be blocked at the door of their home, and with fear and anger, they began to prepare to attack the Ghost King Katydid. The Ghost King Katydid didn't care at all about the attacks of these little guys. It kicked off several small ants with a kick of its hind legs, and its forelimbs were not idle either. It was digging holes. In its impression, it seems that only the inside of the ant nest has the most delicious food.
The Ghost King katydid is not a professional expert in digging holes.
It is very difficult for them to dig out the entrance of the hole, and then they can no longer move forward. So this is the reason why the Ghost King katydid was suppressed under the stone ground and could not come out. He sniffed at the entrance of the hole and found that there was indeed something delicious inside that attracted him. It seemed to be the smell of insect eggs and the smell of the queen ant. Hateful.
Cannot eat.
The temptations of these delicacies constantly tickle the heart of the Ghost King katydid. The largest Ghost King katydid, let's call it the katydid king. The katydid king sniffed the sky again, and a charming aroma entered its nasal mucosal sensory organs. That feeling was unfamiliar to me, intoxicating and dreamlike, like eating a beautiful poppy flower. The katydid king made a sharp insect chirp in excitement, and the other Ghost King katydids felt the boss's excitement and also chirped. He quickly devoured all the ants and continued to rush towards the lake of life.
Adam, are the hygralisks ready? Zhang Fan asked.
Master, preparations are complete. Under your great blessings, coupled with the shooting and aiming accuracy of the war ants, the venom spray effect of the hygralisk is even more outstanding.
Adam replied. Okay. Release them.
This war should be over. Zhang Fan felt the power of the hygralisk.
Row after row, the hygralisk army formed a huge square formation, as neatly organized as soldiers.
Once these hygralisks were prepared to deal with the ants, but now their mission is to defeat the Ghost King katydid. Zhang Fan was waiting and noticed through the springtail sentries on the front line that the Ghost King katydids were rushing toward him at extremely fast speeds.
Here it comes.
Several small green dots appeared in the sky, and they were constantly enlarging. The dots fell, and when they jumped up again, Zhang Fan could clearly see the appearance of the Ghost King katydid.
Get ready!
Zhang Fan controlled these hygralisks with all his heart. All the hygralisks raised their heads and were eager to shoot their venom. The Ghost King katydids are getting closer and closer, and you can clearly see their hideous and terrifying faces with disgusting saliva at the corners of their mouths. Zhang Fan kept calculating the distance, getting closer and closer, trying to scare away the Ghost King katydids in one fell swoop.
Now!
Zhang Dan was excited and gave the key command, shoot. The hygralisks received the master's order, their cheeks bulged, their bodies leaned back slightly, then their heads moved their bodies forward quickly, and they opened their mouths and sprayed into the air. Countless venom flew towards the Ghost King katydid like arrows. In the sky, the Ghost King katydid could not rely on its strength, and the venom continued to amplify in their eyes. Crackling hit the Ghost King katydid like raindrops and bullets. The Ghost King katydid seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer, and they all fell to the ground after screaming. The katydid king kept rolling on the ground, rubbing the venom on his body onto the grass. It stood up slowly, one eye was no longer visible, and it didn't understand why the other party had such terrifying attack power.
Zhang Fan saw that the Ghost King katydids still did not stop attacking after landing. After slightly changing the angle, they sprayed venom again.
The Ghost King katydid was bathed in the venom rain and kept making sharp roars.
The exoskeleton is being corroded by venom, and a fishy smell can be smelled even from such a long distance.
Seeing that the time had come, the springtail army set out again, running unstoppably.
Although he suffered heavy losses, the strength of the Ghost King katydid should not be underestimated.
Zhang Fan once again saw the power of the grassland demons. They were like fighting trapped animals. As the saying goes, a dog will jump over the wall when it is anxious.
The springtails continued to attack and consume, but they still couldn't shake the Ghost King katydid even half an inch.
The katydid king waved his claws and chopped off the springtail's lazy waist. These evolved springtails have tenacious vitality, and even in this state they are still trying to attack the Ghost King katydid. Looking at this group of springtails that were not afraid of death, the katydid king finally showed an expression of fear. It began to struggle hard, and the drawbacks of the barbs appeared at this time. The springtails were constantly pierced by the barbs, and were firmly fixed on the body of the katydid king. There are so many collections today, thank you all. Every once in a while, the larvae will break out of their shells. They will carry a large number of evolutionary genes and evolve into worker bees, springtails, poisonous bantlings or hygralisks if necessary. The prototype of the base has been basically completed, and the next step is the issue of protection capabilities. To put it bluntly, creep is just a plant that can reproduce quickly. You must have all seen the dehydration of plants. The dehydrated vegetables in Master Kong's instant noodles are very dry.
Of course, this is not the result Zhang Fan wants.
If he is really dehydrated like this, the base will really explode as soon as he rubs it. He wanted to strengthen the structure within the base in a completely new way, which took into account the element of calcium. Not only insects, but all living organisms contain calcium.
If this calcium is continuously polished, the steel will become stronger. Calcium is a very common element on grasslands and can be extracted from the soil. Adam injected the gene for refining calcium into the culture carpet. Once the culture begins to dehydrate, it will rapidly absorb calcium until the cells die.
The construction of the new base went smoothly, and Zhang Fan named it Mother's Nest, caring for the larvae's nest like a mother. The color of the mother's nest is still purple. That's because the chlorophyll in the fungus blanket has been squeezed and exploded to cover the calcium element. There is no need to extract calcium inside, so Zhang Fan left a gap between the inner and outer layers of fungi. This gap is like a spring shockproof, which can reduce internal damage caused by external attacks. After building the base, the springtails will start preparing for their super evolution. Except for some ghost king katydids that escaped, most of them have been cell-modified by Zhang Fan. The controller, Ghost King Katydid, entered Adam's laboratory, the evolution chamber. The evolution chamber is very large, and the structure of the large and small rooms inside is like the original laboratory in the Lake of Life. Each laboratory has its own unique role, from exoskeleton defense testing, claw attack testing, to genetic mutation engineering, and anti-lethal strike experiments. There is a dazzling array of them all designed by Adam himself.
Although there is currently only Adam, a scientific research worker, the operation is not that troublesome.
After sending all the Ghost King katydids, Zhang Fan did not explore what Adam should do. He turned his attention to the northern forest. Adam looked at these Ghost King katydids with excitement in his eyes, and ordered the worker bees to dismember them and send them to the genetic decomposition laboratory. After some cleaning, Adam entered the laboratory, and as usual, nutrient solution began to be injected into the laboratory. The Ghost King katydid was very big, even bigger than Adam. Zhang Fan guessed that they might also be giant creatures that ran out of the forest. Adam extracted the cause of their giant genes and transmitted the data report to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan took a cursory look at the report, which mentioned that high concentrations of oxygen stimulated cell growth. After some questioning, Adam came up with a plan to build lungs, so that oxygen can be highly utilized over a wide range without wasting it through skin breathing.
Of course, skin breathing can also be retained. The breathing port is designed under the abdomen of springtails. Springtails have only two segments, the head and thorax. They are not divided into cephalothorax and abdomen like ordinary insects. Lacking all the factors for sexual reproduction, springtails remove their abdomens, which become the thoraxes of other insects. The Ghost King katydid has 6 legs, just like ordinary insects. The middle leg is just for balance. Adam still decided to make use of it, extending the middle leg forward to interchange with the forelimb. Later, Adam removed the forelimbs of the springtail and replaced the position of the antennae. There was no need to communicate after entering the forest, just do it when you see it. So the tentacles are no longer needed. The shape of the entire new springtail is like a ferocious vicious dog crawling on the ground, and the sharp claws on its back are terrifying. However, Adam discovered that the springtail designed in this way still had a flaw. Although the attack power of the 4 forelimbs was powerful, there was a problem with balance. It looked at the worker bee. The worker bee didn't know why Adam looked at it like this. After a short pause, the worker bee continued its work. In desperation, Adam added a long tail to the abdomen of the new springtail to maintain the balance of the body. In order to ensure the aggressiveness of the new springtail's tail, a poison sac and a poison needle are designed at the top, like a scorpion. When encountering a crisis situation, springtails can pierce the venom into the enemy's body to achieve the strongest killing effect. However, the formation of this venom is very slow, and it must wait for the biofilm in the poison sac to recover before it can be used again. Finally, small barbs were installed on the body of the springtail. The barbs are designed to be retractable, otherwise they will be like the Ghost King katydid, which cannot be removed after being hung up. The new genetic map is entered into the larvae and can be hatched at any time. Zhang Fan was very satisfied with the hatched springtail, and he knew it was a very evil person at a glance. After harvesting such satisfactory results, Zhang Fan suggested that the worker bees and hydralisks should be upgraded together. The problem of the worker bee is easy to solve. All its appearance including internal organs were designed by Zhang Fan alone. All it takes is a slight change in the genes of the worker bees, and it doesn't matter unless the appearance is too different. There are only 3 differences between the new worker bees and the original worker bees. The first is the size, which is about 1 meter in size, slightly smaller than the springtails. The second change is the addition of lung organs.
The oxygen consumption of the worker bees increases, the power of the heart also increases, and the endurance becomes sufficient. The third change is in its pliers, which are divided into two pliers, large and small. The large pliers are used to carry large materials, and the small pliers are used to perform some delicate operations. Changes to the hydralisk are more difficult, because they use incomplete giant centipede genes, so their body size has exceeded 1 meter in height. Whether it's the venom ejection organ or the sickle hand on the chest, they are already approaching perfection, and there is no need to optimize them. And in order to enhance the spraying effect of venom, Adam added lung organs to the hydralisk early to increase the atmospheric pressure. By the way, there are also poisonous bandlings. After thinking about it, the poisonous bandlings haven't changed much, except that they have grown slightly in size. Now the poisonous bandlings can no longer walk. If we encounter a siege battle again in the future, we will have to bother with the help of worker bees. The Zerg's strength has further improved, and it has also increased its intensity in conquering the forest. Zhang Fan has entered the forest twice and knows the dangers inside. In the past, insects didn't care because they were too small, but now they have grown in size, and some insects are already jumping around the edge of the forest. Thank you all for your recommendation votes. Please bookmark and recommend. Zhang Fan carefully observed these guys who were preparing for a sneak attack. They were megalodon, a kind of aquatic insect. For some unknown reason, these megalodon came to the edge of the forest. Megalodon has an extremely ugly appearance. Both male and female adults have a pair of huge teeth on the front of their heads, which is also the origin of their name. Megalodon is carnivorous. The larvae live in the water and prey on aquatic insects, annelids, and brachiopods. After they grow into adults, they live in swamps and forests near the water. They have a ferocious appearance and powerful pincers. Will capture more powerful creatures. They have a pair of wings on their backs and can fly briefly in the air to catch some flying insects. These guys were very vigilant, just watching the construction of the base at the edge of the forest. The hydralisks were on standby and could shoot at any time as soon as the opponent came over. The megalodon looked at the fat worker bees that were transporting them, and they were full of saliva. They had no intention of attacking the springtails, but they just felt that they were too fierce. Finally, unable to resist the temptation of delicious food, the megalodon made a gliding gesture and flew out. This was the moment Zhang Fan had been waiting for. The hydralisks began to shoot, and dense venom bullets filled the sky again. These megalodons were somewhat self-aware. After seeing the hydralisks spraying venom, they all chose to retreat and kept digging at the ground anxiously. The patrolling springtails also ran over, eyeing the group of uninvited guests with eager eyes. Megalodon observed the strength of both the enemy and ourselves, looking at the hydralisks that were ready to attack, and those ferocious springtails. Megalodon chose to retreat. He was so terrifying and invincible. This is just a small episode, one of millions of incidents. Forest insects of all sizes continue to hinder Zhang Fan's base construction every day. Zhang Fan was so annoyed by them that he finally launched a forest attack. The springtails on the grassland obeyed the order and rushed to the front line from all directions, forming square formations. Behind the square formations, the hydralisk formation held the line. It attacked from all directions in the forest. Although it was not a devastating force, it still achieved remarkable results. Some large insects could not escape their misfortune, such as the giant longhorned beetle, which waved its long and powerful tentacles to constantly drive away attacking springtails. It was difficult to defeat four hands with two fists, and was eventually overwhelmed by the endless tide of insects. The most troublesome thing was encountering giant centipedes. These centipedes were 2 to 3 meters tall just by raising their heads. Not only could they attack through their front jaws, they could also release venom, which was more terrifying than the hydralisks. The springtail circled behind the giant centipede and attempted to attack from behind. The giant centipede swung its tail and knocked the springtail away. Rolling over and continuing to attack, the successfully evolved springtails are no longer afraid of these blunt blows. The strong smell of blood in the forest attracted more and more giant insects, and they started a desperate fight with the springtails. The hydralisks fought and retreated, trying not to confront the enemy head-on. If they had to fight, the hydralisks were not a vegetarian. The scythe in front of them rose and fell, and the heads of some weaker insects were cut off like this. The Zerg attacks are becoming more and more fierce, and the larvae in the mother nest continue to hatch and evolve into adults. After landing, he rushed into the forest and joined the battlefield. The noise resounded throughout the world, and the originally quiet forest became extremely lively. War is terrible, and when it comes, truth is the first casualty, and war is just for those who need it. For the Zerg, this is a battle of survival and evolution. If a powerful civilization wants to rise, it must learn to be barbaric and learn the law of the jungle. Those who are not our race will have different minds. Think about which of those powerful countries was defeated by guns and ammunition. Which one did not rise through the cruelty of war? There is no eternal peace, only eternal war. There are no gold and silver treasures here, and there are no historical sites, only the endless green mountains and green waters. People say that life is the treasure of the universe, but in the face of war, it is so vulnerable and insignificant. Life passed by silently, the breath was dying, the pulse was gradually weakening, the blood lost its original warmth and stained the ground beneath him red. Who would have known that another fresh life was gone? Watching the giant insects fall down, Zhang Fan felt very calm. Sometimes he felt that he had lost his qualifications as a human being. It does not matter whether the war is actually being fought, because there is no decisive victory, and therefore it does not matter whether the war is going well or badly. What is important is to keep the war going. Zhang Fan kept controlling the attacks of springtails, and the insects in the forest also spontaneously organized resistance, but this unorganized resistance seemed a bit insignificant when faced with organization. He knew that only the corpse would leave peacefully. Before that, he could only fight by any means, even if he was afraid of turning into a demon. If a group of foreign nations came to your country, took control of your country's economy, destroyed your job, denied you food, and continued to squeeze your money, forcing you into hunger, pain and despair, would you hate them? At this time, someone stands up and proves with practical actions that he can lead you out of hunger and poverty. Will you follow him? As for these foreign peoples, even if it goes against morality and humanity, even if they are killed, we must drive them out of our country. Nation. The real overlords in the jungle have emerged. They are organized, disciplined, and highly aggressive. A group of black shadows flew past, leaving a pile of corpses on the ground in a blink of an eye, and those corpses belonged to the springtails. What? Zhang Fan was a little surprised. The black shadow passed by again, and another springtail fell. Master. Adam feels that a strong opponent has appeared. Adam said in equal surprise. Zhang Fan tried to observe through the soldier's eyes, but all he saw was still black shadows. This black shadow came and went without a trace, and I had no idea when it would appear next to me. Zhang Fan had no choice but to change his strategy and let the large forces merge. However, they were constantly attacked by shadows during the merge, causing huge damage. Huang Tian paid off, and under Zhang Fan's absolute order, the Zerg army finally reunited. A huge group appeared in the forest. Seeing such a huge force, the giant insects in the forest dispersed. Zhang Fan waited for the black shadow to attack again. After waiting for a long time, he didn't see the figure of the other party, so he prepared to take the initiative. The worker bees also entered the forest, cutting down trees and laying down carpets. This time the shadow turned its attention to the hard-working worker bees, and Zhang Fan also saw the whole shadow clearly through the eyes of the mother nest. These black shadows turned out to be a group of mosquitoes. These mosquitoes are not very big but extremely fast. Zhang Fan didn't expect that he would be troubled by these small mosquitoes. He turned the car around and rushed towards the group of mosquitoes. The black mosquito seemed to be very spiritual. After killing a few worker bees, it disappeared without a trace again. To be precise, this kind of mosquito is not completely black, but has some white spots on it. Everyone must have guessed by now that this mosquito is the Aedes mosquito. Aedes mosquitoes, also known as Aedes mosquitoes, are characterized by having no spots on their wings but having many black and white patterns on their bodies. They like to be active during the day and in shady places. They are very ferocious and can fly extremely fast. They can do whatever they want. Somersaults, dives, sharp turns and other difficult movements. This kind of mosquito is also very efficient at sucking blood. Countless mosquitoes swarm you and can suck you dry in an instant, regardless of whether you are protected by an exoskeleton or not. Does this seem like a burden after getting bigger? In order to eliminate these mosquitoes, Zhang Fan used a bait plan, placing poisonous banelworms under the soil inside the forest at night and waiting quietly. The spacing between each baneling is random, but it's not that big. Think of them like landmines, but the kind that are remotely controlled. Poisonous banelings are arranged in groups, called poisonous explosion formations, and can produce huge power when detonated. The bait can be attracted by springtails. The new version of springtails has delicate meat, is delicious and juicy, and is the best choice for mosquitoes. Zhang Fan controlled the springtails and went deep into the jungle at night. Look, what did I find? There is a lone rhinoceros beetle here. We can try to capture it.
A rhinoceros beetle can provide energy for springtails for several days. They are rich in protein. However, rhino beetles are not easy to deal with. We approach it from behind. Be careful not to make any noise. The black springtails look particularly mysterious in the dark forest. This rhinoceros seems to be sleeping, completely ignoring the existence of danger. The rhinoceros is huge, and it is difficult for any creature in the forest to compete with it. It has a steel-like head. After charging, you can break the tree. Hey! Got it! It's very powerful. Continuously struggling. Rhinoceros was awakened by the sudden attack of springtails. He stood up and stepped on the springtails continuously, making an insect noise like a cow's braying from his mouth. Hateful. It was so uncomfortable that we had to cut off its head so that it wouldn't struggle. The head of the rhino armor is like a hammer, and the joint between the body and the head is its only weakness. Don't think about breaking the rhinoceros armor's legs. The strongest parts of the rhinoceros armor are the top of the head and the 6 flexible legs. The springtails dodged left and right, constantly avoiding the rhinoceros attacks. Some springtails have climbed onto the back of the rhinoceros beetle, their sharp claws firmly latching onto the lines. Oh my gosh, it's so hard to deal with. It's turned around, ready to charge, gotta get out of the way. The rhinoceros suddenly turned around, threw off the springtails on its back, and ran with all 6 legs at the same time. It ran extremely fast, like a large truck driving at high speed, with its huge head facing the swarm of springtails. Zheng Fan quickly asked the swarm of springtails to dodge. Crack, click, click was the sound of trees being broken. This violent sound woke up all the surrounding insects. The jungle at night is more dangerous than during the day, and there are also beings that are more difficult to deal with than the rhinoceros. It seems to be running away, and I have to catch up, otherwise today's dinner will be lost. The springtails jumped towards the rhinoceros. The rhinoceros moved very fast in a straight line, and the springtails were unable to catch up for a while. It's starting to slow down, it should be exhausted, this is our good opportunity. The springtails caught up with the panting rhinoceros and jumped on the rhino's body one after another. After strenuous exercise, the rhinoceros beetle will undergo a brief heat dissipation stage. This stage is when it is at its weakest. The thick exoskeleton of the body will expose many small gaps. This is the time. It's really hard and a bit difficult to deal with, but it doesn't matter, Zhang Fan already knows how to deal with it. The springtail had already stored its venom, and it pierced into the muscles of the rhinoceros beetle. The rhinoceros beetle's eyes widened, and it roared again in pain. Oh, it started to defend, which is difficult to deal with. It doesn't matter, we have time to wait, it can't escape. The rhinoceros closed its exoskeleton again, and some springtails were unable to dodge, so their tails were cut off abruptly. The springtails surrounded it, and the heat inside the rhinoceros gradually increased, and it had no choice but to unfold its exoskeleton again. The good opportunity is now. If we are not pressed for time, we can bake it, so that it will taste more delicious. The poisonous needles kept piercing, and rhinoceros' vision began to blur, and his body swayed staggeringly, as if he had drunk alcohol. If the rhinoceros was a human being, it would look like those successful people whose houses are being mortgaged, whose cars are still on loan, whose children have just started school, whose elderly family members are sick, whose wives are arguing for divorce, whose companies are not operating well, and whose leaders are unkind. A group of friends were drunk. Its vitality is really tenacious, which is a good thing for us. It proves that the protein content in the body is very rich, about 6 times that of beef. Finally, the rhinoceros fell down unwillingly. Zheng Fan controlled the springtails to dismember the rhinoceros bit by bit, ate some of it himself, and then transported most of the food to the poison explosion area. According to Zheng Fan's idea, the surrounding insects are introduced into the poison explosion area through food, and then don't those mosquitoes like to suck blood? There are so many different kinds of girls, no, blood, fat and thin, and they are constantly making seductive moves, how can one not be tempted? Time flies so fast, the white color of fish belly has appeared in the east, and after a while, father-in-law's son showed his smiling face. Insects have come out to feed. Looking at the meat that has begun to emit a rotting smell, some scavenging insects can't bear it anymore and crawl out. Zheng Fan looked at these ugly insects and felt like he was about to have a pregnancy reaction. These guys are called rotten flies. Their bodies are slimy, their bones are crooked, and they exude a disgusting smell. I really don't know how the creator created such creatures. Zheng Fan felt that he had made some mistakes and should have sprinkled some preservatives on the meat. He was waiting for the arrival of the 80s mosquitoes. With so many rotting flies here, he couldn't believe that the 80s mosquitoes would not be tempted.
Speaking of which, if Zhang Fan himself was a mosquito, he would definitely not come.
This is too disgusting.
Zhang Fan felt that he was a fool for coming up with such a stupid idea.
Did you see that the sun was already above your head, but the mosquitoes hadn't come yet?
The rotting flies were almost devouring the rotting meat. Zhang Fan felt that waiting like this was not an option. Just when he was about to detonate the poisonous baneling insects, a strange phenomenon happened. A fire broke out at one end of the forest, and the raging flames scorched the air until it was somewhat deformed. This is the first time Zhang Fan has seen flames in this world. It can be seen from the big eyeball on the nest that the flames reflected red. For some reason, Zhang Fan was very fascinated by this fire. Looking at the burned forest, he couldn't help himself for a moment.
Master! Master!
Adam felt something was wrong with Zhang Fan's situation and hurriedly contacted him.
Zhang Fan came to his senses and asked, "What's wrong?" "Adam." Adam continued to say anxiously, "Master. This fire is extremely large and the spread is very fierce. We must quickly mobilize the troops in the forest. Otherwise, they will all die inside."
Zhang Fan understood and began to call back his troops, withdrawing them to the grassland. This forest is like an incendiary bomb being thrown, constantly releasing high temperatures. Faced with this situation, the insects have only two options, either to run or to die in the sea of fire. Zhang Fan felt the coolness of the weather.
It turned out that autumn was coming.
Although the weather was crisp and refreshing, the withered leaves also brought hidden dangers to the weather. Countless insects ran out of the forest, and what they were about to face was the Zerg. Zhang Fan saw the insects running out, some of which had deep burn marks on their bodies.
Poisonous banlings. Detonate. Zhang Fan had no choice but to give the order to detonate the poisonous banlings. Boom boom boom.
There was a venom explosion in the front and a sea of fire chasing after them.
In this area, countless insects died. Some were not killed by the venom, but were shocked to death by countless poisonous baneling insect explosions. Master! Something is wrong. This ball of fire seems to be coming towards us. Adam observed the entire battlefield environment through the eye of the brood. Zhang Fan asked, "Is there any good countermeasures? If you get any closer, the mother nest will be destroyed." Adam, Master. You are wise and powerful. Don't be anxious. Let Adam think for a while.
Zhang Fan could only say, "As soon as possible." The number of poisonous banlings is running low, so we have no choice but to attack them first with hygralisks. There are still many insects that are not dead, and they are still charging. The hygralisks formed very quickly under Zhang Fan's control, with rows of hygralisks spitting continuously. All the sounds came from his ears were sticky sounds, which meant that the venom was not very effective against insects with too high armor. At this time, springtails could only be used to hinder their progress. Zhang Fan began to order the production of poisonous banlings in the mother nest. Springtails and insects struggled together, and some small insects were suddenly submerged in the insect tide.
It's different for higher-level insects. They have only one word to face the insect tide: rush.
What natural disasters bring to them is fear from the bottom of their hearts. This fear will force them to have an endless desire to survive, and they dare to jump off even if the opposite side is a cliff. The insect tide can only temporarily hinder the pace of these big guys. Coupled with the attack of the hygralisk, the harvested effect is not too great. The first batch of poisonous banlings has been hatched, and the mineral elements in the mother nest suddenly dropped sharply. In order to continue hatching the second batch of poisonous banlings, Zhang Fan mobilized all the worker bees on the grassland back to do mining work.
The poisonous banlings showed no fear in the face of death. 2 worker bees carried a poisonous baneling and rushed in like this.
Boom boom boom, there were bursts of explosions, not only destroying a large number of giant insects, but also damaging their own springtail troops.
Those large insects seemed to be awakened by this blow.
They shook their heads and looked at the endless tide of insects, with fear in their eyes. But when they turned back and faced the fire again, this fear was redirected.
Damn it! Aren't they afraid?
Zhang Fan saw fear in the eyes of the large insects before, but this fear only fleeting, and the finger pointed at the springtails again. The flames had spread to the edge of the forest. Zhang Fan didn't know what was going on behind the forest, so it was probably a sea of fire. At this time, Adam's voice emerged from Zhang Fan's heart again, "Master.
We can use poisonous banlings to extinguish this fire.
They all contain water in their bodies. As long as we send them into the sea of fire, they can be spread by the power of the explosion."
Go out. Okay. Let's do it. But I have to kill these guys first. Zhang Fan agreed with Adam's approach. The second batch of poisonous banlings has hatched and exploded again just like last time. After this explosion, there were not too many large insects left behind. Finally, gradually, they were completely submerged by the springtails, and those who were not killed by the springtails were shot through their exoskeletons by hydralisks and died. Taking a deep breath, there were quite a lot of soldiers who died this time. Not only that, a lot of resources were also consumed. Adam, you will be responsible for putting out the fire. Zhang Fan said to Adam. Master, don't worry, Adam will complete the mission successfully. Zhang Fan released control of the poisonous banling insects, and Adam took over. This time, it would not be possible to rely on 2 worker bees to carry a poisonous banling when entering the Sea of Fire. Perhaps the poisonous banling was detonated before it even got close to the Sea of Fire because it could not withstand the high temperature. The first thing it did was to remove the poison-enhancing elements from the poisonous banling bugs. These were already taken into consideration at the beginning of the design. There were poisonous banlings among them, and the abdomen began to exert force, and the entire face began to become distorted, and round black substances were excreted out of the body by the poisonous banlings. There will be dedicated worker bees to recycle these particles. They do this to prepare for the next batch of poisonous banlings. This time there is no enhanced venom, so even if the inner membrane is damaged, it will not cause excessive damage to the outer membrane. The next step is to increase the dose of sodium in order to create a better explosion effect. Although they will produce better explosive effects, they are useless if used in war. They will disperse the high concentration of venom and the output power will be reduced. Facing the Sea of Fire, it is inevitable to increase the power of the explosion, which can better spread the water resources. 2 worker bees rushed forward carrying poisonous banling insects. They were very fast. After all, the worker bees were also enhanced creatures. The temperature of the flames grew higher and higher, burning the poisonous banlings and worker bees red, like cooked crabs. In the end, the poisonous banling was burned so much that it became unbearable. Please collect and vote for recommendations. You can give your opinions, but please don't scold me, okay? The combination of poisonous banlings, springtails, and hydralisk troops was like a bulldozer, constantly crushing them. Overcoming the hills, Zhang Fan saw a world of rotten trees. These were the habitats of termites. There were not many termites here anymore. Zhang Fan easily eliminated them, and then slowly laid the germ carpet here. Taking into account the superior geographical environment of this place, he also established a mother nest here to continuously absorb the surrounding mineral resources. After the construction of the mother nest is completed, the energy on the carpet is absorbed to supply the larvae. The larvae begin to hatch into worker bees when they land. The cycle repeats itself, and soon the entire termite battlefield is replaced by worker bees. Zhang Fan continued to move forward. There was a song that he sang well. After crossing the Green Mountains, you see that is the man with a bamboo hat on his head. The sea breeze blew through the coconut trees and dispersed the dust along the way. This place is like another world isolated from the busy city. Let us, the tired body has been here for a long time and of course cannot stop. After going through untold hardships, traveling across mountains and rivers, he conquered one area after another on the vast land. Zhang Fan finally came to his first lucky place, the desert. I still remember the first time he came to the desert and got springtails, and this time he came again. The desert has not changed much, except that some areas with dense vegetation have turned into Gobi, and the geology has become harder. In the Gobi, Zhang Fan also saw the corpses of sand eels, which could no longer adapt to the gradually changing desert. Zhang Fan dug 3 feet into the ground and finally found the springtail from earlier. The springtails were panicked and stared with round eyes. They didn't know why they were loving their wives and taking care of their children at home, but they were inexplicably destroyed. Although I feel sorry for these ancestors, what can be done? Life is like this: natural selection, survival of the fittest, the strong bullies the weak. After eliminating the springtails in the desert, Zhang Fan discovered a problem. It was difficult for the carpet to survive in this desert. Their area is too large, the water evaporates too quickly, and they will be dried into a blanket in a short time. The water level of the underground river is too deep, and the root system of the fungus blanket has never been able to penetrate so deeply. Although it has drought resistance, no creature has ever been said to be able to completely resist sunlight without drinking water. Speaking of which, the first thing Zhang Fan should do is the afforestation plan. The original intention was to conquer, but now it has become construction. Let's build, but how to do it? Adam will figure it out.
Adam did not expect that the master would come up with such a great idea, and the difficulty of this idea was particularly high.
Lord, your loyal subordinate Adam believes that we do not need to plant trees.
What we are currently short of is water resources.
As long as we transfer water from the grasslands and lakes, it will be fine. Adam answered. Zhang Fan, but how to adjust it? We don't have the tools.
Adam thought for a moment and then replied, Master, Adam doesn't think you necessarily need tools to transport water. There is a method here, but it takes a long time. I'm not worried about how long it will take.
Just tell me what you think.
Adam, obey the Lord. Lord, you should have seen the river, the kind that flows from high to low.
Why can't we consider building rivers ourselves? Zhang Fan somewhat understood what Adam said. Are you talking about the Grand Canal? Master, you are right about building a Grand Canal. This kind of canal can once and for all solve the problems we are facing now. Adam answered confidently.
Although Adam was confident, Zhang Fan still had some concerns.
How long would it take to dig a big canal?
Fearing that it would take a lot of time and the desert was so far away, it would be impossible to dig a river. It would be impossible to dig a river in this life. In the end, Zhang Fan rejected Adam's unrealistic idea. Of course, if the level of science and technology improves in the future, you can also consider it. Zhang Fan controlled the springtails to move forward in the desert, looking for some plant genes that could be used, and found many, but the operation mode did not quite match the bacterial carpet.
Zhang Fan found the iron tree again. After so many years, the iron tree was still the same. Zhang Fan asked the springtails to leave modified cells on the iron tree. But its appearance is too strong and there is no way to pierce it. No matter what, the iron tree must be brought back for study.
Zhang Fan had a hunch in his heart that this iron tree was the key to unlocking the carpet of desert. The springtails were ordered to start digging holes. The soil here was so solid that the claws of the springtails were somewhat broken when digging. As a last resort, Zhang Fan had no choice but to mobilize the springtail army again.
There is strength in numbers, and there is strength in numbers of insects. He dug the iron tree day and night, and finally found the root of the iron tree.
Zhang Fan was so moved that he shed tears. The root system of the iron tree is unusually prosperous and arranged in a disorderly manner, like entangled giant pythons, stretching for hundreds of meters, and seems to have a tendency to expand outward. After all the soil was dug up, the entire iron tree was completely exposed to Zhang Fan's eyes.
Will you change it to this way next time? The total weight of this iron tree is probably several thousand tons? Cutting and drying. Zhang Fan decided to give it a try.
The springtails got into the bottom of the iron tree's root system and lined up in a row, and then they worked together at the same time. The entire iron tree shook for a moment, then fell again, killing several springtails. It's definitely not possible to lift the whole thing together, you still have to use the principle of leverage. The springtails were mobilized to one side and the pressure was reduced by lifting the tree roots on one side.
Hey, after coming out a little bit, the remaining springtails immediately stuffed the big rocks into the bottom of the iron tree.
The whole tree is slightly tilted, but this plan is feasible, so keep lifting. The springtails kept lifting the tree and placing stones.
Finally, one day passed, and the iron tree was placed by the springtails.
The entire iron tree turned sideways and hit the ground hard, making a huge roar and creating a deep pit in the ground. The trunk of the tree was also slightly bent, but not broken. The springtails repeated their old tricks and rolled the iron tree again, but the upside-down iron tree was like a top, and the farther it went to the center, the less it could borrow any force. In this case, Zhang Fan used the most primitive method, dragging. Before dragging, Zhang Fan still needs to do some preparation work.
There was still some green grass left on the grassland.
Zhang Fan asked Adam to cultivate the genes of the green grass into the fungus carpet, and then purple fungi grew on the fungus carpet. This kind of fungus contains a certain degree of toughness, and then the worker bees collect the fungus and weave it into strips of hemp rope. The braided hemp rope was sent to the desert, and the root system of the iron tree was tied, and then the other end of the hemp rope was connected to tens of thousands of springtails. Asking for favorites, asking for recommendation votes, tens of thousands of springtails dragged the iron tree together, and a deep ravine was plowed on the ground. No, the canal problem was also solved. It is easier to drag on flat ground, but it is a bit difficult to go up the mountain. Because of the problem of gravity acceleration, Taishu refuses to go up the mountain. Fortunately, there were a large number of springtails, and we were able to drag it to the top of the mountain. It is easy to go up the mountain but difficult to go down. When going down the mountain, you have to turn around and carefully put down the iron tree, and then the springtails turn their backs to the iron tree and go down the mountain. When crossing the river, the huge iron tree was still stuck on the river bank, and it took a lot of effort to drag it out. I finally returned to the grassland, casually found a nest, put down the iron tree, and contacted Adam by the way. After receiving the order, Adam had already begun to rush here. While rushing back, he was building an evolution chamber, specializing in studying the evolution chamber of iron tree.
Looking at the huge iron tree, Adam tried to let the worker bees dismember it.
However, Tieshu's stubborn spirit never disappeared, and the choking sound of metal collisions was endless.
It was really difficult to deal with it.
At this time, Zhang Fan suddenly reminded him, Adam, try using venom.
Adam's eyes lit up. Master, you are really wise and brave. How did you come up with such an amazing idea? Adam is really ashamed of himself. Okay, don't be nagging and let's start taking action.
The poisonous baneling insects were placed on the roots of the iron tree, and after Zhang Fan gave the command to detonate, the entire sky was filled with poison.
Adam hurriedly retreated, he didn't want to touch the venom. After the poisonous fog dissipated, Adam sent worker bees to observe.
The explosion did not cause much damage to the iron tree, but the venom was still effective. Some tree roots already had black spots corroded by venom. Adam asked the worker bees to try to cut off the roots, but the iron tree roots were still very strong.
Continue to detonate. After several consecutive detonations, Adam finally got the root of the tree.
He hurriedly took the root into the evolution chamber and started experiments.
The density of iron tree roots is very high and they sink to the bottom in the culture solution.
Adam found that it was difficult to obtain genes from the iron tree root through stripping, so another method emerged. Solvent method. Different substances have different solubilities in the same solvent, and the solubility of the same substance in different solvents is also different. To this end, Adam also produced a variety of venoms for experimental verification.
I won't go into the process of experimental proof. Even Zhang Fan couldn't understand it. It's quite complicated anyway.
After extracting the genes of the iron tree, they were used on the bacteria carpet.
The fungus blanket on the entire grassland began to squirm, as if it came alive.
Of course, such a big movement could not be hidden from the creatures in the forest. They felt the trembling of the earth, and infinite fear emerged in their hearts. King Hades also saw it.
It didn't expect that the enemy would be so terrifying. No, it couldn't defeat it on its own.
It had to worry about the troops. King Hades gathered his subordinates and headed towards the deepest part of the forest.
Zhang Fan didn't know anything about these things.
He didn't know that his transformation would have such a big impact on the creatures in the forest. The root system of the fungus blanket gradually became thicker and longer, and began to spread in all directions.
No land was their enemy. What should I do if I encounter a rock? Of course, go around it. The entire grassland was instantly covered by a network of fungus blankets.
Tieshu's transportation system is very developed, and Zhang Fan also took a fancy to this, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to great lengths to transport it back. The fungus carpet began to absorb water, and all water resources in lakes, swamps, and rivers began to be sucked in fiercely. Zhang Fan is also a little worried about whether there will be geological problems after these water resources are sucked dry. There is no need to worry about this kind of thing. The bacteria carpet will well preserve these water resources and transport them wherever they need to be. Moreover, the water resources stored in the bacteria blanket reduce the amount of evaporation, and the air begins to become dry, but the bacteria blanket is not dry. What's more, flood problems occur more or less every year during the monsoon season, and now the flood problem has been solved. Here again I thought about whether there would be geological problems if there was no water in lakes and rivers. There is no need to worry about this. The network formed by the mushroom carpet can firmly bind the ground together. Just like two wooden boards, the same material, the wooden board with serrated edges is stronger and not easy to fall off. The sea breeze brings a large amount of water every year, so Zhang Fan does not have to worry about water shortages in the future. Come to think of it, these were all prepared to unify the desert.
The carpet of bacteria is laid forward in a mighty manner.
Every once in a while, Zhang Fan will build a mother nest on the ground and then hatch worker bees.
Unknowingly, we came to an oasis.
There was a huge oasis hidden in this vast desert, surrounded by 7 large and small lakes, forming a rare, beautiful and strange landscape. With a road as the boundary, on one side is the endless desert, barren of grass, which makes people despair. On the other side, there are rippling water, lush vegetation, and a scene full of vitality. The completely different natural landscapes are perfectly integrated here and complement each other.
It's really amazing.
Zhang Fan stopped the creep and sent Springtails to investigate, hoping to find something useful in the oasis.
Desert rose is also known as Tianbao flower.
The shape of desert rose is like a blooming rose. It is various, magnificent, and magical.
It is a pure natural stone. The seeds of this plant are naturally paired, and after flowering, the roots and stems are connected, and the flowers are like roses. If one of them dies, the other will no longer bloom and slowly wither. Countless years later, their bodies in sand crystallized into a strange flower, lifeless but never fading, becoming a desert flower symbolizing everlasting love. When you get close to the oasis, you will find such strange rocks everywhere. Zhang Fan speculated that maybe this oasis was once bigger. Oasis is an oasis because the ice and snow on the mountains melt in summer and form rivers flowing along the slopes. As the river flows through the desert, it seeps into the sand and becomes groundwater.
This groundwater flows along the impermeable rock formations to the low-lying areas of the desert, and then gushes out of the ground.
In addition, rainwater from far away seeps into the ground and can also merge with groundwater and flow to the low-lying areas of the desert.
Or due to changes in the Earth's crust, impermeable rock formations break, causing groundwater to flow along the cracks to low-lying desert areas and rush out of the ground. With water in this low-lying area, various creatures emerge, develop, and multiply.
There are not many types of organisms in the oasis, but they also form a complete biological chain.
Please add it to your collection. Please vote for recommendation, it will soon reach 100 collections, come on. Except for one kind of creature here, Zhang Fan didn't care about any other creatures, and that was flies. They fly faster than mosquitoes, and their turning and acceleration abilities are more outstanding. When he saw these flies, Zhang Fan had already considered the flying dragon. The fast-moving flying dragon is the main aerial force of the Zerg, and the unique projectile attack mechanism of the flying dragon will be very effective when facing groups of enemies. The appearance of a fly is very different from that of a flying dragon, but this does not affect Zhang Fan's desire for the flying dragon. At the same time, deep in the dark forest, King Hades found the rest of the mosquito kings. The Anopheles mosquito, which can transmit malaria viruses, can also be called the king of malaria mosquitoes. It is characterized by relatively large wings and spots, and its body is mostly gray. It is most active at night, which is exactly the opposite of the King Aedes mosquito. The Anopheles king mosquito is also the mosquito that carries the most viruses among the mosquitoes. The king of mosquitoes has a beautiful appearance that can reflect the dazzling sunlight. Even though the king of mosquitoes is so beautiful, it is also a very ferocious mosquito.
Its appearance is green or silver, and it stands on all fours. The last two legs have strong aggressiveness.
It has the scariest appearance, but is actually the weakest king mosquito.
Its body is extremely long, and it will vibrate the leaves when flying.
This mosquito looks scary, but it is a vegetarian and has attack power, but less destructive. There is also a larger type of mosquito, they are a family of giant mosquitoes. The adults are not lethal, but the juveniles are very powerful larvae. The giant mosquito king is the king of larvae state and lives in tree holes or stagnant water.
It feeds on living creatures.
Chironomity can be said to be the most kind-hearted mosquitoes among the mosquito kings. Their sharp straw-like mouthparts have degenerated and they feed on some flowers and plants.
But don't underestimate this mosquito. They are just like the Anopheles king.
Spreading viruses is, to be precise, spreading bacteria, and its ability to resist viruses and bacteria is quite strong. These 6 mosquito kings are all waiting for the real king of the forest, which is Culex king, but Culex king likes to call himself King Mosquito. The language of mosquitoes is realized by flying in the air and constantly changing movements, but the mosquito Jingdi is different.
It can express its meaning through brainwaves. Otherwise, how do you think the tiny Culex mosquito can command these 6 mosquito kings?
The 6 mosquito kings gathered together.
Emperor Jingjing looked around and asked, "What's the matter?"
King Hades flew out at this time, making circles in the air.
Enemy? Grassland? Emperor Jingjing was a little surprised. What enemies could there be on the grassland?
They're just little bugs. King Hades continued to circle, and Emperor Jingjing said, "Okay, I understand now, let's go and have a look together." The big mosquitoes and giant mosquitoes stay. Big mosquito and giant mosquito lowered their heads respectfully, watching Emperor Mosquito Jing and the other mosquito kings leave. Along the way, King Hades kept telling Emperor Jingjing how powerful the springtails were and how many enemies they had. Emperor Mosquito Jing listened patiently and struck up a conversation from time to time. Before he knew it, the mosquitoes had arrived at the edge of the forest. Looking at the endless purple, Emperor Jingjing finally calmed down, It seems that the enemy is more powerful than I imagined. The Anopheles king was violent in nature and began to fly around Emperor Mosquito Jing, expressing its desire to fight for his majesty. Emperor Jingjing shook his head. We cannot survive on the grassland for a long time, and the war must be carried out in the forest. The evil Mosquito King flew out at this time, and its flight was deflected towards the Hades Mosquito King, sometimes faster and sometimes slower. Emperor Jingjing continued, yes, King Hades did make some mistakes in the forest fire this time.
He will not do it next time.
King Hades felt that he was wronged and flew slowly in circles. I know you want to drive away the enemy quickly, but have you ever thought that when you set fire, you are also destroying our place of survival? Emperor Jingjing said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone. After listening to Emperor Jingjing's words, King Hades returned to his position aggrievely. The Chironomid king was hovering around Emperor Mosquito Jing, who said, don't worry, let's go back and make a battle plan first. We're not afraid that they won't come.
So the mosquitoes flew deep into the forest again without leaving a trace.
Seeing Emperor Jing coming back, the big Mosquito King wanted to speak, but Emperor Jing quickly stopped him. How many times have I told you, don't fly, you just stay here.
The big Mosquito King is an honest mosquito.
He does whatever the Emperor Mosquito King says, retracts his wings, and just lies on the ground quietly. The giant Mosquito King cannot use flight to express its own language, but it has its own method. Mosquitoes of the same species have their own specific communication methods. Although the giant Mosquito King itself looks like a larvae, there are also adults. With just one look, adult mosquitoes already know what the giant Mosquito King is expressing.
It started to fly, and Emperor Jingjing replied, don't rush back yet. The enemy is indeed stronger than we thought. You are all here. Let's plan carefully how to fight next.
The Mosquito Kings kept dancing in the air, and the most pitiful one was the big Mosquito King. He lay there stupidly, without any chance to make any plans. No, we won't have any advantage if we fight like this. No, it will cost us too much to hit us like this.
You can try this plan. Do you have any other plans?
Emperor Mosquito Jing listened to the suggestions of the Mosquito Kings and discussed how to win this battle. It looks like this will become a protracted war. Emperor Mosquito Jing said with emotion. Seeing that the Mosquito Kings were speechless, Emperor Mosquito Jing continued, you go back first, I want to think about it.
The Mosquito Kings were ordered to leave.
When the big Mosquito King heard that he could leave, he also spread his wings. Perhaps due to excessive force, the wings hit the tree trunk twice, and countless fallen leaves suddenly fell from the sky.
The great Mosquito King looked at Emperor Mosquito Jing with some embarrassment, but Emperor Mosquito Jing could not be found.
Emperor Mosquito Jing was actually right in front of it, just blocked by the leaves.
Emperor Jingjing's eyes sparkled. I've thought of a way.
The mosquitoes had concluded their combat meeting, and Zhang Fan was still drafting the pattern of the flying dragon. He kept looking for flies that looked like flying dragons, but all he found were big-headed flies with larger heads and fatter bodies. However, some small fruit flies looked more like flying dragons.
After careful observation, Zhang Fan decided to give up.
The front part of the fruit flies was smaller, but the abdomen was too big, and the flying speed of the fruit flies was too slow. Zhang Fan is still slowly searching for the oasis once he determines the target.
Thank you Feng Chuadu for the tip.
I will work harder, and I will also try your suggestions, and strive to write better novels.
Please collect and recommend.
Hard work has failed. Zhang Fan has been searching here for 3 days.
3 whole days?
Not only could I not find any decent ones, but the flies became uglier as time went on. Zhang Fan has considered doing it, but everyone knows that his ability is really bad. Now Zhang Fan comes to Adam whenever something happens.
Anyway, he is responsible for fighting the war, because he thinks fighting is more fun.
In this world, Zhang Fan has not really integrated into this ethnic group.
He feels like he is playing a game from a god's perspective.
Constantly controlling the battles of the Zerg, fighting in the war of blood and fire. After searching for another 2 days, Zhang Fan was really about to explode. He didn't know why, but his luck seemed to have run out.
After telling Adam the situation, he left as a hands-off shopkeeper.
He also wanted to observe the movements in the forest.
The forest seems to have returned to peace here. Have they forgotten that there is still a great Zerg waiting for them?
Zhang Fan tentatively sent a team of springtails in. It was quiet, quieter than before, and it felt like there was an ambush. Buzz buzz, this is the sound of mosquitoes flapping their wings.
Where does it come from?
Zhang Fan kept looking for the direction of the enemy's attack, and there was the sound of mosquito wings flapping in all directions.
Damn it, where is it?
Zhang Fan thought in his mind. A black shadow appeared, and a thick fog-like black shadow swept across Zhang Fan's face. The springtails quickly pursued, but in a moment of turning, the black shadow disappeared. Then it appeared behind the springtails in an instant, and took away dozens of springtails in a snap, leaving only a pile of bodies. They moved too fast. Zhang Fan looked around him warily. These black figures seemed unwilling to confront him head-on. The black shadow appeared again and completely slapped Zhang Fan in the face. Zhang Fan could clearly see the entire 80s mosquito swarm. Fight! Kill them! Zhang Fan gritted his teeth at these mosquitoes. When I was a child, I lived in a rural area. Every summer, there was always a buzzing sound in my ears. Although there were mosquito nets to block these blood-sucking guys, I heard this sound too much, and I had nightmares all night long. Anyway, Zhang Fan doesn't like this kind of mosquito at all, so he just does it if he encounters it. When the springtails were about to encounter a swarm of 80s mosquitoes, the other party suddenly stopped and then quickly moved to the left side of the springtail team. Zhang Fan's reaction speed was relatively fast and he quickly ordered the springtails to change the direction of attack. The 80s mosquitoes were spinning around Zhang Fan like they were playing a game. Zhang Fan couldn't bear it anymore and launched another attack. This time he had no intention of taking back the attack. 80s didn't expect that the springtails didn't stop this time, so I'm sorry. He quickly passed through the middle of the springtail team, killed dozens more springtails, and then left, never to appear again. Zhang Fan looked at 80s' leaving figure with a strange smile in his heart. You'd better be caught. No matter how fast you go, as long as I understand your secret clearly, it will be your doom. The mission was completed and it was time to retreat. The springtail team exited the forest again. One of the springtails went to the evolution chamber and threw the 80s mosquito in its mouth into the laboratory. Zhang Fan controlled the culture fluid in the laboratory, isolated it from the air, and waited for Adam's research. Adam is also quite busy there. He is still searching for genetic materials that can be used to make flying dragons in the oasis. Like Zhang Fan, he has not achieved any results. It would be too much to say that no results were achieved. At least Adam discovered that there are some aspects of the flies in this oasis that are quite promising. As long as their genes are pieced together, they can still barely create the flying dragon Zhang Fan wants. It's just that this kind of flying dragon shouldn't be able to launch projectile attacks, and can only attack by biting. Adam reported this situation to Zhang Fan. Master, Adam has completed the design of the flying dragon shape. Your idea is really higher than the sky and wider than the sea. Adam is rightly ashamed of himself. Adam, is there really no way to attack by ejection? Zhang Fan asked unwillingly. Master, there is really nothing Adam can do about it at the moment. Master Adam is too useless. There is no way he can keep up with the pace of the master. Master, Adam continued a long series of words. Zhang Fan ignored what Adam said. He was thinking about what he could use to replace the ejection attack. With Zhang Fan's approval, Adam started making the flying dragon. The wings of the flying dragon are made of fly wings, which are transparent and you can clearly see the meridians on them. The body is pieced together from some fly bodies, except that the sucker-shaped mouthparts are replaced by sharp-toothed ones. The 8-Nation Alliance-style flying dragon was born. It looks soft and weak, and its attack method is very ordinary. It just flies faster. I don't know if it can kill the mosquito tribe. After adapting to the body of a flying dragon and mastering its skills, Zhang Fan led the flying dragon team to the forest to prepare for a practical training. The flying dragon made a lot of noise when it entered the forest, which aroused the idea of King 80s. But when King 80s saw these new creatures, he stopped. What are these things? Can this body fly? King 80s was full of doubts. After a period of observation, it turns out that the flying dragon is not as powerful as imagined, it just flies faster. Just when King 80s was preparing to attack, Emperor Jingjing's voice appeared in his mind. Hold still, let's bring in their main force first. King 80s struggled for a while, but finally obeyed Emperor Jingjing's words. Zhang Fan searched a lot but couldn't find the 80s mosquito. What's going on? Logically speaking, they should have appeared? This is the drawback caused by inertial thinking. There was no other way, there was always something to gain after coming, so Zhang Fan started hunting large insects. What the hell? Feilong is too good. Zhang Fan felt that Feilong's attack had subverted his original view of it. The flying dragon looked quite ferocious, but not only could it not break through the opponent's defense, but it was also chased all over the place by the opponent. It had no choice but to use springtails to save the field first. Every flying dragon is an angel with broken wings. They are unwilling to hurt others and would rather be hurt themselves. This resulted in the springtails leading the flying dragons back with only corpses or flying dragons with broken wings, no, flying insects. Zhang Fan was furious and began to question Adam. Adam felt aggrieved and told Zhang Fan that he had to reduce the weight of the flying dragon as a last resort to ensure that it could fly quickly. The exoskeleton occupies most of the insect's weight. Adam only thickened the exoskeleton on the important parts of the flying dragon.
The rest of the exoskeleton is fake and thin. Please vote for recommendation and favorites. Adam, you didn't tell me such an important thing?
I was still feeling high-spirited and wanted to have a fight with the mosquito tribe, but I didn't expect that the outcome would be exactly like this.
Fortunately, I didn't encounter him, otherwise I would have been embarrassed. Big loss.
Adam's skin began to turn yellow, and it had not turned yellow for a long time. Lord, please forgive Adam. Adam has realized his sin, and Adam will never dare to do it again next time.
Okay. Zhang Fan was quite generous to Adam. What should we do next? This flying dragon can't be just a decoration. Adam, Master, please rest assured. Adam is analyzing the genes of Aedes mosquitoes.
Once he finds something, he will definitely improve the strength of the flying dragon.
Zhang Fan, then you should do it as soon as possible.
After saying that, they cut off the contact unilaterally. At the outskirts of the forest, Zhang Fan stared at the forest that he could not conquer for a while. The opponent's strength was not too strong, but the speed was too fast. Zhang Fan thought that after Adam's mission was completed, he would start another war and try to capture the forest in one fell swoop. The genetic map of the Aedes mosquito has been presented in front of Adam. The other parts are ordinary, but this muscle element is very developed, providing the Aedes mosquito with the ability to flap its wings quickly. After the flying dragon's genes were recombined, its appearance did not change much, except that its back muscles were strengthened and it gained the ability to fly quickly. Then Adam thickened the exoskeleton on the flying dragon, so it should have some combat effectiveness.
Although Zhang Fan was dissatisfied with Phylong in its current state, he still made do with it.
Ever since, the second forest invasion war broke out. After recharging his energy, Zhang Fan led many of his men into the forest, and this time he did not forget to bring the poisonous baneling insects with him. Anyway, now he no longer has to worry about supply issues and can continuously produce more units. This time we will definitely be able to conquer the forest and take it down in one fell swoop. The large army entered the forest in a mighty manner, with dragons flying in the sky, springtails and hydralis crawling on the ground, followed by poisonous banelings carried by worker bees. Such a big move would not be difficult for the mosquitoes to detect. Emperor Jingjing felt that the time was ripe and the opponent's main force had finally arrived, so he quickly conveyed the order. Continuing walking towards the inside of the forest, Zhang Fan discovered a bunch of white insects. These larva-like insects are extremely ferocious, and they crawl out of the tree trunks in a steady stream. The little white worms are larvae, and they are very tough. The springtails have not been able to eliminate them for a while. While fighting, the rear of the troops was attacked by Aedes mosquitoes, and they ran away after one attack, causing great losses to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan divided the troops into two groups. One group pursued the Aedes mosquitoes, and the other group continued to eliminate the larvae. Emperor Jia was watching the battlefield in mid-air and issued the second instruction. The Aedes king quickly dispersed after receiving the instructions. Zhang Fan lost his target for a while and didn't know what to do. At this moment, this group of pursuing troops was attacked again from both sides, and he had no idea at all. This kind of mosquito seems to have an invisibility effect. After being beaten randomly, the mosquito disappears again. This is the ability of the evil mosquito to achieve the invisible effect by changing the angle of sunlight to reflect light specifically.
Oops, I was ambushed.
After Zhang Fan suffered this attack, he knew that he had fallen into a trap. King Aedes appeared again. Zhang Fan ordered the flying dragons to pursue him, and the rest of the troops went back to join the second group. This was Feilong's first battle with Aedes. He accelerated in an instant and arrived in front of Aedes. He opened his big mouth and bit him. Aedes reacted quickly and made a cobra maneuver to avoid the attack, and came to the rear of the flying dragon, hanging straight like this.
Zhang Fan knew that he had to dodge, otherwise he would be stuck by the opponent, so he quickly made a vertical landing.
The Aedes mosquito, which originally saw the advantage, was about to attack with its slender mouthparts, but unexpectedly it missed the target.
The opponent was running away, and Aedes quickly pursued him.
The two sides launched a fierce chase in the forest. It was the Aedes mosquito that was still superior and got close to the flying dragon again, its needle-like mouthparts ready to suck blood from many parties. How could Zhang Fan let him succeed so easily? He quickly made a spiral dodge, and flew over with his mouthparts tightly pressed against his wings. Now it was Zhang Fan's turn to hang his tail.
To catch up with the opponent, he had to take a shortcut. Hades was doing a large loop movement, and the flying dragon caught up with the opponent through the inner ring and opened its mouth to bite the flank. Hades didn't expect that the opponent would catch up with him so quickly, so he twisted his body hard. At the critical moment, his sharp mouthparts collided with the sharp teeth of the flying dragon. Both sides trembled at the same time, and their whole bodies became numb. Zhang Fan was the first to react, opening his sharp teeth and biting the Hades mosquito's wings. After being attacked, Hades was not to be outdone and turned back to stab the flying dragon. The flying dragon's wings suddenly exerted force and bit off the Hades mosquito's wings with a tear, and avoided the mouthpart attack. Hades fell painfully and fell heavily on the leaves. Springtails have been waiting below for a long time. Once they see Hades mosquitoes fall down, they will immediately pounce on them and eat them up. Seeing that his own troops were somewhat outmatched by the enemy, King Hades quickly issued an order to retreat. The flying dragon troops wanted to pursue them, but a strong wind suddenly blew in the forest. A strong wind blew by, lifting countless fallen leaves from the ground. A black shadow slowly descended in the sky, appearing in front of Zhang Fan with an unrivaled momentum. The giant mosquito was the largest flying insect in the forest. Looking at the giant mosquito, Zhang Fan's heart suddenly trembled and he quickly ordered his troops to evacuate. The giant mosquito couldn't move its body normally in the forest and stopped pursuing it. There were large mosquitoes arriving in every corner of the forest. Zhang Fan looked at these ferocious guys and felt that they would be difficult to deal with, so he quickly ordered a retreat. Unexpectedly, the way behind was blocked by the Chironomid king, and the hydralisk behind turned around and sprayed venom at the Chironomid. Another scene that surprised Zhang Fan appeared. The Chironomid was not afraid of this highly acidic poison. They were like a wall firmly blocking Zhang Fan's retreat. The encirclement was already very obvious, and Zhang Fan had to find an angle to break out of the encirclement. A hole was opened on his left side, and the huge mosquito had flown away. Zhang Fan saw the opportunity, waved his arm and started to escape with the large army. The mosquito army behind them kept attacking them, and Zhang Fan fought back while running. Finally, a bright light appeared in front of the forest. That was the end of the forest. The springtails rushed out at the lead, and what they saw was a swamp. Did I get a recommendation last time? So it went up so much?
Thanks again to Feng Chuadu for the reward, and also to the audience friends who have supported me for a long time. I shamelessly ask for recommendation votes, collections, and rewards. Facing the swamp, Zhang Fan saw more mosquitoes. They were like black clouds, attacking Zhang Fan in a dense mass of darkness.
Zhang Fan was furious. He knew that he was being played by a nasty insect again. Banlings and hydralisks can no longer achieve decisive results in this war. They have been surrounded by chironomids that are highly resistant to poison. The springtails were also surrounded by extremely tough giant mosquito larvae. The only unit that can be used is the flying dragon. Faced with such a situation, how could it be possible to survive? Did you fail again?
Zhang Fan said to himself. The mosquitoes were still attacking the Zerg.
Zhang Fan no longer sent follow-up troops.
He knew that no matter how many troops he had now, they were just delivering food. There must be something that affects the outcome of the war appears.
Zhang Fan looked at this swamp. This must be the nest of the mosquito tribe.
There are still quite a lot of organisms, including water striders, oligochaetes, nematodes, springtail borers, ticks and mites, and even dragonflies. The dragonfly is preying on insects and laying eggs at the same time, completely ignoring the battle taking place here.
This guy has a really big heart.
But Zhang Fan discovered that the dragonfly's egg laying was very similar to the flying dragon's catapult attack, which inspired him a lot. At the same time, the mosquitoes have once again wiped out the Zerg troops. Returning to the mother's nest, Zhang Fan felt frustrated and happy.
Dealing with mosquitoes was not without gain.
The Zerg have a key factor in conquering the world, and that is constant evolution. As long as you obtain the opponent's genes and analyze the opponent's genes, even if you can't defeat them now, you will be able to kill them all one day. Zhang Fan holds several cards in his hand, which can be combined to make a flush.
This is the key to his happy mood.
Okay, the next step is to let Adam analyze these genes, while he sees his eyes cast on the flying dragon's projectile attack. In StarCraft, the flying dragon's ejection effect comes from a small projectile-shaped creature that explodes after the ejection is completed. Zhang Fan didn't know what this kind of creature was, but that didn't stop him from finding another way.
He thought of using eggs instead of biological ejections. The flying dragon is a creature that reproduces asexually. How can we make it lay eggs? This requires turning it into a sexual creature again. There was no need to make a male flying dragon. Zhang Fan considered a hermaphrodite model. Like brachiopods, they are hermaphroditic. The advantage of this is that the reproduction speed will be faster, and there will be no genetic mutations. What Zhang Fan can't stand the most is that he can't control the genes in his own hands. Zhang Fan created a hermaphroditic creature by changing the reproductive organs in the flying dragon's body. As long as the protein content in the body is sufficient, it can perform egg ejection without restriction. When we started the projectile attack experiment, there were still many problems. The most critical one was the insufficient damage of the egg projectile. He specifically discussed this with Adam, who suggested using flint, a flammable ore that the worker bees had only recently discovered. Zhang Fan ground the ores and injected them into Feilong's body, and conducted the ejection test again. The effect this time is much better than before. After 3 to 5 ejections, the flint in the egg will collide and explode. The power of the explosion is considerable. The attack power has been reached, and the strength of the entire flying dragon has been greatly improved. However, Zhang Fan still has a question, and that is whether the egg-type projectiles will hatch into small flying dragons. In this regard, he personally conducted experiments, and he actually hatched small flying dragons. However, these small flying dragons contained flint in their bodies, and they were prone to spontaneous combustion when they vibrated their wings while flying. So Zhang Fan reluctantly gave up his love and killed these little flying dragons in his mother's womb. The completion of the projectile marks that the flying dragon is no longer a creature that relies on its mouth to bite, but also has strong combat effectiveness. Adam also analyzed the genes of the mosquitoes. All the useful genes were used, and the useless ones were saved first, just in case they were used in the future. In order to enhance the overall combat effectiveness, Zhang Fan specially conducted detailed dissections of some large insects. The result is that the springtails look more ferocious, the hydralisks have a longer range, the poisonous baneling explosions are more powerful, and the flying dragons fly higher and faster. However, the worker bees have not changed much, that is, they have become stronger. After all the solutions have been completed, Zhang Fan is considering the third forest attack. This time he must win the forest. Of course, after the last invasion war, the Zerg troops suffered heavy losses and had to take a good rest. The recent growth in the creep has been gratifying. They have crossed the bushes and reached the edge of the forest. Emperor Jingjing looked at these carpets and was very worried. He didn't know what this thing was, but he knew that this kind of thing contained a lot of water and they were not afraid of flames. The Anopheles king did not participate in the front line of the war last time. This time it came to hover around Emperor Mosquito Jing. Emperor Jia Jing's eyes lit up and he said, "You said you could try it with your own virus?" The Anopheles king circled again, this time for a little longer. Emperor Mosquito Jing said, "Well, you first increase the power of the virus and then try it. If you can eliminate them through the virus, that would be great." The Anopheles king nodded and left the side of Emperor Mosquito Jing. It wanted to make some preparations. The Anopheles king found the Chironomida king and put forward his needs, and the Chironomida king brought the Anopheles king to a place of corruption. This is a paradise for corrupt organisms, and it is also the birthplace of viruses and bacteria. The larvae of the king Chironomid are born here, so they are highly resistant to venoms and corrosive substances. The Anopheles king expressed his satisfaction and ordered his subordinates to collect the virus. This kind of collection work is very dangerous. Although the Anopheles king has a lethal virus, it is carried by itself and is not polished like the Chironomid king. After countless Anopheles mosquitoes died, an Anopheles mosquito eroded by bacteria and viruses finally appeared. Its condition is very wrong and it may die at any time. The Chironomid king is also very worried about this mosquito. If it falls into the wrong place, such as crossing a water source, it may cause the extinction of species in an area. The Anopheles king did not dare to touch his subordinates easily, it was too scary, and he slowly guided its flight from the front. The Chironomid king is always on standby at the back. Once the opponent dies and falls, it will be brought back to the corruption land to prevent viruses and bacteria from spreading in the forest. Emperor Jingjing saw the Anopheles king coming with his little brother, and he felt a little frightened when he saw the Anopheles emitting a strong smell. King Chironomid stepped forward and reported the danger of this Anopheles mosquito to Emperor Jingjing, hoping that this method of attack would not be used again in the future. Before I knew it, it was 100,000 words long. Virus, a tiny organism that can spread between and infect other living organisms.
Zhang Fan's Zerg itself also contains the characteristics of viruses, but the viruses are only made by him.
It was only used during Cell War, and I never encountered any particularly powerful viruses later.
Bacteria are often encountered, and it is very convenient to use it yourself. The virus brought by the Anopheles king this time is quite deadly, and the infection speed is also extremely fast. Emperor Mosquito Jing and the other two Mosquito Kings saw the little Anopheles flying forward, threatening to fall down at any time. They are still quite worried, for fear that this virus will destroy them.
Biochemical weapons are strictly prohibited in the forest.
Finally, the Anopheles mosquitoes reached the sky above the bacteria carpet, and then all the mosquitoes breathed a long sigh of relief. Anopheles mosquitoes began to land, and Zhang Fan also discovered this little mosquito and wondered what it was going to do. When the Springtail team appeared, Emperor Mosquito Jing's heart became nervous again.
The Anopheles mosquito's consciousness has gradually become blurred. It does not know that the enemy has sent troops to arrest it.
With only one king's order in mind, he landed steadily on the fungus carpet, and then like a swordsman, he took out his needle-like mouthparts and pierced the fungus carpet hard. This time it is not absorbing, but releasing its own virus into the carpet. The Springtails had already arrived, and they felt quite pitiful when looking at this little mosquito.
They trampled it into a pulp with one foot.
The Overlord's mission was completed, and the Springtails returned to continue patrolling. But Zhang Fan didn't know yet that the virus had started to spread. This virus is more powerful than dengue fever, malaria, AIDS and other viruses combined, and is comparable to the ancient version of nuclear weapons. The virus had already penetrated into the bacteria blanket and did not break out instantly. As early as the cell stage, Zhang Fan had already seen the power of needle-shaped bacteria, which could effectively prevent the spread of viruses.
However, this new type of virus is so small and numerous that needle-shaped bacteria cannot destroy them all.
As long as there is a little bit of nutrients, the virus will start to divide and devour everything around it, even needle-shaped bacteria.
Soon a small piece of fungus blanket began to turn black. Emperor Jijing didn't express anything when he saw this.
On the contrary, King Anopheles was overjoyed.
It knew that it had succeeded. Let's go back.
Emperor Mosquito Jing said to the two Mosquito Kings. You should be careful when you go back and don't let this virus spread in the forest.
The two Mosquito Kings began to hover in the air, expressing their understanding.
The virus gradually began to spread, and Zhang Fan didn't feel it at all. It was just like a person who didn't know he was sick until he got sick. Zhang Fan was still busy dealing with some matters within the Zerg clan.
The viruses did not show much trace on the surface.
They were transported in all directions through water in transmission pipelines. On this day, Zhang Fan felt very tired, felt like sleeping, and had some unbearable itching. There must have been some big problem.
Looking through the Zerg's field of vision, there was no abnormality.
It wasn't until Adam started to have a fever that Zhang Fan realized the seriousness of the matter. He began to observe his body. It turned out that the inside of the carpet had been completely destroyed, and the water resources were also infected by the virus.
Zhang Fan suddenly understood.
It turned out that the mosquito was here to deliver the virus that day.
Damn it!
After observing Adam's situation, he may not care about other Zerg, but Adam firmly cares. The white blood cells in Adam's body had already begun to work against the virus, but he did not expect that the white blood cells could not cause any harm to the virus. Ordinary cells are completely unable to fight against this virus.
The long-lost phagocytes are about to reappear.
Zhang Fan used his privileges to quickly produce phagocytes in the bacterial carpet. When the phagocytes were ready and began to sneak into the roots were almost completely dead. The death of the roots of the fungus carpet has the biggest impact on the changes in the soil. Without the support of the huge root system, the soil becomes extremely loose, the ground continues to collapse, and there is a crisis everywhere. Some mother nests were crumbling because the ground became soft, and finally collapsed to the ground, crushing all the worker bees and killing all the larvae inside. Some areas with relatively hard geology also suffered disasters. The large eyes on the mother's nest began to turn black and eventually fell off. Zhang Fan hurriedly asked the phagocytes to attack. One phagocyte could deal with more than a dozen or 20 viruses, but this was only a drop in the bucket. The attack of phagocytes cannot keep up with the spread of the virus, and the bacterial carpet in some areas has begun to degrade, exposing yellow soil.
It's not going to be easy if this goes on. A century-old plan will be ruined in one day.
If you want to know how powerful the virus is, you must understand it from its genetic map. There was not enough time for Zhang Fan to conduct research, and Adam's body was getting weaker and weaker. Making a prompt decision, Zhang Fan hurriedly cut off some areas that were not infected with the virus to connect them to the outside world. After becoming an independent body, the carpet continued to work as usual. Just when Zhang Fan personally arrived at the evolution chamber, springtails had begun to fall to the ground one after another.
Hygralisks and poisonous banlings were okay.
They contained highly toxic substances in their bodies and could withstand virus attacks for a period of time. Zhang Fan ordered a relatively healthy worker bee to fetch a piece of mutated bacteria carpet and put it into the evolution chamber for analysis.
Phagocytes have already filled the area of the integration evolution cavity and will attack quickly once the virus spreads.
The gene chain of the virus's ribonucleic acid was somewhat long, so Zhang Fan quickly decoded it.
He has also been studying genetic engineering for many years.
Even if he doesn't know how to splice, he is still quite good at interpretation. After understanding its fatal principle, Zhang Fan began to crack the virus. He was not able to perform all-round refined operations like Adam. Zhang Fan had never been able to learn this method. Zhang Fan can only gamble on his experience, and gamble on the dignity of his master. The outside world was already in chaos. When Emperor Mosquito Jing appeared again at the edge of the forest, he saw a broken land. The ground was broken layer by layer, and Zerg corpses were scattered everywhere.
Viruses are really a terrible thing.
It is a pity that such a powerful race was completely destroyed because of a small virus. The emergence of the virus also made Zhang Fan understand the shortcomings of the carpet. Their connectivity was so good that it gave the virus the opportunity to spread at a high speed. If placed in the forest, although it will cause certain damage, it can still be resisted in the end with the purification ability of the forest. If Zhang Fan had a physical body, his palms would be sweaty and his legs and feet would be weak right now. He was a little nervous. He had never encountered such a difficult thing before. Even if he faced the previously arrogant Golden Feather Ant King, he would not worry about genocide, but this time the real risk is genocide. Zhang Fan felt like he was going crazy. The virus was still spreading outside, but there was no progress at all here. He kept making permutations and combinations, trying to develop a new type of virus that could fight viruses. It was impossible to develop drugs under such crude conditions. After killing the Golden Feather Ant King, I thought at first that I had the grassland in my hands and the world, but since I attacked the forest, I have really had bad luck. First there was a fire, then they were ambushed, and now they are in danger of being wiped out by a virus. It would be great if Adam was there at this time.
A ray of thought came to Adam.
At this time, Adam had already turned a sickly red color. This was not caused by joy, but by the metabolism in Adam's body running at high speed to detoxify. Adam could no longer speak or think, and was in a state of shock. If Adam died in this situation, it would be difficult to resurrect him, and even the embryonic cells would be infected by the virus. Zhang Fan spread his thoughts outward and observed the current situation through Fei Long's perspective. Most of the bacteria carpet has been infected, and only the parts cut off and connected by Zhang Fan can still function normally. But those places have also entered a stage of suspension of work due to the gradual consumption of water resources, so there is no room for him to think at a time of crisis. Pulling his thoughts back to the evolution chamber, the culture fluid in the evolution chamber is gradually decreasing, and all he can do now is pray. I pray that I can develop the detoxifying virus as soon as possible. Suddenly Zhang Fan saw scientific bacteria. These bacteria were also a type of creature that reproduced very quickly. They had always been under Adam's control and had never left the evolutionary cavity. Zhang Fan stopped what he was doing and connected his mind with Adam's brain.
He wanted to find out how Adam created scientific bacteria.
After obtaining Adam's method of making scientific bacteria, Zhang Fan began to cultivate high-speed breeding medical bacteria. The effect of these medical bacteria is very similar to that of phagocytes, which destroy all external enemies. But medical bacteria have great advantages over phagocytes. The first lies in the method of reproduction. Phagocytes are converted from modified cells and need to be mobilized. Their division also takes a certain amount of time. Once medical bacteria are successfully developed, they can be directly released. Like viruses, they will reproduce through nutrients. But this medical bacteria will not cause harm to the entire Zerg race. The second point lies in the efficiency of killing viruses. Phagocytes have a certain attack capacity and will stop working after swallowing a certain amount of viruses. Medical bacteria are like a sword, constantly slashing at viruses and smashing them together with their genes. This medical bacteria came from Adam's sketch, and I didn't expect it to be used today. After continuous splicing according to the genetic structure of the sketch, the medical bacteria soon took shape. Inject these medical bacteria into the few remaining worker bees and let them carry the bacteria to each mother nest. The successful development of medical bacteria marks another major breakthrough for the Zerg in the goal of antivirus, but the price is heavy. Adam received an injection of medical bacteria, and the viruses in his body were quickly killed. His whole body became bloated. This was inflammation. Adam was inflamed, which was a bit difficult for medical bacteria to deal with. In desperation, Zhang Fan could only control the phagocytes to clear the inflammation himself. Soon, Adam's body returned to normal and he was panting heavily due to fatigue. It really proves the old saying, sickness comes like a mountain and goes away like a thread. Adam's current state is very wrong. He is a little confused. It may be that the virus has damaged his brain nerves. This is a very serious problem. Sure enough, some of the brain nerves had become pathological, and those areas were filled with a large number of medical bacteria, which hindered the repair of the brain nerves. After removing these bacteria, Zhang Fan began to manually repair these brain nerves, which was a long process. Worker bees carrying medical bacteria are being carried out and spread, killing large swaths of viruses wherever they pass. Some mother nests have returned to normal operation and have begun producing worker bees. Some of these worker bees spread medical bacteria, and some stay to lay bacteria blankets. Zhang Fan looked at the devastated land and felt hatred in his heart. These damn mosquitoes actually knew how to use viruses to turn the great rivers and mountains into this state. One day, when I break my sword and reforge it, I will let you know how terrifying the Zerg are. Emperor Jingjing knew that this virus crisis could bring long-term peace to the forest. After resting for a while, it seemed to have received some kind of induction and came to the edge of the forest again. It's still the same, nothing has changed. The power of this virus is really terrifying. Should we fill up the corrosive land? Emperor Jingjing observed this desolate land and could not see the prosperity of the past. There are still fish that slipped through the net? Emperor Jingjing saw some worker bees busy at the edge of the forest, and their bodies slowly turned golden. A golden light flashed, and at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, a sound like thunder appeared on the worker bee. Between Sumeru, the worker bee was torn apart by Emperor Jingjing. Emperor Jingjing returned to his original place with a golden light, and the golden light on his body faded away. Zhang Fan had no idea about these things. He was still busy repairing Adam, and he only knew that another worker bee had died. Emperor Mosquito Jing continued to observe quietly. Once he found the figure of the worker bee, he would eliminate it and move it very quickly. The further back he went, the more Emperor Jia Jing felt that something was wrong. These guys should all be poisoned to death by the virus. How come there are more and more of them? Emperor Mosquito Jing's expression was stagnant. He knew that he was also infected by the virus. The golden light flashed again, and all the viruses on his body were wiped away. Continuing to look at the land, it decided to start a war to nip the threat in the bud. Zhang Fan's repair work has come to an end, and the order of the entire Zerg world has once again returned to normal. After the repair was completed, Adam was still very weak and fell into a deep sleep. After Zhang Fan checked Adam's body and found nothing wrong, he put down his worries. While the reconstruction work was being carried out, Zhang Fan was worried that a similar situation would happen again, so he ordered the construction of mushroom carpet areas. The advantage of this kind of regional construction is to prevent similar vicious incidents from happening again. Regions are still connected to each other, but this connection can be disconnected at any time in a crisis. This novel of mine is written in volumes. If you don't see some parts, then there's nothing I can do about it. Mosquitoes, Chelicity, were originally the most common small mosquitoes. Like the golden feather ant king, it absorbed spores with modified cells and opened up its spiritual intelligence. But unlike the golden feather ant king, Emperor Mosquito Jing didn't think about conquering anyone. Ever since it learned that modifying cells can evolve intelligence, it has been motivated to find spores. Go from the dirty swamp to the beautiful flower garden, but as soon as you enter the flower garden, you are attacked by bees. It took a long time for Emperor Jia Jing to eliminate all these bees and devour the queen bee who also had wisdom. Continue on the road to find spores. So this is the reason why Zhang Fan has been fighting in the forest for so long without finding bees. When the bees die, the wasps lack their source of food. Emperor Jingjing also kills them by the way.
It is better to die early than to die later. While observing the forest, it discovered its first partner, the super-large king mosquito, who is the father of the current king mosquito and is even bigger. But this race is born with cowardice. It looks tall and mighty, spreading its wings to cover the sky, but as long as it is a little stronger, it will be cowardly. When you encounter large mosquitoes, they are looking for food, and few insects will pay attention to these large mosquitoes. After talking with the boss, Mosquito King, he quickly agreed to travel with Emperor Mosquito Jing. Emperor Mosquito Jing has been looking for spores, constantly absorbing the cells in the spores. Under the infection of Emperor Mosquito Jing, the great Mosquito King gradually opened up a certain amount of wisdom. In the following days, Emperor Mosquito Jing successively recovered several other Mosquito Kings, and he almost died when facing the Anopheles King. Their toxins were too strong, but fortunately Emperor Mosquito Jing had a strong will and survived at the last moment, which also led to it gaining extraordinary abilities. When he is angry, Mosquito Jing's whole body will turn golden yellow, his physique will be greatly improved, and his super fast movement speed can kill all living creatures in an instant. After killing the old Anopheles King, a new Anopheles King was supported, which is the current one. The giant Mosquito King is different. They were saved by Emperor Mosquito Jing from the hands of the thief ants. At that time, the strength of thief ant should not be underestimated, but he still could not defeat the extremely talented Emperor Jia Jing. After expelling the thief ants, Emperor Jia Jing began a large-scale forest cleaning activity to eliminate all disobedient creatures. In this way, it became a veritable forest overlord. In the past, it would go to the grassland to observe the situation in the grassland, worrying that the creatures in the grassland would attack the forest, but this worry was unnecessary. No grassland creature could deal with the giant insects in the forest. Until Zhang Fan appeared. Emperor Mosquito Jing's mood was a little gloomy, and the mosquitoes around him looked a little frightened. It knew that this time was the key to killing Zhang Fan, so it briefly told the mosquitoes what it had discovered while you were sick and could kill you. The first one to explode was the Anopheles mosquito. Who could have imagined that such a powerful virus could not kill it? Emperor Jingjing asked the mosquitoes to calm down and then put forward his own opinions. As a result, a counterattack alliance was formed, but Zhang Fan still didn't know about these things. What is he doing? He is busy sorting out new combat units. This is the message that came from Adam just after he woke up. This new unit is called self-exploding mosquitoes. Very early on, Zhang Fan proposed to Adam to build an excellent, powerful, and mighty Zerg army. This army must not only include the Navy, Land and Air Forces, but also have strategic deterrent forces. The creep can be divided into strategic materials. Among them, Zhang Fan also asked for a creature that could explode in the air. He transmitted the general information to Adam and told him that it was a self-exploding mosquito. This is a suicidal attack unit that can cause tons of damage to targets in the air. According to this pattern, Adam had been thinking about how to make a self-destructing mosquito. Finally, during the second full-scale attack, Zhang Fan gave Adam the materials needed for the self-destroying mosquito. Now Adam had the opportunity to do research. Looking at the information report on self-exploding mosquitoes, Zhang Fan was very satisfied and asked Adam to prepare and implement it as soon as possible. The Zerg, who have returned to normal, are still building their homes under the hard work of worker bees, but the enemy will not give them a chance to breathe. Zhang Fan received the news of the enemy's attack immediately. He immediately mounted his remaining troops to fight back, and the brood quickly spawned soldiers. The two sides launched a unique battle on the grassland. Zhang Fan found no trace of mosquitoes. At most, there were only some ground creatures, and even the giant centipede came. The insects in the forest were continuously driven out by the mosquito clan and headed towards Zhang Fan's base camp. There were more and more insects, which gradually became too much for Zhang Fan. If it weren't for the heavy losses, would you have succeeded so easily? The flying dragons in the sky kept swallowing projectiles. The egg-shaped projectiles bounced on the insects and finally exploded. The damage caused was not particularly obvious. In the face of land wars, the best weapon to use is still poisonous spanlings. The power of the explosion is further enhanced and can block most enemies. Hydralisk's attacks are also impressive. They target the insect's tentacles or eyes to maximize damage. Springtails are pretty routine, scratching, gnawing, everything. The battle situation reached a stalemate, the entire battle area turned into a meat grinder, and countless corpses were piled up into the Jingguan. The next step is to see where it lasts, whether there are more insects in the forest, or whether Zhang Fan reproduces faster. It was quiet in the rear. Adam was still doing a new round of research, but the mosquito tribe was a little impatient.
The evil Mosquito King did not obey the orders of Emperor Mosquito Jing and entered the battlefield with his subordinates. Zhang Fan discovered them. Under the sunlight, the mosquitoes look colorful and beautiful.
But what's the point of looking good? They can't be eaten.
Besides, there's no place for them to hide here.
The self-exploding mosquito has entered the final stage of research and development and will be put into production soon. Just wait, you damn mosquitoes.
The flying dragon headed towards the evil mosquito and kept spraying bombs from its abdomen, causing great damage to the evil mosquito. They themselves are not a race good at frontal attacks, so they didn't expect to be beaten up by the flying dragon this time. After seeing the evil mosquito approaching, Zhang Fan pulled the flying dragon back, and the hydralisk shifted its target and sprayed it all towards the evil mosquito. Countless beautiful mosquitoes just stayed on this land. The evil Mosquito King avoided the enemy's attacks and felt very regretful for not listening to the Mosquito King's words.
But the way back was blocked by flying dragons.
Zhang Fan gave an order, and the flying dragons all fired at the evil mosquito, leaving it behind. Please add it to your favorites. Please vote for recommendations. I will try to get more updates while I am recommending you. The death of the evil Mosquito King was clearly seen by the Mosquito Kings. Except for the big Mosquito King, all the other Mosquito Kings asked for help to join the battle. In the end, Emperor Mosquito Jing only agreed to King 80's request, and no other Mosquito King could even think of taking a step forward. King 80's has appeared in front of the flying dragons again. He has been unhappy with these flying dragons for a long time. He accidentally suffered a loss last time, so he can't let you run away this time. Seeing his old enemy coming, Zhang Fan certainly couldn't give in. Only after fighting would he know who was stronger and who was weaker. It was Feilong who was the first to attack. 80's had never seen the power of projectiles and was hit hard. King 80's quickly adjusted and led his troops back a little distance, out of the attack circle of the projectiles.
Feilong noticed that 80's was far away and started to pursue it.
Then King 80's gave an order to disperse and fight, and ordered all the 80's to fly into the sky. With this move, not only the ejections of the flying dragons failed, but also the hydralisks that had been aiming at them suddenly lost their target. We couldn't let them leave easily, and King 80's didn't even think about retreating like this. The 80's flies towards the sky, with the flying dragon chasing after it. Once it catches a lone 80, it bites it. When it encounters a swarm of 80's, it uses projectiles. When it reached a certain height, 80's instantly changed direction, quickly fell downwards, and rushed towards the flying dragons.
Caught off guard, some of the flying dragons were penetrated by 80's bullet attacks.
Some flying dragons whose wings were penetrated swayed and spiraled down, and insects on the ground jumped up and swallowed them up. Injury means death, both for the Zerg and the mosquitoes. The two sides entered the stage of close combat, and this style of play seemed familiar.
The 80's mosquito kept using its sharp mouthparts to fight the dragon's fangs, and the battle scene was extremely fierce.
From a distance, it looks like two dense fogs colliding together in the sky, with light raindrops constantly falling. The 80's king is the most powerful among the 80's. It shuttles among the flying dragons, scratching the opponent's head or wings from time to time, and never intends to attack a second time. Under such circumstances, Zhang Fan still noticed him and quickly dispatched 5 flying dragons to pursue him. The 80's king felt threatened and began to increase its speed. This made Zhang Fan feel that the opponent was a strong one among the 80's tribe and he must kill it. Seeing that their king was threatened, the 80's spontaneously came over to attack the flying dragons. The 5-headed flying dragons were unable to defeat the 4 with their fists, and were all chopped down. In this way, Zhang Fan lost the shadow of King 80's. King 80's knew that he should not be too showy in this battle, otherwise he would be the next to die.
The 80's mosquitoes fought and retreated. They wanted to attract these flying dragons into the forest.
Emperor Jingjing discovered the 80's mosquitoes' tactics and immediately asked the surrounding mosquito kings to prepare to respond. Zhang Fan's idea coincided with 80's, and he did it more covertly, so that no one noticed his intention. Both parties were retreating, and when King 80's came to his senses, it was already too late. It was impossible for the flying dragons to let go of such a good opportunity, and countless projectiles were launched into the swarm of 80's mosquitoes.
King 80's has had enough of these nasty ricocheting explosive bombs and is ready to attack again.
Emperor Mosquito Jing's eyes narrowed in the forest, and he secretly said something bad. Just when they were about to prepare to attack, the hydralisk troops on the ground had already arrived under 80's. Taking a deep breath, he sprayed out countless venom again. These venoms are much more powerful than projectiles. Not only do they kill or injure Aedes mosquitoes, they also have a small-scale sputtering effect. Then, the flying dragons did the same thing as destroying the evil mosquitoes and came to the rear of the Aedes mosquitoes. King Aedes' pupils shrank. They were not evil mosquitoes, they were Aedes mosquitoes. At the critical moment, they evaded most of the attacks and rushed into the sky. Emperor Jingjing breathed a sigh of relief and stopped moving. Fortunately, King Aedes reacted quickly. It seemed that Aedes had nothing to do with them. The battle on the ground is still at an intense stage, and the flying dragons in the air have taken the initiative. King Aedes didn't want to give up yet, and kept looking for a position to attack. Phalon's defense is tight and it is difficult for Aedes to take advantage of it. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound in the sky again. King Aedes was a little confused. What was going on? Doesn't this sound come from the forest? The Aedes mosquitoes have hatched and are heading towards the battlefield. When the Aedes mosquitoes saw that they were friendly troops, they were immediately reassured. It seemed that His Majesty had already prepared friendly troops to ambush deep within the enemy. Seeing his teammates coming, Aedes launched a ferocious attack on Phalon. Phalon knew that these self-exploding mosquitoes were his real secret weapon. Since the opponent regarded them as friendly forces, he would use them to his advantage. Phalon saw the ferocious attack of these Aedes and began to retreat. King Aedes began to pursue, intending to drive these flying dragons to the self-destructing mosquitoes. As expected by King Aedes, these driven flying dragons flew towards the self-destructing mosquitoes obediently. It danced happily in mid-air, meaning it wanted the group of friends to attack quickly. But what Aedes King didn't expect was that Phalon actually crossed the self-destructing mosquito, and instead let Aedes face the self-destroying mosquito. King Aedes was a little dissatisfied, and once again Huawu accused himself of blowing mosquitoes. Gradually, he found that something was wrong with the situation. Why don't these mosquitoes stop, and they are getting faster and faster, as if they are attacking? Nope. No reason? Although they look like Aedes mosquitoes, the Aedes mosquito king is very sure that these self-exploding mosquitoes are not of the same species, and it is strange, how can mosquitoes attack mosquitoes? While still thinking, the self-exploding mosquitoes launched a suicide attack. They penetrated into the Aedes mosquito group like missiles. Aedes was greatly shocked and began to understand that this was the opponent's army, but it was already too late. After entering the group of Aedes mosquitoes, the body of the self-exploding mosquitoes gradually became brighter, and finally exploded. The huge air wave tore all the surrounding Aedes mosquitoes into pieces. Even the Aedes mosquito king died in this explosion. A mushroom cloud appeared in mid-air, which was a special effect produced after a huge explosion. Emperor Jingjing also saw the situation on the battlefield. He did not expect that Aedes would be killed in this instant. His expression was a little dazed, and he did not understand how the opponent had such a powerful destructive weapon. The insects below seemed to be awakened, staring blankly at the exploding mushroom cloud. Emperor Jingjing knew that it was not good, so he quickly asked the Mosquito King and his subordinates to pick up the pollen and fly it into the sky. The huge mosquito family covered the entire sky. Every time Zhang Fan saw them, he was a little frightened. How could there be such a big creature? Many pink flowers floated down from the sky, and those giant, sluggish insects seemed to be greatly stimulated and attacked Zhang Fan's army of springtails again. The toxins become toxic very quickly. No matter where you come into contact with them, you will be poisoned. Medical bacteria do not have time to react. The sharp mouthparts of Anopheles mosquitoes are extremely lethal. They are the hardest mouthparts among the 6 major mosquito kings. In this case, the flying dragon can only counterattack by ejecting projectiles, and the effect of the counterattack is not obvious. The Anopheles can always start to retreat when the flying dragon is about to shoot. Zhang Fan didn't dare to let Phalon pursue rashly, so there was a stalemate. The larvae of the giant mosquito landed on the ground, hit the springtails on their heads, opened their big mouths and began to bite. The mouths of these larvae are somewhat different from other insects. Their mouthparts are more like worms, with spiral teeth. Zhang Fan hates these guys. Their toughness is too high. Zhang Fan would be happy to have this kind of toughness, but it would be a bit annoying for his enemies. As early as the second attack on the forest, I had tasted the pain caused by these larvae. These larvae seem to be natural enemies of physical attacks, and it is difficult for springtails to destroy them using conventional methods. Zhang Fan attacked him with springtails again, and the sharp claws on his back came down with the force of piercing the air. ZZ seemed to be looking at the springtail that was several heads taller than him indifferently, opening its big mouth and making mocking movements. The sharp claws fell down and stabbed into the center of Jiazi's body without piercing its skin.
Zheng Fan could clearly feel that Jiazi's internal organs were being transferred.
The body of the worm began to curl up, the stabbed part began to collapse, and the two ends quickly grew in size. Zheng Fan could feel the springtail's sharp claws piercing the ground, but he still couldn't break through the bird's defense. On the contrary, after the worm curled up, at the moment when its claws were released, it jumped onto the springtail through the ejection effect of the reaction force, opened its mouth and bit it. Springtails sense the threat of these larvae and begin to roll in an attempt to shake off these uninvited guests. But every time it rolls and shakes these guys off, the larvae's exoskeleton will leave tooth marks on the larvae. These tooth marks are not too deep, which also proves that the larvae's attack is not too powerful.
But nothing could hold it back.
The other springtail was being besieged by larvae. They kept crawling towards the springtail. The feeling seemed familiar. Zheng Fan often used this trick to deal with large insects. The rolling and crushing movements of the springtails are of no use to the larvae. Even if they are crushed into meat patties, the larvae will jump up again after a while and pounce towards the springtails again. More and more larvae climbed up the body of the springtail.
They kept chewing on the exoskeleton, and finally broke the surface of the springtail, exposing the fragile muscles inside.
The beating of blood vessels could clearly be seen on these muscles.
But the larvae will not enter immediately. They will bite as many holes as they can in the exoskeleton.
In the end, the springtails became riddled with holes, and the larvae began to eat the muscles. Zheng Fan was immersed in the scene. It felt like countless needles were stuck in the body, and then pulled out with force and took away a piece of blood. Simply put, the vitality of springtails is very tenacious, and they will not die for a while. While the larvae are eating their muscles, the springtails are repairing their muscles through life genes, and they can also effectively fight back.
The larvae cannot be killed, and they will always fight against other insects. No problem. The giant mosquito king did not expect this situation. The springtails have changed like this and can still attack. The willpower of this race is really strong. If they are allowed to develop and grow, it will really be a huge hidden danger. The strong and powerful heart provides the springtails with strong aggression. As long as the heart is not eaten by the larvae, the springtails can always attack under Zheng Fan's control, and their attack power will not be inferior to that before the injury. The springtails also have a poisonous needle at the end, and they will also try to launch attacks on the larvae. This kind of attack has been invincible in previous battles. The poisonous needle cannot break the bird's defense, but the venom can.
A small amount of venom dripped onto the worm's skin, and the strong acid began to act. The worm's skin began to turn black and white smoke came out. The children also kept curling up, opening, curling up and spreading again in pain. It feels like burning maggots or larvae when you go to the toilet and then burning them with a cigarette butt.
The blackened skin will destroy its toughness, and the springtails can then use their sharp claws to tear open its surface.
The internal organs of the child were ruptured, and yellow-green body fluids popped out. However, the venom content of springtails is not high, and the extraction period is very long, so it is not a long-term attack method. In this case, the cooperation of the hydralisks is required. But hydralisks are currently in a dilemma, with a large number of chironomids appearing in front of them. These chironomids grow in highly toxic and corrosive areas and are naturally immune to various toxins.
What kind of poison have they never seen, and what kind of pain have they never experienced?
Although when they grow up, they will leave their hometown and suffer the pain of leaving their hometown in search of a beautiful sea of flowers. However, during the breeding season, they will still breed their larvae here and let the larvae go through the pain again. Bitter first, then sweet. This is the way of survival for the chironomids.
With this powerful physique, the chironomid king leads the chironomid family to face the venom web.
The venom of the hydralisk falls on them, and the venom can be shaken off with just a slight shake. What Zheng Fan hates the most is this kind of mosquito. The anti-magic attribute is too troublesome, and his skills can't be used. These mosquitoes cooperate closely, the larvae attack the springtails, the chironomids block the hydralisks, and the Anopheles king constantly restrains the flying dragons. At this moment, the entire battle situation became one-sided. The chaotic insect army continued to advance, squeezing the Zerg's living space.
Adam received bad news again at this time.
The strategic resources were really insufficient this time and could no longer support such a high-intensity battle, and a strategic shift was necessary.
Zheng Fan was very reluctant.
If it hadn't been for the virus, there was really no certainty who would win. He began to let the Zerg army begin to retreat, leaving gifts before leaving. When the mosquitoes saw that the insects had retreated, they stopped pursuing them and drove the insects forward, raising a cloud of dust on the ground. This force was unstoppable, and all the fungi along the way were wiped out. Zhang Fan was calculating the distance, getting closer and closer. The insects were still ignorant and ran forward like rhinos.
Now!
Zhang Fan shouted in his heart. The poisonous baneling bug underground received the instruction and swallowed the sodium element at the same time, causing its entire body to glow and heat again.
Mosquitoes are very clear-headed and feel the changes on the ground.
I saw that the ground began to ridge, and it was also mixed with high temperatures.
The insects began to stand unsteadily on their feet. Some smaller insects fell to the ground and were trampled by large insects.
The ground was ridged higher and higher, and the surface began to crack. Seeing that something was wrong, the Anopheles king quickly pulled his tribesmen and began to climb. Chironomid king also felt a little dangerous, but he was still fearless in his heart. He felt that he was strong enough and continued to chase the Zerg. The giant mosquito king is on the ground, and it can feel the changes on the ground most intuitively and clearly. This earthquake-like change shakes its heart. Watching the Chironomid continue to chase the Zerg, the giant mosquito king felt deeply worried. It felt that the Chironomid king might not be able to come back this time. It had the intention to stop it, but for this battle, the giant mosquito did not take the adult mosquito with it. Zhang Fan watched as these ignorant insects gradually entered the poisonous explosion zone of the poisonous baneling insects. He wanted to see how many insects could survive in the end. The ground temperature has risen again, and the giant mosquito king no longer cares about the Chironomid, nor does he care about the cold lips and teeth. He wants to run and leave this dangerous place.
It is very confident in its own defense.
Over the years, only very few creatures have been able to cause harm to giant mosquito larvae. But this time, the feeling is no longer a matter of harm or not, it has already reached the point where there are no bones left.
Goodbye, my good friend, I will remember you. Do you still remember the time when we fought side by side in those years?
At that time, you were on top and I was on bottom, and I was often caught in your hands.
Whenever we fight, you will always be the first to think of me. We have traveled across thousands of mountains and rivers together and promised each other. You said that we will never leave each other. We don't want to be born in the same year, the same month and the same day, but we want to be born in the same year, the same month and the same day. Die. We serve His Majesty together and are the most solid partners. Whenever there is a threat, you will always stand in front of me immediately, and I will become your sharp teeth to tear all enemies to pieces for you. However, the reality is so cruel, and it destroys our relationship abruptly. It is not that I am too cowardly, but that the enemy is too strong. Every mosquito has a desire to live, and so do I. Goodbye, my friend, I am running away now. The giant mosquito king kept moving its small body.
Because it had no legs or wings, its moving speed was very slow, but it felt that it was the fastest movement in its life. Even if the insect army tramples over the mosquito's body, it cannot shake the giant mosquito king's desire to escape.
Ha! Why am I flying?
The giant mosquito king turned his head in confusion and saw the scene he least expected to see. The Chironomid actually wanted to fight again and picked up the larvae.
The giant mosquito king felt like he was about to explode with anger. He finally ran out. What are you causing trouble? The giant mosquito king ignored it and turned back to bite the Chironomid, making it let go.
There was a stinging sensation on the Chironomid's leg, and then it let go of the giant mosquito king.
It was still wondering what the hell was going on with this worm. The mouthparts of Chironomids are not offensive. They suck pollen, and their mouthparts have become siphon type.
Therefore, they will bring the larvae with them in every battle and use them as their weapons.
The Chironomid king does not have as many psychological activities as the giant mosquito king. It only implements the orders of Emperor Jingjing to destroy the enemy and must bring the larvae with it. But I didn't expect these larvae to be so uncooperative this time, so I will have to read it later. The giant mosquito king landed on the ground, feeling the increasingly powerful vibrations, and looked back hatefully at the Chironomid still flying in the sky. I consider you a friend, but you want to harm me. I can't live this day. Run quickly.
The giant mosquito king has only one desire in his heart, and that is to run out of this land of right and wrong. A stone suddenly tilted up in front, lifting the giant mosquito king high, and then the stone began to fly backwards. In mid-air, the giant mosquito king was carried away by the stone and returned to its original place again.
The giant mosquito king was desperate. He really couldn't escape this time.
Rumble! There was a thunderous roar underground, and all the poisonous baneling insects had detonated. The explosions filled with venom were constantly squeezing the surrounding land.
Emperor Jijing, who was far away in the forest, also heard the roar.
At first, he thought another self-exploding mosquito was coming, but he did not find the mushroom cloud. While Emperor Jijing was still confused, the whole earth began to tremble, and the trees in the forest began to shake, and the collision of branches made a rattling sound. The big Mosquito King, who was lying on the ground, suddenly raised his head and saw an unforgettable scene with Emperor Mosquito Jing. The earth was torn apart, and venom rushed into the sky like a torrent.
Those insects that were once so high above were immediately hit by this shock wave.
There was no need to think about it, no time to remember, and they were torn into pieces. With the power of a volcanic eruption, venom continuously gushes out from the ground.
The giant Mosquito King was lucky and did not die immediately, but it was also unlucky.
It saw despair, and disaster approached it step by step, and finally drowned it. Chironomid King, who was relatively confident in his own resistance to magic, was also shocked. The venom underneath began to spray out, which was far above the upper limit of its magic resistance. Time seemed to slow down again, and the venom flooded the legs of the Chironomid King. It did not react at all and spread to its abdomen. The Chironomid King felt the sting and began to flap its wings vigorously. With the first swing, the venom spread over its chest. With the second swing, the venom covered its entire body. The Chironomid King had no chance to swing a third time.
The Anopheles King was still running.
When he looked back, he was already frightened. He broke out at the fastest escape speed in his life, which was almost as fast as the Aedes mosquito. The shock wave of the poisonous baneling explosion, coupled with the venom, made the entire sky seem to be enveloped in a sea of green. Zhang Fan's poisonous attack was a move that could damage the enemy by 1,000 and himself by 800. Not only did he kill the enemy, but his own soldiers were also affected. Nearly half of the springtails died in the blast.
After the explosion ended, acid rain pattered in the sky.
The acid rain fell on the ground, causing a second damage to some insects that were dying. A shockwave staggered the Anopheles King, and when it came to its senses, acid rain in the sky had already enveloped it. His body became heavier, he could no longer fly, and his wings were melted through by the strong acid. Every part of the body is being covered by acid rain, which is eliminating viruses from its body. The acid rain all over the sky had entered the forest's sphere of influence, and Emperor Mosquito Jing hurriedly asked the Mosquito King to retreat. However, the Mosquito King was still hit by the acid rain and was crawling forward in pain. Its desire to survive told it that it could not die here. "It's so hot today, I'm going to be scorched." Emperor Mosquito Jing no longer knew what words to use to describe this explosion.
It was so beautiful. Emperor Jingjing's whole body glowed with golden light, and the explosion brought him unparalleled enjoyment, and he climaxed unknowingly. Acid rain slides down the smooth surface of Mosquito Jingdi, and these strong acids cannot cause any harm to it.
The explosion has calmed down, but it still cannot forget the beauty of the explosion. Zhang Fan was also stunned when he saw this explosion. He just ambushed all the poisonous baneling insects. He didn't expect it to be so powerful.
I'm afraid 1,000 landmines wouldn't be so powerful.
9 out of 10 of the insects were dead, and some of the surviving ones were lying on the ground panting.
They were really scared this time. This is not over yet. Zhang Fan's self-exploding mosquitoes are out again, trying to eliminate all these insects.
As long as they are left here, there will no longer be any creature in the forest that can stop Zhang Fan. Emperor Mosquito Jing began to come back to his senses after enjoying a beautiful explosion.
Oh, by the way, he was still fighting, the golden light on his body was still there, and Emperor Mosquito Jing flew out instantly.
It knows that it will be fine if its subordinate Mosquito Kings die, and they can continue to cultivate them later, as long as it is still there. Emperor Mosquito Jing turned into a stream of light and rushed into the battlefield, carrying an extremely powerful momentum. Zhang Fan saw this golden light from a distance. He didn't know what happened yet, so he controlled the self-exploding mosquitoes to rush towards the undead insects. Seeing this, Emperor Jingjing couldn't let these self-exploding mosquitoes succeed so easily, so he accelerated again. This time Zhang Fan could clearly see the sonic boom cloud. This is such a terrifying speed. Zhang Fan has only seen fighter jets flying out of sonic boom clouds on TV. This is the first time he has truly felt this kind of power. From the perspective of Emperor Mosquito Jing, everything has stopped, and the owner's powerful body and unparalleled speed rushed into the group of self-exploding mosquitoes. It could clearly see the whole picture of the self-exploding mosquito. It was about the same size as itself, with the shape of an Aedes mosquito, but without sharp mouthparts. It seemed to be closed, and the entire body was oval.
After seeing the self-destructing mosquito clearly, the mouthparts pierced the self-destroying mosquito's body. Well, they are very fragile and not very strong, Emperor Jingjing thought while attacking.
Zhang Fan's mind was completely focused on the self-destructing mosquitoes, and one of the self-destroying mosquitoes was attacked.
I can't let you run away. You damn monster.
Zhang Fan didn't know who the other party was, but once you're in, don't even think about getting out.
The mosquito Jingdi's mouthpart continued to penetrate deeper.
When it touched the black gunpowder in the self-exploding mosquito, it felt very uncomfortable. But the body was a little out of control due to inertia, and finally the whole body passed through. The mouthparts penetrated the other end, and the body was still inside the self-exploding mosquito.
The mosquito Jingdi's body was already stained with some black powder.
When all the bodies were stretched out, the self-destructing mosquitoes were also split into two halves. Emperor Mosquito Jing felt his body was a little hot, and there were traces of flames on the golden surface. Regardless of the changes on his body, Emperor Mosquito Jing had already set his sights on the other self-exploding mosquito. Zhang Fan has already activated the self-destruction system of the self-destructing mosquito, and is just waiting to kill this golden monster.
After penetrating the fifth self-exploding mosquito, Emperor Jingjing has transformed into a fireball. It became extremely excited.
It had not felt so comfortable for a long time, and it once again entered the body of a self-destructing mosquito. Emperor Mosquito Jing clearly saw a white stone emitting a dark green light. This green light was very beautiful. Between Sumeru, Emperor Mosquito Jing was in a trance. Changing to the perspective of the springtails, Zhang Fan saw a golden light piercing into the self-exploding mosquitoes. Before it started to explode, he saw the golden light moving at an unparalleled speed, like sewing clothes. If I could add a voice, it would be the feeling of chirp, chirp, chirp.
This is no ordinary creature, this is the most powerful one Zhang Fan has ever seen. Emperor Jingjing is still attacking the self-exploding mosquitoes.
It doesn't know which end will explode and which end will not explode. It always believes in its own strength. In an instant, dozens of self-exploding mosquitoes were killed again, and this time Emperor Jingjing saw a new scene. The green flame on the self-exploding mosquito ignited the pile of black things, and little sparks appeared on the black material. The spread of Mars was very fast, but it still couldn't keep up with the flying speed of Emperor Mosquito Jing. When he came to the other side of the self-detonating mosquito, half of the black gunpowder had been ignited.
Emperor Jingjing could clearly feel the increase in the body temperature of the self-detonating mosquito.
It didn't know what the principle was, it just felt that the ignited gunpowder was very annoying, and their smell was really unpleasant. By the time it entered the body of the third self-destructing mosquito, the black powder had been completely ignited and could explode at any time. After escaping, Emperor Jingjing's peripheral vision quickly swept across the sky. All the self-destructing mosquitoes in the sky began to turn red, and the self-destructing mosquito that was split in half had a small flame.
It finally detonated.
Zhang Fan thought about where you could escape under such a dense offensive.
Emperor Jingjing also saw clearly the self-exploding mosquitoes after the detonation. These self-exploding mosquitoes turned into small orange fireballs. The temperature of these fireballs was very high, and it didn't believe in evil at first. It wasn't until one of its legs was injured that Emperor Jingjing realized that these fireballs were untouchable. So it began to evade, dodging these fireballs at extremely fast speeds. The fireballs became larger and larger, constantly compressing the living space of Emperor Mosquito Jing. Although the surroundings were very dangerous, Emperor Mosquito Jing was very excited. He hadn't had this sense of adventure for a long time. The two fireballs in front were getting closer. Emperor Jingjing's eyes focused, he took a breath, and flew out from the gap between the two fireballs. The fireballs collided together, sputtering out more flames. Zhang Fan saw that although the self-exploding mosquito exploded, it still failed to capture the golden monster, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of irritation in his heart. The golden light was still flying like a needle threading a thread, with no rules at all, but it happened to be very fast. Emperor Jingjing gradually felt threatened in the explosion zone.
It could no longer stay like this and had to leave immediately. Taking advantage of the gap in the flames, Emperor Mosquito Jing flew towards the sky. Boom! A powerful explosion sounded again, and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. In the sky, Emperor Mosquito Jing had lost all his glory, feeling the enjoyment brought to him by the explosion.
Zhang Fan didn't know whether he had killed Emperor Mosquito Jing, but the explosion shrouded the entire area in mist.
Emperor Mosquito Jing was enjoying himself with his eyes squinted, and gradually regained consciousness.
The enemy seemed to be still watching.
So, it descended quietly, which was completely different from the previous speed. Emperor Mosquito Jing had already reached the top of Springtail's head, but Zhang Fan failed to spot it. It was looking forward to another explosion, but now it had to consider the entire forest. The body turned into golden light again, and this bright light was particularly eye-catching under the reflection of the sun. The hydralisks raised their heads and stared at the golden light. Zhang Fan was surprised. It turns out to be a mosquito. How can it be so strong? Facing such a terrifying enemy, Zhang Fan was not afraid. His last batch of self-exploding mosquitoes were on their way, trying to cooperate with the hydralisks to capture them in one fell swoop. Emperor Mosquito Jing moved, and this time his speed was much slower. He knew that he had played a bit too hard just now, and his body was a little exhausted. It would be difficult for him to recover within a few months, but this speed was enough to deal with the enemy. The moment Emperor Mosquito Jing took action, the hydralisks began to attack. However, Emperor Mosquito did not immediately attack the hydralisks. It passed through the dense venom shooting area. Arriving in front of the only remaining flying dragon, it wanted to take a closer look and see how these guys could compete with 80s. Zhang Fan didn't expect that Emperor Jia Jing would come to deal with Fei Long, but he couldn't think about it now. Controlling the flying dragon, he launched the projectile, which brought sparks caused by friction with the air. Emperor Mosquito Jing was dumbfounded. It found that it was particularly fascinated by explosions, somewhat obsessed. By the time Emperor Mosquito Jing came to his senses, the projectile had already arrived in front of him. You can clearly see the shape of the ejection projectile, with Martian oval-shaped eggs, and there seem to be dead larvae inside. Are these guys so disrespectful of future generations? Emperor Mosquito Jing felt a little uncomfortable. Then, it moved a short distance to the side very gracefully, and the ejection bullet flew out along its side. Emperor Mosquito Jing easily dodged all the successive projectile attacks. Zhang Fan only felt that he saw a light spot that was constantly shaking. When the flying dragon could no longer fire projectiles, the hydralisk troops came over staggeringly. Looking at the group of hydralisks, Emperor Jingjing moved and flew into the group of flying dragons. Zhang Fan was a little hesitant, not sure whether he should shoot or not. He didn't want to kill his flying dragon. He couldn't move his hands, and others would not stop. Emperor Mosquito Jing used absolute speed to shuttle among the flying dragons, and the time around him seemed to have stopped again. The golden light shone through the flying dragons one after another, and these flying dragons continued to fall like raindrops. Zhang Fan no longer hesitated and ordered the hydralisks to spray venom. The sky was filled with venom. Emperor Mosquito Jing stopped his movements and flew towards the outside of the venom-covered area at an extremely fast speed. On the left, Zhang Fan was shocked and turned the hydralisks in another direction to prepare to shoot again. Emperor Mosquito Jing, who was in mid-air, braked suddenly, and then rushed towards the hydralisk as if turning a 90-degree turn. Zhang Fan reacted quickly and raised the hydralisk scythe high. Since long-range attacks are not possible, let's fight in close combat. Estimating the distance, and after thinking for a 10,000th of a second, the hydralisk in the front row swung down the scythe heavily. There was a ding sound, and the scythe of a hydralisk broke and flew into the air. And the golden light was knocked to the ground. Emperor Mosquito Jing was a little confused now. He seemed to have been hit just now. He shook his head and got up from the ground again, his body staggering involuntarily. Absolute speed is used too much and must be dealt with quickly. Emperor Mosquito Jing rushed towards the hydralisks again. This time, he did not give Zhang Fan time to react. He shuttled back and forth among the hydralisks, constantly cutting down the hydralisks. This time there were no sparks or explosions. Emperor Mosquito Jing focused on piercing the hydralisk, but the speed slowed down a lot. Hydralisk also reacted very quickly. It put away the venom in its mouth and slashed Emperor Mosquito Jing with its sickle. After almost hitting it several times, Zhang Fan thought this was an excellent opportunity and mobilized the springtails over. The springtail moves faster than the hydralisk, and its attack speed is also very fast. It can completely knock down this golden mosquito. Just as the springtails were preparing to attack, Emperor Mosquito Jing flew up into the sky again. In mid-air, Emperor Mosquito Jing lost his golden light and returned to his original appearance as a Culex mosquito. It was panting. Emperor Mosquito Jing has never felt so tired. This time he used absolute speed for a bit too long, but he was unwilling to fail to completely annihilate the opponent. In the distance, the buzzing sound appeared again, and the self-exploding mosquito rushed towards Emperor Mosquito Jing at an extremely fast speed. The hydralisks were also prepared and swallowed the venom again. The self-exploding mosquitoes in the sky and the hydralisks and springtails underground completely blocked the escape route of Emperor Jingjing.
Let's see where you run away this time. It seems like you can no longer use your abilities.
Zhang Fan thought to himself.
Emperor Jingjing is indeed very tired, but this does not mean that it cannot use absolute speed.
Forcing himself to shine again, Venom and the self-exploding mosquito were already approaching a very close distance. After moving a short distance and dodging a batch of venom, he encountered another batch of venom, and his body began to heat up. Emperor Jing knew that no matter how obsessed he was with explosions, he had to leave this time. It was really difficult to deal with. These attacks were so intensive. Emperor Mosquito Jing narrowed his eyes and rushed towards a gap at the critical moment. The self-destructing mosquitoes exploded and made a rumbling sound again. This was Zhang Fan's last batch of self-destructing mosquitoes. Without resources, he could not organize a new round of attack. All he could do now was hope. Get rid of this smelly mosquito. God seemed to be joking with Zhang Fan, as a golden light rushed out from the thick smoke and flew into the distance. Seeing this scene, Zhang Fan didn't know whether to be happy or pity. There were several scars on Emperor Jingjing's body. He was still unable to completely avoid the explosion at the moment, and the shockwave also caused some pain in his head. If it weren't for his tenacious willpower and the use of absolute speed at the last moment, this time it would really be revealed. After being far away from the Zerg army, Emperor Mosquito Jing lost the golden light on his body again. His expression was a little dazed, and he flew towards the forest unsteadily. He was too tired. The forest was still in front of him, but his body was not under control. His wings stopped working and he fell towards the ground. At this moment, the Mosquito King flew out close to the ground and held the Mosquito King Emperor on his back, who was about to fall. Then it climbed up again and flew towards the depths of the forest. All this is in Zhang Fan's eyes. He intends to pursue, but the opponent's speed is too fast. Even if the flying dragon catches up, it may not be able to kill the opponent. Last update today. In this way, the counterattack organized by Emperor Jing ended. Zhang Fan breathed a long sigh of relief, thinking that he would be beaten back to his original form this time. Looking at the devastated land, Zhang Fan smiled bitterly in his heart, and it was time to rebuild. Deep in the forest, Emperor Mosquito Jing had woken up, lying on the back of the Mosquito King, looking at the sun in a trance. Big Mosquito, what do you think they are? Emperor Jingjing asked Big Mosquito through his brainwaves. Oh, by the way, you can't answer now. Emperor Mosquito Jing said again. The Mosquito King is silent, just like what Emperor Mosquito Jing said. It has no way to answer, it is a listener. Big Mosquito, I found that I suddenly fell in love with the feeling of explosion. It is so beautiful. After Emperor Jingjing said, the Big Mosquito King couldn't help but tremble. It didn't think it was beautiful, but that it was too scary. Have you seen the sun in the sky? Following Emperor Mosquito Jing's voice, he raised his head and looked into the sky. The brilliant sky lanterns and the radiant sun are the bright eyes of nature. Light is alive. The sun is always, giving warmth and light to the world every day. Emperor Jingjing continued, his voice full of profundity. I have been thinking about what the sun is. It brings us warmth, brings life, and nourishes the earth, but what is it made of? Now I seem to find out the answer is an explosion. The great Mosquito King begins to land, and this is the habitat of the Mosquito Emperor. With a huge gust of wind, the Mosquito King fell to the ground smoothly. Emperor Mosquito Jing seemed to have no intention of coming down, and King Mosquito was not in a hurry and just waited quietly. We can enjoy the warmth brought by the sun, but we don't know why the sun brings warmth. It is gentle but not hot. This explosion made me feel hot. You know, I thought I was the strongest. I won't be afraid of anything, but let me tell you, I am afraid of explosion. Emperor Mosquito Jing slowly stood up and stood on the back of the mosquito. It continued, such horrific explosions excite me for some reason, and I feel this is true art. Emperor Mosquito Jing started to flap its wings and flew towards its lair, where there were various ores that it continuously collected. I thought this was its hobby, but I didn't expect to be exposed to the beauty of explosions. Looking at these ores, I thought it was nothing more than that. Big Mosquito, I'm tired and need to rest for a while. Emperor Mosquito Jing conveyed the message a little tiredly. The Big Mosquito King lay on the ground and hesitated again and again, but finally flew into the sky, drawing circles in the sky to convey his thoughts. It's useless, we can't take revenge anymore, they reproduce too fast. Emperor Mosquito Jing closed his eyes and stopped looking at the Big Mosquito King. The great Mosquito King didn't know that Emperor Mosquito Jing was asleep, but he was still flying unremittingly. Now he was not only a listener, but also a guardian. In the past, the forest was full of flowers. If you saw the giant mosquito flying in the sky, the flying insects around you would definitely sing and dance in celebration, but now it has become completely silent. Whose fault is this? It's not the Zerg's fault, nor the fault of Emperor Jingjing, but the fault of the world. At this moment, the big Mosquito King's heart was full of loneliness. Although the smelly Mosquito King scolded it and bullied it every day, it never cared about it. This is the way of survival for the great Mosquito King. Take a step back and the sky is vast. We are all mosquitoes, living in harmony and loving each other. Where are you now? I can't see or hear your voices. I want to play with you, but I can't. Seeing that Emperor Mosquito Jing's voice had disappeared for a while, the great Mosquito King slowly descended from the air again. This time the landing was a little gentle, as he was afraid of disturbing Emperor Mosquito Jing. Looking towards the nest, Emperor Mosquito Jing seemed to be asleep, and his body was still shaking. For a moment, the Mosquito King didn't know what to do. It originally accepted the instructions of Emperor Mosquito Jing and went east when it went east, and went west when it went west. The only time it didn't obey the order was to hump Emperor Jing back. The sky is getting dark, and the stars are beginning to dot the sky. The night is so beautiful. I haven't spent such a quiet night in a long time. The big Mosquito King fell asleep leaning against the Mosquito King's nest without even realizing it. After Zhang Fan led a large force to clean up the remaining insects, the sky was getting dark. This was the first time that he paid so much attention to the sky. The stars were shining on the earth. Judging from the arrangement of the stars, this must not be the earth. It seems that there is a poet on earth who wrote a poem about homesickness. What is it about? I really want to forget, it's been too long. How long have I been in this world? Century? Millennium? 10,000 years? Or 100 million years? In fact, Zhang Fan didn't know how long it had existed. As the saying goes, there is no time in the mountains, and there is no age in the cold. His impression of the original world began to gradually fade. Zhang Fan's days have been repeating, constantly experimenting with death and devouring in battles, and then experimenting with battles and devouring death. Except for Adam, who Zhang Fan would regularly replace cells with, the rest of the Zerg would suffer from birth, old age, sickness and death. This was the cycle of life and the best way to solve the resource problem. Some things are better left to the world to decide. Under Zhang Fan's influence, the Zerg have been making progress, but the world also gives them choices. Survival of the fittest and natural selection are not empty words, but something Zhang Fan has personally experienced. No longer considering such complex philosophical issues, Zhang Fan turned his attention to scientific issues again. In addition to stars in the sky, there are still stars. Even so, this world still has so-called satellites. It's just that these satellites, please note that these represent a large number. The individuals of these satellites are too small, so small that there is really no way to detect them without careful observation. Without a complete satellite system, there would be no such terms as a bright moon and a bright moon. The nights in this world would be dark. Maybe, it was once complete, who knows. Early the next morning, Zhang Fan began to order Adam to take action. The post-war reconstruction work must be completed before the forest recovers. Adam was also very nervous about this, but he was more happy. He knew that the balance of victory had tipped to the Great Zerg. As long as he launched another attack, the master would conquer the entire forest. Listening to Adam's words of praise, Zhang Fan enjoyed it quite a bit this time. After enjoying it, he began to think about dealing with Emperor Mosquito Jing. Adam is studying the work of strengthening the Zerg. As long as his research is successful, the strength of the Zerg will surely reach a higher level. Apart from Emperor Jingjing, I don't believe there are other creatures in the forest that can block such a terrifying tide of insects. I almost forgot to post it. What is the way for the Zerg to survive? Is it killing? Devour? But no, the true way for Zerg to survive is to survive. Every life has its own value and meaning, and maybe in the next second they will remain in the long river of history forever. Time will not stop or go backwards. Time will continue to flow into the distance like running water. If you cannot adapt to the changes of time, you will eventually be eliminated by the world. Maybe some beings have already understood this truth. They continue to evolve, and evolve again. They have wisdom and feel that they can rule the world. But they are wrong. It will always be this world that rules the world. The world just provides a platform for survival. Life is more than a ceaseless struggle, searching for the truth and the eternal way.
Every life is working hard for this. Look at those trees that have survived for hundreds or thousands of years. Their world seems to have stopped, but they have lived eternity. Look at those insects. They are constantly running for survival, and in the end they can only exist for a short moment. Why such a big difference? This is how every life survives. The Zerg also have their own way of survival. They are trying hard to adapt to the world and try to change so as not to be eliminated by the world. They are the treasures of the universe and the strongest race. If it's just to live in a corner, why bother working so hard? But what if one day in the future the place where we live is wiped out by irresistible factors? What's the point of such existence? Life will eventually stop. Zhang Fan has understood since he was a little cell that he must catch up with the world and not be eliminated by the world. As a result, various types of cells have evolved. These cells are fragile and short-lived. For this reason, more powerful multicellular organisms must evolve. Do you think that becoming a multicelled organism will definitely enable it to survive stably? Wrong, this is just the beginning of the struggle. In the face of a strong enemy, only compromise will bring vitality, and blindly attacking will only continue to consume one's own strength. So when facing the Golden Feather Ant King, Zhang Fan compromised. He was waiting for an opportunity that could decide the outcome in one fell swoop. He succeeded and owned a large piece of land. Owning the land meant owning resources. These were the resources that the Zerg had gained in exchange for their lives. The evolution of life makes them no longer afraid of anything, so they brazenly launched an attack on the forest. The forest's counterattack also taught the Zerg a deep lesson that they were not strong enough. Zhang Fan has made up his mind to take the Zerg out and find the eternal way to survive. He knew that once he stopped searching, crisis would naturally come. This kind of crisis may bring help to the Zerg, just like a natural disaster, allowing Zhang Fan to find a way to escape. It may also bring catastrophe to the Zerg race, just like the previous lethal viruses. If it were not for the existence of Adam's medical bacteria, then the entire civilization would have been destroyed by this disaster. Zhang Fan is very afraid of the disappearance of the Zerg. After these lives disappear, he will have no meaning of existence. Now Zhang Fan Gui is the master. Whether he exists or not, he exists because every cell, bacteria, and virus in the Zerg's body is his body. He does not exist because every life is his body. They are relative individuals, and they support Zhang Fan as the master. Death is not terrible. Zhang Fan has faced death calmly. Many Zerg lives are lost every day, and he has also felt the pain caused by death. But death does not mean the end of life. They will serve as stepping stones for new life. In the future, all beautiful things will record their greatness. Zhang Fan did not forget that he asked Adam to record all life from ancient times to the present, waiting for future generations of Zerg to admire the brilliance of life evolution. Adam was helping Zhang Fan improve the Zerg's combat effectiveness while recording all the genetic maps. It felt a little tired, but it was very happy. It was willing to do anything to dominate. The laying of the fungus carpet was still in full swing. Zhang Fan did nothing else but incubate worker bees. He knew that the current forest should not be able to organize another attack. This was his perfect opportunity. Once the resources are collected, he will wipe out the entire forest. Whatever green you want, whatever forest you want, whatever ecosystem you want, just have purple, have carpet, and have Zerg. By the way, we must find Emperor Mosquito Jing's lair while he is still weak. Every day Zhang Fan would send a small team of springtails and flying dragons into the forest. The forest is very quiet now, and you can only hear the noise of the wind, the rustling of the branches and leaves. Without the chirping of insects, the surroundings seem to have turned into a dead silence. It does not mean that there are no insects anymore, they still exist, but the number is greatly reduced. These trees and grass grow very fast, without the restraint of herbivorous insects, as if they have been unchained and keep growing. While Zhang Fan was looking for Emperor Jing, he was also looking for genes useful to the Zerg. Most of them are duplicated genes and are of no use. Now it is no different than it was back then. If you just look for a bug or a seed, you can harvest a large amount of genes to cultivate advanced bugs. Excellent genes are really hard to find. Now it is best to find the mosquito jingdi and obtain its genes to make the Zerg race cool and unrestrained. It is estimated that this kind of thing is difficult to achieve. Just like Zhang Fan accidentally created Adam, it was fate. Anyway, Zhang Fan always tried to create a second mind bug but never succeeded. The flying dragons discovered a corrosive land that contained countless bacteria and viruses. This was a burial place. The surrounding trees had also turned black,
and there seemed to be small children crawling inside. Phylong began to generate medical bacteria in his body, and the viruses in the surrounding air made him instinctively reject it. Zheng Fan felt that this was a treasure land of feng shui, where he could obtain a large number of excellent virus and bacterial genes, which might be useful in future battles. After removing all the medical bacteria from Phylong's body and replacing it with modified cells, he controlled Phylong to carefully land on the corrosive land. Zheng Fan saw countless bacteria swarming up through the perspective of modified cells, and they continued to devour the body of the flying dragon. He quickly used the modified cells to wrap the bacteria and automatically began to analyze the genes inside. Soon, the new genetic map was delivered to Zheng Fan. There are too many viruses and bacteria in this place, so we have no choice but to mobilize troops from other places. After extracting the virus from the corroded land, Zheng Fan used medical bacteria to purify it. The black corrosive land gradually lost its original appearance, revealing an earthy yellow earth. The creatures that lived on the corrosive land were also purified together, turning into a pool of thick water. After finishing these things, Zheng Fan continued on his way to find Emperor Jie Jing. On the grassland side, Zheng Fan is working hard to fill in the deep pit that was originally blasted by the poisonous ban elites. This pit is really too big, and there is a lot of venom left in it. If the venom is not completely cleaned up, the fungus carpet will not be able to survive normally. The cleaning method is not particularly difficult, it only requires acid and alkali neutralization. The best thing to use is lime, an alkaline material containing natural calcium that is widely distributed. Just extract the calcium element through the mother's nest, and then use water and oxygen in the air to produce a certain chemical reaction. Relatively speaking, the amount of work was relatively large. Zheng Fan decided that once the hole was filled, the final war on the forest must be launched regardless of whether the germ blanket was laid or not. Deep in the dark forest, Emperor Mosquito Jing woke up and crawled out of his lair with a hint of fatigue. As soon as I left the nest, I saw the food caught by the giant Mosquito King. These are larvae, and their bodies are rich in protein, but the taste is somewhat unsatisfactory to the taste of Mosquito Jingdi. Looking at the expectant eyes of the big Mosquito King, Emperor Mosquito Jing sighed, flew to the larvae, stuck a needle on it and started sucking. I saw that the white larvae were rapidly drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the Mosquito Jingdi's abdomen also began to swell. After eating more than a dozen larvae, Emperor Mosquito closed his eyes in relief and said to Big Mosquito, I have been living so peacefully these days. I haven't been so leisurely for a long time. The great Mosquito King nodded aside, and Emperor Mosquito Jing added, I will arrange a task for you to observe how the other party is doing now. The Mosquito King obeyed the command and began to fly up, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not long after, the Mosquito King came back again. He heard that there was a large group of enemies in the forest, and they seemed to be looking for something. He told the Mosquito Emperor to be careful. This place cannot be discovered by them. Let's find a new place. Emperor Jingjing said after listening. Then, Emperor Jingjing took the big mosquito and flew towards the swamp, where there were still a large number of Culex mosquitoes. Unfortunately, unlike other mosquito species, Culex mosquitoes do not have any characteristics of their own, and their overall combat effectiveness is the lowest. If it were not for the Mosquito Jingdi, they would not be able to develop so quickly. By coincidence, a small group of flying dragons also came to the swamp. They discovered a large group of mosquitoes and began to attack. The attack method was still the same as usual, shooting projectiles, but the projectiles enhanced by the atom system had a longer range and more power, causing countless damage to Culex mosquitoes. As soon as Emperor Jingjing arrived here, he discovered something that made him furious. He quickly turned into golden light and flew out, killing all the flying dragons. Zheng Fan received the news that Emperor Jie Jing was in the swamp, and all the remaining Zerg in the forest attacked towards the swamp. Emperor Mosquito Jing had just killed the flying dragon. This time, a bunch of springtails jumped out. The limb strength of these springtails had also been strengthened. They jumped into the sky with one leap, opened their big mouths and bit at Emperor Mosquito Jing. Emperor Mosquito Jing glanced back and dodged the attack by flying upward slightly. The springtail had no place to rely on in the air, so it fell from mid-air and hit the swamp. The mud in the swamp was swallowing this uninvited guest. The springtail kept struggling, but was still unable to break free of the shackles, and was finally submerged into the swamp. Seeing such a scene, Zheng Fan hurriedly stopped the remaining springtails from attacking and waited for the arrival of the large army. The Zerg gathered very quickly and continued to surround the swamp, surrounding the entire swamp. Countless flying dragons also appeared in the sky.
Emperor Mosquito Jing looked around and found that there were so many enemies. The Mosquito King was also attacked.
It was timid by nature and began to flap its wings and flew towards the Mosquito King to seek shelter.
Seeing the Mosquito King coming, Emperor Jingjing said displeasedly, "Big Mosquito, you run first, I will come right away."
Looking at the menacing flying dragons in the sky, the mosquito felt a little guilty. It was worried that it would not be able to escape. Emperor Jingjing saw that the great Mosquito King was so submissive and ordered again, "Get out of here, this is not the place you should be." Feeling that Emperor Mosquito Jing was angry, the great Mosquito King waved his wings again in fear. The huge wind staggered Emperor Mosquito Jing, who returned to normal. "If you were stronger, maybe we could fight side by side," Emperor Mosquito Jing thought in frustration.
The big Mosquito King was still flying towards the sky.
Zhang Fan was not going to let it go this time. Such a big creature should have high research value. The Flying Dragon team merged into the Flying Dragon team and rushed towards the big Mosquito King. Seeing this, the big Mosquito King felt nervous and accelerated his flight speed again. The surrounding flying dragons felt the force of a hurricane, and for a while they were unable to break through the barrier. Emperor Mosquito Jing couldn't let the flying dragons succeed so easily, so he bypassed the dense hydralisaic attack area and flew towards the flying dragon. As soon as Zhang Fan saw Emperor Mosquito King attacking, he ordered the flying dragon to retreat quickly and gave up the attack position to the hydralisk. After driving away the flying dragon, I was attacked by the hydralisk again. I looked back at the Mosquito King, and saw that it was still flying into the sky, and it was not flying slowly. Zhang Fan controlled the flying dragon and began to divide his troops to pursue from the rear. The troops on the grassland were pouring into the forest, and the war started out of nowhere. After receiving the order, the self-exploding mosquitoes also began to take off and fly towards the forest. Zhang Fan found that the golden mosquito was very concerned about the big mosquito, so he set his sights on the big Mosquito King, turned around and no longer cared about the Mosquito King, and killed everyone he could.
Emperor Mosquito Jing was shocked.
He did not expect that the other party would do this, and he began to chase the flying dragons that attacked the Mosquito King. This guy flew too high and was out of the hydralisk's shooting range, but he couldn't just stand still. If he chased him, he would always land. The great Mosquito King did not dare to look back, fearing that he would be killed by the other party when he glanced back, but he did not know that the Mosquito King behind him was so powerful that all the chasing flying dragons were left behind by him. At this moment, the army of self-exploding mosquitoes flew towards the Mosquito King at great speed with a mighty momentum. And Emperor Mosquito Jing was also besieged by the flying dragons. This was a decisive rhythm. Emperor Mosquito Jing was now unable to break through the defense line of the flying dragons, and could only watch the self-destructing mosquitoes crash towards the big Mosquito King. Emperor Mosquito Jing's heart was bleeding, and an invisible aura was released from his body. Stop! When Zhang Fan was getting carried away, something unexpected happened. He was extremely shocked. Zhang Fan actually lost contact with the self-exploding mosquito. Emperor Jing's mind was racing. It was controlling these self-detonating mosquitoes, feeling the powerful energy in the self-detonating mosquitoes. It knew that these self-detonating mosquitoes were about to explode. He hurriedly ordered these self-destructing mosquitoes to retreat, and a ball of fire exploded in the air, rendering the forest red. The big Mosquito King was shocked by the sudden explosion and broke into a cold sweat. It thought it was going to die, but it didn't expect to escape death like this. Emperor Jingjing felt the explosion of the self-exploding mosquito, and then felt a sharp sting in his head, and the golden light on his body dissipated with the sting.
This was Fei Long's perfect opportunity to eliminate Emperor Jingjing, and Zhang Fan certainly couldn't let it go.
But when he controlled the flying dragon, he found that these guys didn't obey his orders, which shocked Zhang Fan.
The Zerg are out of control. This incident also woke up Adam during the study. What the hell? What's going on with Adam?
Zhang Fan was filled with anxiety.
Adam's eyes widened, and he answered at a loss, Lord, Adam doesn't know. Damn it, could it be that mosquito? Adam, please find out the reason quickly.
Zhang Fan was at a loss when he encountered this situation for the first time.
Yes. Master, Adam will find out the reason now.
Adam dropped the work in his hands and began to think outside the box, but no matter what, he couldn't feel the presence of the flying dragons. Suddenly, Adam and Zhang Fan heard a voice at the same time. It hurts so much. This voice is charming and magnetic. If it were a human, he would definitely be a famous voice actor.
Zhang Fan quickly asked, Who are you?
Emperor Mosquito Jing was still howling on the side, seemingly not hearing Zhang Fan's words. Zhang Fan completely covered his thoughts and saw a golden origin, which seemed to be the identity of Emperor Mosquito Jing.
Emperor Mosquito Jing felt threatened.
When he looked up, he seemed to see endless darkness rushing towards him.
When it was panicking, Zhang Fan asked again, "Who are you?"
Emperor Mosquito Jing stared at the black curtain dumbfounded, as if he had never seen anything like this in his world, a kind of fear that came from his bones. Seeing Emperor Jing not speaking, Zhang Fan shouted angrily, "Who are you? Why don't you speak?"
Emperor Mosquito Jing finally reacted and replied, "My name is Emperor Mosquito Jing. Why do you appear in my mind?" Zhang Fan continued to ask, "You're thinking?" Emperor Mosquito Jing was a little confused. What on earth is going on? At this time, a white origin appeared next to the black curtain and said in a respectful tone, "Master." Then the white origin turned his attention to Emperor Mosquito Jing. "Are you Emperor Mosquito Jing? How come you have such a powerful mind? Are you saying you are the same as me?" Emperor Mosquito Jing didn't speak. He listened to Adam talking continuously. He didn't know how to answer. This scene was really amazing. But it knew that the name of the black curtain was Lord, and the name of the white dot was Adam. After listening to Adam's words, Zhang Fan asked in surprise, "Are you serious?" "Master, it's absolutely true, Adam can guarantee it with his life," Adam said seriously. Emperor Mosquito Jing kept listening, feeling as if he had entered a huge trap.
He said viciously, "I don't know what the brainworm you are talking about is."
"I won't be a brain-breaking worm. I am this piece of shit. Overlord of the forest, you can't even think of taking this land away from me."
Zhang Fan looked at Emperor Mosquito Jing with a smile, as if he didn't know his situation, and Zhang Fan could knock him out of his wits with just a thought. "In that case, Adam will have some fun with him, and I will hold on to the side." After Zhang Fan finished speaking, he withdrew from his thoughts. The entire Zerg world is moving again, as if the world had taken a nap just now. The white dot and the golden dot looked at each other, and then the white dot moved. I saw several flying dragons flying out of the sky again. In order to distinguish between ourselves and the enemy, Adam specially made the eyes of the flying dragons white. Not to be outdone, Emperor Jing controlled the flying dragon with golden eyes and stepped forward to fight. This is a battle between Zerg and Zerg. The Mosquito King is very strange. He doesn't know why the enemy suddenly hits him. It found Emperor Mosquito Jing again. Now I, Emperor Mosquito Jing, had entered a state of dementia and was lying quietly on the swamp. The Mosquito King wanted to rescue him, but the Mosquito King was surrounded by the opponent's springtails and had no chance to make a move. With a better gift, Zhang Fan no longer cares about the big mosquito and lets it fend for itself. Anyway, he can still get it in the end. The flying dragon in the sky kept biting, and Emperor Mosquito Jing seemed to have not mastered the trick of flying dragon attack, so the situation was at a clear disadvantage. Adam felt a little dissatisfied and said, "Emperor Mosquito Jing, you are so useless. You are going to fall before Adam even exerts his strength." This sentence stimulated Emperor Mosquito Jing. He saw Emperor Mosquito Jing's body on the ground shaking involuntarily, and another invisible aura spread out, firmly controlling the surrounding springtails and hydralisks. Zhang Fan felt that he had lost contact with the army again. Adam has been observing. This time Emperor Jing once again controlled a group of Zerg. He fell into deep thought and thought about ways to solve this problem. With many subordinates, and such powerful subordinates, Emperor Jing was ambitious and felt that he would be able to fight back. Adam felt that the time was almost up, so he controlled the uncontrolled Zerg troops to exit the forest. This time it was Emperor Mosquito Jing's turn to hesitate. Over there was the enemy's base camp, and coupled with the terrifying darkness, he did not dare to act rashly. Adam released control of the Zerg, and control returned to Zhang Fan's hands again. He asked, "How are you feeling, Adam?" "Master, although the one named Emperor Jing has a certain mindset, overall he is still no match for Adam. Adam is confident of killing him." Adam replied, "Well, in that case, let's just play with it now." Zhang Fan was full of confidence. "Now that you have come to my thinking world, you are not at my mercy. Adam, I don't want this to happen again. Is there any good solution?" Zhang Fan is still a little worried. What if he encounters an enemy with a more powerful mind in the future? It's like seizing a body in a fantasy novel. After thinking for a while, Adam said to Zhang Fan, "Master, Adam has a method, but the operation will become more complicated." Zhang Fan couldn't wait to ask, "What can I do?" Adam answered again, "Brain and genetic code lock." But Adam never got the point in this regard. What went wrong? If you want to fly regionally, you must master a three-dimensional space concept. A simple flying dragon does not have this awareness, so this awareness must be instilled in this situation. Thinking of this, Adam was confused again. Lord, the workload you gave me this time is quite large. Zhang Fan was still staring at Emperor Mosquito Jing. This stinky mosquito seemed to be back to its domineering self. He ate, drank, and slept every day, or patrolled the territory, but he didn't do anything out of the ordinary. In fact, when Emperor Mosquito Jing was able to control the Zerg, he still resisted a little, but as time went by, he understood that resistance was useless, and it was better to spend the last good days of his life happily. This is the current situation. The life of Emperor Zhijing, which has been linked to Zhang Fan's thoughts, is always in Zhang Fan's hands. However, Zhang Fan really wanted Emperor Zhijing's thoughts, so he kept it, even the name of the brainworm. Think about it, it will make your mouth water just thinking about it. The scene returned to Adam, who was scratching his head. Zhang Fan felt that Adam's whole body was full of haggard, which could be seen from the dull color of his skin. Adam, are you okay? Zhang Fan asked. When Adam heard Zhang Fan's words, he trembled all over. Master. Don't worry. Adam will resolutely complete the tasks assigned by you. Adam will definitely complete the work meticulously. Zhang Fan was stunned by Adam's words and said, okay, come on. Lord, please rest assured. Adam's voice was full of determination. In fact, Adam's head was about to explode. After all kinds of torture, he finally mastered the three-dimensional construction consciousness of the flying dragon, and also optimized the entire flying dragon. When he looked back at the springtails, hygralisks, worker bees, and banlings, his heart was trembling. Lord, Adam seemed to be unable to do something. Adam's research work took a long time, and it seemed that he couldn't wait for it to be completed. Zhang Fan took action himself and took over the mind of Emperor Jingjing first. On this day, Emperor Mosquito Jing once again saw the shady scene that frightened him. The shady scene quickly condensed in front of its eyes, and finally became a human figure standing in front of it. Just listen to the humanoid black shadow saying with a rich and surrounding sound, Emperor Mosquito Jing, are you willing to walk with us to eternal life? Emperor Mosquito Jing understood every word, but he did not understand this sentence. Do you want me to join you? Emperor Jingjing's magnetic voice appeared again. Zhang Fan continued, this time strolling towards Emperor Mosquito Jing. Yes, join us, I have prepared an eternal body for you, and you will be in charge of the supreme power in the future. I used to have supreme rights. Emperor Mosquito Jing said dismissively. Oh, really? But you are alone now. The black shadow lowered his head and looked at the golden light. Emperor Jingjing tried his best to raise his head. The black shadow was really tall. I admit that you are very powerful, but you have destroyed my home and killed my people. If it were you, will you compromise? Although Emperor Mosquito Jing was very scared, his tone was full of no doubt. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Fan laughed, are you questioning me? It seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. Zhang Fan's heart moved, and the Zerg controlled by Emperor Jing all turned against him and pointed their fangs and teeth at it. Emperor Mosquito Jing suddenly felt an incomparable sting. Aha! The heart-rending screams, the pain that hits from the soul level are the most deadly. Zhang Fan stopped his movements and continued to ask, how is it? Have you agreed? Emperor Mosquito Jing climbed up with difficulty and gritted his teeth and said, I won't agree even to the death. Hey, why is it so? Zhang Fan did not torture Emperor Mosquito Jing anymore but turned into a black curtain and dispersed. He did not dare to use his mind attack on Emperor Mosquito Jing anymore. He just found out that this kind of attack had some damage to Emperor Mosquito Jing's mind. Convince as much as you can, and torture the ones you can't convince slowly, at least wait until they recover a little. Every day Zhang Fan would negotiate with Emperor Jing, using all kinds of threats and inducements, but the other party would not let go. Seeing that he would not let go, Zhang Fan would torture him every once in a while. Zhang Fan actually heard the screams. It's still a bit cool. Really sick. As the sun and the moon passed, time changed, and Adam's work was finally almost completed. At this moment, what it is most grateful to is the Lord. It is the Lord who has given it wisdom and thinking, allowing it to think independently. It is grateful for the greatness of the Lord. Without the Lord, there would be no Adam. To be honest, building a thinking model is the most tiring experiment Adam has done over the years. It requires considering architectural issues, designing graphics for the brain, and carefully connecting the brain with neurons throughout the body. Finally, after all tests are completed, the genetic map needs to be arranged. After these tasks were completed, what Adam wanted most was the Lord's praise. Lord,
Why don't you come and praise Adam?
Zhang Fan noticed these things. Since he freed the Zerg from eating, drinking, urinating and sleeping, Zhang Fan felt that he was much more energetic all of a sudden. The world became clearer, the sky looked bluer and the water became clearer. The golden dot in front of me also became smaller. It wasn't that Zhang Fan didn't care about Adam, but that he happened to be torturing Emperor Mosquito Jing when Adam was completing his mission. After all these years, this smelly mosquito has become quite tenacious. The germ blanket has spread to the door of their house and they still don't let go.
I'm asking you again, do you surrender or not? Zhang Fan's dark shadow looked even taller to Emperor Mosquito Jing.
It still couldn't stand it anymore, and it seemed that the Mosquito King couldn't stand it either. After sighing, Emperor Jingjing said, "Submit."
Oh, you still don't surrender? No, wait. What did you just say? Zhang Fan was stunned. After so many years of not surrendering, Zhang Fan actually got used to it. Today, he suddenly said surrender. He was really surprised. Got it.
Lord, I am willing to surrender to you, but I must make a few demands.
Emperor Mosquito Jing made his final struggle. Zhang Fan thought for a moment and replied, you say. First, I want to preserve my fast habitat. Second, I want the Mosquito King to continue to live. Third, how about letting it live here? Emperor Mosquito Jing's tone was pleading.
Zhang Fan also understood that the mosquito race was only superficial, and the embroidered pillow had no fighting power at all.
Since Emperor Mosquito Jing was so sincere, it was hard to refute its reputation.
At any rate, it would also become a mosquito with brainworms in the future. Emperor Mosquito Jing's mind returned to his body and he looked at the Mosquito King quietly.
No recommendation votes or favorites on Monday? Crazy request. Big Mosquito, did you know? I'm going to a new place soon.
Emperor Mosquito Jing said happily.
The Mosquito King was confused and tilted his head.
He didn't know where Emperor Mosquito Jing was going, but he knew that wherever Emperor Mosquito Jing went, he would go.
By the way, you don't have to follow me this time. Just stay here.
Emperor Mosquito Jing continued. The Great Mosquito King obviously didn't expect that Emperor Mosquito Jing would say this, saying that he didn't want to do it and wanted to draw a circle.
Emperor Jia Jing shouted, "Come back." The Big Mosquito King immediately lay down in front of the Mosquito King. Okay, Big Mosquito, this departure does not mean that we will never see each other in the future. Maybe I will meet you in a different way, as long as you can still remember me. Emperor Mosquito Jing's voice was a little disappointed. The Big Mosquito couldn't help but shake its head, vaguely having bad thoughts in its heart. Do you still remember this nest? You found this for me. You have completed what your father failed to complete. To be honest, I am very satisfied. It has taken me so long. Emperor Jingjing looked back at himself.
He said with some nostalgia for the nest he had been in for many years.
There are still some ores in it. If it's of no use, just throw it away. I have enlarged the entrance to the nest. You will live in it from now on.
When Emperor Mosquito Jing asked him to live in it, the Mosquito King immediately refused.
Soaring into the sky and drawing circles in the sky.
Emperor Jingjing looked at the painting of the Mosquito King for a while and then said, No, why don't I want you?
I'm just letting you take care of me here, do you understand?
I just want you to live in my place for a while, and I'll come back.
Don't worry, when have I, Emperor Jia Jing, deceived you in all these years? Where to go? It's hard to say. To be honest, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know the time. I really can't tell. Don't be sad. Just show me your house for a while. I'll be back. We agreed. The Mosquito King flew down from the air and stretched out his mouthparts.
The Mosquito King also stretched out his mouthparts, and the two pairs of mouthparts touched lightly.
You are my best friend, believe me. Emperor Mosquito Jing's eyes were full of determination. Okay, it's time for me to leave. The other party is urging me.
Emperor Mosquito Jing slowly took off and flew towards the only bush. The Big Mosquito King sat quietly in place under the command of Emperor Jingjing.
It believed that its king would definitely come back.
Emperor Mosquito Jing flew out of the small forest and saw a patch of purple again. It seemed that purple was the truth of the world, and green was the invading foreign enemy.
Zhang Fan controlled a springtail and came to Emperor Mosquito Jing and asked, "Are you ready? You will enter a new world."
Emperor Mosquito Jing said calmly, "I hope you will keep your promise."
As a master, I always stick to my word.
After saying that, Emperor Mosquito Jing began to descend slowly.
Zhang Fan was receiving its thoughts.
At this time, Emperor Mosquito Jing said again, "By the way, I hope you won't go to the north now."
What's in the north? Zheng Fan asked back.
Emperor Mosquito Jing poured his thoughts into the springtail as if his soul was out of his body and said, I don't know, I only know that it is very cold there, and I can often hear terrifying roars. Zhang Fan was silent for a while and said, you should know that nothing can stop the Zerg. After accepting Emperor Jie Jing's thoughts, the next step is the issue of embryo injection. At present, Adam's embryo model can be used, and it only needs to be recultured, which is quite fast. Emperor Jingjing's mind fell into a deep sleep after entering the embryo. Zhang Fan knew that this would take a long time. Once successful, he would become another general. Emperor Jie Jing disappeared from this world, and Zhang Fan was ordering the Zerg to cut down the forest and transport the trees to the volcano.
The crater contains hot magma. Zhang Fan does not need this magma. Maybe he will use it in the future. Who can say for sure?
What he wanted was the temperature of the magma, the burning sensation. These woods were prepared for refining charcoal. Originally, carbon elements could also be extracted from the earth, but that method has been around for too long. There is so much wood that nothing needs to be done, and it just so happens that things that hinder the development of the carpet can also be removed. However, Zhang Fan still kept his promise and left a living space for the Mosquito King. This was only temporary for the entire Zerg race, which had a long life. Zhang Fan is not very concerned about what there is in the north at the moment, because the work of laying out the germ carpet and building the mother nest has not yet been completed. After Emperor Jie Jing wakes up, he can lead the troops to fight, and he will be happy to have some leisure time. In the next period of time, Zhang Fan began to specialize in the work of ground thorns. After listening to Emperor Jie Jing's words, he made some preparations to prevent enemies from the north from going south. The ground thorn is a defensive building that uses ground attack as its main method. It is a bit far-fetched to say that it is a building. It is actually more like a plant. This attack method is somewhat similar to the way Venus flytraps and piranha plants work. They have a group of sensory cells in their bodies. The sensory hairs act like levers, pushing the sensory hairs so that the sensory hairs press the sensory cells, and the sensory cells will emit a burst of energy. The weak current then goes to notify all the cells on the predator. Since the current will spread throughout the prey clip, it is not necessary to touch the same sensory hair to trigger closure. As long as any two sensory hairs in the same prey clip send out current, the closing movement can be triggered. Of course, the electric current emitted by the sensory hairs only affects the predator trap where it is located, and will not interfere with the operation of other predator traps on the same plant. The same principle applies to the ground thorns that Zhang Fan studied this time, but this feeling only targets the enemy and cannot pose a threat to the Zerg. He first established a cultured colony, which could evolve into ground thorns, so some genetic modification projects had to be done on this colony. Zhang Fan also collected a large number of plant genes in the forest, and he was also familiar with the task of transformation. The clone was quickly completed. It looked like a beating heart, a bit like an animal, but Zhang Fan knew that the clone was actually a plant without a cell wall. In order to save resources, Zhang Fan can stop it from working anytime and anywhere, which is very convenient and easy to use. Then the next step is to make the ground thorns. As you can see from its name, the ground thorns are spikes that come out of the ground. Therefore, it must meet two requirements. The first is to be fast. The speed of jumping out of the ground must be fast. The second is to be sharp. No matter how fast the speed is, it will not work if there are no sharp thorns on the top to pierce the enemy's skin. As for the model, use the roots of the iron tree, which can not only satisfy the nutritional supply but also attack the enemy. Please vote for recommendations and favorites. Orange thanks everyone here. The colony is just an induction sensor and does not have any attack capabilities. After Zhang Fan made some optimizations to it, the effect is not bad. After piercing the ground, the fungus carpet will quickly heal the punctured wound. After quickly completing the ground stabbing work, Adam also received news that the brain optimization work was completed. The main work of worker bees is to transport larvae, build bases, lay bacteria blankets, mine and other development work. In order to meet the rationality of work distribution, a larger worker bee will appear in every 100 worker bees as a commander. Type worker bees, command type worker bees receive instructions from Zhang Fan and the brainworms. Springtails mainly perform a series of aggressive behaviors such as patrolling, fighting enemies, and body coordination. They also have a large springtail. This large springtail is also under command, just to prevent the death of the large springtail during the battle. These springtails are divided into fine divisions. Every 10 springtails form a squad. Each small springtail accepts the command of its own squad of springtails. Once the commander dies, it can accept the command of other large springtails.
What if all 10 large springtails die? Then the springtails will receive a retreat command, and Zhang Fan can still continue fighting if he directly intervenes. The same is true for hydralisks, but their commander is more hidden.
Adam installed his brain in the abdominal cavity, where the space is larger and more suitable for designing some difficult actions.
For example, a series of complex operations such as hydralisks spraying venom, moving quickly, bending and crawling, and attacking with scythes.
In appearance, there is no difference between hydralisks, and their command scale is the same as that of springtails.
The same command scale is the same for Phylong.
After a period of research, Adam found that Phylong is more suitable for installing the brain not on the top of the head, but also in the abdominal cavity, but further up, closer to the heart. The advantage of this is that it can protect the brain from attacks, and it can quickly supply nutrients to the brain, allowing the flying dragon to make decisions more quickly. To this end, Adam also specially enlarged the size of the flying dragon so that it can perform more difficult actions, such as snakeskin positioning, spiral lifting, shooting on the move, etc.
Poison banlings are a little different from other arms.
Poison banlings, like self-exploding mosquitoes, pay more attention to explosions. However, based on this explosion, Adam designed independent venom production instructions for them. With this instruction, Zhang Fan no longer needs to use his thoughts to control the poisonous baneling insects to produce venom, which means that the poisonous baneling insects will produce a certain amount of venom on their own. Only when it reaches a certain amount, it will be discharged to discharge excess venom from the body.
Finally, there is the self-detonating mosquito.
The primary instructions for the self-destroying mosquito were quickly completed and successfully completed, but the subsequent instructions were a bit troublesome. The body of the self-exploding mosquito contains a large amount of gunpowder, and the other organs are very small. This creature will only produce when necessary. Zhang Fan meant that as long as he controlled the explosion, it would be fine. In order to give the self-destructing mosquitoes better battlefield survivability, Adam specially added a large circle-turning flight for them. In order to increase this feature, Adam took great pains, and the instructions took longer than those of several other arms. This is just because the brain capacity of the self-destructing mosquitoes is so large.
Too small.
After solving these problems, Zhang Fan was completely liberated from them.
Ah, this feeling. The Zerg thinking world is black, and the black transformation represents Zhang Fan. Master, have you become so powerful without knowing it? Adam suddenly felt an extremely heavy pressure.
This was the pressure of the master.
This feeling is really great. All the Zerg soldiers began to release black aura in their bodies.
That is Zhang Fan, the supreme master of the Zerg.
Adam looked at the sky in horror.
It was clearly daytime, but it had been shrouded in black by Zhang Fan's aura. A pair of huge blood-red eyes suddenly opened in the sky above Adam's head.
Adam! You did a great job.
Zhang Fan's voice was like thunder in his ears. All the Zerg crawled on the ground together, feeling the supreme authority of the master.
Lord! You are Adam's eternal follower.
Adam was moved to tears, and his heart was extremely excited. Blood-red eyes swept across the entire land, as if patrolling his own territory.
Ha! Zhang Fan in the sky was confused. Can it only last so long?
The black gradually disappeared, and the sky became sunny again, and the black shadows penetrated into the bodies of every Zerg again like a whirlpool.
Zhang Fan's voice appeared in Adam's ear. Adam, what I just felt was great, I want more. Adam was so excited that his whole body was trembling, and he answered Zhang Fan with great passion, yes. Lord! Adam will do his best.
For Zhang Fan, this is a wonderful feeling, as if everything and everyone is in his hands, and just one thought can destroy the world. It's just that this feeling of existence is too short, lasting only a few minutes. Adam calls this phenomenon a thinking entity, which is the product of the combination of thinking in the bodies of thousands of races, which is Zhang Fan's body.
Zhang Fan didn't like such a vulgar name.
He preferred to call it Shenwei, because he found that he had fallen deeply in love with the feeling of controlling destiny. The feeling of truly being the master was so great. To this end, Adam also proposed to make a fixed container for Zhang Fan so that Zhang Fan could release his thoughts through the container, but Zhang Fan rejected it because the time was not yet ripe.
Although Zhang Fan never forgets this feeling, the construction of the Zerg must continue.
After Adam reported the brain construction work to Zhang Fan, he devoted himself to the genetic shackles work.
The full name of genetic shackles is Zerg Gene Dynamic Code Defense and Anti-Shackles. The existence of this kind of shackles is inevitable. After the Zerg were controlled by Emperor Jie Jing, Both Zhang Fan and Adam understood that once the Zerg were controlled by the other party, unimaginable disaster would occur.
This kind of shackles is not enough to simply add some coded purines to the gene, but to open up a new code in the double helix structure. And the control of this password lies in Zhang Fan's hands.
Why is it called a dynamic password?
Because every password comes from Zhang Fan's authorization. Even Adam would not be able to control the Zerg without his authorization.
This shows how difficult this process is.
The double helix structure of carbon-based organisms is already very stable, and it is very difficult for humans to make some changes in this structure. Zhang Fan has no worries, he has plenty of time now. In fact, I quite like watching everyone's discussions about cells.
There are many things that I never thought of. Gaia.
Zhang Fan called softly.
The golden brainworm looked at its surroundings curiously. Zhang Fan continued to call, Gaia. Gaia? Are you calling me? The golden brainworm is a little confused.
Its mind is in chaos now, and it has no idea what is going on.
Gaia.
The voice came again, and this time the golden brainworm determined that the voice was calling it, and echoed, Are you calling me?
Who are you? Gaia, you are finally awake.
Gaia raised her head and saw a terrifying black figure,
exclaiming, Master?
After hearing what Gaia called him, the black shadow in Zhang Fan's thoughts gradually disappeared, leaving only Gaia with dull eyes. At this time, Adam climbed up and said to Gaia, Gaia, welcome, my partner, my name is Adam.
For a moment, Gaia seemed to understand something, and some fragments kept appearing in her mind like a slideshow.
By the way, that's the forest, that's purple, explosions, mosquitoes, insects, shadows, domination.
Ah! Gaia suddenly roared. The sound was so sharp that it pierced the entire nest and spread far away. Ah, you are Adam.
After regaining his composure, Gaia's eyes were a little blurry, and she continued as if she had not woken up, Okay, I understand, take me out.
Adam felt a little unhappy. After all, I am also your senior. What kind of mouthpart are you using to talk to me?
When Gaia saw Adam not replying, her eyes suddenly glared, and an invisible aura rushed towards Adam.
Adam felt the tingling pain on his skin and brain, and was shocked in his heart. Is this the power of the Master? Not to be outdone, Adam stared back.
The two forces clashed for the first time, and the entire brood could feel the vibration. Zhang Fan saw that the time was almost up and said in the ears of the two idiots, Stop.
Adam stopped immediately, but Gaia continued to use pressure regardless.
Zhang Fan frowned, Gaia, I told you to stop. At that moment, Gaia's mind went blank, and then Zhang Fan, who had taken control of his body, pushed her to the ground.
Gaia roared in pain, Zhang Fan said, Weren't you such a bad-tempered guy in your last life?
Gaia regained consciousness and said with anger towards Adam in her eyes, I don't know what happened in my previous life, but I won't let anyone step on my head in this life. Adam's blood suddenly surged and he shouted angrily, Damn Gaia, you actually ignore your status as a master.
Gaia didn't speak and remained silent.
Zhang Fan felt his head hurt. After feeling Gaia's thoughts, he realized that this guy had no respect at all and was completely a thug.
Hey, Dad, I'm a little hungry now. Gaia said nonchalantly. When Adam heard this, Gaia was so courageous that he called him Master Father? Although that's true, it's also very disrespectful.
Zhang Fan thought this title was quite friendly, and then said, Let Adam take you there. Gaia glanced at Adam with contempt, then quickly squirmed in front of it and said, Get away.
Adam was so angry that he said, Okay, you are young and I won't care about you.
After saying this, he took Gaia and went out to look for food. Zhang Fan felt that the birth of Gaia completely overturned his previous view of Emperor Mosquito Jing. How could a mosquito who seemed quite kind be so violent in his heart? After finishing the food, Gaia thanked me and left without turning around.
Adam looked at Gaia's back and secretly thought about how I would deal with you.
As a brainworm, there is only one absolute concept in his heart, that is, never betray the master. The same is true for Gaia, so Zhang Fan is quite relieved about it.
Gaia walked on the purple carpet, and the passing Zerg soldiers lay on the ground in fear.
This was a privilege owned by the advanced Zerg. Adam stared at Gaia closely and sent a message to Zhang Fan, Master, Adam thinks this Gaia is really annoying.
It has completely destroyed the normal production work of the Zerg. Look at it, wandering around.
Zhang Fan also glanced at Gaia, and then said to Adam, Let it go.
We have more things to accomplish next, and we can't live without it.
Although Adam was angry, he could not go against the Lord's will. Lord, please give me your order.
While walking around, Gaia saw the poisonous banlings in the mother nest.
It had a vague impression in its mind that the scenery after the explosion of these poisonous banlings was very beautiful. So he controlled the poisonous banlings and walked outside the mother nest.
With a glare, the poisonous banlings exploded instantly. The sight of the explosion made Gaia ecstatic.
It seemed that it had discovered a new toy. Just when it wanted to continue playing, Zhang Fan's voice came, "Gaia, go somewhere with me." Hearing the voice of the Lord, Gaia said, "Where to go?"
"You will know when you go there, it should be considered your hometown." Although Gaia was reluctant, she still followed the springtail controlled by Zhang Fan towards the original location of the forest.
Along the way, it saw the prosperity of the Zerg race, with various buildings lined up in rows and a variety of plants based on carpets, just like a society. Following the springtail, we came to the depths of the forest, where there was a small patch of green.
Gaia felt a little unhappy and asked, "Dad, why is there still green here? This color is really ugly." "You'll know after you go in and take a look," Zhang Fan replied. Gaia continued to follow the springtail and came to the original nest, where a large mosquito was resting. The Mosquito King felt something coming, opened his eyes and saw Gaia. Gaia looked at the giant Mosquito King and asked with some hesitation, "Who are you?" The great Mosquito King heard Gaia's voice and hovered in the sky excitedly. Looking at the hovering posture of the great Mosquito King, Gaia interpreted it and said, "Emperor Mosquito King? Me? That's it." After the Mosquito King landed, he looked at Gaia expectantly. Gaia reviewed some past events, but still couldn't remember many of them.
Finally, she said to Zhang Fan, "Dad, this place makes me so irritated.
Can I destroy it?"
Zhang Fan was silent for a while and said, "It's up to you." After receiving Zhang Fan's reply, Gaia's eyes narrowed and she controlled the larvae in the mother nest to evolve into self-exploding mosquitoes. Walking slowly out of the woods, the Mosquito King didn't know what happened to his former majesty. He only knew that he would follow him for the rest of his life. At the edge of the woods, Gaia looked back at the Mosquito King with a sinister smile on her face.
The self-exploding mosquitoes are coming.
The big Mosquito King has not heard this sound for a long time, and seems to have forgotten their terror.
"Go back, Mosquito King." Gaia ordered the Mosquito King to return to his lair.
Although the Mosquito King didn't understand why, it still obeyed what Gaia said and returned to its nest with some worry.
Boom!
The self-exploding mosquitoes all crashed into the woods, igniting blazing flames.
Looking at the helpless eyes of the great Mosquito King, Gaia left without looking back.
It knew that it was no longer the Mosquito King it had been, but now it was Gaia, one person below 10,000 people. After solving the problem of the last forest, this chapter came to an end. Next, Zhang Fan set his sights further north. At the junction of the north and south of Pangaea, there is a continuous mountain range from east to west, with the tops of the mountains covered with white snow. This mountain range is located in the center of the continent, dividing the entire continent into two extreme areas, the north and the south. Zhang Fan guessed that this mountain range should be the product of plate collision. The south is a land of chirping birds and fragrant flowers, with pleasant scenery. Although the north is not freezing cold, it is still a place with biting cold winds. In this state, it is difficult to climb mountains to reach the north. Not to mention whether it can withstand the cold, the mountain range alone is too high. It's not like Zhang Fan has never tried mountain climbing before, but when the springtails were halfway up, their body functions couldn't stand the cold, and they froze to death on the mountainside.
Moreover, due to the air current, the flying dragon cannot fly that high.
The most urgent task is to solve the problem of cold resistance. When this issue was raised, Zhang Fan called Adam and Gaia to prepare for a three-party meeting.
Gaia and Adam seem to be naturally incompatible.
Any suggestions put forward by Adam will be rejected by Gaia, and they are well-founded.
Adam glared at Gaia, "You are so powerful, if you have the ability, can you come up with an idea?"
Gaia glanced at Adam, then spat on the ground. "Dad didn't ask me to think of a solution."
"Who are you? Try one more thing and see if Adam can't kill you." Adam was so angry.
He had known that he would not cooperate with the master in creating the brainworm.
"Shut up."
Seeing the two of them arguing, Zhang Fan also became angry.
"Gaia, you've gone too far."
Zhang Fan accused Gaia. Gaia's eyes dimmed slightly and she said, "Dad, I have a suggestion."
"Since we can't climb up, then we can fly up."
Didn't I say before that flying dragons can't fly up?"
Adam said disdainfully.
Gaia seemed not to have heard Adam's words and continued, "Dad, we can make floating objects similar to hot air balloons. You see, we have gunpowder and can ignite by ourselves." Zhang Fan pondered for a while and said, "Well, I think this method is feasible."
"Master, Adam thinks it's very unfeasible." Adam still thinks it's better to solve the genetic problem. Adam still objected to Gaia. Gaia looked at Adam and continued in a disdainful tone, you are talking about genetic modification. Don't you think it takes too long? Dad and I are not willing to wait so long. Dad, don't you think so? Zhang Fan said, Adam, don't give up on your genetic engineering.
Now we can only rely on you to genetically modify the Zerg.
Adam's face was filled with excitement.
He quickly glanced at Gaia and said, Master, please rest assured that although the insect swarm cannot cross this mountain yet, as long as Adam solves the problem of cold resistance, we will definitely be able to conquer the world and spread the Lord's message.
Gospel. Humph, that's ridiculous. Gaia said disdainfully, how do you create cold-resistant genes without a reference? Are you fabricating them out of thin air?
I've seen previous gene research reports.
At best, you just modified existing genes.
The combination became part of the Zerg, but I didn't find anything decent, so I have to rely on my dad for creativity.
Adam understood that what Gaia said was true.
For such a long time, apart from the changes in the function and appearance of the Zerg, Adam himself was still mainly focused on fusion genetically.
There was really no way to refute it. Okay. Zhang Fan came out to smooth things over. What Gaia said makes sense, but you can't blindly deny Adam's contribution. Gaia actually has a task for you.
Dad, tell me.
Gaia sat upright after hearing her father give it the task.
You are responsible for the preparatory activities for this mountain climbing.
Just do it in your own way. Gaia interrupted before Zhang Fan could finish his words.
Dad, don't worry, I will definitely do better than Adam, just with those little tricks.
Zhang Fan controlled Gaia and said with some displeasure, listen to what I have to say.
Okay, Dad. Gaia said with some fear. In addition to the preparations before climbing, you will also be responsible for the subsequent war planning in the north. Zhang Fan said. After a moment of silence, Adam asked worriedly, Lord, you asked Gaia to be responsible for the northern conquest.
Is this too much delegation of authority? I have my own rules for this, Gaia, please tell me. Zhang Fan asked.
Gaia frowned and thought about what Zhang Fan said.
Time passed by and Adam couldn't help but ask first, Gaia, can you say something? It's not good for the master to wait like this. Gaia raised her head and said, how did you get your brain? Doesn't Dad know what I'm thinking? I think you want to hear my thoughts. Lord, look, damn Gaia actually said that. Adam complained to Gaia dissatisfied. Okay, Adam, Gaia is right, it has already told me its thoughts.
Zhang Fan said.
Looking at Adam's somewhat disappointed expression, Zhang Fan said hesitantly, Adam, are you sure you want to know? Although Adam didn't speak, his expression betrayed him.
He wanted to know what Gaia's methods were, and Zhang Fan appreciated this curiosity. After passing the message to Adam, Adam listened attentively at first, but later, Adam's face gradually turned black, which was a sign of an explosion.
Gaia. Adam gritted his teeth and looked at Gaia. Gaia said sarcastically, I told you not to listen, who's to blame, ha ha ha. Language is great.
A word of positive energy can benefit a person for life, but a word of negative energy can also distort one's psychology.
Adam had entered a state of madness.
Zhang Fan quickly controlled its body, calmed its mind, and erased all those words.
Gaia, don't say those words next time. Zhang Fan said dissatisfied. Dad, it wants to hear what it wants. It's my fault.
Gaia said helplessly.
Okay, you go and do your own thing.
Zhang Fan sighed. In fact, Zhang Fan had his own plan for letting Gaia conquer the north. There was no other way to see the two of them bickering every day, so he could only separate them. Zhang Fan used to think that there would be brainworms to share the pressure for him, but now he didn't expect that it would only increase his worries.
Gaia obeyed the Lord's order and came to the foot of the mountain.
It was preparing to climb the mountain here, no, it was preparation before taking off.
Facing huge mountains is an insurmountable problem for the Zerg without transportation. It's really high. Gaia raised her head and squinted at the top of the mountain.
The top of the mountain was shrouded in mist, making it difficult to see clearly.
Forget it, let's start preparing.
Gaia lowered his head, then began to leave the foot of the mountain, and ordered the explosive mosquitoes to take off. The self-exploding mosquitoes appear again. This time, what they want to do is not to deal with the enemy, but to blow up the mountain. Buzz Buzz. Gaia listened to the sounds of these self-exploding mosquitoes and walked forward without looking back. The self-exploding mosquitoes are getting closer and closer to the mountains, and their whole bodies are still turning red. There are a lot of self-exploding mosquitoes this time, and the power of the explosion is also particularly powerful. Boom! The explosion shook the earth and Gaia heard the sound, and then she began to count silently in her heart. One after the explosion ended, there was a period of silence, and then the entire ground shook like an earthquake. 2. A deep sound came from the top of the mountain, which seemed to be an avalanche. The sound of the avalanche kept getting louder, like thunder that kept exploding. 3. The avalanche passed through the clouds and appeared in front of the Zerg people. It was a kind of terror from nature, like the sky falling, with a powerful momentum rushing to the sea.
6. The avalanche is still rolling, destroying everything along the way.
This destructive force is extremely powerful, and nothing can stop it.
Trees were uprooted one after another and thrown into the distance.
The avalanche was like a giant made of ice and snow, roaring continuously, full of dissatisfaction with the world. Gaia's ears could hear the roar of the avalanche, but it still walked forward unswervingly.
10. The avalanche was still howling, getting louder and louder.
Adam in the distance seemed to be affected by the avalanche, and he couldn't help but turn his gaze to the foot of the mountain. Through the eyes of the nest at the foot of the mountain, I saw a scene that shocked me. White, the whiteness of the whole world, shrouded it like a huge curtain, swallowing up everything around it.
Those extremely tall trees seemed to be sucked into this torrent like small children and were being ruthlessly destroyed. 12. Although Adam was shocked by the avalanche, he was even more annoyed by Gaia's actions.
You know how many Zerg warriors would die if this avalanche fell? It was too late to organize a retreat now, so we could only wait quietly for the avalanche to come. 15. The trembling of the earth became more and more intense, and cracks began to appear on the ground.
Countless Zerg were swallowed up by these cracks.
They were not afraid of death, but they did not want to die in an unknown way. Without giving any orders, the Zergs began to retreat involuntarily and decided to leave this ghost place. 18. When Gaia counted to 18, it suddenly stopped, turned around slowly, and waited for the avalanche to land.
20. The avalanche has not completely touched the ground, and Adam has already left the nest. It does not want to feel the suffocation of death. 22. This mountain range is as lonely and huge as the glaciers on the eternal tundra outside.
They pile up higher and higher in the snow and wind year after year, never melting, getting taller and sharper. When the weight of loneliness exceeds its limit, it will collapse, and the avalanche will swallow up the entire world. 30. Finally, the avalanche descended on this fertile land with huge momentum, setting off a sheet of white smoke that seemed to cover the entire world. At this time, Gaia was no longer counting, it just stood here proudly, feeling the pleasure brought by the impact of the avalanche.
Oh, come on. Gaia's eyes were full of desire, which was its desire for destruction.
There were waves of fluctuations on the ground, and the feeling of shock was particularly strong. If Gaia had hands at this moment, it would definitely open its arms and feel the terror of nature.
Ah, it's so beautiful. Dad, have you seen it?
This is the real horror. Gaia called Zhang Fan loudly. Of course Zhang Fan saw it, he was watching the whole process, including the dead Zerg. Gradually, the avalanche stopped right in front of Gaia. Gaia began to report to Zhang Fan, Dad, I have completed the calculation of the height of this mountain.
Zhang Fan said, it's too much fun. How could it be possible?
Dad, this avalanche is not just coming towards us, there will also be avalanches on the other side of the mountain.
Gaia laughed conspiratorially.
Gaia, I know you are very smart. Before you do this with one hand, I hope you can transfer your own people.
Don't let me see this happen again next time. Zhang Fan knew Gaia's actions this time. But there is still some dissatisfaction.
Gaia also fell into deep thought and felt the master's dissatisfaction with it. Are they of the same race? After completing the calculation of the snow-capped mountains, the next step is to fly over the mountains.
Gaia uses something similar to the Baneling mantle. It's just that the texture of this outer membrane is stronger.
It ignites and lifts off, and the whole thing rises into the sky like a hot air balloon.
But the good times didn't last long.
In the end, the flames went out in the air, and the hot air balloon staggered and fell on the fungus blanket.
Gaia is just a small experiment this time and does not hold much hope. It wants to create a living creature that can float and name it a host.
Originally it was Zhang Fan who decided on these new arms, but in order to prove that he was stronger than Adam, Gaia proposed this concept to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan felt that this thing looked very much like a host, so he only obtained the right to name it, leaving all the rest to Gaia.
In this regard, Adam expressed his dissatisfaction with Gaia many times.
How could such supreme creative rights be given to Gaia so easily? Zhang Fan said that if Adam has any ideas, he can put them forward, and he will be satisfied with everything he can agree to. Of course, the premise must be under Zhang Fan's control.
Gaia continues its work, but the ice and snow in the north have fallen into chaos. Alien beasts are unique creatures in the north.
No one knows where these alien beasts come from. They seem to be born to adapt to this environment. There are many types of strange beasts, but this time only one ethnic group suffered from the snow disaster. Their eyes are on their chests, with a strong protective film on the outside, and a hard armor on their back. When attacked, it will shrink its entire body into a ball, and is called a hyena beast. If Zhang Fan sees these creatures, he will definitely be shocked, because he has never seen such creatures in his world view.
A hyena beast emerged from the snow and looked at the top of the mountain angrily.
They heard the explosion, and then the avalanche came down. This was obviously the movement on the other side of the mountain. Many cubs were buried under the snow. They did not freeze to death, but died of lack of oxygen.
Although these creatures are not afraid of cold, they still need oxygen to survive.
After all the living hyena beasts crawled out of the snow, the hyena beast king roared helplessly.
They couldn't climb this mountain.
Ever since Gaia began to develop its own flying creatures, Zhang Fan has been thinking about a question: why must we imitate the Zerg in StarCraft?
Is this really a good idea?
In fact, the imitated Zerg has a large part of its shortcomings, which is the lack of biological diversity. Once it encounters the existence of a restrained Zerg, it will form an avalanche-like collapse, eventually leading to the collapse and even death of the entire Zerg.
So now Zhang Fan would rather be an observer. As a creator, his contribution is enough.
Next, it depends on how the Zerg develop themselves.
If an irresistible force appears, he will show his face again. Adam's biological transformation was very successful.
He just selected some genes from the gene pool and combined them to form the large flying creature in front of him, the host. The host is 5 meters in size and is currently the largest creature among the Zerg species.
It has a large amount of hydrogen in its body.
This kind of hydrogen can lift the host into the air, and the production method is very simple. It can be produced by reacting a weak acid with an active metal, and does not require anything like ignition. After taking off, the host can propel itself by emitting hydrogen through the 6 exhaust holes on its body. The speed is not very fast, but it is quite stable.
There are 5 hosts currently eating, and they can take off after finishing eating.
Gaia observed the host while taking notes, and filled in all the imperfections. The host began to take off, quietly, unlike the flying dragon and the self-destructing mosquito that made the manic sound of breaking through the air. It was more suitable to be a scout. After the 5 hosts took off, Gaia adjusted her perspective to the hosts and began to control the host's flight. The higher you fly, the oxygen content and pressure in the air will change, which has a great impact on the host.
However, Gaia was already prepared.
Another organ in the host body is filled with a large amount of oxygen, which can provide internal needs. Originally, I wanted to solve this problem by producing oxygen by myself, but after calculations, I found that once the host of the current size uses self-produced oxygen, it will inevitably lead to weight gain and difficulty in flying. The air pressure is easy to solve, and the air pressure can be adjusted by discharging hydrogen.
Solve these 2 problems and continue to take off. The weather will become extremely cold. There is currently no way to solve this. The main reason is that the Zerg currently lacks genes for cold resistance. This time Gaia's first task in conquering the north is to obtain genes for cold resistance.
The host's ankles have begun to freeze, and Gaia can clearly feel that the host is tired.
Just hold on a little longer, we'll be here soon. Gaia cheered for the host in her heart.
After passing through layers of fog, no matter how strong the storm was, the clouds opened and the moon could be seen, and finally Gaia saw the top of the mountain that she had dreamed of. The snow here seems to have existed for tens of thousands of years, but this has nothing to do with it. The host began to move, and several host sphincters began to contract at the same time, relaxing to a certain extent. Then the body began to squeeze hydrogen gas while releasing hydrogen gas again. With a sound like a balloon deflating, several hosts began to slowly move towards the other side of the mountain. The mountain peaks are very quiet, and the silence is a bit scary. This was once a restricted area for life, but now it has been conquered by Gaia. In order to satisfy its desire to conquer, it specially allowed the host to stay on this snow-capped mountain for a few minutes. The host took off and then continued to move forward. The mountain gradually became shorter, and it should be possible to land. The sphincter is enlarged again, this time emitting a lot of hydrogen, and the production of it in the body has stopped. The host's forward movement speed increases, and it is also landing slowly. There were layers of clouds and mist again, making it difficult for the host to observe the situation below, and continued to descend. After all the hardships, I finally got through the clouds and saw the vast land. According to Gaia's guess, the northern border should be a world of white snow, but what she saw was very different from her imagination. What it sees now is still green, but there is a lot of white snow at the foot of the mountain.
Ha! What is that?
Gaia saw a creature squirming at the foot of the mountain, and then asked the host to start landing. When they landed at a certain height, Gaia saw clearly this strange beast, which was the hyena beast.
They are clearing the snow and digging out the surviving eggs from the ground. Because their eyes are on their chests, the hyenas cannot detect their hosts, but these hyenas are very alert.
Gaia controls a host to touch them, and they will immediately shrink into a solid ball. This movement is very similar to watermelon bugs, but Gaia knows that they are definitely not watermelon bugs in name.
There is no record of this creature in Zhang Fan's information. Leave one host behind and the rest move on.
This host discovered that hyenas are social creatures and their lairs are also underground. However, there is no creature like the queen ant.
It is still a single-sex breeding system. They will lay the eggs uniformly.
Once they become larvae, they will drive the larvae out of the nest and wait for the next pairing.
This kind of hyena is an omnivorous creature.
They not only eat plants, but also eat some small insects, although they themselves look like insects. Their pairing method is also very strange, and they do not hide like other creatures.
In broad daylight, two hyena beasts were intertwining.
Gaia wanted to use the host to interrupt their pairing, but was met with a crazy counterattack and almost bit off one of the host's legs.
By the way, I forgot to mention the mouth of the hyena beast here.
It has two mouths, one is located below the head, and the other is located above the head, with sharp teeth. The upper mouth is probably prepared for attack. A very common alien beast that would not have any impact on the Zerg, but this defense gave Adam a headache. Its exoskeleton is particularly stiff and can be felt through the host's leg sensory organs, somewhat like stone slabs. To this end, Gaia also conducted a small experiment, catching a hyena beast in the air and then throwing it in the direction of the big rock. The hyena beast screamed and fell on the rock, smashing a hole in the rock, but the hyena beast only had slight cracks in its exoskeleton, and then ran away with a grunt. After watching the hyena beast, the host no longer stopped and began to move in the direction of the large army. Please vote for recommendations, add favorites, and leave valuable suggestions in the comment group. The nights in the north are beautiful and breathtaking.
Now that summer is approaching, the nights have become very short.
However, in such a short period of time, Gaia still allowed it to see an unforgettable sight, that is, the aurora. The aurora is far away from Gaia, but very close, as if it is within reach, but no matter how the host flies, it cannot get close to the aurora. The natural phenomenon of aurora is also recorded in Zhang Fan's information. A colorful luminous phenomenon that occurs due to the flow of charged particles from the sun entering the planet's magnetic field. A brilliant and beautiful glow appears at night in high altitudes near the north and south poles. Creatures south of the northern border are relatively normal and generally gain the right to survive through eating. However, a very different and strange landscape appeared in the area north of the northern border. Most of the creatures here have two characteristics coexisting: plant characteristics and animal characteristics. Among them, Gaia saw a strange beast called the ghost lantern borer. This strange beast was actually inconspicuous during the day, just like a bunch of weeds, quietly doing photosynthesis, even if it was eaten by other creatures. It didn't move at all, and Gaia thought it was a real plant at first.
However, it was wrong. At night, a strange sight appeared.
The branches and leaves of the ghost borer began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. After gathering together, a ball like a tumor will grow on the top. This ball is very small, about the size of a fingernail. Then the ball began to glow, and Gaia guessed that this should be a fluorescence effect similar to that of fireflies. Then, the adult insects began to crawl out of the ground, looked around vigilantly, observed the surrounding environment, and then slowly crawled out. The length of their bodies was equivalent to the length of the plants on their backs. When they crawl out of the ground, they move quickly to look for other lantern borers. They will look for bugs that have eaten the plants on their backs. Those bugs have no hope of survival, so they become muddle-headed at night and are eaten by other ghost lantern borers.
After eating the borers, the lantern borers will reproduce. From this point of view, they should be hermaphrodites.
The eggs are laid very quickly, and they are laid while walking.
The eggs are laid in a short time. Do you think this is the end? Then wouldn't its fluorescent ball be useless?
But no, this kind of fluorescent ball also exists as food, not for yourself, but for others. The lantern borer has 3 stages. The first stage is juvenile, which means the stage from laying eggs to birth, and then to the stage of developing plants.
Then came the adult lantern borer stage we see now.
Finally, the ghost lantern borer will evolve into a grimace moth, which is very large and has highly toxic scales. They will feed on the fluorescent balls on the top of the lantern borer, and they can also spread the eggs of the lantern borer to further corners. It's just that after becoming a complete body, the grimace moth loses the ability to reproduce. What's left is just survival. It doesn't exist for a long time, only a few days, and then it will destroy the nests of other creatures before dying. This kind of ghost lantern borer, which feeds on itself and destroys the nests of other creatures, has a way of survival similar to that of the zerg, but the zerg feeds on the carpet, while they feed on the corpses of their own kind. After these lantern borers lay eggs throughout the summer, once they have passed the winter, they will be bustling again in the spring.
So what kind of creature eats the lantern borer during the day?
It was a bug called a green-haired bug. This bug was predatory in nature, but it also produced its own energy. During the day, it gnawed on plants and performed photosynthesis through the green hairs on its back. Anyway, it is active during the day and never stops, but it will fall into hibernation at night. In winter, it hibernates for the whole season.
Why is it called Xiao?
Because it is somewhat similar to the horned dragon in Zhang Fan's information. It has 4 arthropod-shaped legs that allow the green-haired horned dragon to move.
There are 2 horns on the top of its head.
These are not grown for attacking enemies, but for attacking one's own people.
And long.
The green furry turtle is a solitary insect. Whenever courting, the male green furry turtles will attack each other. Only the strongest green furry turtle will get the right to mate. They are only active during the day and form an ecological balance with the lantern borer, which is very harmonious. These bugs also pose no threat to the zerg. Gaia discovered that these creatures in the north are actually not as powerful as the insects in the forest. It just has its own characteristics in terms of biological diversity, and it mainly relies on self-support.
From the spring equinox to the autumnal equinox, the sunshine hours in the entire northern region are relatively long.
In order to obtain better living conditions, these creatures have evolved the characteristic of photosynthesis. In late winter, they will choose to hibernate and wait until next year to fight again.
Not all creatures move like insects. Gaia discovered a plant. She didn't know what to call it, so let's call it a demon tree. It is difficult to define the demon tree.
It is also a cold-resistant creature in the north, but it grows very thick and thick. During the day, they will hang their branches and leaves like a willow tree, fluttering in the wind, and absorb the sunlight. But it would be a big mistake to think that it is so harmonious.
This kind of demon tree is better defined as an animal.
Once its branches are touched, the branches will instantly turn into whips, and then a stomach acid-like substance will be secreted from the branches and leaves to break down and digest other living things.
Why is Gaia so clear? I finally saw a tree and wanted to let the host rest for a while.
Unexpectedly, I encountered this kind of monster all of a sudden. The 2 hosts were sucked in without leaving any residue.
At night, the demon tree really shows its enchanting nature.
The leaves begin to close together and stick to the branches, and then a charming fragrance will be released from the gaps in the branches. This fragrance is very attractive to living things, and Gaia can clearly feel the power of this fragrance on the host. An insect came, and before Gaia could see it clearly, it was rolled up and crushed by the demon tree, and then decomposed.
The demon tree is an enemy of the zerg.
Its offensive and defensive capabilities are so good. If its genes can be obtained, it will make a huge contribution to the development of the zerg. After walking around for many days, Gaia originally wanted to continue taking a look, but the host's physical strength did not allow it to do so, and the hydrogen in the body could only allow it to go back. Somewhat disappointed, Gaia controlled the host towards the mountains, and soon returned to the zerg world. After landing the host on the fungus carpet, Gaia began to consider the issue of attack. At this moment, Zhang Fan came with good news. Gaia, Adam's genetic engineering has made a breakthrough, and he has studied a new creature, which may be helpful to you.
Gaia asked doubtfully, Dad, is that guy Adam's research successful? Well, it worked. Now I will pass the information to you.
Zhang Fan replied. Well, since Dad said it, I'll put it to use. The new unit that Zhang Fan introduced to Gaia this time is called the Mercury Mantis.
This is a reconnaissance creature that can quickly dig holes and lurk. It is more concealed than its host. Dad, can this thing work?
I'm not telling you, Adam's artistic sense is really bad. Gaia observed the Mercury Mantis and said with some displeasure.
I know what you are thinking in your heart. You'd better put aside your bad thoughts. If you are willing to compete with Adam, then go for it. However, I still say the same thing. Everything must be for the benefit of the zerg, do you understand? Zhang Fan discovered Gaia's evil thoughts towards Adam and hurriedly came out to stop him. Gaia's mind suddenly calmed down. It was so dangerous. She had the idea of killing Adam just now. Fortunately, her father reminded her. Okay, Dad, don't worry, I will definitely do better than Adam. Gaia replied. Zhang Fan nodded, that's right. I've also read about the Northern Territory, but I'm still not sure whether there are more powerful creatures. You must be careful. Okay, Dad. After saying that, Zhang Fan cut off the connection with Gaia and returned to Adam. Ever since Adam knew that Gaia had successfully created a host, he could not express his jealousy. Subtly and indirectly, Zhang Fan was told the attitude of I don't have it, I don't have it. Of course, Zhang Fan couldn't let this kind of thing expand, so he asked Adam and Gaia to compete to see who could secure the top spot among the brainworms. Seeing that Adam was an old employee, Zhang Fan secretly told him about the lurker. Although Adam was reluctant to ask Zhang Fan for help, he still accepted the lurker's suggestion and created the mercury mantis. Adam said to Zhang Fan resolutely, Master, Adam knows very well that Adam is a scientist, not an artist like Gaia. What Adam can do is assist the master and make the Zerg stronger. Master, Adam's heart can be learned from the world. Ah. Loyalty is hard to say. Anyway, Zhang Fan feels that both brainworms are quite loyal, but there are some differences in the way of expression. Just like Adam said, it is just a scientist and a technical geek. It can stay in the evolution chamber day and night until it completes the task assigned by Zhang Fan. But Gaia is different. It is difficult to let it stay quietly. It prefers to run outside. Even if it can spread its mind, it will not stay in the mother nest. It has no patience, but there will always be many weird things popping up. Idea. According to Gaia, as a brainworm, you must have a brain and creativity. Otherwise, would Dad have worked so hard to create them just for work? In that case, it would be more cost-effective to be an auxiliary creature like a signal tower, so why bother letting Dad work so hard? Zhang Fan thought about what Gaia said and what Adam did was right. It was just a conflict caused by the different personalities of the two idiots. In terms of creativity, Adam was still lacking, so Zhang Fan could only secretly help. Speaking of Adam, this guy is quite stubborn. He is determined not to use some of Zhang Fan's tricks and wants to develop new gadgets on his own. He politely rejected Zhang Fan's kindness. Of course, this is all within Zhang Fan's authorization. Otherwise, how could Adam have the courage to use the master's things? Closer to home, after Gaia got the mercury mantis, it began to think about how to use it. It proposed its own improvement method to the mercury mantis to Zhang Fan. After Zhang Fan agreed, it immediately transformed the mercury mantis beyond recognition, even changing its name to lurking spider. It's not that Adam is the master and doesn't help you, but Gaia is too capable. The new version of the lurking spider has a better lurking effect than the mercury mantis, and it also has a certain degree of aggression. Similar to the attack method of ground thorns, the silk they produce has strong toughness. This toughness is not easy to be broken. In the moment of sudden attack, it will cause huge damage to the enemy. But how to transport the latent spider there has become a big problem. Hosts can be transported, but not in large numbers. Gaia weaved something like a vegetable basket out of fungi for the host to carry, and then let the latent spider crawl into the basket. A basket can only hold 10 lurking spiders. If there are more, the host will be unable to lift them. After a lot of effort, the host finally lifted into the air, and Gaia could clearly feel the host's legs exerting force. It felt like climbing a mountain with a barbell, very painful. The host in midair kept insisting, and Gaia was really worried that it would be too much to bear and let go, so Gaia replaced its thinking and shouldered the weight herself. After crossing the mountains, we came to the north again. We had to choose a more suitable environment. Gaia had already found the location. This time, 10 hosts came. In that case, there would be 100 lurking spiders. After putting down the lurking spiders, the hosts left. This is a flat land with a natural cave behind it for the Zerg to hide. Divide the lurking spider into 2 parts, one part enters the cave for detection, and the other part expands outward from the center point for detection. The cave is deep and pitch black, but fortunately, the spider's eyes have night vision. Dozens of lurking spiders crawled inside. If there were no other creatures, this place would serve as the starting base of the Zerg. The space gets bigger as you go inside. It seems to be a cave, covered with stalactites. The ground in the cave began to become moist and stiffer, and there seemed to be a pond in front of it. The lurking spider cautiously approached the pond, and suddenly a newt jumped out of the pond. This stone salamander has no glasses and a large mouth.
It is about the same size as a lurking spider, but it can be seen from its sharp teeth that it is an aggressive guy. The stone salamander bit the lurking spider without saying a word, and the lurking spider was not to be outdone and began to spin silk. The path of the newt's path was covered with spider silk, and some wounds appeared on the body of the newt that was attacked by the spider silk, which made it afraid to get closer.
So he lay down on the ground and made a cooing sound as if he was whispering.
More and more stone newts crawled out of the pond.
You can feel that the pond is very big.
They are looking at the lurking spiders with eager eyes.
Retreat.
There were too many enemies, and the terrain was very unfavorable for the lurking spiders.
Gaia decisively chose to retreat.
Leaving behind a batch of defensive spider silk again, the lurking spider ran towards the outside of the cave, with the newt behind it chasing after it.
These guys are really biting.
The newts move very fast in the cave, and the wet and smooth ground reduces their friction.
This situation is very unfavorable for claw-type latent spiders. After a while, a latent spider was bitten on the hind leg by the newt.
Of course, Gaia would not give up. The lurking spider turned around and stabbed the newt on the top of its head with its forelimbs. Although the top of the rock salamander was hard, it still could not withstand the attack of the lurking spider and was pierced into the brain. Then, the rock salamander let go of its mouth, and lay on the ground holding its head with its front legs, rolling around desperately.
After a while, it lost its breath.
The other rock salamanders seemed not to see this disaster and attacked the lurking spider one after another. Gaia controlled the lurking spiders to fight each other, but it was difficult for both of them to fight against each other. In the end, they were surrounded by a large group of rock salamanders and then devoured. The other group is still chasing, and more rock salamanders are crawling out of the cave.
Ha! Did you see the exit?
The lurking spider controlled by Gaia noticed the bright light ahead and began to quicken its pace. On the contrary, the pace of the newt slowed down. Gaia stopped curiously, and the newt seemed not to continue pursuing. It tried to get the lurking spider to walk back, but the newts were unmoved and were a little afraid of the light at the entrance of the cave. It turns out these guys are afraid of light.
If you look closely, these newts seem to have no eyes.
They should communicate through a method similar to sonar.
By the way, next time we get the modified cells and get their genes, it might be useful. Gaia thought.
The lurking spider came out of the cave, and the dazzling sunlight had already passed above the head. It seemed that it was already afternoon. I didn't know how the other lurking spiders were doing. Gaia ordered the lurking spider to escape to the ground, and then adjusted the perspective to another lurking spider. Some of the lurking spiders were attacked by creatures called ticks. Tick lice are careful parasites that often lurk in grass, attaching themselves to passing creatures. The parasites are small and difficult to detect, and they themselves release a paralyzing substance that paralyzes some of the creature's sense organs.
It was this substance that prevented Gaia from discovering the lice in the first place.
After confirming the paralysis, they will use their mouthparts to bite the skin or muscle where it is located. He continued to penetrate his mouthparts deep inside, into the blood vessels, and then continued to release the anesthetic substance.
The creature itself has no feelings at all.
When walking, it will become sleepy due to lack of oxygen in the brain, and finally fall to the ground. At this time, the opportunity for the ticks comes. They will mercilessly change their mouthparts, open them like petals, bite the flesh of the creature fiercely, and eat it up.
Gaia doesn't like these small parasites. The latent spiders are too big for them to eliminate. Besides, these ticks are so ugly that they completely subvert Gaia's aesthetics.
Let's clean up these parasites when the big army comes.
Gaia thought this way.
Another group of lurking spiders came to a small stream, which was the finish line of Gaia. It seemed that no large and aggressive creatures appeared.
Well, in that case, let's put the first brood nest here.
Then he controlled the lurking spiders to gather at the entrance of the cave.
The host is still on the way to transport the worker bees.
The modified worker bees have become heavier and the host is struggling to carry them.
Gaia was wondering if the host could be made larger so that more troops could be transported.
A bright red sunset shines on the western mountain, and large white clouds float in the azure blue sky. They show a flame like red under the glow of the setting sun.
It looks like there will be a heavy rain tomorrow. I wonder if the host will be able to make it in time. Gaia thought with some worry.
The sun continues to set in the west, and gradually the world is once again shrouded in black, and the buzzing of insects around them also rises and falls as the sun sets. Suddenly, dozens of colorful cantharis appeared in front of Gaia. These cantharides were called cantharis.
But they are different from ordinary cantharides.
They are larger in size. You can tell from their mouthparts that these guys must be carnivorous. The spots on the back seem to have a fluorescent component, and they also emit a nice smell.
Dozens of cantharides? That's fine, I'm bored to play with you now. Gaia sneered in her heart and said.
Zheng Fan observed the situation throughout the whole process and couldn't help but think, this guy is much more courageous than me.
Not bad.
I saw that Gaia had no clue as she controlled the latent spider and rushed towards the cantharus. The cantharides seemed to have seen the delicious food, and their eyes glowed fiercely. But even so, the cantharus did not take it lightly. Both sides were about the same size, so it was better to be careful. Seeing that the cantharus were about to move, Gaia stopped and let two of the lurking spiders walk towards the cantharus, while the rest lurked secretly underground.
Seeing only two lurking spiders coming, the cantharus couldn't help it. Aren't they here to deliver food?
They all rushed towards the lurking spider.
Lurking spiders react very quickly, turning around and running.
After running a certain distance, they will wait for the cantharus.
These large insects are too bulky. Okay. It's now.
The cantharus had been lured above the lurking spider. They were completely unaware of the danger underground and were still chasing the other two lurking spiders. Suddenly many sharp thorns appeared from the ground, and they pierced into the abdomen of the cantharus. Although it hurts to eat cantharides, it is not as painful as expected.
The main reason is that the spider silk is too thin.
But it doesn't matter, quantity changes quality. Gaia is also an expert, so countless spikes emerged from the ground, constantly piercing the body of cantharus. The whole little battle crackled like firecrackers, the sound of spikes piercing the exoskeleton. Ah, it's so beautiful, the sound is so nice, I'm so intoxicated without realizing it. The smell is also very good. It looks like my little babies will have a good meal today. Gaia looked at it. When faced with this attack, the entire body fell into a state of being unable to extricate itself. In a short time, the entire Cantharides army was riddled with punctures, and finally became the delicacies of the lurking spiders.
Tick-ha? Is it raining?
The rain became heavier and heavier, and what Gaia was worried about finally happened.
The hosts were unable to get down in mid-air.
The hosts were swaying unsteadily in the storm, looking like they might fall at any time.
Gaia wouldn't say stupid things like making the storm worse. Wouldn't it be better to land calmly?
Its thoughts have entered the bodies of the host and the worker bees. The worker bees were fine. They huddled together, without fear or worry, and seemed to simply be asleep.
These guys. Gaia found these little worker bees a little funny.
The main focus was still on the host, who was already quite exhausted. He took over the body again and felt the impact of the rain hitting the body.
What? It's actually mixed with hail? This was the first time Gaia had experienced the feeling of being hit by hail.
This kind of thing had only been seen in Zhang Fan's records. The hailstones hitting the host's body were very uncomfortable, as if they were constantly hitting the body with a small hammer. Gaia felt that if the host was allowed to fly by itself, it would be too much to fly for a while, and she felt a little overwhelmed. At this time, Gaia suddenly thought of Zhang Fan.
How did his father survive when he controlled so many Zerg? Very impressive. Dad, are you there? Dad. Gaia began to call Zhang Fan. I'm always here.
Zhang Fan replied. Dad, this hailstone hurts me so much.
Is there any solution? Gaia asked.
Zhang Fan's shadow appeared in the host's mind. Gaia could clearly see Zhang Fan's shadow. Zhang Fan said, "Oh, this is the feeling of hail. It's not worth mentioning."
Gaia, this kind of pain, how do you feel about death? Gaia thought for a while and said, if it's an instant death, it won't feel pain, and if it's a dying insect, I will free my mind.
When fighting, it will secrete a kind of dopamine, and I won't feel pain. I think this kind of long blow is more painful.
Zhang Fan didn't expect Gaia to give such a serious answer. He coughed and said, Ahem, Gaia, you are right.
Death is not the most terrifying thing, but when facing death, I used to be I'm afraid of this kind of thing, but it took too long to get over it.
Gaia said helplessly, Dad, did you have an erection before?
I'm afraid it will hurt to death. Zhang Fan said, don't worry, mainly because you haven't learned the diversion method yet.
Diversion method? Gaia was confused.
That's right, it's the shunt method, which is to shunt the pain you feel. Zhang Fan said.
Oh. Dad, I understand, it means that your pain is transferred to other bugs that cause pain, right? Gaia suddenly realized. That's the truth, give it a try.
After saying that, the black shadow disappeared from the host's mind. Gaia began to feel the worker bees in the basket, and then transferred her pain to the worker bees.
Sure enough,
the host didn't feel much pain anymore, just a little numb. The worker bees in the basket were awakened by the pain and seemed a little nervous, so Gaia could only control them to comfort them. The surroundings became pitch black, no matter it was seen from the ground or the sky, it was pitch black, and you couldn't see your fingers. At this time, a bolt of lightning flashed across the dark clouds. His lightning pierced the sky and illuminated the entire cloud layer. The terrifying sound did not scare Gaia, but she became more and more excited.
So touching. Great. I really want to record the beautiful moment forever. Is this lightning? Is this thunder? This is the explosion I want most. Gaia was once again fascinated by the thunder.
Oh, by the way, now is not the time to consider this matter. Gaia came back to her senses and continued to control the host. The hail and rain became heavier and heavier, and there were more lightnings in the sky. Although Gaia admired these lightnings, it was still quite scary when they hit her. Just a few minutes ago, Gaia was carefully landing the host, and a yellow lightning struck horizontally. The lightning spread out in all directions, cutting the entire sky into pieces.
A host was hit in this way.
The moment it was hit, all the hosts shuddered suddenly, and so did the worker bees. This feeling is like being stabbed through the heart by countless fine needles, which is very uncomfortable.
But this feeling went away very quickly. When it disappeared, Gaia tried to connect to the host who was struck by lightning just now.
However, the message was never received. Immediately afterwards, a host with a black body and a hole in its body was seen passing by other hosts, and the worker bees in the basket were also hacked to pieces.
The power of this lightning is so powerful.
I really hope that the Zerg race in the future will also be so powerful.
Gaia quickened his pace. He didn't know when the rain would end. He only knew that the longer he stayed in it, the more he would be hurt by it. Disadvantage.
After passing through the clouds, I saw my location through the peripheral light of lightning, which was slightly off. The wind under the clouds became even more violent, as if it was about to tear the whole world apart, not to mention that it was still a violent wind mixed with hail. One of the hosts has been penetrated by the hailstones, and hydrogen gas is constantly emerging from the inside of the body. Then the host seemed to float into the distance uncontrollably, drifting further and further away.
Gaia kept feeling the host's thoughts until they completely disappeared.
The same goes for other springtails. They all lost news. This was really a terrible plane crash. Despite the pressure, the hosts were still landing, and Gaia felt that her pain was getting stronger and stronger as she kept watching the deaths of the hosts.
In the end, I couldn't hold on anymore and gave up control of the hosts.
These hosts gave up faster than Gaia, and fell to the ground like dumplings, falling into pulp. Fortunately, a few worker bees managed to survive. They took advantage of the night rain and hurried towards the lurking spiders.
In fact, Gaia was really lucky the first time she transported the lurking spider.
She didn't expect that it would be successful in the first attempt, and there would be no natural disasters.
This time it really felt the power of nature.
After arriving at the destination, the worker bees began to lay the bacteria carpet non-stop. Under such conditions of sufficient rain, the bacteria carpet began to grow uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the fungus blanket has been laid to the entrance of the cave. There seems to be something in the cave attracting the fungus blanket, making it keep moving forward inside.
Those uninvited guests that were driven away by the indigenous rock salamanders came back this time with a stronger one. They kept chewing on the fungus carpet. To be honest, it tasted really good. I hope that all viewers can go to the comment area to give me comments or suggestions. I hope you can point out some oversights. Because there was no sunshine outside and the fungus carpet was very delicious, the rock salamanders actually climbed out of the cave. There was no other way, so Gaia had no choice but to organize another attack by the lurking spiders. Although the losses were heavy, it was best to drive them away. After driving all the newts back into the cave, the rain gradually became less intense at night, and the sky began to clear up. Whitefish belly appeared on the horizon. I spent the whole night in fear. Okay, the worker bees have worked hard to lay the carpet, and the next step is to build the mother nest. The construction of the brood nest is not only very noisy, but also takes time. Now there are only a dozen lurking spiders and a few worker bees left. Once a powerful creature comes to attack, all previous efforts will be in vain. The best plan now is to pray to the master. On the other side of the mountain, due to the death of the host, many soldiers were stranded. Gaia could only continue to create new hosts within its own sphere of influence. The construction of the mother nest was unusually calm. Maybe it was just sunny after the rain, and the creatures were still shocked by the thunder. After the mother nest is built, the larvae must hatch out as soon as possible. The larvae of today are very different from the larvae of the past. The previous larva looked more like a silkworm baby, with no lethality. After obtaining the giant mosquito larvae, its strong resilience gene was injected into the larvae. All of a sudden, the larvae can also become ferocious creatures, but they can't go far. Of course, there will be disobedient ones crawling out every time. Regarding this kind of thing, the top brass of the Zerg clan have always ignored it. After the hatching of the larvae was completed, Gaia thought it would be better to add more troops first, not only to strengthen defense, but also to conduct external reconnaissance. A few more lurking spiders hatched and joined the team. It doesn't need the violent fighting method of springtails yet, so it's best to eat away step by step. The fungus carpet continued to expand further and came to the vicinity of the creek. The huge root system sucked up all the water in an instant. This is a big deal in the north. This creek supports countless creatures. One of the most powerful herbivorous creatures found that the water it usually drank was gone, so it began to sniff the water source, and suddenly it smelled the fragrance of the carpet. The giant cricket is a distant relative of the cricket, but its wings are so large that it makes a sharp friction sound to find a mate. It can't be helped that the giant snake has 10 legs. This is an inevitable product in order to support its huge body. I saw the tentacles of the giant insect swaying constantly, feeling the surrounding environment. The creatures along the way gave way to it, and a large insect more than 10 meters long headed towards the mother nest. Gaia saw the big bug from a distance, and the eyeballs on the nest were not vegetarian. The lurking spider was already in front, preparing to attack. Gaia actually lacked confidence. She didn't know if those spider silks could pierce the armor of the spider. Therefore, Gaia planned to create poisonous baneling insects again, but there was no other way. It seemed that the carpet had to be rebuilt. Demi Zheng came with vigorous steps, and the fragrance of the mushroom carpet became stronger and stronger. Ding ding ding, the spider silk kept attacking the giant spider, as if it was hitting a steel plate. So hard? No, we must find its weak points. So Gaia personally controlled the lurking spider to attack, specifically attacking those joints. The effect of such an attack was very good. After one blow, Demi Zhao couldn't stand still and fell to the ground with a loud bang. Then he got up as if nothing had happened. Gaia felt the powerful breath of life on Demi's body. Wait, Gaia, I want this creature and get its complete genes. Zheng Fan's voice appeared in Gaia's mind. Dad, this must be difficult to handle. There are so few troops now. Gaia felt a little embarrassed. I already know about this problem. Adam has also started to create hosts. The time will be ripe. Now I want you to capture this big guy. Zheng Fan's voice was a little excited. Gaia guessed that Dad had some new ideas? Since Dad wants it, what else is there to say? Just capture it. In this case, we can no longer use a single military unit, and we need the cooperation of multiple military units. What should we do? The giant spider seemed to have adapted to the pain, and Gaia's team of springtails also jumped out. There were only a few in number. But Gaia feels that if it can be used properly, it should be able to delay it for a while, and work is already being accelerated in the nest. The springtails continued to harass the giant worms, using the tactic of surrounding but not attacking. The giant worms felt very irritated and kept turning around as if to bite the springtails. It's a pity that they didn't succeed. Do you think the insect is slow because of its size? That was a big mistake, because in order to prevent carnivorous creatures from attacking from behind, they had to learn a quick turning attack method. The springtail could only dodge dangerously, and launched several tentative attacks, only to find that the thing was as hard as an iron plate. Are all the insects in this world such strong guys? The lurking spiders have also moved to other places. They are like landmines. They will attack as soon as the spiders move their position, and they will be hit to the joints without preparation. The giant snake was getting closer and closer, and 2 hydralisks hatched out of the mother's nest. These 2 hydralisks cooperated with the attacks of the springtails and sprayed venom on the giant turtle's face. At first it didn't know that this was strong acid venom, and it could still resist it, but then it gradually felt the sting and decided to kill the 2 guys in front of it. Boom! Several poisonous banelings exploded underground, turning the entire giant baneling upside down. The springtails hurriedly bit the legs of the giant turtle, biting them hard to prevent him from turning over. The turtle kept struggling. Why not use flying dragon and self-exploding mosquito? Because that kind of thing relies very much on minerals. Now that I have just arrived and haven't started collecting it yet, I can only use primitive attacks. The hydralisk approached the giant snake and sprayed venom into its eyes,
blinding the giant beast in an instant. It struggled harder and harder, but it couldn't get up.
First remove its cranial nerves. Gaia controlled the hydralisks to continuously corrode the giant snake's head.
Feeling that the shell was relatively fragile, he swung out his sickle hand instantly, cutting off the brain and central nerves with great precision. This not only preserves the living body, but also controls its actions.
Dad, the capture is complete. Gaia conveyed the message to Zhang Fan. Good job.
Zhang Fan said with satisfaction.
Dad, what do you use this big guy for? Gaia was injecting modified cells into Demiching's body. Zhang Fan, do you know about magma bugs? Gaia, I don't know, I've never seen it.
Zhang Fan, the magma bug may look like a bug living in magma from its name, but it is actually a creature that can release high temperatures.
Gaia, release high temperature? Can the body of the creature survive it?
Zhang Fan, so, the size of the creature must be large, and this giant centipede fits the bill very well. It is the largest insect I have ever seen except the giant centipede.
Gaia listened to Zhang Fan's explanation while injecting modified cells. At this time, Zhang Fan said again, huh? This giant frog seems to be still a juvenile.
Sensing the surprise in Zhang Fan's tone, Gaia also felt that she was in a good mood and said, Dad, don't worry, I will definitely catch the big one for you when the time comes.
Zhang Fan waved his hand and said it didn't matter, it's enough to have a small one. Let Adam analyze its genes when the time comes. Hearing the word Adam, Gaia's heart suddenly sank.
It admitted that Adam was more patient than itself, but it was no worse than it.
Of course Zhang Fan knew about this situation, but he didn't say anything.
Time passed by minute, Zhang Fan and Gaia just chatted casually.
Gaia, don't you know, I used to be the invincible fighter in the world.
Zhang Fan shamelessly boasted.
Gaia, Dad, if you weren't powerful, how could you make me so perfect? Ha, you still know how to talk, oh, okay.
The modified cells have replaced all the cells of this giant frog.
After obtaining the genetic information of Demiching, Zhang Fan left again after explaining Gaia. Gaia doesn't say nonsense like walking slowly all the way.
It knows that Dad is always by its side.
Okay, let me take a look next. Well, let's build a base first. Gaia decided. The location chosen by Gaia was not particularly ideal.
The terrain of this land was relatively high and the mineral resources were not rich enough to produce expendable troops in large quantities. I continued to observe the surrounding environment. At present, except for the Great Meiji clan, there is no race that can fight against the Zerg. Gaia continues to aim at development, building a battle team that can win battles, is uniform, and has reasonable planning. First of all, logistics must be ensured. Those worker bees are like mining trucks. The more worker bees, the faster they can obtain resources.
Gaia desperately hatches worker bees in order to expand its territory as quickly as possible.
After the construction of the second brood nest was completed, Gaia had already arrived near the Laos clan, and she still wanted to kill these nasty little guys.
Combat type troops are very disadvantageous against these little guys.
They will attach themselves to the bodies of the Zerg soldiers, and they will specifically find corners to attach themselves to. Gaia tried to use hydralisks to attack them, but found that their anti-venom resistance was very strong. If one group died, another group would quickly adapt. This kind of evolution feels very similar to the Zerg. In the end, we could only use the most primitive method, picking them one by one.
This was the first time the worker bees fought against the enemy.
The worker bees quickly crawled to the grass and laid a carpet of bacteria, while the ticks watched all this with indifference.
After completing the laying, the worker bees entered the grass.
Their small pliers were very flexible and they harvested very quickly. This kind of harvest still alarmed the entire gnat family, and they began to organize a counterattack. They climbed up the bodies of the worker bees one after another, came to the cracks, and began to release paralyzing substances.
Do you think this will solve the problem of worker bees? It's really whimsical.
After all, worker bees are also the strongest unit in the entire Zerg clan. No matter how the tick attacks, it cannot destroy the shell of the worker bee. Moreover, the worker bees also cooperate with each other. Once they see the ticks entering the body of their companions, other worker bees will use small pliers to pinch them out. These worker bees were truly a disaster for the gnats.
After nearly half of the harvest, Gaia issued another order.
The worker bees began to inject modified cells into the tick's body, and the tiny creature was quickly transformed.
Gaia believes that small creatures have the advantages of small creatures. For example, the strong adhesion of ticks can firmly stick to the enemy when fighting against them.
Even if it cannot cause damage, it can also be used as a reconnaissance perspective.
But Gaia doesn't know how to extract genes. It doesn't have such equipment, so what should we do?
Some don't want to pass the information on to Adam. By the way, just create a new attempt specifically for sharing resources.
Dad, I have a new idea. Gaia began to call Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, well, tell me.
In fact, Zhang Fan already knew the thoughts in Gaia's mind, but he still let it answer. Gaia, Dad, we can build a special place to store genes.
There is no need to store them in the brain. What if one day the brain is saturated? Zhang Fan, this is indeed an idea. The brain is not without memory.
Once this kind of problem occurs, it will be quite troublesome.
You continue.
Gaia, we can specialize in a kind of building specifically used to store genes or other ultra-small substances, and we can divide them into 3 areas.
Zhang Fan, oh? Which 3?
Gaia, the first area is relatively large and is specially used to store various genes.
Culture fluid is poured into it. In the second area, we can do some work on gene arrangement. Zhang Fan, hasn't Adam been doing all this work?
Gaia, Dad, my idea is to liberate Adam's work and make genetic sequencing more liberal.
Zhang Fan thought about it for a moment.
This was a bit sorry for Adam, but it was indeed a good idea. Well, keep talking.
Gaia, the third area is a bit ordinary.
It only contains the ingredients of culture fluid.
This is prepared to replace the culture fluid in the gene bank. Dad, you should be able to see the ideas in my head.
Zhang Fan, I've already seen it, let's call it the hatching pool.
You did a good job.
Gaia smiled happily, and then said, Dad, as you know, I have some creative ability, but I may still be lacking in construction.
Can you not let me do such troublesome things?
Zhang Fan laughed, don't worry Gaia, I will leave this to Adam to solve.
Gaia grinned, this is the best.
Now Gaia can show off in front of Adam again, and feels great.
Lord, no, Lord.
Your poor Adam really can't do such a thing. Adam answered Zhang Fan's words with tears streaming down his face.
Just kidding, Adam's current job is to do some genetic sequencing work. Once this automated equipment is started, won't it be unemployed? What's more, it's the method thought up by that abominable Gaia. Zhang Fan, then tell me how to solve it?
Zhang Fan has already made a decision in his heart. This incubation pool must be built.
It's just a matter of time, depending on what Adam says. Master, your most loyal Adam believes that this kind of hatching tank is very unreasonable. Adam's expression was serious. Zhang Fan, where is it unreasonable?
Adam, Master, look, it says that the incubation pool is divided into 3 areas.
What if the materials in the area are accidentally mixed up?
Also, various pollutants will enter such an open air pool. Not to mention Gaia's terrible idea.
Zhang Fan, I think you think the last one is the most important. Adam's face was full of bitterness. Master, yes, Adam was wrong. Master knows things like a god. Zhang Fan, Adam, don't belittle yourself. I have always seen your work.
You and Gaia are the same, just like my children.
There is no distinction between high and low.
It is a good thing for you to fight, and it is for the sake of the Zerg as a whole. Benefit development, but as the eldest son, you should learn to be tolerant, admit your shortcomings, and correct them.
Adam suddenly became energetic, and his whole skin glowed with a dazzling red light. The master actually said that I was the eldest son. It's the eldest son. Adam, master.
Adam must do his best and die for the master and the Zerg without any regrets. In order to conquer the world, Adam will shed the last drop of his blood.
Zhang Fan, it's a good idea to have this idea. Go ahead and optimize and build the incubation pool. Don't let me down. Adam, Lord. Yes.
In fact, the way to deal with these 2 brainworms is very simple. To deal with Adam, you only need to coax it a little and it will do anything. To deal with Gaia, you only need to let go.
It yearns for freedom.
Although this incubation pool was Gaia's idea, Adam was very unhappy, but because it was Zhang Fan's order, Adam was very happy.
It was really contradictory. The incubation pool is used to replace the genetic memory bank in the brain. Indeed, as Gaia said, no matter how powerful the memory of the brainworm is, it will be saturated. Adam had this kind of problem.
Not only did he have to memorize the information Zhang Fan shared with him, but he also had to memorize various genetic maps, as well as some of the movements and status of the bugs of various arms.
It was very hard. Sometimes Adam would forget the pattern of 1 or 2 gene chains. He did not dare to tell Zhang Fan for fear of disappointing Zhang Fan. Gaia is still having a good time.
She can freely make discoveries or have any ideas, just throw away the information and forget about it. She still has to work hard to organize the information.
Adam ordered the worker bees to start opening up an area on the carpet.
Gaia had indeed done a good thing, at least it had solved a lot of Adam's energy, so that he could use his thinking on other scientific research projects. The area of the incubation pool is very large, hundreds of square meters. The main reason is that the surface of the bacteria carpet is too shallow and there is no way to dig deep.
Forget it, that's it. Adam began to divide the incubation tank into 3 parts.
The gene bank storage area occupies nearly 2/3 of the area, and the arrangement area and culture solution area account for 1/3, half and half.
Okay, now that we've finished all this work, we can start injecting the culture fluid and extract it from the bacterial carpet.
But this culture medium is different from ordinary culture medium. It is more inclined to brain fluid. Incubation tanks used as storage areas must contain neuronal cells. In this case, it would be inappropriate to define it as a building.
It is more like an immovable animal. The construction of these neuron cells will not win over the worker bees. Adam can solve the problem by himself. It just takes a little longer.
Now that he has the basis for brain modification, it is not a big deal for Adam. Those neuron cells are arranged one by one on the wall of the incubation tank like a grid.
They are definitely invisible to the naked eye.
They are like cells in the cerebral cortex.
Then, countless mental cells began to connect, and slight electric currents flashed through the culture fluid.
In order to solve these current problems, Gaia also installed conductive metal on the walls of the incubation tank, so that the current can be diverted into the carpet without damaging the genes in the tank.
After all the work was completed, Adam began to experimentally throw the larvae in.
Then, the larvae were decomposed layer by layer through the neuron cells in the pool wall. Sure enough, the genes in the larvae were not perfect, and many of their genes were missing. The decomposed gene pool began to become active, and then Adam once again ordered the neuron cells to remember each cell corresponding to a gene chain. He kept putting larvae into the pool, checking for leaks and filling in the gaps.
Once something was missing, Adam would reorganize the genes in his mind into the larvae.
The neuron cells were full, but there was still a lot of genes left, so we had no choice but to continue making neuron cells. I didn't expect that such a huge amount of genes would be accumulated over so many years. The arrangement and combination area did not stop.
The neuron cells here were more complicated.
Adam had to go through a lot of troubles to do this. It felt like he had gone back to the time when he was building brains for Zerg soldiers.
Fortunately, it was successful in the end.
10,000 permutations are performed in the permutation pool every minute. Of course, most of them are repeated, and there is only a small probability of genetic mutations.
The entire Zerg race needs this kind of genetic mutation of uncertainty. After all genes have been entered, Adam's work is not over yet. It still has to consider safety issues.
A part of the brain is taken out to connect with the incubation pool, and Adam will be notified as soon as the gene mutates or some situation occurs. After clearing the genetic map information in his mind, Adam felt relieved, and then reported the situation to Zhang Fan. "Master, your most loyal servant Adam has built the incubation pool according to your most perfect instructions." Zhang Fan felt the gene map in the incubation pool, as if countless pictures flashed through his mind, and whatever he wanted would appear in front of him, which was very easy to use. "Adam, you did a very good job, but one pool is not enough now. We need more pools as backup. Do you understand?" Zhang Fan said. "I forgot to post it at noon." Red flames spurted out from the magma bug's mouth, illuminating the entire earth.
But the good times didn't last long.
When the magma bug sucked back, it accidentally sucked the flames into its body, which then caused a huge explosion. Although this kind of explosion looks powerful, its lethality is relatively limited, and it is still more powerful than gunpowder.
Considering this problem, Zhang Fan gave up the idea of transforming self-exploding mosquitoes. Is there a problem with flame retraction? Zhang Fan was thinking. By the way, there is a way.
Zhang Fan's method is very simple, with only 2 points.
The first point is to design a front jaw made of flint at the mouthparts of the magma bug. This protruding front jaw can prevent the mouth from being damaged by flames.
Under normal conditions, the front jaws are located on both sides of the magma bug's cheeks and have no attack function. Once it is ready to spray flames, the front jaws will be brought together to fire.
After the flame is ejected, the front jaw will open instantly to prevent the flame from damaging the flint on the front jaw.
The second point is to build a valve in the mouth of the magma worm.
This valve is composed of muscles.
If the flame is sucked back, it will quickly close together to prevent it from entering the body and causing an explosion. Another advantage of doing this is that the biogas is compressed, and the distance of the fire becomes farther.
The experiment started.
After the clicking sound, the blazing fire burned again, and the attack distance actually reached 10 meters. All living creatures within 10 meters will be burned.
The magma bug was handed over to Adam for optimization. Adam couldn't help but flatter Zhang Fan. After solving the problem, Adam entered the gene into the incubation pool. Gaia, give you a good thing. You will definitely like it.
Zhang Fan said.
Gaia, Dad, I like everything you gave me.
That's good, accept it. Zhang Fan stopped talking after saying this.
My lord. Dad.
You really brought me a huge surprise.
Gaia looked at the production and attack methods of the magma bugs in confusion.
The worker bees were ordered to do everything they could to find flint and steel, but this was not a resource-rich area, and even after searching for a long time, no flint and steel was found.
Gaia, who was itching and unbearable, stopped giving orders to continue the attack after finishing dealing with the Demiji clan.
Focusing on creating magma worms in the southern region, it is preparing to use its host to hoist them over. The big base camp of the southern Zerg. A larva hatched from the mother's nest, covered in sticky liquid, which was all nutrient solution. It raised its head curiously and looked around. There were eggs waiting to hatch all around, and some larvae were squirming inside as if they were about to hatch. The larvae felt hungry and began to eat the fungus carpet. There was relatively little fungus carpet in the mother's nest. It began to crawl out of the mother's nest instinctively, leaving white traces on the ground like slugs crawling across.
After leaving the mother nest, the larvae couldn't help but squint their eyes.
The sunlight outside was really dazzling. After adapting to the outside environment and looking at the endless purple, the larvae lowered their heads and ate the fungus carpet to replenish their physical strength. The bacteria blanket makes a clicking sound when bitten in the larvae's mouth. The teeth in its mouth are flat and specially designed for chewing the bacteria blanket. After eating a few large mouthfuls of bacteria carpet, the larvae felt that they were full, and then their bodies began to slowly change. The color of the body gradually turned brown, just like the color of the earth. The toughness of the body increased rapidly, and the size also increased. After doing all this, the larvae began to eat the fungus carpet again, and now all it has to do is wait for the order to hatch.
Suddenly, an instruction came to the larvae's mind.
The larva suddenly felt very uncomfortable and was twisting and turning, as if its whole body was twitching. It began to spit mucus from its mouth and coat its body.
Two thick tubes under the carpet swung into the abdomen of the larvae.
The larvae's eyes begin to become bloodshot, and if you observe its eyes carefully, you will find stripes of white ripples appearing in its eyeballs. The larvae's brain has fully accepted the hatching instructions, its abdomen has begun to absorb the nutrient solution sent by the fungus carpet, and its body has begun to secrete mucus continuously. In a short time, the mucus covered the entire larvae. A strong heart is beating normally, and from the outside it looks like a beating cocoon. After a while, the larvae's skin began to crack, but the internal organs were intact. It started to try to grow, and with a click, the skin completely burst, and the brown skin completely concealed the inside of the cocoon, and no one knew what was going on inside. Inside the cocoon, discarded genes are continuously being dissolved, and these genes can also supplement the larvae with a little protein. It felt like there were some bulges on both sides of the body, and it was very uncomfortable as if the body was exploding from the inside. Chi chi chi, the larvae kept roaring. This was the first time Zhang Fan heard such painful sounds from the larvae. I hurried over to investigate the situation and saw that the body of the larvae continued to grow larger, and the speed of absorbing nutrient solution was also gradually increasing. Soft limbs began to stretch out from both sides of the body, suddenly supporting the entire cocoon. Zhang Fan was a little worried that the larva would burst the cocoon. If it burst, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Previously, Zhang Fan only used a very primitive method to create spliced magma insects. This was the first time that they evolved through larvae. The 10 tender calves kept squirming in the cocoons, as if they wanted to crawl out in pain. The body is still growing, and there are obvious cracks in the cocoon. No, it's going to break. Zhang Fan quickly controlled the genes in the larvae to stop its growth. Gaia felt that the larvae had stopped working and asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" "Not yet. The magma worm is too big and the mucous membrane surrounding it cannot support it," Zhang Fan replied. "Ah?" Gaia was surprised, and then adjusted her sight to the location where the magma bugs hatched. This cocoon has grown to 3 meters, and the cracks on the outside are already very obvious.
Why didn't this happen when the 5-meter-long host was hatched?
Because there was no hydrogen in the host body at that time and the body was not propped up, the body size inside the cocoon was still relatively small. Now this magma bug belongs to an advanced strategic type and is quite large. It is difficult to meet the needs of this big guy with conventional hatching methods.
Master, Adam has a way. I wonder if I can give it a try. Adam also realized the problem at this time. Well, Adam, tell me.
Zhang Fan said. At this time Gaia came out and interrupted, Dad, I also have a way. When Adam heard Gaia's words, his eyes widened, he took a deep breath, and thought about what the Lord once said, calm down, the world is so wonderful, but I am so irritable, this is not good.
Adam, Lord, since Gaia has an idea, please tell it to you first. Zhang Fan felt the change in Adam's mood, but he didn't criticize it. He just felt very relieved. Well, let Gaia talk first.
Gaia also felt Adam's abnormality, and there was always an indescribable change. Dad, I said, we can work on the mucous membrane to increase its tension. In this way, the entire volume can be relaxed. Zhang Fan, this kind of tension is difficult to control. Once you increase the tension, other small units will not be able to hatch successfully.
Gaia, Dad, you are right. Gaia understood that this was the first time that Zhang Fan had rejected its idea, and it did so with some motives. First, it wanted the magma worms too much, and second, it heard Adam's speech and couldn't help but come over to compete for his favor. Gaia, Dad, let Adam talk, I'll listen. Adam cleared his throat. Master, I think that under the current circumstances, there is no need to increase the tension of the mucous membrane. Gaia, if it doesn't increase, it doesn't mean it will break.
Zhang Fan said displeasedly, Gaia, shut up and listen to Adam. Gaia obediently shut her mouth immediately, and Adam continued as if he didn't see it. Master, Adam's idea is the same as your great idea.
The current state of the mucous membrane is just right for hatching small soldiers. Gaia secretly muttered in her mind, why are you whining? You know better to hurry up and say it.
Adam, Master, let us think about it from another angle.
The original mucous membranes are secreted from the larvae's bodies, right? The main reason is the conversion of nutrient solution into mucus. Zhang Fan thought thoughtfully, I understand what you mean. Do you want to start from the bacteria carpet?
There is something wrong with letting the bacteria carpet release mucus.
They will block the transmission tube. Gaia, TCH, it's not like me, it was rejected by Dad.
Zhang Fan warned Gaia again, and Adam continued, Master, no, Adam's purpose is still based on the larval body, but we can increase the transmission volume of nutrient solution and the production of larval secretion mucosa.
Adam can also be genetically modified.
Zhang Fan suddenly realized, oh, Adam, you seem to have done some genetic modification for the hatching of specific larvae, right? Just like this magma worm, ordinary larvae secrete one layer of mucous membrane, but you can make this larvae secrete 3 to 5 layers.
It actually increases the tension of the mucous membrane, which is good.
Adam hurriedly said some flattery, and the veins on Gaia's head were pulsing.
Isn't this the same as what I just said? Adam, you are indeed my opponent. Okay, Adam, I'll leave this matter to you.
Gaia, you go back to the north and wait for support.
Master, Dad, I understand. The two brainworms answered in unison. Adam returned to his research institute and was doing his happiest work in the evolution chamber.
Gaia was wandering around on the fungus carpet as bored as she could, directing the worker bees to lay the fungus carpet. It was wandering around while observing the environment in the distance. This place was a hilly area with lush and short vegetation, some of which were quite aggressive. If we rely on a conventional army to attack, the advance will be slowed down. It seems that we have to wait for the magma bugs to arrive.
That whoever. Worker bees. Have you found the flint and steel? Gaia complained unhappily, but the worker bees said not yet.
Time is like saliva, slowly passing through the fingertips. After Adam studied the genes, he couldn't wait to let the larvae hatch. This hatching was successful, there were no signs of rupture, and the larvae were very quiet. The body of the larvae continues to grow larger, and the skin begins to be broken by the exoskeleton in the body.
The entire magma worm has completed its most important prototype.
Just wait for a while for them to fully hatch. There was a huge cracking sound, and a magma worm nearly 20 meters in size crawled on the fungus blanket. It shook its head, and there was always a command to eat in its head, and it began to eat the fungi on the ground desperately.
Zhang Fan looked at this magma bug and immediately felt a headache again. Isn't this guy too good to eat?
If it weren't for the fact that the resources are still enough to make up for it, he would have to live in poverty. It seems that there is no way to mass produce it. The magma bug that Gaia was waiting for finally woke up, and it hurriedly dispatched its host to transport it.
The transportation work was extremely difficult. The magma bug was too big and heavy.
The 10 hosts barely managed to carry it to the top of the mountain. Because they didn't eat for a day, the magma bug became extremely irritable, twisting its body constantly and almost falling off several times.
Gaia knew that she personally controlled this transport team.
Fortunately, the weather was good these days and the magma worms landed safely. The eager eating sound of the magma bugs after landing reached Gaia's mind. Gaia had no choice but to let it eat first, and kept circling around the big guy, observing this powerful body.
Gaia felt very excited. With you here, why can't we realize our hegemony?
Oh, you are so delicious.
Gaia looked at the magma worm and was as speechless as Zhang Fan.
Forget it, just eat.
After we finish eating, we will go out to fight.
Gaia shook her head speechlessly.
Many days later, the second and third batches of magma worms have also arrived one after another. The next goal is ahead.
Hills.
Attack.
When you don't have the strength, you should shrink back and fight as little as possible. You must conserve your strength in order to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. But on the other hand, it already shows a crushing combat effectiveness, so there is no need to be wretched and just attack. Now Gaia has accumulated a large number of soldiers. If it doesn't fight at this time, it will have no tactics except destruction. Turn everything in front of me into a carpet of bacteria.
Gaia laughed wildly.
The magma bug began to spray flames, and no grass grew wherever it went.
The enemies it killed alone were several times as many as those of the springtails.
However, this guy was very short and soft. After a while, all the methane gas in his body was ejected, and he could only eat and digest again. Despite this, the Zerg soldiers still advanced with a devastating momentum. After completely conquering this hilly area, the next step is to see how the worker bees are laying it out. After conquering the hills, Gaia was ready to recharge her batteries first. She could not attack for a long time. Now that the land was outnumbered, she had to reward her soldiers well. Some words were not deleted by me, but were deleted automatically by the system. I didn't even see them myself. The Zerg do not divide the land like other civilizations. They give you a piece of land and let you cultivate it yourself. After it is cultivated, they will take it back, and then give you a piece of wasteland to continue to cultivate. The Zerg do this very well. What they emphasize is that the land is collective, belongs to everyone, and is a sacred and indivisible part. Every Zerg warrior has the belief of sacrifice for the master and the mission of sharing everything for the land. Well, in fact, the worker bees spread the germ carpet in front, and the bugs in the back keep eating. Go to sleep when you are full, and eat when you wake up. Soldiers with priority tasks will carry out their tasks according to their instincts. At this moment, Gaia suddenly became relaxed. All it had to do was keep an eye on the big guy. I don't know what Adam was thinking, but he didn't give the magma bugs the order to design a reasonable allocation of resources. You see, without paying attention, this guy bit out another big hole. Go over there and eat. After Gaia's order was given, the magma bug obediently ran to the side to eat the food. Gaia observed the surrounding situation, and small teams of springtails went to various places to conduct reconnaissance. There were no special findings in the news that came back, everything was just as planned. It seems that there are no intelligent creatures here, they are all living according to their own instincts. Zhangfan actually still doesn't know that it is the countless spores it releases that make the entire southern creature intelligent. The northern border was still blocked by mountains and cold, so I couldn't come over. The springtails 50 kilometers ahead lost their signal and seemed to be dead. Gaia was confused. It seemed to be a stone forest. There should be no large creatures, so the springtails should have discovered it long ago. Therefore, Gaia began to mobilize the reconnaissance springtails towards the stone forest. Stone forests are very common and can be found in the south, but that stone forest is not as vast as this one. The springtails were no longer lazy this time, but carefully observed every corner, not letting any enemy go.
Strange? There's nothing. Let's look separately. Gaia asked the springtails to find the truth behind the disappearance of the previous group of springtails. The stone forest is still the stone forest in my impression. The rocks forming the stone forest are mainly limestone, which is a carbonate rock. Carbonate rocks are also sedimentary rocks, which are rocks formed by sedimentation in bodies of water.
The biggest feature of limestone is that it is easily dissolved by water, especially when the water is rich in carbon dioxide, so limestone is also called soluble rock.
It seems that this area belongs to the ocean. By the way,
There seems to be no genes that have entered the ocean in the gene pool.
Ha! A few more springtails have disappeared. What's going on? Is the enemy invisible? Gaia began to fall into deep thought.
Springtails continued to encounter poisonous hands, but Gaia has never been able to find the other party.
No, it's impossible.
Gaia turned her perspective to the entire Zergling team and saw a scene that shocked her. Springtails actually attack their own people. Zhang Fankai told Gaia that the Zerg tribe is a family, neat and harmonious, and will never have its own people attack its own people.
Unless?
Gaia's head felt a pain, and it thought of what Zhang Fan told it about its past life.
Are there intelligent creatures here? And the kind that allows you to think outside the box? Great, if I can catch it, I can definitely add another assistant to my father.
When the time comes, I will pull it over and kick Adam's position with my 2 swords.
Gaia thought confidently. Then, Gaia completely took over the springtail's body, releasing brainwaves all around. Where is your king? I am Gaia. Let it come out to me. Gaia kept sending signals, but these signals seemed to fall into the sea without any response. Thinking back to the brainworm again, Gaia was thinking, did I guess wrong? Springtails attack springtails. This is something Gaia really doesn't want to see.
It still hasn't figured out how everything happened. It didn't dare to let the army attack rashly like this. If one accidentally controlled the magma bug, it would have no choice but to die as an apology.
The enemy springtail knocked down its own springtail, and its 4 forelimbs were intertwined randomly.
Our own springtails seem to be still in a state of confusion.
They don't know what happened, and they are being eaten by the opponent in pain. Gaia cannot sit still and wait for death. If you kill your own people, you will kill your own people. You will go back to apologize to your father. He personally went into battle to control the remaining springtails, and a fierce melee broke out between the 2 sides.
You come and I fight, fighting fiercely in this narrow stone gap, as if we have returned to that time of fighting to the death. Gaia had never encountered such a situation before, and she didn't know how to deal with it, and felt very painful in her heart.
Gaia, what is going on?
Zhang Fan's voice appeared in Zhang Fan's mind. Gaia felt that her savior had arrived and hurriedly said, Dad, I don't know. These springtails have entered the stone forest and have been controlled. Zhang Fan thought it was an intelligent creature at first, and was happy for a while. But when it felt it carefully, it didn't feel the same as it did to Emperor Jia Jing back then. No, there are no intelligent creatures here.
There must be something hidden. Gaia, what do you think? Zhang Fan asked. Dad, if you ask me, I don't know. Gaia almost cried.
Although she is usually a bit arrogant, she is still very good to her subordinates. Now that something like this has happened, it really makes her heart like knife twisted. Faced with this situation, it was impossible for Zhang Fan to blame Gaia, so he decided to meet his opponent in person. Gaia, you go out first, leave this place to me. Zhang Fan said.
Yes, Dad. Gaia didn't dare to drag him down and quickly exchanged command.
Zhang Fan can be regarded as experienced in many battles and has participated in countless battles, large and small.
I haven't moved my body for a long time. Let me see how powerful you are.
Zhang Fan sneered in his heart. Zhang Fan's operation techniques are not as delicate as Gaia's.
He is more particular about opening and closing. This is a problem developed in the grassland period, when insects fought like this. The 2 sides entered into the most primitive fight, but Zhang Fan knew the weakness of the springtails well, and with a little bit of delicacy in the rough wilderness, he defeated the enemy springtails. However, he found that the matter was not over yet. The springtails in another area also rebelled. The 2 places were quite far apart and did not seem to be controlled by the brainwaves of intelligent creatures at all. Multi-line operations are no problem for Zhang Fan.
With only a small amount of troops, he can defeat the enemy steadily. However, gradually he discovered that his own troops were getting smaller and smaller, while the opponent's forces were getting larger and larger.
I almost forgot to post.
No, it seems that my thinking has been disturbed. Zhang Fan looked at the other party's more and more springtails, and his expression became extremely solemn.
Damn it, what is the reason?
The springtails were eaten away by the enemy step by step, and eventually they were all eliminated by the opponent. Zhang Fan also lost his vision in the stone forest.
His mind returned to Gaia and asked, Gaia, what did you feel when you entered the stone forest before? Feeling?
Gaia said thoughtfully for a while, it feels like nothing. It's just that there was no fighting when the first batch of springtails entered. They seemed to disappear suddenly.
Zhang Fan, did you disappear suddenly?
Gaia, that's right, Dad, he just disappeared suddenly. Later, I felt something was wrong and transferred other investigating soldiers over.
You also know what happened after that.
Well, that's it. Since this matter must be sorted out, let's send another group of springtails over to see the situation. Zhang Fan said. A group of springtails was reorganized. This time there were 100 of them. They were divided into 10 teams and entered the stone forest every few minutes. It was still normal inside. The springtails were observing the surrounding environment, but strangely, all the springtails that had been killed before disappeared. Zhang Fan felt like he had hit a ghost and disappeared in confusion.
Gaia, what do you think caused this? Zhang Fan asked. Gaia, Dad, if Gaia knew, she wouldn't be so entangled. Zhang Fan, by the way, count the number of springtails. It didn't take a while.
Gaia fed back the information. Dad, 100 heads, no more than one and no less than the other.
No more, no less? Zhang Fan became even more uneasy.
Continuing to walk inside, as they walked, a small group of springtails appeared in front of them. Zhang Fan loudly said to Gaia, Gaia, prepare to fight and count the soldiers again.
Gaia understands. Gaia was also very nervous.
This kind of unknown thing made her a little scared.
Dad, 100 heads, no more, no less. Or 100? Then what are these springtails?
Zhang Fan felt that his brain was not enough. There was another round of ping pong, and the 100 springtails were also handed over here. Just like before, the number of springtails on the other side has increased, far more than 100.
Gaia, leave that stone forest for now. Let's study it carefully and conquer the surrounding areas first. This will make observation more convenient.
Zhang Fan put forward his own idea.
Gaia, okay, Dad, brothers are at work. After receiving the order, the magma worms slowly stood up.
As the large army moved forward, all the places where the springtails were safe for reconnaissance were captured by the springtails. After the worker bees have laid the germ carpet and the mother nest is constructed, Gaia can now free up its hands to deal with the stone forest.
The stone forest was still the same as before, with tall rocks standing upright.
There was no danger at all, but the successive blows made Gaia feel frustrated.
Okay, Gaia, don't think too much.
Since the large forces have surrounded this place, let's try other methods. Zhang Fan said.
Well, Dad is right, I will make arrangements right away. Gaia replied.
The hydralisks used this time were unable to attack and kept spitting their venom onto the rocks. The stone was corroded by the poison and became brittle, and then collapsed. Although it took a long time, nothing was found.
Gaia decided to try entering again, and the hydralisks entered the stone forest.
Just like before, several hydralisks suddenly appeared inside. These hydralisks look exactly like those controlled by Gaia. Just as the two sides were getting ready to fight again, Adam's voice suddenly reached its ears. Gaia!
What are you doing? What am I doing? I'm dealing with the enemy. Gaia said unhappily, and then launched an attack.
You then, Adam suddenly stopped talking, and it felt as if he had forgotten something. No, there must be something very important.
What is it? Adam watched in confusion as Gaia dealt with the enemy, unable to intervene at all. This operation failed again. Zhang Fan said, this stone forest is really scary? How come there are so many Zerg troops? Gaia didn't speak.
Adam hesitated and said, Master, Adam wanted to say something before, but he forgot about it just as he was about to tell Gaia.
Forgot? Zhang Fan was stunned.
Memory is sometimes a long-term thing.
Some people will remember one thing for a long time, and some people will suddenly forget the things they think about. This is normal, but it is a little abnormal when it comes to Adam. Adam's memory is a replacement memory.
Only when the memory cells in the brain have stored all the information, the old information will be selectively discarded after new information is accepted. Zhang Fan only found out about this after observing for a long time.
Gaia was in the same situation. They should not suffer from instant amnesia. Adam, do you know what you just said?
Zhang Fan said in a low voice.
Master, Adam understands, but in just a moment, Adam actually forgot about the matter. It's really terrifying.
Adam also felt the seriousness of the matter. Zhang Fan, according to what you said, there is something in this stone forest that interferes with our thinking.
This thing is like a drug.
Gaia, yes, Dad, I felt this way before, but as soon as I step into the stone forest, I will forget what I thought of before, and then I will encounter the enemy.
Zhang Fan, well, this matter is difficult to handle.
Let the flying dragon fly to the sky to take a look. This time the flying dragon started to take off, observing the situation of the stone forest.
It was fine on the outside,
but as it flew further in, it found that the main stone forest seemed to be shrouded in fog from high in the sky, and it was impossible to see the environment below. This feedback information made Zhang Fan feel entangled again. He did not dare to attack casually anymore. What if the entire stone forest was pushed away and he was completely controlled by the things inside? You too, if you have any good ideas, you might as well discuss them. Zhang Fan still thought of the brainworm.
Gaia, Dad, I think it's better not to attack again.
We can blow away the fog first and make a decision after observing the situation.
Adam, Master, Gaia is right.
Since there are things that can enchant us, we must be careful.
Adam believes that we can create airflow by heating the magma bugs. Zhang Fan, this is a bit unrealistic. Haven't you noticed?
Since the carpet was laid, the air has been dry and it hasn't rained for a long time. The carpet has the ability to absorb water, making it difficult for moisture to form in the air. At this time, Zhang Fan said again, unless.
Please collect and recommend votes, Dad. Unless what? Gaia asked. Zhang Fan, unless we heat all these stones.
Adam was confused for a moment, and then suddenly realized, Master, you mean to heat the stone, and then use the same aerodynamic method to attract the moist air here. Gaia also interjected, I understand, Dad, this is just like the osmosis method. The air here has become thinner and drier, and the air inside will inevitably be replenished. This will cause the overall air in the stone forest to be thinner. Zhang Fan, yes, that's roughly the idea. Gaia, in this case, a lot of magma bugs will be used, Dad, this, hee. Zhang Fan, I understand what you mean, but let's leave this matter to Adam. Gaia was heartbroken, Dad, don't do this, I will never mess around. Zhang Fan's attitude was very firm, no, you don't know that this magma worm is a bottomless pit.
We must make it reasonably.
If we are not careful, it will cause a food crisis.
Do you understand?
Gaia said aggrievely, yes, Dad. Zhang Fan has seen through Gaia's thoughts. According to its obsession with magma bugs, Gaia will definitely produce them in large quantities regardless of it, and in the end it may really cause irreparable consequences.
Zhang Fan asked Adam, this task is entrusted to you, can you complete it?
Adam, Master, don't worry, Adam will definitely create magma bugs according to the proportions. However, after passing the mountain range, Adam's ability to control the host and magma bugs will be reduced. Don't worry about this, just leave it to Gaia. Gaia should listen clearly. Gaia, yes, Dad. As a result, the pace of the war was once again delayed.
The main reason was that Zhang Fan felt uneasy. If this uncertain factor was not eliminated, it would always become a hidden danger.
Zhang Fan guessed that there might be something in this stone forest, maybe a plant or an animal, which would produce a hallucinogenic thing, and then interfere with thinking through the breathing organs of springtails.
Because the Zerg soldiers possess brains, Zhang Fan or the brainworms control them by issuing tasks through their brains. It would be easier to deal with this stone forest using the previous operating mode. It cannot be said that having a brain is not good, at least it can liberate Zhang Fan. The more Zerg there are, the more powerful it will be to enhance Zhang Fan's thinking, and finally form a physical body. Now Zhang Fan's use of Shinwei's moves again has lasted nearly a minute longer than the first time. This thing is of no use now. It is quite good to scare people, but it requires too much thinking. The longer it goes, the more contributions it needs from the Zerg thinking. Although it is still relatively useless now, who can guarantee that it will not change in the future? In fact, Zhang Fan still yearns for the kind of life like an immortal flying in the sky and escaping from the earth. Okay, without further ado, Adam has finished hatching the magma worms, fed them and started transporting them. When they crossed the top of the mountain range, Gaia began to take over. When they first took over, the cooperation between the two brainworms was very uncoordinated. This uncoordinated result resulted in several magma bugs being dropped to death.
Zhang Fan was so angry that he cursed his mother. It took an unknown amount of resources to hatch this thing, but it was dropped to death before it was even beaten.
Are you angry? Not irritating.
Adam and Gaia accepted Zhang Fan's criticism submissively, and finally sent the magma worms to the north with some tacit understanding. It is still a pity that there seems to be no such thing as flint and steel in the north. These should not be difficult to find, but I have not found them yet. Otherwise, they can be made on the spot without so much trouble. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan thought of tunnel worms, a type of unit specially used to transport Zerg soldiers. However, it is not practical to study tunnel worms in this situation. But thinking about it on the other hand, tunnel worms can't make tunnels, so tunnels shouldn't be difficult. After all, the current Zerg are all born experts at digging holes.
Then we have to consider where to place the tunnel. Once the tunnel is opened, a lot of resources will be saved. Of course the hosts will not be unemployed, they will act as Zhang Fan's eyes in the sky. It took a long time to drive the magma bugs to the vicinity of the stone forest and then let them disperse. Why not use gunpowder? The gunpowder in the self-exploding mosquito's body is great for burning. However, this requires considering the issue of resources. Although magma worms have a large appetite, they are also renewable resources. Gunpowder is different. Its resources need to be collected. The current quantity of gunpowder is quite sufficient, but good steel must be used on the blade and must be used at critical moments. The magma bugs began to breathe fire. Huge pillars of fire erupted from their mouths, burning the stone pillars. I saw that those stone pillars were gradually burned red by the high temperature, and the surrounding temperature gradually increased. It feels a little slow. Zhang Fan watched as the magma bug stopped breathing fire and began to rest. Gaia, go pick up some firewood. Zhang Fan ordered Gaia. Gaia sent out teams of worker bees to search for dry firewood. The forest has not been completely conquered. The weather is starting to get colder, the leaves are starting to fall to the ground, and there are still many dry branches on the ground. The worker bees picked up the branches and rushed back, regardless of whether there were pursuers behind them. After placing branches around the stone forest, the magma bugs breathed fire at the branches. With a boom, flames shot into the sky. The entire stone forest seemed to have been thrown into an oven. The flames outside were constantly burning, evaporating the moisture in the air. This time, it was not the flying dragon that came for reconnaissance, but the host. This type of unit has a much better ability to stay in the air than the flying dragon. When there is no combat mission, the observation effect of using the host is particularly good. The surrounding circle of stones had been burned red, and the host observed the changes in the airflow in the stone forest, and they began to spread towards the surroundings. The spread is not fast, but as long as you can see changes, it is a good thing. When these moist airflows get close to the surroundings, they will form an updraft, then disappear into nature, and finally turn into rainfall again and come to the world. The air inside began to become thinner, but the environment was still unclear. The host began to land slightly downward. Just be careful and control the observation range. This burning method lasted for a while and also consumed a lot of resources. However, the method has been determined and it will definitely cause more trouble if it is changed carefully. Burning wood is actually not without its benefits, at least now Zhang Fan has got a lot of charcoal. No more favorites. These charcoal can make more gunpowder for Zhang Fan, and can also make some preparations for heating in winter. Okay, the air inside the stone forest has finally become clear, and the host has seen the entire interior, as well as the plants that trap pests. It is a flower, the petals are lavender, the stamens are very long, hanging to the outside, the color is purple-red, the color is extremely bright. This flower is not large in size. It grows between the cracks of stones. The petals are divided into 4 petals, separated in a golden ratio shape. Its stems are somewhat like morning glory stems, but the color is more purple. Seeing this flower, Zhang Fan felt as if he had seen it somewhere before, definitely not in this world. Where is it? Oh, right. It seems to be written in a book, Corpse-Scented Konjac. That's right. This is the corpse-scented konjac. Zhang Fan suddenly remembered. Gaia asked in confusion, Dad, what is corpse-scented konjac? It doesn't seem to be in your information. Zhang Fan, I didn't expect to see something imaginary here. I thought it was fake. Judging from its color and function, it is corpse-scented konjac. The corpse-scented konjac is the devil's flower that is said to protect Solomon's treasure. When approached, it will cause hallucinations and kill each other. The color is so bright that wearing a gas mask is useless. Corpse-scented konjac can grow in ancient tombs. It is said to keep corpses from rotting and not rotting, and it can also make corpses emit fragrance, which is extremely precious. Legend has it that the corpse-scented konjac contains evil spirits. After it grows up, living creatures can no longer approach it. Zhang Fan told Gaia that this was all written in that book. He said that it had been too long and he had forgotten the specific book. So now that you know this flower, you have to consider how to pick it. Its hallucinogenic effect is so strong that you really can't get close to it if you pick it using ordinary methods. What should you do? Ordinary Zerg, anyone that enters will be controlled by it. To this end, Zhang Fan also conducted a small experiment, where his perspective was from the position of the host. Throw the springtails, worker bees, hydralisks and flying dragons near the corpse-scented konjac, and then observe them, withdrawing your thoughts from them.
After a while, these Zerg soldiers began to kill each other, and the hydralisk that survived in the end also chose to commit suicide. This was all caused by the corpse-scented konjac.
The problem is serious.
If you need to collect this flower, the fragrance of the flower will be diffused, and eventually the entire Zerg race may be confused by it.
It must be wrapped in a container. Gaia then said to Zhang Fan, "Dad, Gaia has a method that you might try."
You say. Gaia, we will airdrop into the vicinity of the corpse-scented konjac, and then I will control it, and Dad will supervise it. Once it is controlled, Dad will pull me out.
Zhang Fan, how feasible is this method? Gaia, I think it can be done.
No matter how hallucinogenic this corpse-scented konjac is, it will take some time for us to have hallucinations.
We will collect it within this time gap. Zhang Fan, well, I think it's okay, so what should I use to collect it?
Gaia asked Zhang Fan to observe the larvae and said, we can let the larvae hatch inside, cover it with mucus, and block its floral fragrance.
Moreover, the larvae without nutrient solution will fail to hatch and the cocoons will not break. Condition.
Zhang Fan thought about it and felt that this method was feasible, so he asked Gaia to make some preparations. He built an evolution chamber near the stone forest, which had a 3-layer protected room. He decided to study this flower himself.
The work has begun.
Since we have to cover these flowers with slime, let's cover them all without leaving any. After gathering all the corpse-scented konjac around, the hosts carried the larvae and began to release them. Some of the larvae just landed on the flowers, and at that moment, Gaia gave the order to hatch. Mucus began to appear on the larvae, and then Gaia was confused by the flowers. It controlled the larvae to walk in the stone forest, and then many larvae appeared in front. It wanted to fight back, but found that the larvae it controlled could not move, and suddenly panicked. In this instant, Zhang Fan pulled Gaia out of her thoughts. Gaia, who returned to normal, breathed a long sigh of relief after hearing Zhang Fan's words, and once again felt the horror of corpse-scented konjac.
Dad, this ghost thing is really scary. Fortunately, we succeeded. Gaia said with lingering fear. Zhang Fan, yes, we succeeded, but the work is not completed yet. They still have to be transported out. Please be careful. Gaia, well, I will be careful this time.
After ordering the worker bees to carefully transport the cocoons out of the stone forest and placing them into the deepest part of the evolution chamber, Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief. The work of the evolution chamber does not need to be controlled by the brain. Zhang Fan can completely cover all aspects of his thinking. Okay, Gaia, once I analyze the corpse-scented konjac, you can destroy this stone forest so that it will no longer be used. After saying this, Zhang Fan plunged into the evolution chamber. The evolution cavity seems to be like a mouth, and the thick flesh walls are still closed so that no trace of aroma is lost. Zhang Fan slowly opened the cocoon through bacteria in the innermost evolution chamber.
Don't think that Zhang Fan doesn't know how to use scientific bacteria, he just doesn't use them as well as Adam.
After being opened, the corpse-scented konjac still looked shiny and dazzling in the nutrient solution. Its pollen began to permeate the nutrient solution in the chamber, and these things were a little larger than bacteria. The current pollen can no longer affect Zhang Fan, and the evolution chamber can conduct experiments without using any brain. In another open space, Zhang Fan also built an evolution chamber, which is mainly an experimental place. He will execute some of his conjectures and experimental plans in this evolution chamber. Zhang Fan also asked Adam to help with the research. The results of the research report finally showed that the pollen of this corpse-scented konjac contains a large amount of ergot bacteria. These ergot bacteria will produce a kind of lysergic acid, and then mix it with the diacetamide carried by the corpse-scented konjac itself to produce a chemical called lysergic acid diacetamide, which has a common name, hallucinogen.
Agent.
After understanding the efficacy of corpse-scented konjac, I thought it was just that, and then let Adam be exposed to this safety hazard through the genetic level. After all these things are done, the Zerg no longer have to worry about anything that is hallucinogenic or not. After overthrowing this stone forest and saying goodbye to the flowers inside, Zhang Fan looked at these corpse-scented konjacs and another soldier type appeared in his mind.
Please collect and recommend.
Zhang Fan felt that using this hallucinogen, a type of soldier called phantom bugs could be created. Phantom bugs, as the name suggests, are a military unit composed of illusions and shadows. This bug is like a killer, hiding in the darkness. They will kill the enemy with one blow, and they can also lurk and observe the enemy secretly. Zhang Fan had considered creating an assassin-type unit before.
The hidden problems can be easily solved. Have you forgotten about the evil mosquitoes?
The beautiful mosquitoes have a very good hiding effect whether in the dark or in the light. They are natural killers, but the previous evil Mosquito King was too willful and left his army on the battlefield. Now that I have mastered the method of making corpse-scented konjac and extracted the ergot bacteria, I can completely combine the two genetic components. But when Zhang Fan proposed the concept of phantom bugs to Adam asked Zhang Fan about the appearance of phantom bugs.
Appearance?
Zhang Fan was thinking. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Fan usually uses existing insects and then transforms them into his own troops through special means. Like the springtail, its prototype is the desert springtail, but the genes of the Ghost King Katydid were later added, so that the current shape is optimized step by step.
Let's talk about the hydralisk. Its prototype is a giant centipede. Zhang Fan has not considered completely transforming the hydralisk into the shape of a giant centipede.
However, due to the influence of gravity, once the hydralisk's body becomes larger, it will inevitably lie on the ground with its entire body. It would not be as powerful as it is now. Coupled with the two sickles in front of it, it will not be weak even in close combat, and the optimization is also very successful.
The poisonous banlings were transformed from termites, and they still retain their shape.
However, after several optimizations, these termites have improved their ability to dig holes. Their 6 legs have also been lengthened and installed twice on their bodies, eliminating the need for worker bees.
Carry and run. Phylong was originally a combination of flies. In the first battle, Phalong's performance was simply unsatisfactory.
Fortunately, after collecting a large number of excellent genes, coupled with Zhang Fan and Adam's self-innovation, they finally completed the current state.
Flying dragon. Speaking of flying dragons, we cannot forget the ace self-exploding mosquito.
The prototype of this mosquito is the 80s mosquito, but now it has become larger and has a lavender appearance.
There is also the larvae. There is nothing much to say about this kind of larvae.
It has the appearance of a larvae. It is much larger in size and has high body toughness. When it evolves, its body can secrete the genes needed by the Zerg army. After Gaia was born, power, hosts, and units with reconnaissance and transportation capabilities were added to the entire Zerg race.
A type of spider that can lurk underground and launch attacks.
The prototype of this spider is derived from the wolf spider, but some attack methods are added later. For example, the lice, the smallest unit of the Zerg tribe, are now fused with a large number of viruses and bacteria.
With the addition of some specific chemicals, they are also a terrifying unit.
Then, needless to say, the bottomless pit magma worm, the Zerg's largest unit, needs to be optimized. The only one that Zhang Fan made personally was the worker bee. However, the earliest prototype of the worker bee was still based on trilobites, plus some of his own imagination. In the end, the worker bee was optimized step by step under Adam's hands and became what it is now.
Look.
Judging from the above situation, it is difficult for creatures without prototypes to appear in the Zerg world. It's not that Zhang Fan doesn't want to create one, but that he can't find a suitable one. When Adam asked him, Zhang Fan thought of the mantis. Really, he thought of the mantis immediately, but he had never seen such a creature in the forest. According to the original statement of Emperor Jingjing, it cleared away all creatures in the forest that did not obey its orders.
This is probably the case with the mantis as well. Adam, is there a way for us to pinch it ourselves? Zhang Fan asked.
Adam replied, Master, it's not impossible to say what I say, but it will take a long time, and the final result may not be satisfactory to you, Master.
Zhang Fan, hey, okay, this plan is pending for now. I'll ask Gaia to stop attacking first and look carefully to see if there is anything suitable here. Adam, Master, does Adam still need to do research on phantom bugs here? Zhang Fan, continue your research. Spell out the special gene map for me first, and then consider the appearance. Adam returned to the evolution chamber with Zhang Fan's order. There are 2 other things that bother Zhang Fan. The first thing is the current incubation pool. The incubation pool is a good thing.
It frees up the memory of brainworms and allows them to do more things.
This cannot be denied.
However, there has been no progress in piecing together random genes. Zhang Fan will continue to observe the work of the incubation pool. In the gene synthesis pool, the spliced genes are all genes that the Zerg already possess, and are of no use. It seems that genetic combination still depends on the weather.
Zhang Fan said helplessly. Another thing is that the corpse-scented konjac took control of the Zerg soldiers. Although the cause of hallucinations has been analyzed now, what if a more advanced way of hallucinating occurs in the future? Do you want to sit back and wait for death?
Of course this was impossible. At this time, the function of the gene lock was revealed. Zhang Fan felt that the gene lock needed to be strengthened.
two key factors must be added to the genetic lock. The first factor is that when encountering similar control type or psychedelic type attacks again in the future, the Zerg's genetic lock must break on its own. This is to prevent the enemy from taking advantage of Zhang Fan. The second aspect is the release of the gene lock. Zhang Fan has tested that once the gene lock is actively released, the overall strength of the Zerg will increase by 50%, which is equivalent to becoming stronger instantly. This kind of strengthening has no sequelae, but if the opponent attacks from the genetic level, it can still be easily killed. Unless it is necessary, try not to unlock the gene lock as much as possible. Anyway, the Zerg have been evolving, and this gene lock plays a protective role anyway. Gaia received Zhang Fan's order and let the springtails enter the forest. The forest here is different from the forest in the south. There are dangers everywhere here, and you never know when a murderous plant will appear. Many springtails were swallowed up by these plants. Although they were swallowed, the springtails also completed their mission. They successfully spread the ticks in the forest. These lice lurk quietly in the forest, waiting for the opportunity to come. Zhang Fan discovered that this forest was not like a tropical rainforest, nor a temperate broad-leaved forest, nor a boreal coniferous forest. They seem to be born with a special kind of plant. There is no way to accurately define this forest. Zhang Fan tentatively calls them the abyss woodland. This forest is like the mouth of an abyss. No matter how many creatures there are, they will be swallowed up by them. Of course, this is not absolute. Some particularly flexible and alert creatures live very well here, but large creatures cannot survive in it. For example, there is an insect called the short-jawed cricket. It looks a bit like a centipede, but it moves much faster than a centipede and can even jump. Not only that, it can also dig holes, climb trees, camouflage and more. It is very difficult for this short-jawed insect to live like this. Although this guy is proficient in technology in various fields, he will still become a meal once he encounters carnivorous plants. Zhang Fan tried to let a tick lurk on the body of the short-jawed frog, but he didn't expect this little guy to be so alert and dodge it with a slight twist. The louse wanted to pursue it, but what greeted it was sharp teeth. The front jaw of the short-jawed frog was relatively small, but its bite force was not small. It bit the louse into two pieces in one go. You must know that the current Zerg armor and the muscle cells in the body have been greatly optimized, which shows how terrifying the bite of this short-jawed frog is. The short-jawed frog did not leave. It looked at the half-segmented tick and seemed to have no intention of eating it. After observing it for a while, it quickly crawled away. At this moment, a green needle suddenly pricked down from the air, and the other lice discovered it. It is a moving plant, somewhat like a jellyfish, with branches underneath supporting its movement. There is a bright flower growing on the top, which exudes a charming smell. Special flying insects are attracted by the floral fragrance, and then are wrapped and swallowed by the flower. Those green needles are the tentacles of this plant. There are more than 10 in total. They will kill the creatures on the ground and then send them to the flowers. Moreover, this guy was very big, half a head taller than the entire forest, but it moved slowly. Zhang Fan called it the devil tree. Why is it said that the devil tree is a plant but not an animal? Because there is a fundamental difference between animals and plants. Their growth organs are different. Plants have roots, stems, leaves, flowers, and seeds, but animals do not. Animals inherit more genes from the previous generation and have the same organs. Plants can be self-sufficient through photosynthesis. Without food, devil trees will not starve themselves to death at all. They will open the leaves on their bodies to absorb sunlight, but they are not satisfied with this slow absorption method. The most critical point is that plant cells have cell walls and green leaves, but animals do not. Animal cells only have cell membranes. Such cells will be more energetic. So although Zhang Fan saw this devil tree and moved slowly, he could not define it as an animal. Every time at this time, Zhang Fan would always have some fantastic ideas. If he got this tree, what kind of troops would he create? He shook his head and put aside this idea. There is no plant that can compare to the creep. If you need a tree, the creep can grow by itself. There is no need to use this greedy and bloodthirsty devil tree. In this forest, it may be a king, but it is too useless for the Zerg. It doesn't matter if the target of the short-jawed frog is lost, it is not the only creature here. Zhang Fan also discovered a kind of bee here. I can't say whether it is a bee or not, but it has some obvious characteristics of a bee. One is the head, like that of a bee or wasp, and the other is the tail needle on its abdomen. Through these 2 points, Zhang Fan determined that it belonged to a bee. However, other parts really don't look like a bee. First of all, judging from the legs, there are no doubt 6 legs,
but these 6 legs are extremely thick. The outward side is densely packed with small stingers, and the inward side is rows of white sharp teeth. Tooth. Why are they called sharp teeth? Because the bee's mouth is on its chest. These 6 legs are not only its weapons, but also its mouthparts. Finally, let's take a look at its wings. Normally, it has 1 or 2 pairs of wings, but this kind of bee has 6 short pairs of wings behind its back. It moves comfortably and extremely fast. If it were not too small, it would not lose to the Aedes mosquito at all. Speed. Moreover, they turn faster than Aedes mosquitoes and disappear in a few teleports. Zhang Fan calls this kind of bee breast-chewing wasp. The hive of breast-chewing wasps is not difficult to find, because they are the largest group in the entire forest. Only they trouble others and no one ever troubles them. These breast-chewing wasps do not feed on pollen, but seek life by sucking sap from trees like cicadas. They also exhibit the characteristics of social organisms, with a queen bee and a group of worker bees. Zhang Fan regretted not creating some small-scale soldiers, otherwise he would have touched off these breast-chewing wasps and obtained their genes like he did back then. Now there is only one creature available on hand, the lice. Let Adam show the speed and jumping ability of the lice later. It's time to get the genes of these bees. Zhang Fan thought in his mind. The lice in the forest were still observing, but Zhang Fan felt that it was getting colder. After this cold weather appeared, the entire forest seemed to come alive, and insects kept digging tunnels underground. Even flying insects such as breast-chewing wasps burrow into prepared underground nests and transport food to their nests. Zhang Fan saw a very magical scene at this time. The forest was surprisingly harmonious because of the cold winter, and no more bloodshed occurred. The insects are busy carrying food and will not attack when they meet. The trees seem to have adapted to this kind of survival. They opened their huge leaves, absorbing the remaining sunlight and fighting against the water. An even more magical thing happened. The trees seemed to be influenced by the earth and were slowly diving down. They did not stop until most of their bodies entered the earth. Zhang Fan finally understood the reason. It was because the underground creatures were digging passages for the plants to come down. This is the way of life coexistence that belongs to the entire forest. At this time, the tree becomes a tree instead of a carnivorous demon. The weather is getting colder, but Zhang Fan doesn't mind this. He is also a race that is often affected by the weather. He has experienced hot and cold weather, but he is still very open to things like winter. But real life hit it mercilessly, and the weather gradually became colder. It didn't blow or snow, but it was trying to keep you cold, and thick frost began to form on the ground. It seems that these creeps will not be able to survive this winter. Although they have been strengthened, these creeps are still very afraid of the cold. Looking at the increasingly cold weather, Zhang Fan also had to make some preparations. The mother nest has stopped hatching larvae, and all the worker bees have begun to carry the fungus carpet into the mother nest as a food reserve. Gaia couldn't stand the weather and had returned to her mother's nest at the foot of the mountain. This mother nest is the largest nest in the entire north, covering a very large area. In this way, the food reserves will also become very rich. Snow began to fall in the sky, and the snowflakes became bigger and bigger. Zhang Fan still remembered the first time he saw snow in this world, when he was fighting with the golden feather ant king in the grassland. After the storm, it will always bring good luck to you. However, the weather in the north was a bit special. The snow was actually mixed with ice, and many worker bees who were still carrying food were killed. In desperation, they had to stop the transportation work and let all the Zerg soldiers return to the mother nest. The only ones still outside were the magma worms. At first, Zhang Fan wanted to save it, but not long after it started snowing, the big guy was already frozen to death. It doesn't matter if you freeze to death, at least you can save some food. Zhang Fan comforted himself. The weather is still getting colder, there is already thick snow on the ground, and then the real north wind begins to howl. After the first gust of north wind howled, Zhang Fan had lost all information about the outside world in the north. It seemed as if a gust of north wind had frozen the whole world. It's still warm in the nest, but the big eyeball outside has been frozen to death. Gaia stayed bored in the center of the nest, which was the warmest place. Dad, how long do you think this winter will last? Zhang Fan shook his head. I don't know about this. We know nothing about the environment in the north. Gaia said boredly, it's really troublesome not being able to go out. Zhang Fan, be patient, it will pass. The weather is still getting colder, and the passage of the mother's nest has been blocked by snow. This is not possible. The passage must be opened, otherwise there will be a lack of oxygen. As a result, Both springtail worker bees and hydralisk latent spiders began to dig tunnels in an attempt to clear the snow. The snow is really thick, mostly mixed with ice, which makes it difficult to clean up.
It was not easy to open the passage.
There was a gust of north wind, and all the soldiers near the entrance of the cave were frozen into ice sculptures.
Gaia also shivered involuntarily. It was indeed cold today.
The weather also started to get colder in the south, and Adam began to move south. At this time, just like the north, there was frost on the ground, and then it snowed. Everything feels the same as in previous years, this is what Zhang Fan thinks. But he didn't expect that this year would be the coldest year, commonly known as the Ice Age, and the year that opened the Cambrian period. The reason was related to the activity of the sun. The solar activity cycle, called the solar magnetic activity cycle, is a quasi-periodic change in the number of sunspots and other phenomena. It will cause changes in some materials in the air and on the ground, and may even change the climate. The coming of this ice age happens to be when the number of sunspots on the sun increases, so the weather will suddenly become particularly cold. In the early years, there were some signs, but Zhang Fan never noticed it. He is not an astronomer, and there is no brainworm who specializes in this, so he still thinks that this is a very ordinary winter.
The sky in the north has cleared up.
It's not that we don't want to snow anymore, but there is no snow left in the sky, so we can only let the north roar indiscriminately.
Gaia anxiously found Zhang Fan. Dad, our calculations were somewhat wrong. The food reserves may not be enough.
Zhang Fan's heart sank and he said, how long can it last?
Gaia, there are still a few months, but you see it is getting colder and colder, and the temperature is still dropping, which is beyond the norm.
If this happens, the snow may not melt next year.
Dad, we must make some decisions. Zhang Fan took a deep breath. You are right, I have to make some decisions.
Time ran by, and Gaia was anxiously waiting for Zhang Fan's decision. Finally, Zhang Fan said in a deep voice, first clean up the 1/3 of the food that has a large appetite.
Gaia, I understand, Dad.
Gaia felt that she was in pain, and there was heart-wrenching pain in her heart. These were her family members, her own tribe, but now she had to let them die in order to survive.
Those Zerg soldiers who were sentenced to death had no resentment. They chose to remain silent.
After giving an order, they quickly climbed out of the nest and ran outside. Every once in a while, Zhang Fan would lose their perspective, and they would be left in the snow forever. The ice sculptures symbolize the cruelty of this snow disaster. The ruthless snowstorm not only affects the north, but also devastates the south. Adam didn't know why, but the snow this year was more intense than in previous years, and some nests were starving to death due to insufficient food reserves. It has no choice but to resign itself to fate.
Adam estimated the time.
According to past times, it should have just started to snow at this time, but now the snow is gradually moving further south. Adam reported the information about the south to Zhang Fan, which suddenly shocked Zhang Fan. He also didn't expect that the snow would fall so hard.
Adam, please continue moving south. If necessary, you will be allowed to make special decisions. Zhang Fan felt a little uncomfortable. Adam also felt very painful. Lord, Adam understands.
The weather is still getting colder, and Gaia feels extremely cold in the mother nest. In this case, the priority is of course to protect the brainworms. Zhang Fan was cruel this time, letting the Zerg race kill each other, and then applied some crushed exoskeleton powder to Gaia's body to protect him from the cold. Breaking the exoskeletons of the worker bees and bringing them close to Gaia to keep them warm. Gradually, Gaia felt that her head was not functioning properly, and she really wanted to doze off. Gaia, go to sleep. Hibernate well, and spend this winter safely.
I will watch over you.
Zhang Fan said gently.
Gaia didn't even have the strength to open her eyes now. Old.
Dad, I'll go to sleep first. His voice was still trembling. At this time, Adam's anxious voice reached Zhang Fan's mind. Master, it's not good, many hatching ponds have frozen to death. Zhang Fan now adjusted his perspective to the south. How many hatching ponds are still alive now? Adam, Master, not many, mostly in the south. But Adam is worried.
Adam's worry was not unreasonable.
After entering the Ice Age, the entire Pangaea seemed to be shrouded in a white ocean.
There is no way to stay in the north anymore. Gaia has now entered a state of hibernation.
The only thing Zhang Fan can do is to let all the insects keep it warm, hoping that Gaia can survive this cold winter. Adam's mouth had already exhaled white air, which slowly condensed into small ice crystals.
Zhang Fan could see these things clearly. Adam, you must also enter hibernation.
Zhang Fan said in a gentle voice.
Adam was a little anxious. Master, Adam is okay. Adam can survive for a while and can still do things for the master.
Zhang Fan shook his head. No, as long as you are still here, I will be here.
Let's survive this winter. Adam was helpless. Lord, Adam obeys. Zhang Fan continued, Adam, forget everything, keep all the genes in the incubation pool in your mind, and remember one sentence, when you wake up, I will lead you to conquer the world. Adam unknowingly shed tears of emotion, then dragged his bulky body into the mother's nest and entered hibernation.
The world suddenly became quiet, and Zhang Fan felt as if he was back to the beginning again. The world was so quiet at that time. The insects in the south continued to die, and Zhang Fan's sight continued to shrink, approaching the southern ocean. If we had lived in the ocean at that time, perhaps there would not have been such a crisis, and the ocean would not have been so cold.
Well, it's useless to say anything, this is God's choice.
Just as Zhang Fan originally thought, the Zerg are not an invincible and powerful Zerg, but a very fragile race. What is truly powerful is nature, and all he can do is constantly adapt to this nature. The snow in the south finally stopped, leaving Zhang Fan a chance to breathe. Now that Adam and Gaia have entered hibernation, no one spoke and they seemed a little lonely.
Are you back to living alone again? Well, let me count how many soldiers are still alive.
Zhang Fan thought with a wry smile. Not many really survived, only 100 or so worker bees remained in the southernmost corner. It is impossible to build a mother nest here, and the geology is relatively soft. If you are not careful, it will cause a landslide. Even the carpet cannot save this bad situation. I can only rely on these worker bees to pass the time. At this moment, in the north, there is still a strong wind, and the snow is already covered with ice sculptures.
These ice sculptures appeared when strong winds blew away the snow.
The previous abyssal forest had been completely frozen. The creatures below did not expect that the winter would be so fierce this time, and it seemed that they would not be able to get out. Further north, animals based on photosynthesis are also hiding underground.
Their situation is getting a little better, just a little bit better.
Every year as winter approaches, the green leaves on the backs of creatures absorb enough sunlight to serve as food reserves for the winter. It's just that the sunshine this year is not too strong, and winter is coming so quickly, they can hardly survive it. Farther north, this is a real land of ice and snow, a no man's forbidden area.
Zhang Fan never knew what was there.
And in this restricted area, there is a special kind of creature. They are white all over, huge in size, with 10 wriggling tentacles. The top of their head is like a cone, and their eyes are symmetrical.
They look a bit like a standing squid.
These giant squids are not afraid of the cold at all, because they are born for the cold and are naturally afraid of the sun.
However, now that the sky has blocked the sun, it is time to dominate.
These giant beasts began to move towards the south, each step bringing up huge waves of snow. The scene returned to the south again.
After these days, Zhang Fan discovered one thing. Not all the hatching pawns were dead.
But even so, Snowflake also entered the incubation pool, freezing a large number of genes and destroying neuron cells. There was a lot of snow, and a thick layer covered it. If Zhang Fan hadn't been able to sense their existence, he didn't know when he would have found them. In the gene combination pool, snow has seeped into it, and the surrounding organs connected to neurons have been frozen to death, giving it a sickly color. There are still some neurons that are still running, and they continue to combine genes, but they have become a little less efficient. Zhang Fan noticed changes in one of the hatching pawns. There are 2 pairs of neurons, and they are working hard to splice genes. What they splice is a non-structural gene, a non-coding gene segment on either side of the structural gene. The polymerase is used to assemble the bases bit by bit, and then the ligase is used to reasonably sequence the scattered gene fragments. This sorting will also add a lipid bond through Zhang Fan's original setting, but now under this special situation of resource shortage, the lipid bond cannot be formed, and the gene synthesis effect becomes even faster.
Start assembling from top to bottom and sort the purine nucleotides one by one.
There are combinations of hypoxanthine nucleotides and adenine nucleotides, and there are also combinations with guanine nucleotides, but different combinations or placed different locations will produce different effects.
This point has been noticed by Zhang Fan.
Although he can't see it clearly, he can feel that this gene chain is very important to him and he must get it. The work is still going on, the snow on the top is getting thicker and thicker, and several hatching pawns are dead. Now Zhang Fan can only pray, but there is nothing he can do. Perhaps God sensed Zhang Fan's prayer, and this beautiful and slender gene chain with light blue light was synthesized. This is officially the coveted cold resistance gene. Collect it and start copying it. The first place to use is the incubation pool to synthesize cold resistant attribute genes. This gene is transforming hatchery tanks, but it's a particularly difficult problem. It is difficult to replace genes in an incubation tank under normal conditions, mainly because its metabolism is extremely slow, so slow that it is difficult to detect it with the naked eye.
In this case, I can only wake up Adam.
Zhang Fan carefully protected the gene, and then came to Adam's nest.
Adam slept peacefully, seemingly still snoring, and Zhang Fan's thoughts entered his head.
It was dreaming that the Zerg conquered the world, and its head was being gently stroked by the master. Zhang Fan smiled slightly and then woke Adam up.
Adam, we have overcome this difficulty, look what this is.
Zhang Fan felt relieved in his heart. Adam woke up in a daze, as if he was stupid, with a demented expression on his face. Zhang Fan finally woke up Adam, but it was unacceptable for him to show such an expression now.
He had to wake up. Adam felt an incomparable sting in his head. After screaming, he finally woke up. His first words after waking up were, "Lord, is the sky clear?"
Zhang Fan replied helplessly, "It's not sunny, but I brought you a good thing." After giving the cold resistance gene to Adam, Adam's eyes whitened immediately.
"Master, this is great. With this cold resistance gene, we can survive this winter," Adam said happily. Zhang Fan said, "Don't be too happy. It's just ordinary cold resistant and has little effect on colder areas." "Okay, Adam, use it as soon as possible," Adam said happily. "Lord." "Yes."
Later, Adam began to synthesize cold-resistant genes in his body. Zhang Fan could fully feel this change, and it seemed that the day was not so cold anymore.
This is the second time Zhang Fan has single-handedly brought the Zerg back from the brink of extinction. The first time was when he was fighting against a deadly virus.
Seeing that Adam had returned to normal, Zhang Fan Yu said, "Adam, the most important thing you need to distribute the cold-resistant attribute genes is to ensure the normal operation of the incubation pool."
Now I suddenly have a way.
Zhang Fan's method is neither easy nor difficult. He wants to change the combination of genes through the environment.
How to operate it specifically will wait until Adam optimizes the cold-resistant attribute genes.
After a period of time, Adam fully recovered his health. Fortunately, this place belongs to the south. If it were the north, this cold-resistant strength would still not be able to withstand it. "Master, Adam has distributed all the genes, and some of the broods can operate normally,"
Adam said happily. "Zhang Fan, you did a great job. How is the cold-resistant genetic modification on the carpet completed?" "Adam, Master, we have completed the last step. It will probably be completed after the worker bees hatch. At that time, we can recreate the bacteria carpet, but the efficiency of photosynthesis will be reduced."
"Zhang Fan, that's okay, as long as the carpet of bacteria is restored again."
"Okay, let's hatch the worker bees."
The inside of the mother nest began to swarm, and in all the incubation rooms, the larvae were slowly taking shape.
However, because these larvae received the cold-resistant attribute gene, their body surface became a little shallow.
After hatching, the larvae immediately begin to secrete mucus in cocoons, and finally the worker bees emerge from their shells. This time, Zhang Fan did the work of laying the carpet in person. He first cleared away the snow on the ground, and then buried the seeds of the carpet on the ground. The fungus blanket returned to light again, and then the snow was laid on it bit by bit to nourish the fungus blanket.
Soon, these blankets began to grow wildly, absorbing enough sunlight and moisture.
The blankets have adapted to the weather and can provide food for the Zerg. If it was just like this, it would certainly not meet Zhang Fan's needs, so he began to study floating bacteria blankets.
What is a floating bacterial blanket?
It is a bacterial blanket that can float in the air, like clouds.
The advantage of this kind of mushroom blanket is to increase food reserves.
In special weather conditions, these mushroom blankets can also live normally, because Zhang Fan plans to put them in the stratosphere.
This requires consideration of technical issues.
The floating method is not complicated.
Just pour hydrogen into the carpet.
After the air pressure is balanced up and down, it can float perfectly in the air. This plan had been planned a long time ago, but the higher the sky, the colder the temperature became, so this plan has been shelved. Now, with the help of cold-resistant attribute genes in Adam, the floating creep is taking shape. They are not like the carpet on the ground that is connected into one piece, but is distributed in small pieces in all directions, like floating islands, which cannot block the sunlight on the ground. The floating fungus carpet began to rise into the sky, and soon it disappeared from the sight of the mother nest. Zhang Fan switched his thinking to the fungus blanket, passed through layers of clouds, experienced the impact of strong airflow, and finally arrived in the stratosphere. Although it is very cold here, it is not as cold as expected. After arriving at the location, the bacteria carpet began to emit hydrogen, and then stayed firmly in the air. The floating carpet began to absorb moisture and sunlight from the air.
The sunlight was abundant, but all the moisture was in the clouds below.
In this case, the powerful power of roots and branches was revealed. The floating fungi began to multiply and inflate. Roots and branches began to grow from the bottom, piercing into the clouds of the troposphere, and then absorbed water crazily. This water comes from the sea, is inexhaustible, and is completely pollution-free and pure water. The only drawback of the floating culture blanket is the lack of mineral protection. Zhang Fan has no solution to this problem and can only take it one step at a time. After completing these tasks, the construction of the mother nest must not be left behind. The floating version of the mother nest mainly produces some flying creatures, such as hosts and flying dragons.
Self-destructing mosquitoes cannot be made because there is no gunpowder.
After doing these things, the rest of the floating fungi on the ground took off one after another.
Looking up, there was nothing different in the sky.
The carpet on the ground is proceeding in an orderly manner, and the mother nest has begun to hatch various bugs.
The reconstruction work is still mainly based on worker bees. There is no need to recruit too many soldiers. There are no enemies in the south now.
In the north, Zhang Fan's most important task is to get Gaia out. Although he has shared the cold-resistant attribute genes with Gaia, Zhang Fan dare not wake him up in case he wakes up and cannot withstand the cold.
What to do? I'm afraid it requires extremely cold attributes to survive.
After completing all the tasks, Zhang Fan told Adam about his method of promoting gene synthesis in the hatching pool.
Of course, Adam was bound to flatter him a lot. Zhang Fan was used to Adam's flattery and just let it go.
Then the work must continue. Order the worker bees to go to the underground magma.
Why not search on the ground? Because the volcano on the ground has been frozen by the sudden heavy snow.
It's been a long time since I've been to the depths of the earth.
Hot magma flows here, which is why Zhang Fan has refused to let the fungus blanket suck the place dry.
He was looking for usable ores around him, mainly looking for heavy metals with relatively high radiation content. These radioactive metals are of no use to the current Zerg race.
Zhang Fan just used them as an experiment.
He didn't know if the direction was correct. Yes, this method is the environmentally forced gene combination method. I couldn't help it anymore. I originally wanted to postpone the update until dinner.
The plan of environmentally forced gene combination is very simple.
It just allows the incubation pond to adapt to various environments, and then forms genes that can resist this environment through gene combination. If this plan works, then the Zerg will once again take a great step forward.
What is this step called? The Third Industrial Revolution?
No, Zhang Fan himself has forgotten several of his great achievements. Now that he has not left out his horoscopes, he should let them go. Once he lets them go, he will put them behind his mind forever.
Then the experiment began.
The ores the worker bees found were pretty good and did not have too strong a radiation effect.
Don't ask why it can be detected without instruments.
This seems to be the innate ability of the Zerg. Zhang Fan can know the radiation content through the fluctuation of this perception. He estimated that this may be an ore containing a small amount of uranium metal, but what exactly it is has yet to be discovered. The worker bees couldn't hold up the radiation ore and fell to the ground. Although the radiation was relatively low, it would still cause great damage to body organs over time. These worker bees completed their mission and were buried under the carpet forever, dying wherever they were born. The ore has entered the incubation pool, and Zhang Fan is observing. Radiation is gradually destroying the tissues and organs in the incubation tank, and a large number of neuronal cells begin to die. By chance, Zhang Fan discovered a terrible type of cells, cancer cells. Cancer cells are mutated cells.
It is the source of cancer.
Cancer cells are different from normal cells.
They have three characteristics: unlimited proliferation, transformation, and easy metastasis. They can proliferate indefinitely and destroy normal cell tissues.
This kind of cells is extremely destructive to the Zerg's body, but Zhang Fan likes them very much.
This kind of cell solves the problem of Zerg's limb regeneration.
For example, as long as a springtail survives a battle and any organ or joint in the body is severed, it can be regenerated through the unlimited proliferation of cancer cells. Even if it is broken in two, as long as it is not dead, it can be reborn. However, the cell shape of this cancer cell is not fixed. They flow to any corner of the incubation pool like running water. In the end, the incubation pool was destroyed by cancer cells. Although it was destroyed,
The genetic map of the cancer cells has been preserved. Then the experiment showed that cancer cells are just one type.
What Zhang Fan wanted was to obtain some radiation-resistant genes. Once successful, it would prove that the environmentally forced gene combination method was correct. Waiting and waiting for a long time, but only cancer cells appeared, and these cancer cells ravaged various incubation pools.
Zhang Fan could only clear them all. Is it the wrong direction? Is there no reason?
Zhang Fan was thinking seriously. Adam said at this time, "Master, maybe the radiation ability is too high-end.
How about we try to conduct some experiments in ordinary ways?" Zhang Fan, you mean to use special environments such as seawater or high temperature?
Adam, Master, you are right, we cannot control the intensity of radiation, but we can control the intensity of the environment. Zhang Fan thought for a while and then said, "Well, let's do it this way.
First, extract a part of the seawater for salt resistance testing. The next step is to build an incubation tank underground. The closer to the magma, the better. Lord Adam will make arrangements now."
Arriving at the seaside, this ocean is a place that Zhang Fan has always wanted to conquer, but has never done so. It is not a place of survival like the mainland, but a place where life originates. Zhang Fan guessed that there must be more terrifying creatures in this endless ocean than on land. The method of extracting seawater is very primitive, allowing the worker bees to drink the seawater into their stomachs.
Anyone with a little common sense knows that seawater cannot be drank directly. It will produce an osmotic reaction with the body. Low concentration water will penetrate into high concentration areas. After a while, the worker bee drinking water will death from dehydration. Doesn't it mean that cancer cells can regenerate? There may be some misunderstandings here. Cancer cell regeneration is not omnipotent.
It is also a living thing, and its body also contains water.
Once an osmotic reaction occurs, it will still die.
Cancer cells can at best be used as a direction to strengthen life activity, just like when we got cockroaches.
The genes are the same. Zhang Fan was a little depressed.
He didn't expect that such a simple process of getting seawater would trouble Zhang Fan. There was no salt in the original Lake of Life or Lake Yao, but it was just not as high as the concentration of seawater.
Adam was a little at a loss.
He had come up with this method, and he was waiting for Zhang Fan's punishment with some trepidation. "I don't blame you for this, it's just that you haven't been in contact with it.
You must know that we are not invincible. Adam, go and ask the worker bees to build some containers. We will use the containers to hold seawater,"
Zhang Fan said gently. Adam felt relieved when he heard what Zhang Fan said, and then asked the worker bees to dig out the rocks. The stone was like a bowl, with high surroundings and a concave center. The worker bees struggled to transport the stone bowl to the seaside, and it took a lot of effort to transport the seawater back to the incubation pool. Seawater is poured into the incubation tank, and the seawater instantly reacts with the cells in it. It feels like the ore was put in at that time. A large number of cells died, and the death rate was much faster than that of radiation. Zhang Fan waited again, waiting for the miracle of life. Sure enough, a pair of nerve clouds seemed to be releasing signals like crazy, with weak currents flowing from one end to the other. The purines began to assemble under this signal, and the assemble speed was very fast. They were competing with the seawater for the right to survive. Regardless of any life, they want to survive. All creatures are afraid of death, and the Zerg is no exception.
Life is not easy in this life. You cannot die like this without knowing why. You must live a meaningful life. After talking so much nonsense, the salt resistance gene finally appeared in front of Zhang Fan. "It's just that this incubation tank is useless again. Every time we do this kind of experiment, the incubation tank will be useless. This waste of resources is still a bit big." Adam took over a gene and then analyzed and optimized it. After a while, another gene was added to the larvae's body.
Generally speaking, the environmental force gene combination method is successful, because the incubation pool near the underground magma has also synthesized heat resistance genes, but it is still not possible to enter the magma. Such an environment is too extreme and the cells cannot stand it at all. After solving this crucial problem, Zhang Fan breathed a long sigh of relief. The next step was to restore the glory of the Zerg. At this time, the northern border underwent earth-shaking changes under the attack of ice and snow monsters. This ice and snow monster turned the ground upside down through its powerful tentacles, sucking all the creatures underground into its mouth. Even some creatures that have been frozen into ice sculptures are no exception and have become their meals. This was really a disaster for the Northern Territory. Zheng Fan lost his vision of the Northern Territory and really knew nothing about the outside world. He is also concentrating on studying methods of environmentally changing gene combinations. The southern region has gradually returned to normal. Zheng Fan, who has many experiences, is second in laying mushroom blankets and no one dares to be first. Because of the snowstorm, some microorganisms that were not completely eliminated were also completely eliminated during this rearrangement, which can be considered a good thing.
Why do I feel heart palpitations? There's no reason? Zheng Fan felt a little bit distressed. In the north, Gaia is still hibernating in its mother's nest.
It cannot wake up without Zheng Fan's order, and it is also unable to sense the situation outside. Click, a crack suddenly appeared on the roof of the brood nest, and then with a crash, the entire roof of the brood nest was lifted out, revealing a huge hole.
A huge eye looked into the nest, and then the eye left, and blue tentacles reached inside.
A large number of worker bees were swept away in a single stroke, and these worker bees were still sleeping until they died.
The ice and snow monster seemed to think that eating in this way was too slow, so it kept beating the outer wall of the nest in an attempt to break it.
The top part is a little fragile because of the large eyeball, but the nest under the eyeball is the hardest part. After filming for a long time, the ice and snow monster was unable to move it even a little bit, and the somewhat anxious ice and snow monster began to roar. This time it suddenly attracted other ice and snow monsters eating around them. There was no eye contact, and no need for tentacles to touch. They were just like the ice and snow monster before, patting the shell of the mother's nest. Finally it was broken, revealing a soft inner wall, which was also very delicious food. The ice and snow monsters rushed to eat these inner walls, leaving a jelly feeling in their mouths. After chewing through the inner wall, the densely packed bugs inside were revealed. These were all Zerg soldiers who had entered hibernation.
These ice and snow monsters felt super excited, and dozens of tentacles stretched into their nests. But the opening was a little small, and the tentacles of the ice and snow monsters were all stuck there, unable to get in or get out.
These ice and snow monsters seemed to start blaming each other, and gradually the struggle escalated into an earth-shattering fight.
This fight also alarmed Zheng Fan.
Zheng Fan quickly adjusted his perspective to the northern border and revived a worker bee. Then he slowly crawled outside.
It was good to have the cold resistance gene.
Although he felt very cold, he wouldn't freeze to death all of a sudden. After finally peeling away the snow at the entrance of the cave, Zheng Fan came to the snow and saw a scene that stunned him. Huge monsters that are at least over 30 meters tall. These monsters may be close to 50 meters if you include tentacles.
This is the largest creature I have ever seen.
The surface of these monsters seems to be covered with a layer of grease, which is smooth and clear, and snowflakes cannot adhere well to them. What shocked Zheng Fan even more was that these monsters were actually fighting, and they were fighting fiercely. They were coming and going, and every time they moved their tentacles, they would set off huge waves of snow. Those snow waves followed the entrance of the mother's nest and entered the interior, and the temperature dropped again. Only then did Zheng Fan notice the nest that had been shattered by the ice and snow monster.
No! Gaia is still inside.
Zheng Fan felt nervous as the worker bees in the nest began to wake up one after another. They ran towards the outside of the nest to see what was going on. The number of ice and snow monsters exceeds 100, and each one is extremely huge. With these few bugs in the north, they will undoubtedly die. Now Zheng Fan's only thought is to play Gaia.
Adam! Completely create a host. Move quickly!
Zheng Fan shouted loudly. Without any hesitation, Adam cooperated with Zheng Fan and began to issue instructions to each larvae. I saw that the whole south was covered with calluses, which were like small pimples on the face. If you encounter a patient with trypophobia, you will definitely faint from fear. In this emergency situation, Zheng Fan hurriedly woke up Gaia, closed Gaia's vocal organs, and then woke Gaia up with sensory stimulation.
Gaia's eyes widened.
She hadn't felt the pain from her soul for a long time.
Gaia, don't sleep. It's dangerous.
Zheng Fan shouted loudly.
Gaia also woke up in an instant, thinking outside the box, and adjusted her perspective to the outside of the nest. Dad, what is this? Zheng Fan, I don't know either. Adam and I are organizing to rescue you now. Protect yourself.
Gaia,
Dad, is this possible?
Zheng Fan was furious. How will you know if you don't try? Remember, you only need to protect yourself.
We will definitely come to save you. Gaia, old.
Before Gaia finished speaking, Zheng Fan cut off contact with it, and Zheng Fan's energy was completely attached to the host.
Adam, I'm going to rescue Gaia.
You take good care of your home here. As long as you have the resources, you will do your best to create a host for me.
I can feel it, Zhang Fan said in a calm voice. Adam also felt the Lord's nervousness. Lord, yes.
So, Zhang Fan started to take off with the vast number of hosts. The air pressure in winter is different from the air pressure in summer. The air pressure in winter is higher, which also makes the host's flight more difficult. It took a lot of effort for Zhang Fan to bring all the hosts over the mountains. The view here was cloudless, and all the clouds had turned into snowflakes and fallen to the mortal world. This gave Zhang Fan a very good field of vision, and he discovered that these big guys were right under his nose. As a result, these hosts began to violate common sense, and their sphincters faced the sky, ejecting large amounts of hydrogen gas. With this powerful dive, the surrounding airflow squeezed the host into some deformation. The ice and snow monsters stopped fighting. In fact, they had stopped moving a long time ago and were constantly eating the bugs in the mother nest.
Following Zhang Fan's instructions, Gaia had retreated to the far corner.
Its golden appearance had lost its luster, became dim, and blended into the shadows. These ice and snow monsters eat happily, and Zhang Fan will make them pay off their debts one day. The ice and snow monsters heard the sound of breaking through the air, and then they all raised their heads and saw small black dots above their heads. These black dots were gradually getting bigger. By the way, today is Children's Day. I wish everyone a happy holiday.
Gaia, are you okay? Adam asked with some concern.
Gaia shook her head. I can't say yes or no. Thank you, Dad, for saving me, and thank you too. Adam thought he heard wrongly and wanted to say more, but Gaia said, okay, I'm tired, I'm going to take a rest first. Looking at Gaia's retreating back, Zhang Fan said, don't disturb it. The failure of this northern offensive has a great impact on it.
Adam nodded and said, Master, Adam understands. Master, what are those big monsters? Zhang Fan, I don't know either. I can only investigate further.
Hey, what are these things?
Adam quickly comforted Zhang Fan, and Zhang Fan waved his hand and let him leave.
Zhang Fan once again sent the host to the north. Now that the weather is gradually warming up, the host's mobility and endurance have increased. The ice and snow monsters are still digging through the creatures underground, as if they never have enough to eat. The host flies very high, and when it raises its head, it looks like a small black, which is difficult to spot with eyes like an ice and snow monster. Some of the hosts were left behind for reconnaissance, while the other part went further north. He wanted to see where these guys came from. The further north you go, the colder the weather becomes, the sky becomes darker, and the aurora appears in the sky again. The North Pole and Antarctica have relatively high dimensions. From the autumnal equinox to the spring equinox, the night dominates the entire world, and there are very few days. Under the sky, the host's proud eyes could no longer see clearly, so Zhang Fan had no choice but to let them land slowly. Suddenly, a blue tentacle shot out from the ground. Zhang Fan didn't react for a moment, and a host was sucked into the mouth by the ice and snow monster.
Damn it, there's still one here.
Zhang Fan cursed secretly, and the controller host began to climb up. These monsters don't seem to be afraid of the cold at all, and their hosts can't bear it. Zhang Fan thought secretly in his heart. In the entire northern border, the number of ice and snow monsters is not dense, but very scattered. However, because of their large size, they seem to be very close to each other. They are like chess pieces on a chessboard scattered everywhere. Maybe they really won't leave until the weather gets warmer. After observing for a while, Zhang Fan began to control the hosts to return. Along the way, the ice and snow monster still found no trace of its host. Back in the south, Zhang Fan began to gather brainworms to come up with plans. But at this time Gaia said that she had no idea and did not want to participate in this meeting.
Zhang Fan didn't force himself. Adam said, Master, this Gaia is too outrageous. You don't even attend such an important meeting. How can it be that you are in ruins after just losing a battle?
Zhang Fan also felt that there was something wrong with Gaia's behavior, but as he spoke, he said, forget it, Adam, Gaia has her own plans.
Tell me what you can do to deal with those monsters in the north. Adam said, Master, Adam thinks that we can transport the poisonous banlings to the north, dig a deep hole in the ground through the latent spider, and create a big explosion like before.
Zhang Fan's eyes lit up. Yeah. Adam's idea is good, so let's do it. Arrange the poisonous baneling insects, and I will use the host to lure them away. After speaking, Adam began to arrange various matters for the poisonous baneling bugs. The poisonous banlings were quietly arranged to the northern border. The surroundings were safe and no ice and snow monsters discovered them. The lurking spider quickly got up and went underground, this time not to hide, but to dig a hole. The land here is a bit soft because it has been frozen by ice and snow.
This kind of land is more suitable for poisonous baneling insects to ambush. There were more of them this time than the last time in the grassland. Zhang Fan didn't believe that he couldn't kill them by blowing them up. After all the ambush was completed, the remaining bugs began to look for the ice and snow monsters and attract them. 2 kilometers away from the poison explosion area, there are 3 ice and snow monsters digging for tree roots buried in the ground. This may be the only food left in this northern territory. At this time, they discovered the hosts floating in the air. They had the impression that these guys were on fire and were very painful to fight, so they could not get close. As a result, these big monsters ran in the opposite direction. Zhang Fan was a little overwhelmed when he saw the situation. The plan couldn't fail like this. The hosts began to move in front of the ice and snow monsters to block them. What are these little guys going to do? Do you think we have no temper? The ice and snow monster waved its tentacles. Zhang Fan was well prepared and dodged lightly. The monsters stopped again. Let's go, these guys are fleshless and difficult, there is no need to spend time with them here. The ice and snow monsters turned around and left again. What the hell? Are you big guys so timid? Zhang Fan felt speechless as he looked at the fleeing ice and snow monsters. Perhaps the flames of their previous hosts had frightened them. Damn it, he didn't take the bait. Since he didn't take the bait, Zhang Fan stopped chasing them and started looking for new ice and snow monsters. He didn't believe that every one of them didn't take the bait. The overwhelming host began to attract ice and snow monsters, and some ice and snow monsters also followed because of curiosity, and there were more than 100 of them. Ha, let's see where you run now. Blast the poisonous baneling bugs for me. Zhang Fan ordered loudly. The poisonous banelings began to produce chemical reactions in their bodies, and the temperature gradually increased. Just when the poisonous banelings were about to detonate, the ice and snow monsters stopped. They were very sensitive to changes in temperature and began to turn around and escape. Zhang Fan cursed, and then the poisonous baneling insect exploded. The green venom turned the ground upside down, and the ice and snow monsters began to escape desperately. In the end, not even one was left. Such a good strategy failed. Zhang Fan was a little angry and controlled the hosts to start chasing, but the ice and snow monsters ignored the attacks of the hosts. After chasing for a certain distance, the ice and snow monsters began to turn around and attack the hosts. Zhang Fan was well prepared and pulled the hosts away from the attack. Damn it, I didn't expect these guys to be so sensitive to temperature. Zhang Fan felt a little unhappy. Back in the south, Zhang Fan found Adam and said, Adam, your idea is not good, those big guys are too sensitive. Adam was also a little speechless. Lord, there is nothing Adam can do about this. Please, Lord, punish him. Zhang Fan, why should I punish you? Think of a way quickly. Adam thought about it, but he just couldn't think of a good way. It was difficult for the Zerg to form an effective comprehensive attack. At this moment, Gaia's voice reached Zhang Fan's mind. Dad, I have a solution. It may take a long time, but it can solve the problem once and for all. Zhang Fan chose a relatively open place, which was also covered with fungi. As we all know, the construction of the mother nest is made by extracting calcium elements from the earth and then solidifying them. In this case, calcium elements can also be extracted to form various things, such as the skull of the thunder beast. The skull is located above the spine and is composed of flat bones and irregular bones of different sizes. Except for the mandible and hyoid bone, the other bones are firmly connected to each other by seams or cartilage, and play a role in protecting and supporting the brain, sensory organs, digestion and respiration. The role of the initial part of the device. The frontal bones are a pair of membranous bones in the upper front part of the skull, located at the forehead, followed by the parietal bone at the back and upper part. This is the hardest part of the brontosaurus. The first thing Zhang Fan made was the frontal bone. It wasn't that he didn't want to make other ones, but he only knew what the frontal bone looked like. The juice that slowly seeped out from the carpet began to condense, and then the cells died collectively, leaving behind a semicircular frontal bone. This semicircular frontal bone is very huge, and it was designed to match the 30-meter-long thunder beast. The thickness reaches 1 meter, and the synthesized frontal bone is as hard as a steel bar. So what to build next? It was only because he was so poor at studying back then that Zhang Fan thought about it and finally felt like his head was about to explode without even thinking about it. Simply breaking the jar, Zhang Fan directly let the mushroom blanket form a huge ball composed of calcium elements. The diameter of this ball was 10 meters. In order to create this ball composed of calcium elements, the surrounding calcium elements had been consumed. All. Don't think that this is just a decoration, And don't think about why the creep has such a powerful ability. Fungus carpet has incredible transportation capabilities.
Whether it is on the ground or underground, after revolving again and again, it has long since broken away from the category of plants.
After making the calcium ball, the next step is carving.
The master sculptor worker bee is ready and can operate as soon as it receives Zhang Fan's order. The worker bees first hollowed out the inside, and the white powder fell to the ground and was then absorbed by the bacteria carpet. Then, Zhang Fan asked the worker bees to dig out the eye sockets of the skull. After a while, 2 empty eye sockets appeared in front of Zhang Fan's eyes. Then the bridge of the nose and finally the jawbones were carved out one by one, and Zhang Fan was very satisfied with them. The worker bees were ordered to transport the skull to Adam and Gaia. The 2 idiots looked at each other, and then kept flattering Zhang Fan. Wait for Zhang Fan to tell you that you can make the Thunder Beast here with peace of mind and then go to the northern border to investigate for yourself.
Gaia said to Adam cautiously, Adam, here, let's make a new skull.
I can try it here. Some of what Dad did is too unrealistic. Adam said displeasedly, Gaia, pay attention to your words.
Lord, you are doing the right thing. Keep this skull. We will use this as a reference to make a new one. Gaia said unhappily, Humph, you're a duplicitous guy. Zhang Fan actually didn't really leave. It kept watching every move of the 2 brainworms.
When making this skull, Zhang Fan once again proved that he didn't have that kind of talent, so he simply left it to the brainworms. Zhang Fan could clearly hear the conversation between the 2 idiots, but Gaia had to find time to hammer it out carefully because this guy was a little over the top. The brain of the brainworm is not supported by an endoskeleton, but is composed of a thick layer of skin and muscles. The effect is that it can deform when it is hit hard. They are not afraid of brain nerve damage. As long as the damage is not brain dead, Zhang Fan can repair it. The manufacture of skulls is also a problem for them. The brainworms have never seen a skull. The 2 racked their brains, and finally Adam suggested using scientific methods to calculate the skull's manufacture.
Gaia, is this method feasible?
Adam, that should work. So the 2 idiots accepted this plan, while Zhang Fan watched from the side.
Various mathematical formulas flashed in Adam's mind.
Gaia also started thinking, and it connected with Adam's thinking. Every time Gaia proposed a method, a mathematical picture would be formed in Adam's mind. If it could, the 2-headed worms would stop, make pieces of bone, and then splice them together.
Zhang Fan saw an unforgettable picture.
Adam's mind was filled with various mathematical units, but these units seemed to have been researched by Adam himself. Zhang Fan said that he had never seen them before. His mind can also be connected to Adam's, and of course he knows what these symbols mean.
But Gaia was different.
Various pictures appeared in its mind, and information entered Adam's mind like a piece of paper. Zhang Fan felt very pleased with the perfect cooperation this time. It took a while, but the rough work on the skull was complete.
Next, we have to consider the construction of the front jaws.
The front jaws must be large and strong enough to be worthy of the Thunder Beast's reputation.
The front jaw generally uses calcium as the main component element.
If you want to make the front jaw composed of calcium stronger, carbon must be added in proportion. The main component is still calcium, and the content of carbon plays a major role in the toughness of the front jaw.
In addition to these 2 elements, Zhang Fan also specially added iron elements to the front jaw.
This element can make the whole body less likely to break and stronger. After some grinding and polishing, a pair of huge-shaped front jaws were formed, and then the issue of installation should be considered. An opening was made on each side of the skull, and the front jaw was installed in that place. According to Gaia's vision, the muscles inside the skull must be strong enough to move the sharp teeth.
After completing these tasks, the next step is to prepare for head replacement. Before doing this again, the inside of the skull must be filled. The main filling is muscle blood. For these substances, the Thunder Beast's way of thinking is still left to Zhang Fan.
The current conditions are simple and there is no time to build brain graphics. For the sake of safety during this head transplant surgery, a huge evolution chamber was built, and the nutrient solution in it has been prepared. Adam ordered the scientific bacteria to cut off the head of the half-finished Thunder Beast, and then installed the filled skull. After the stitching was completed, the image of the Thunder Beast was closer to the one in Zhang Fan's memory. After being released, the weight of the head is much greater than the weight of the body. In this case, just increase the weight of the body. Increasing weight will inevitably increase body size, so the problem of small body size can also be solved at the same time. What are these? Zhang Fan stared at the dark scaly locusts with wide eyes. These guys are overwhelming, and their number is actually more than the bugs of the Zerg tribe. They are eating the green grass step by step. Never mind, kill them first. Under Zhang Fan's order, the Zerg army began to advance. Not to be outdone, the scaled locust squirmed its round body towards the Zerg army. The first ones to encounter were the springtails. From beginning to end, these springtails were the main force of the Zerg clan. Not to be outdone in the face of the scaled leeches that were several heads taller than him, he raised his head and faced the springtails. But what was greeted was the sharp claws of the springtail, an extremely sharp sword, which plunged straight into the scaled locust's mouth and penetrated it. These scaly locusts were not afraid of life and death and rushed towards the springtails one after another. By this time, the magma bugs had already arrived at the front line. He took a deep breath, and then hot flames spurted out. He had never seen such a scene before. After being burned, bursts of meaty aroma appeared on the corpse of the scaled locust. Zhang Fan felt that this method was very good for controlling the progress of the magma worm.
Where Zhang Fan didn't pay attention, some scaly locusts were not burned to death by the flames.
Their outer scales began to fall off, revealing the smoother scales inside. These scales have high temperature resistance and can withstand the burning of magma bugs.
By the time Zhang Fan discovered it, it was too late. These scaly locusts rushed into the body of the magma worm despite the high temperature.
One bite hit the inside of the magma bug's mouth, and blood immediately flowed all over the floor, while the magma bug roared mournfully. The bodies of these scaly locusts contain septic bacteria, which can invade the blood, grow and multiply in the blood, produce toxins, and cause acute systemic infection. If sepsis is not controlled quickly, it can develop from the primary infection site to other parts of the body, causing metastatic abscesses. Abscesses can develop on the surface of the brain, leading to meningitis. On the capsule surrounding the heart, causing pericarditis. Occurs on the lining of the heart, causing endocarditis. Eventually, abscesses can form anywhere in the body due to the accumulation of pus, and in severe cases, septic shock and migratory lesions may occur. The septic bacteria invaded very quickly, and Zhang Fan's reaction speed was also very fast. Medical bacteria quickly gathered in the magma worm's body to fight against this bacteria. The septic bacteria will be eliminated in a short time, but eliminating the septic bacteria does not mean that the leech can be eliminated. These scaly locusts were mercilessly wreaking havoc on the magma worm's body. The magma worm was already rolling on the ground in pain. This made Zhang Fan a little at a loss. If this continues, this big guy will definitely die. The springtails can't get in again. Can't get in? By the way, don't I still have lice? Zhang Fan suddenly remembered that he still had the smallest unit, which was the nemesis of the scale leech. The springtails began to shake off the lice from their bodies at the mouth of the magma bug, and these little guys crawled into its mouth at once. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen inside, but this was not a problem for Zhang Fan. Sonar detection could be used everywhere, and a clicking sound came from the two front antennae of the louse. Information was quickly fed back. There were 3 heads on the left and 5 heads on the right. There was no clear detection down the esophagus. The ticks started to take action. Although they were small in size, their bites were very deadly. The scaly locust felt the breath of the tick, turned around and bit it. This is a creature's instinct for danger. The lice were not afraid, they also opened their sharp teeth and collided with the scaly locust. It's just that the scaly locust's mouthparts are superior. As soon as the muscles of its cheeks contracted, the teeth began to retract, and the head of the scaly locust was bitten off in one fell swoop. Do you think there's nothing you can do about it? Have you forgotten their special skills? The paralyzing toxin began to be released, and the scaled locust's entire body began to become hard, and it fell straight on the tongue coating and gasped. Faced with such a situation, how could the gnats let him go? They swarmed up and cut his body into pieces. After dealing with the scaly locusts in the mouth, the lice walked towards the inside. There were 2 roads in front of them. One was the trachea and the other was the esophagus. Zhang Fan chose to divide his forces into 2 groups. On the way to the trachea, the lice clean up the scaly leeches that are entangled in the tracheal mucosa along the way. After being bitten by the scale locust, many small holes have appeared in the magma worm's trachea, and the active cells are slowly being repaired. Continuing forward, we arrived at the lungs, where dozens of scaly locusts, large and small, gathered. The lice began to clean them one by one, and the cleaning process was not smooth. Those naughty scale locusts got into the alveoli of the magma worm. If the magma lice wants to catch them, it will inevitably make a gap in the lung wall. In this case, the magma worms will still be in pain?
The magma bug is now in a state of shock.
According to the disability level, it belongs to the second level disability stage.
Never mind. Anyway, there are active cells that can repair it. We'll wait until we catch them.
Zhang Fan became ruthless and controlled the ticks to cut open the lung wall. The moment it was scratched open, the scaly locust jumped out, opened its big mouth and bit at the louse. At the critical moment, Zhang Fan decisively unlocked the genetic lock. The louse suddenly accelerated to dodge the attack, turned around and bit the scale locust on the waist. It's just that the scales on the locust's waist are a bit strong, so it couldn't be bitten through at once. The louse felt a burst of pain in his body. It turned out that the scaly locust turned around and bit him.
He was such a tenacious guy.
The louse that unlocked the genetic lock moved very quickly and escaped the attack range of the scaled locust at the cost of breaking a leg. At this time, the paralyzing toxin has begun to react in the scale leech's body. The louse said that before I exerted any force, you fell down, jumped in front of the scale leech, and bit off its head in one bite.
So what's next? The same situation also occurred in the other channel of the esophagus.
It passed through the esophagus and arrived at the stomach, which was once again riddled with bites from the scaly locusts. The lice unceremoniously unlocked their genetic locks and arrived in front of the scaled leeches in one leap.
These scaly locusts were all chopped down before they could react. After all the scaly locusts were cleaned, the lice left the magma bug's mouth. After a while, the big guy slowly got up on his own. Zhang Fan was worried that something similar would happen again, so he asked him to retreat. Let the hydralisk step forward to attack, and the venom from the sky came down again. The scaled locust was hit hard again, and the Zerg army began to advance. But after a while, Zhang Fan discovered that these scaly locusts were actually resistant to poison.
Zhang Fan thought it would be better to study the genes of the scale leech first, and then ordered the springtail to bring a scale leech to the rear. After the injection of modified cells, I didn't expect that the active cells in such a small guy's body would be so strong. They are resisting the modified cells and trying to modify them.
How could you possibly succeed so easily?
Zhang Fan personally felt the pain of transforming cells for the first time in history. Throughout the ages, modified cells have been Zhang Fan's first weapon against living things.
Their creation was both accidental and inevitable.
These are the descendants of the old guys who followed Zhang Fan through life and death. Without these cells, the Zerg race would not be as prosperous as it is now. After accepting Zhang Fan's thinking, the modified cells began to mutate, and they split into flagella.
Such ancient cells. The flagellum drives the modified cells to avoid active cells in the body of the scale leech. I'm hiding, I'm on the left, I'm on the right, come and chase me.
The modified cells dodged left and right, escaping the pursuit of the active cells. Don't think that Zhang Fan is doing nothing at this time. He is increasing the active factors in the modified cells.
As long as this active factor exceeds the opponent's, there is a chance to win it.
One of the modified cells was caught by the opponent's active cells.
Zhang Fan said, I'm afraid of you, there are many of us. He can beat 3 against 1.
But he was wrong. Active cells are very focused. Once they identify a target, they must assimilate it.
After a while, the modified cell rebelled and joined the enemy's camp.
Zhang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief that such a worst-case scenario really happened.
No, the modified cells cannot be obtained by the other party. You must exit.
Zhang Fan made a decisive decision and cut off the gene. Suddenly, the group of modified cells turned into a puddle of water, and the previously controlled modified cells also turned into a puddle of water.
A puddle of water.
After his mind left the cell body, Zhang Fan asked the springtails to kill the scaly locust.
He felt waves of headaches. Who should I contact if I have a genetic problem? Of course it's our lovely Adam.
After telling Adam about this, Adam thought for a while and said, Master, can you bring this creature to the south for Adam to see? Zhang Fan said of course it was no problem and started packing the scaled locusts. The host began to soar into the air, carrying a springtail and flying towards the south. Each springtail held a scaled locust in its sharp claws. Adam accepted these creatures immediately. After Gaia learned the news, he also came over to see if he could get inspiration from the scaly locusts to create new types of soldiers.
It doesn't matter to Adam, his research does not conflict with Gaia.
In the evolution chamber, this scaly locust was quite active, constantly wandering in the nutrient solution, and occasionally bumping into the inner wall of the evolution chamber.
Does it just think that the inner wall is so easy to destroy?
Various scientific bacteria began to come out of the inner wall, and they cleverly stuck to the scaled locust's body. These bacteria were so small that the leech was not noticed at all. Adam gave an order and the scientific bacteria began to work, cutting the leech into pieces in an instant. It would be a bit unbelievable if this guy could be reborn under such circumstances. Adam observed these cells carefully. The activity of the cells was indeed strong, but these cells were different from life cells. They were very active, but they did not have strong regeneration ability. It's a paradox to have low but active regeneration, and it's definitely a paradox in Adam's opinion. Adam has been studying these genetic engineering projects for some years. He doesn't know what kind of genes match what kind of species. The stronger the activity of cells, the stronger the vitality of organisms. If this is the case, the speed of cell division must be very fast. It's like one person likes to exercise and the other person doesn't like to exercise. People who like to exercise can lose weight and have glowing skin, while people who don't like to exercise become greasy uncles and get fatter and lazier. The same principle applies to the active cells of the leech, and there are some abnormalities. In this case, its genetic combination must be carefully observed. Cutting open this active cell is also a troublesome task. It is too active and runs around. After finally catching it, it kept struggling. Adam is not a kind-hearted brainworm. He used cutting bacteria to cut this active cell in half at once and see where you go. Sure enough, the cell quieted down, and Adam began to strip away the mitochondria, Golgi apparatus, endoplasmic reticulum, ribosomes, and centrosomes. Genes are stored in organelles, and these bodies can store a certain amount of genes. Adam also needs to carefully look for where the genes that affect cell activity are. At this moment, Gaia is carefully examining these scaly locusts. They look fierce and want to attack Gaia from time to time. How could Gaia let it succeed so easily? It had already arranged for worker bees to clamp it up with large pliers. From the appearance, it matches the shape of a leech, but ordinary leech does not have such shiny scales. These scales have strong defensive power. This is relative. The pliers of the worker bees cannot pinch them off at once. Springtails can pierce easily. Looking at these lively scaled locusts, Gaia thought for a moment and then thought of parasites. He told Zhang Fan about parasites' proposal, and Zhang Fan said that you can take care of it yourself. I am at war and have no time to care about you. After receiving Zhang Fan's reply, Gaia began to think about how to build a parasite. Parasites are annoying insects that can live on other people's bodies and absorb nutrients. The effects of the parasites that Gaia considers are quite different from ordinary parasites. Why do you say that? Because Gaia takes into account mitosis. This kind of mitosis can continue to divide without limit as long as there are enough nutrients and opportunities, which is very scary. If this parasite is really researched, then the Zerg will definitely face a wave of resource shortages in the early stage. It's not a big problem. Zhang Fan can destroy the genes of these parasites at any time. Gaia and Adam are both doing their own things, while Zhang Fan in the north has entered a fierce stage in dealing with scale leech. They seem to be endless, constantly squirming their little bodies to launch attacks on the Zerg, and the more they fought, the harder they became. The venom flames have no effect on them. The only thing that can still be used is physical attacks. However, the physical attacks are gradually beginning to show signs of fatigue. It takes 2 or 3 times for the springtail's sharp claws to penetrate them. Zhang Fan looked at these black scaly locusts from the Lord's perspective irritably. Are you a Zerg or are we a Zerg? How did you evolve so fast? The offensive of the Zerg army began to weaken, but in some areas, the scaled locusts began to organize a counterattack. I don't know what kind of natural enemies would pose a threat to them, but they are obviously a bit invincible, okay? At this time, Adam had already analyzed the active gene, which also had an evolution gene with a nice name. Evolutionary genes originally live in the cells of living things and evolve through natural selection and survival of the fittest. It may be a few years, or it may be 10,000 years. This depends on the activity of the evolutionary genes. The scale leech belongs to the type with particularly high activity of evolutionary genes. 80% of the cells contain such evolutionary genes. Although this is terrible, it also has a bad result, that is, the overall vitality of the scale leech is relatively weak. In order to evolve, they gave up the right to survival that living things should have, which is not worth the gain. Zhang Fan feels that this kind of evolutionary gene must be dealt with carefully. It is a double-edged sword. If it is used well, it will benefit the Zerg. If it is not used well, it will stagnate forever. In the end, Zhang Fan decided to let the incubation pool take on the responsibility. After all, this building was specially used to synthesize and preserve genes. In the face of special circumstances, the incubation pool would also produce a state that could reverse the situation.
After solving the problem of evolutionary genes, Gaia also developed a parasite.
This parasite imitated the scale locust, and also increased the evolutionary gene attributes of the parasite to 90%. From this point of view, parasites are creatures that evolve faster than scale leeches. But this parasite has 3 shortcomings. The first drawback is that they must absorb enough nutrients to undergo 4 or 5 mitotic divisions before the fight even begins.
The second disadvantage is that every time a newly hatched parasite starts all its evolutionary attributes from scratch.
In other words, every time you fight with parasites, you will return to the original state. The third disadvantage is the lifespan of the parasite.
It evolves too fast and seriously overdraws its life.
After several divisions, the first female will die, but this does not affect the development of subsequent parasites. Zhang Fan decided to release these parasites on the battlefield. In the current situation, the host will be used as the mother body to provide nutrients. As the first battle against parasites, Zhang Fan specially sent 100 hosts as transportation, and those parasites parasitized in the bodies of the hosts. The host floated above the scaly locust, and then Zhang Fan activated the parasites. Then the parasites seemed to transform into terrifying devouring beasts, greedily sucking everything from the host. The hosts began to shrivel up visibly to the naked eye, and then the parasites began to bite out small holes one after another in their bodies. The hydrogen in the body had leaked, and the host was shaking. Finally, with a tearing sound, large holes were opened on both sides of the body.
The milky white parasite just fell into the swarm of scale leech.
As soon as these scaly locusts see the parasites, they bite them without saying a word, causing great losses to the parasites. At this time, the characteristics of mitosis were revealed. After withstanding the first wave of attacks, the parasites began to divide, making up for the shortcomings in an instant. Then it's time for the parasites to counterattack.
Like scaly locusts, they jump up and bite.
This is not controlled by Zhang Fan, but comes from the instinct of the parasites.
This is a fighting method specially designed by Gaia.
They are like biological and chemical weapons, they will continue to expand. In this case, Zhang Fan will be overqualified if he tries to operate them. As the saying goes, there is no need to kill a chicken with a bull's knife.
Zhang Fan just needs to be a spectator.
There are only 2 concepts in the parasite's mind, phagocytosis and evolution, and they only need these 2 concepts. Because they are pure wild creatures, if these parasites are not under Zhang Fan's control, they will be indistinguishable from friend to foe. The parasite's counterattack did not do much damage to the scaled locusts at first, because the evolved genes have not yet shown their prestige. If you just rely on the sharp teeth and the mouth to bite flatly, it will be difficult for the parasite to bite through the scales of the leech. After the first counterattack, the evolutionary genes in the parasite began to mutate, and a chaotic combination of purines began. This combination was only suitable for the parasite and could not be transcribed by Gaia. In the mouth parts of the parasite, the sharp teeth slowly grow long enough to bite through the scales of the scaly locust.
Another round of rapid mitosis follows, doubling the number of hundreds of parasites.
The scaly locust and the parasite have begun an evolutionary chase. If your attack increases, then my defense must increase. If your scales increase, then my sharp teeth will lengthen. Gradually, the parasites began to gain the upper hand, and the body turned into a very tough gray-brown color, and the sharp teeth in the mouthparts had grown to the outside of the mouth. On the other hand, the scaled locusts have been blindly improving their defense, and now they look a bit bloated, with their attack speed and movement speed greatly slowed down. The parasite begins chasing the scaled locusts, expanding outward from the center. The first batch of dividing parasites has died. They have exhausted all their potential. Each mother worm has split into thousands of daughter worms, and the second batch of daughter worms have also become female worm. The scale leeches were eaten away step by step, and the parasites had reached the edge of the Zerg army. When they saw the springtails, they opened their mouths and bit them. Zhang Fan easily restrained them with his own thinking, and then ordered the parasites to change direction and move towards the north. When the last scaled locust dies, the parasites begin to look for food around them. The green shoots of grass that have just grown up have also become their dishes. Looking at this scene, Zhang Fan felt a little awkward. These little guys looked harmless to humans and animals, but the exponential growth method of reproduction frightened all living things. Seeing that there were no other living creatures around, Zhang Fan gently fiddled with the fat bonds in the parasites, and saw that all the parasites froze as if time had stopped. Then all the parasites' bodies began to collapse and turned into a pool of thick water that fell to the ground, nourishing the land.
Okay, let's move on, Gaia.
Please arrange for the worker bees to lay the carpet and create ground thorns. I don't want the land I just occupied to be invaded by other creatures.
Zheng Fan ordered.
Gaia heard Zheng Fan's instructions and immediately arranged for the worker bees to start working. Zheng Fan personally led the army to advance north, and everything along the way was included in the embrace of the Zerg. The far north, commonly known as the Arctic, is covered with snow all year round. Here Zheng Fan saw unexpected plants. These plants contained genes that could withstand extreme cold. They were white in color and had snowflake-shaped leaves on them. Zheng Fan called them snow trees. The bodies of these snow trees were filled with ice crystals. He didn't know how these guys survived. Let the lurking spider burrow under the ground and loosen all the surrounding land. Then the thunder beast stepped forward and gently pulled out the entire snow tree.
The root system under the snow tree is not much different from other plants.
It also absorbs nutrients, but its rhizomes appear lighter in color. Since arriving in the north, Zheng Fan feels that everything is magical, including trees that move, insects that can photosynthesize, and now plants that can live in extremely cold places. Zheng Fan contacted Adam and said, "Adam, extract the extreme cold resistance gene from this snow tree."
"Adam, Lord, Adam will do it."
After the extraction was completed, the Zerg army took on a new look again, and no longer looked cold in this cold land. Adam said at this time, "Lord, Adam thinks that the survival method of the snow tree can be used by us."
Zheng Fan was confused for a moment. "Oh?
How do you say that?" "Adam, Lord, please listen to Adam's arrival for you. Although this snow tree is white, its cells also have cell walls, but their cell walls are thinner, so more energy from sunlight will enter. Adam believes that this kind of cell wall can be completely installed on the floating culture blanket, improving the working efficiency of the floating culture blanket and reducing its weight." Zheng Fan then said, "Adam, don't make a long speech, focus on the key points." Adam panicked for a moment and said, "Master, I obey." Adam then told Zheng Fan about the other advantages of Shueshu, which was nothing more than how good it was and how it improved the efficiency of the carpet.
"Zheng Fan, that's it. Then I'll leave this matter to you.
I have to deal with the ice and snow monsters." "Adam, Master, Adam, please be careful so that the research data can be more detailed."
Zheng Fan, "Well, I understand. Go ahead and do your work."
Later, in order for Adam to study the snow tree in detail, the host was asked to transport it back to the south overnight. After acquiring the anti-extreme cold property gene, the Zerg army moved forward again, and here they finally saw the ice and snow monsters they had been dreaming of.
This group of big monsters looked at the mighty Zerg army in surprise.
They didn't expect these guys to come to the far north. But Zheng Fan seemed even more shocked. These ice and snow monsters were indeed intelligent, and this place was like a small society. This area is like a tribe, with large and small nests scattered in an orderly manner, and there are more or less ice and snow monsters in each nest. The small ice and snow monsters are also more than 10 meters tall. They are waiting for food in their lairs. The old ones will stretch out a tentacle to share the nutrients in their bodies with the younger ones. These ice and snow monsters discovered Zheng Fan's traces, but they did not attack immediately. Instead, they all focused on the nest in the middle. In the huge lair, the leader of the ice and snow monster seemed to feel threatened and slowly opened its blue eyes. More than a dozen tentacles stretched out from the nest, climbed out of the hole, and drilled out of the hole with a little effort. Zheng Fan looked from a distance and compared with other ice and snow monsters. He guessed that this guy's size was definitely over 50 meters. The leader of the ice monster squinted at the Zerg army, and saw the huge thunder beast, and felt stressed in his heart. It blocked the surrounding ice and snow monsters who wanted to attack, and stepped forward to reach the front of the army. Zheng Fan was slightly nervous. He was afraid that this big monster would suddenly attack. However, unexpectedly, this big monster slightly bowed its head to the Zerg army. Zheng Fan was stunned for a moment, and then saw the ice and snow monster starting to make random gestures, saying that he couldn't understand it at all. Although he couldn't understand the gestures, he could see the pleading in the eyes of the ice and snow leader, which probably meant asking the Zerg army to let his tribe go.
Zheng Fan hesitated.
This was the first time he saw a race begging for mercy from him, and it was also the most powerful race he had ever seen. Learning to beg proves that they are indeed wise.
They no longer need to rely on instinctive power to fight against the enemy.
They have learned to compromise. What Zheng Fan didn't know was that this was also the first compromise of the ice and snow leaders. They had always been the strongest kings in the entire northern border, but this time the Zerg army came too suddenly, with too much momentum, and was somewhat unprepared. Afraid of a sudden attack by the Zerg. Once again, some subordinates reported to the leader before that this race has a leader with a big round head. the ice and snow leader is actually looking forward to meeting him. However, since that big round head flew to the south, the ice and snow monster never received its message. This time when the Zerg army came, it thought it was led by the big head and was looking around. Zhang Fan hesitated. To fight or not to fight is a profound question. If we fight, we will lose our reputation. If we don't fight, we will fear that they will grow stronger. Both sides are intelligent races. It stands to reason that they should sit down and negotiate carefully to discuss how to achieve a win-win situation. It's just that Zhang Fan is unwilling to give up. If the troops he finally mobilized just go back like this, they will seem a little incompetent. He is still struggling with the last bit of conscience as a human being. Seeing that the Zerg army did not move, the ice and snow leader thought that they had accepted his request, and ordered his subordinates to take out their food and share it with the Zerg. Looking at a pile of food placed in front of him, Zhang Fan discovered that most of them were marine creatures. It turned out that these big guys could swim. The Zerg army looked at the pile of food without moving. Both sides stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. Zhang Fan was still struggling in his heart. Don't think that this kind of struggle is meaningless. As the saying goes, don't hit the smiling person. This is out of due respect for a race and Zhang Fan's respect for life. Zhang Fan told the two brainworms about the current situation, and they all agreed that they should be beaten. However, when Zhang Fan asked why, both brainworms were speechless. You two usually think that you are extremely smart, but in this situation, what can you do? Zhang Fan said unhappily. Gaia was a little helpless. Dad, we haven't encountered this kind of polite treatment. We used to fight each other when we met. Forgive me for being incompetent and unable to express my thoughts. Zhang Fan was a little unhappy. Adam, tell me. Adam said hesitantly, Master, this is our battle for survival, so we shouldn't need to be so polite. Zhang Fan shook his head and said, there is something different. Just like what Gaia said, we just did it when we met before, but now the other party has compromised with us. Adam continued, Master, you once told Adam that people who are not from my species will have different minds. To survive, we must follow the law of the jungle. We don't need to be polite to them. Zhang Fan took a deep breath, and he understood that the so-called brainworms did not have the constraints of human conscience, ethics, and morality. They would only work hard for the development of the Zerg race. Zhang Fan is different. He was born as a former Earthling and lived under the red flag. He understands that there must be a reason for war. Even wars fought for resources will have a high-sounding reason. Gaia said at this time, Dad, do you still remember the story you told me about the heart of the Zerg? Zhang Fan, you mean revenge? Gaia said, yes, they almost killed me last time. This time we are here for revenge. Zhang Fan wanted to continue speaking, but Gaia interrupted Zhang Fan, Master. This is the first time I call you Master. Please consider the future of the Zerg. Zhang Fan was stunned at first, then startled, and finally an unknown fire ignited in his chest, and he loudly accused Gaia, Are you accusing me? Gaia, who was shocked in her mind, rolled on the ground, excruciating pain, and kept murmuring in her mouth. Adam shivered on the side, but it also made a decision, Lord, Adam. Adam agrees with Gaia this time, please go to war, for the Lord, for the Zerg. Zhang Fan was angry in his heart. These two guys joined forces to resist him today. Adam, are you like this too? Adam was also shocked and fell to the ground twitching. After a while, Zhang Fan stopped and sighed, since you want to fight so much, then let's fight, and don't make any excuses. We are fighting a battle of survival. Adam and Gaia regained their consciousness, and at the same time their eyes lit up and they said, Master, Father, wise. Zhang Fan sneered, Humph, I'll see if you dare to contradict me next time. The two idiots quickly said, Don't dare, don't dare. Without any reason, Zhang Fan declared war on the ice and snow monsters. In the confusion of the ice and snow leader, the hosts began to climb, flying higher and higher, and gradually disappeared from sight. The ice and snow leader may not know the reason for this, but the other ice and snow monsters know, and they start to roar in fear. Ouch! Ouch! The ice and snow leader broke into a cold sweat when he heard this, and randomly replied, Ouch! After hearing the tribesman's reply again, the ice and snow leader looked at the Zerg army angrily. The hosts in the sky have already entered a dive state, and what awaits the ice and snow monsters will be hot incendiary bombs. There is nothing more to say when encountering such a situation. There is no such thing as peaceful coexistence. The ice and snow leader raised its huge tentacles and smacked them downwards, but the thunder beast had already finished preparing and came to the front, blocking the tentacles' attack with its strong back. Then the surrounding thunder beasts began to surround the leader, and the leader no longer struck again, retreated toward the rear, and called on the clansmen to resist the foreign invasion. The Zerg army crossed over the hill made of food and headed towards the territory of the Ice and Snow clan. The Thunder Beast took the lead and rushed into the rebel army. The Ice and Snow leader became more and more frightened as he fought. The defense of these guys was so high. The tentacles hit them and made a squeaking sound, and there was some pain. At this time, the Thunder Beast's fur had begun to explode, and the barbs on its exoskeleton had stood up one by one, and the whole body seemed to have turned into a prickly hedgehog. It was impossible for the Thunder Beast to fight back just after being hit, so it raised its head and bit the Ice and Snow monsters. Click, the huge front jaws clamped together, and half of the Ice and Snow monster's body was cut off in unison, with blue blood still pouring from the flat wounds. The Ice and Snow monsters were shocked. How could there be such an invincible monster? It couldn't be beaten and the damage was still so high. Some Ice and Snow monsters that couldn't bear it began to escape. They wanted to escape to the sea. Only the vast sea could give them safety. As the leader of a clan, the Ice and Snow leader certainly couldn't back down. He yelled, trying to get the brainworms to come out. But is this possible? Not to mention that Zhang Fan didn't understand what it was saying. Even if he did, he wouldn't let the brainworm appear in front of them. The other small bugs went to various nests, looked up at the huge cubs, and pounced on them without saying a word. Dozens of magma worms were constantly spraying flames, melting the protective film on the Ice and Snow monster. This grease-like film can effectively resist severe cold, but it does not mean that the Ice and Snow monster has strong resistance to extreme cold. After this layer of grease film was damaged, Zhang Fan clearly saw that the damaged area began to freeze, and the freezing speed was extremely fast. The entire tentacle was immobilized at once, and with a little force, the tentacle broke into pieces. This frightened the Ice and Snow monsters even more, and they scrambled to escape. The Ice and Snow leader has broken off 5 or 6 tentacles. If he doesn't run away, he will really have to answer here. The Zerg army chased these big guys all the way to the seaside, only to see these big guys falling into the sea one after another. Huge splashes were set off one after another. After the last Ice and Snow leader turned around and looked angrily at the Zerg army, he also jumped into the sea. Now we're in trouble. Zhang Fan knew that this was called letting the tiger return to the mountains, and one day these big monsters would return to the mainland. The war on the entire continent ended so easily. Looking back, it is quite interesting. After cleaning up some problems around him, Zhang Fan began to inspect the layers of the Ice and Snow monsters. Each of these layers was huge. Not too big to fit in. They look a bit like igloos, but they are not made of ice cubes like igloos, but cut out from a whole block of ice. These igloos vary in size, depending on the level of the Ice and Snow monsters. There is a lot of uneaten food in the house, and there are also many bodies of the Ice and Snow monsters. It was a pity that Zhang Fan didn't catch the Ice and Snow monster alive. He thought he could catch one that escaped, but he didn't expect those big guys to escape very quickly. We arrived at the leader's igloo. This igloo was the largest and had the richest food. There was a white ball on a platform in the middle of the igloo. Zhang Fan approached curiously and heard a voice. "Who are you?" "Orange is here to wish all the students good luck in the college entrance examination." "Who are you?" the voice repeated again, pulling Zhang Fan's thoughts away. A springtail approached the white ball and asked, "Who are you?" The white ball replied, "My name is Zero. Where did you come from?" "I have never seen you." Zhang Fan felt a chill in his heart, and then said seriously, "I am the master of the Zerg race, you can call me that. We grew up in this land, and we are born to be the masters of this land." Zero replied, "Really? I remember it was a group of white monsters. Oh, by the way, I called them ice giant squids." "Ice giant squid?" In that case, Zero should be familiar with those guys. Zhang Fan then asked Ling, "Where did those ice and snow giant squids come from?" Zero, "Of course it's from the sea." "Have you never been to the sea?" Zhang Fan replied, "I haven't been there, but I will go." Ling didn't speak, as if he was lost in thought. After a while, Zhang Fan felt that it was time to leave. At this time, Ling said again, "Don't leave yet." Zhang Fan turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Zero said, "I don't know what you mean by master, but I think we belong to the same species." Zhang Fan said nothing and listened quietly. Zero continued, "Maybe we can sit down and have a good talk." Zhang Fan asked in confusion, "Talk? What to talk about?" Zero said, "Those ice giant squids were the smartest creatures I have ever seen besides you and me." Zhang Fan was thinking, maybe you have never seen the Golden Feather Ant King and Mosquito King Emperor. Zero continued, "Those guys originally lived in the ocean, and they climbed ashore only after my recommendation. Zhang Fan sneered in his heart and said, "So you are the mastermind behind this?" Zero chuckled, "You can't say that, I'm just promoting their evolution."
Zhang Fan, why do you say you and I are of the same species?
Zero thought for a moment and said, "You probably don't know that I can steal the thoughts of giant ice and snow squids. From their minds, I saw you, a big round head.
You must be the master. It's a pity that Ling guessed wrong. Dominance is just a mental concept and has no entity. All they see is Gaia."
Of course, Zhang Fan won't say this. Zero continued, "I can control my tribe, and you can control your tribe. This proves that we should be considered the same kind, except that you are on land and I am in the ocean."
Zhang Fan said, "What's the difference between ocean and land?"
"So you want to coexist with me?"
Ling laughed and said, "Coexistence? You are overthinking. You don't know how vast this ocean is. I look forward to your arrival."
"Is this Zero threatening me?"
Zhang Fan quickly thought of countermeasures.
Zero then said, "I'm not threatening you, I'm just stating a fact."
"Okay, I'm leaving. You can stay on land safely for a while."
After saying that, the white star began to dim, and then began to shatter, and the snow trees throughout the Arctic also withered one after another. Zhang Fan was greatly shocked. This person named Ling was really strong. At this time, Adam came back and told Zhang Fan that the snow tree withered on its own. Zhang Fan told him not to pay attention and told the two-minded insects about the conversation with Zero.
The entire Zerg race fell into silence.
Although they conquered the continent, there were more powerful enemies in the wider ocean, and they were still king versus king.
Gaia said, "Dad, this is my fault, let me deal with it."
Zhang Fan shook his head, "This is not your problem alone.
This is a matter of life and death for the entire Zerg race.
Now that the other party can go ashore, but we cannot go to the sea, our next work must be focused on the ocean."
Adam said, "Lord, Adam will go all out to build a new ocean team." Zhang Fan nodded, "Very good, let's make arrangements next."
Gaia will lay the fungus blanket across the continent, and Adam will study the salt penetration resistance gene. After saying that, the two idiots left and completed their work according to Zhang Fan's orders. As time goes by, the Zerg on the mainland are steadily accumulating their strength, and the sky is scattered with floating fungi.
Everything seems to be developing for the better.
Although it has not yet entered the sea, the Zerg has created a unit that can enter the sea after several years of research, the stinging jellyfish. This is based on the square-headed jellyfish that Zhang Fan first created. After Gaia's appearance design and Adam's genetic optimization, this stinging jellyfish can already live normally in shallow waters.
However, the stinging jellyfish's attacks are limited.
Once the venom in the body is released, it loses its effective means of attack. Only groups of jellyfish can exert their power, just like groups of springtails. These years have not been without movement. Every once in a while, the ice and snow giant squids will come to the mainland and cause havoc. Every time when the thunder beasts arrive, they will retreat. In addition to the ice and snow giant squid, other places were also destroyed one after another. Zhang Fan could only defend passively, not even daring to go to the beach and cliff. Under this situation, Zhang Fan designed a brand new defense system, which was inspired by ground thorns. The original ground thorns could only deal with creatures on the surface.
After Zhang Fan conquered the mainland, they gradually withdrew from the stage of history. Now there is a new defense system called a bunker. This kind of bunker does not use roots to attack enemies, but it sprays flames to attack.
Don't think that this kind of bunker is impossible to realize. The method is very simple.
Design a colony on the shore.
The bunker evolved through the colony can effectively store bunker genes. There will be a huge biogas pit under these bunkers, which contains the substances collected from the daily excretion of the Zerg. After a long period of fermentation, it becomes a highly concentrated biogas. Under normal conditions, when there are no enemy attacks, the bunker will regularly discharge some biogas to regulate the stability of the internal air pressure. Once it is discovered that the enemy has begun to land, the bunker will turn the muzzle, generate sparks through the collision of the upper and lower layers of densely packed flints, highly squeeze the methane in the body, and then spray flames. The distance of the flame jet is no less than that of the air cannon fired by the Thunder Beast.
But there is a drawback, that is, each bunker can only use one attack.
After the attack is over, it will fall into a recovery period. They quickly repair the areas burned by the flames. After the repair is completed, they will spray fire again until the biogas is consumed. But even so, it was difficult to stop the enemies coming up one after another from the ocean, which made Zhang Fan feel dizzy. The population of stinging jellyfish is limited, and it is difficult to deploy defenses along entire continental coastlines. In this case, an attack on the ocean is imminent. Zhang Fan believes that how and where to enter the sea are crucial. You must choose a direction with a small number of enemies to enter the sea. So the best place is on the easternmost side of the mountain range.
Zhang Fan gave this place a nice name, Shanhaiguan.
Shanhaiguan is surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and backed by mountains. There is a long and narrow tunnel, which can just block the landing operations of large marine creatures. As for smaller marine creatures, Zhang Fan can easily handle them. After finalizing the place to go into the sea, Zhang Fan asked the stinging jellyfish to conduct reconnaissance around Shanhaiguan, not letting go of any small fish or shrimp. This sea area is a shallow sea, with a sea depth of only a dozen meters, and many reddish-brown coral reefs can be seen under the sea. You can also see many small animals on the coral reefs, such as worms, sponges, etc. There are just some creatures that Zhang Fan can't name. Their images are too different from what Zhang Fan had in mind. For example, the seahorse-like creatures dangling in front of the stinging jellyfish have their heads bent at right angles to their bodies, and they also have a tubular mouthpart. Looking further back, this seahorse-like creature is a little different. It has color-changing scales on its body and sharp thorns on its back. There are several long tentacles under the abdomen, and there are suction cups on these tentacles, which can easily cling to anything. Zhang Fan is too lazy to name it, so let's call it seahorse-like. No, a seahorse-like creature that didn't know whether to live or die swam toward the stinging jellyfish.
At first, the stinging jellyfish ignored it because it was too small to pose a threat. But this move made the seahorse even more aggressive. It raised its tentacles and grabbed the top of the stinging jellyfish, and it immediately stuck to it. Of course, the stinging jellyfish couldn't let it attack Tai Sui's head like this. He shook his head crazily, but he couldn't shake it off. At this time, the seahorse put its tubular mouthparts on the head of the stinging jellyfish and began to suck. I saw a large piece of membrane heading towards the seahorse-like mouth, and the stinging jellyfish hurriedly hit its tentacles towards the seahorse-like creature. This seahorse-like reaction was quite clever. It slapped its tentacles on the stinging jellyfish's head, then released its mouthparts and dodged away. Of course, the stinging jellyfish couldn't let it go like this. The moment the seahorse-like creature left, a sharp thorn quickly pierced the seahorse-like creature, piercing it all at once. In addition, Zhang Fan also saw fish here, the first fish he saw in this world, stickleback fish. The stickleback has hard spines at the front of its dorsal fin, pectoral fin, pelvic fin and anal fin, and a crooked tail. The pectoral and pelvic fins are fully developed, but the fin rays are not developed. There are additional even fins between the pectoral and pelvic fins. There is a primitive jaw, an enlarged maxilla that occupies a well-developed lower jaw. The upper jaw is toothless and the lower jaw is toothed. These sticklebacks all live in groups, causing great trouble to the stinging jellyfish as they expand their search range. These guys seem to be born to be the nemesis of stinging jellyfish. Their hard fins can block the sting attack of stinging jellyfish, and their powerful jaws can bite the stinging jellyfish into pieces. It would be difficult for Zhang Fan to handle this situation. There is a characteristic of marine organisms, that is, the body excretes salt. This characteristic is also shared by stinging jellyfish. This salt excreted is to balance the water in the body. But this kind of salt discharge also caused a lot of trouble for Zhang Fan. It can be said that on the ground, Zhang Fan can obtain the genes of other organisms by modifying cells, thereby converting them into his own genes. Even some aquatic creatures can also be obtained. In addition to freshwater creatures that can be transformed directly in the water, saltwater creatures must be captured ashore and then transformed. But in the sea, this transformation becomes very difficult, because the modified cells cannot survive in the sea for a long time due to ocean penetration. If the modified cells are injected into the organism under such circumstances, they will be quickly purified and instead add nutrients to the organism. Zhang Fan also considered making modified cells into cells that could survive in the sea, but after such cells were produced, the effect was far reduced. Not only that, marine organisms have evolved their own immune system. When modified cells invade, lymphatic vessels will secrete lymphocytes to eliminate all these foreign invaders. This is also the reason why Zhang Fan has not been able to obtain the genes of marine organisms for so long. Without superior biological genes, the Zerg will have far less control over the ocean. Without such control, large-scale attacks will be impossible. Zhang Fan can only grind slowly now, one step at a time, and it will no longer develop as fast as on land. The stinging jellyfish was intercepted by the stickleback. After some testing, Zhang Fan was able to confirm that these creatures were not controlled by Zero.
They were pure native life forms. In addition to the stickleback fish, the stinging jellyfish had already cleaned up the surrounding small creatures, and Zhang Fan dispatched the worker bees to Shanhaiguan. Lay a carpet of bacteria at the pass, and then settle the mother nest near the ocean. This mother nest is half in the sea and half on the ground, so that stinging jellyfish can be hatched quickly without the need for hosts to carry them around. Ever since, the mother nest began to ovulate crazily, throwing stinging jellyfish eggs into the sea one after another. Those marine creatures rushed here after smelling the fishy smell, and the stinging jellyfish that had hatched were desperately blocking the creatures here. In an instant, the shallow sea turned into a pool of blood. Further into the ocean depths, those large, primitive sharks smelled the fishy smell and rushed towards here. A shark's sense of smell is so sensitive that it can smell blood from several kilometers away. It's just that it's in trouble when it gets here. The shallow sea is not enough to support its huge body to swim. Zhang Fan looked from a distance and saw a few primitive sharks swimming left and right. Once any creature left this sea area, it would be attacked wildly by the sharks. This is really troublesome. Zhang Fan thought a little irritably. At this time, Adam found Zhang Fan and sent a message, "Master, Adam has good news for you." Zhang Fan asked, "What's the good news?" Adam replied, "Master, just now, Adam and Gaia worked together to develop a new marine insect race." Zhang Fan said happily, "This is indeed good news. Take me to see it." Zhang Fan's vision returned to the evolution chamber. Adam and Gaia were both here, and they paid close attention to the situation in the chamber. In a chamber filled with nutrient solution, there is a dark eel swimming curiously. Zhang Fan asked, "Isn't this an eel?" Adam replied, "Master, yes, this is an eel, and it is an electric eel. I remember that electric eels seem to be creatures that live in fresh water." Zhang Fan said. Gaia replied from the side, "Dad, this electric eel has been modified. Please feel it carefully." After listening to Gaia's words, Zhang Fan covered the electric eel with his thoughts. Ordinary electric eels are not true eels, but are closely related to caturiform species. The dorsal fin and tail fin are degenerated, and there is a long anal fin on the lower edge. It swims by the movement of the anal fin. It has a generator at the tail, which is derived from muscles, tissue and innervated by the spinal nerves. But this electric eel is different. It has a very subtle dorsal fin on its body, and there are also faintly visible pelvic fins on both sides of its body. There are also thick nerves inside the body. At this time, Zhang Fan asked, "How can it discharge electricity like this?" Adam, "Lord, please look. I saw the body of this 1-meter-long electric eel begin to straighten, and then the cells all over the body began to become active, and a blue light was released from the body of the electric eel. The blue light disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the electric eel returned to normal again." Zhang Fan said in surprise, "This electric eel discharges its whole body? That's okay." Gaia said happily, "Dad, I designed the shape of this electric eel. After deducing the protective film of the ice and snow giant squid, I have been thinking about the research method of this film. The electric eel you see now, it actually has a thin membrane on its body, and these membranes can prevent it from being injured by its own current." When Adam saw Gaia speaking, he couldn't lag behind and said, "Master, the electric eel discharge was created by Adam. This effect is amplified by the nerve microcurrent and can emit a voltage of at least 1000 volts in an instant." Gaia glanced at Adam unhappily. "Dad, have you seen the dorsal fin and pectoral fin on the electric eel? They are designed by me to speed up the electric eel's movement speed in the sea. Of course, this electric eel has more than it's so simple to discharge electricity, and it can also destroy enemies through the sharp teeth in its mouth." At this time, Adam said more forcefully, "Master, you should have carefully observed the inside just now. This is what Adam did specifically. It can convert food into energy, and can release strong current when the positive and negative electrodes of the nerve are in contact." Gaia, "Hey, you just said that." Adam was unconvinced and said, "So what?" Zhang Fan came out to smooth things over. Okay, stop arguing, everyone has contributed. Without further ado, let's hatch the electric eels as soon as possible. I can't wait to see their performance. After the electric eel genes were recorded, the information was fed back to the mother nest, and then the larvae began to hatch into cocoons. Hatching in the ocean is somewhat different from that on land. On land, larvae can hatch through the nutrients provided by the fungus carpet. But there are not so many resources to use in the sea, so the larvae need to be completely fed. The larvae ate one after another until they became fat and strong, and then plunged into the seawater. The body began to curl up, and the mucus they spit out slowly covered the whole body.
Then it slowly sank to the seabed.
After a period of incubation, the eggs burst and the electric eel emerged.
Dozens of electric eels swim in the opposite direction of the original shark.
These primitive sharks don't know that danger is coming quietly, and their eyes are full of blood. They are hungry for food, and have become lost in the smells wafting from the ocean. But they still have some instincts, knowing that shallow seas are very dangerous for them, and if they get stranded, they will die. Sharks are a very special kind of fish.
They cannot stop swimming.
They rely on this continuous propulsion method to obtain oxygen in the seawater. As soon as they stop, they will die of lack of oxygen. These primitive sharks were about 3 to 5 meters in size and did not look particularly large.
The electric eels slowly swam to the side of the primitive sharks. A primitive shark's eyes focused, its tail fin swung, its body twisted, it opened its big mouth and pounced towards the electric eel. You can clearly see the inside of the primitive shark's mouth, the upper and lower rows of densely packed teeth, sharp and sharp. Zheng Fan heard that shark teeth can grow indefinitely. I don't know if it's true. I'll try it again in the future. Electric eel. Discharge me. Zheng Fan shouted.
Dozens of electric eels began to tense up, and the nerves in their bodies began to contact.
After 2 squeaks, the electric eels' bodies began to emit blue light.
After these blue currents came into contact with the seawater, they began to spread out in all directions, lashing out hard on the original shark's body like a series of bolts. The primitive shark closed its mouth and began to twitch all over. I saw that this shark had its mouth closed, its upper lip biting its lower lip, its head slightly upward, its tail fin also slightly upward, and the 2 pelvic fins beside it also swung outwards. The whole body was crackling and flashing under the stimulation of electric current. The moment the current ended, the original shark's head lowered, its tail fin also lowered, and the blood in its eyes was gone. Only the white eyes turned up slightly, and gradually sank to the seabed. Some primitive sharks around who were not attacked by the current were frightened by the strong current and fled in all directions. They thought God was angry and thundered. On the other hand, the electric eels were actually very uncomfortable.
These dozens of electric eels also fainted after releasing a round of electric current. Zheng Fan said to Gaia dissatisfied, "Is this the insulation you are talking about?" Gaia said politely, Dad, this needs to be improved, hee. Zheng Fan didn't care about Gaia.
He turned his attention to the fainted primitive shark and ordered the stinging jellyfish to drag the primitive shark ashore.
Give them a good makeover before they die.
The tentacles of the stinging jellyfish wrapped around the primitive shark one after another, lifting it up.
The remaining tentacles waved lightly, alas. No pull. Here are a few more, alas. Still not pulling, why is this guy so heavy?
When the group of stinging jellyfish completely covered the original shark, it could finally be gently dragged back. With the help of the worker bees, the original shark was thrown into the mother nest. There is no need for the Zerg soldiers to release modified cells this time, as that would be too slow, and we cannot just watch the hard-won trophy die like this. The floor of the mother's nest was also made up of fungus carpet, and needles protruded from the ground, and then penetrated into the spine, abdomen, and head of the original shark.
This is a cram-feeding injection method.
The modified cells injected by this method can quickly cover the entire body of the creature and obtain the opponent's genes. However, the creature finally meets God. After the original shark had completely lost its breath, the modified cells had completed their work.
See one on the shelves. I am very surprised and frustrated that this book has been put on the shelves inexplicably. I don't know what words to use to describe it. I am very grateful to my friends who have always supported me. Thank you for your suggestions. I have carefully looked at your suggestions and incorporated them into the outline over and over again. In the days to come, I hope everyone will continue to enjoy Orange's books. I know that this book is too niche, and it is not as passionate as other books. It may be considered a slow-burning one. By the way, I must emphasize this again and again. I didn't copy 4.6 billion. I didn't copy Spore Story either. At the same time, there are no ant thieves. It's all figured out by my little brain. In fact, some readers have made a mistake. Although this book has Zerg written on it, hey. Instead, I just borrowed the name of a Zerg. Later, you will find that the Zerg in StarCraft is just a reference. You can imagine that at the beginning, Zheng Fan could only use the name Zerg because of his limited thinking and perspective. My main goal is to write about biology to the extreme. Maybe in the end, everything will return to its origin and the whole universe will become a thinking body. Okay, I can only say this much.
I hope everyone can send more recommendations, recommendation tickets, rewards, subscriptions and monthly passes, which are all my dreams.
This is my first time writing a book, and I don't know what's going on with many things. I hope everyone can help me.
By the way, the last thing to say is, please subscribe tomorrow.
If the subscription is good, I will add more chapters. If the subscription is not good, I can only update 2 chapters.
In the same manner, a Zerg version of the original shark was created. These sharks have the same standard system, with a body length of 3 meters.
Why not 5 meters? Because the one Zhang Fan picked up before was 3 meters long.
Gaia also made some special designs for them, adding the unique sharp spines of the Zerg to these sharks. On the back and on both sides of the pectoral fins, the shark's mouth was changed into a 4-petal mouthpart, which is more lethal. After completing the design, Gaia enthusiastically asked Zhang Fan to give them a name.
Zhang Fan thought for a while and said, "There's nothing special about it. Let's call them insect sharks."
After these insect sharks complete their descent into the sea, they begin their first ocean voyage.
What is the ocean?
The ocean is the mother, the place where life is most nurtured. All kinds of creatures in the world begin to grow from the ocean. Of course, except for Zhang Fan, he developed from the lake. To truly know what the ocean is, you must see it with your own eyes, hear it with your ears, taste it with your own ears, and feel its power.
However, if you want to truly understand the ocean, you must live in it.
The sea in Zhang Fan's impression is distant and quiet, but one can still feel its pulse and strength, like a never-ending life. The sea and sky are connected together, giving people an indescribable beauty. She has a broad mind, embraces all rivers, and tolerates all things.
Her noble blue color is fascinating.
Close your eyes gently and listen to the sound of the sea.
How many centuries have passed by?
Since the creation of the world, the sea has been chasing one wave after another, endlessly, smoothing everything and breaking everything. The group of insect sharks kept swimming towards the distance, and the continent became smaller and smaller in the eyes of the insect sharks.
And an unexpected creature appeared in front of them. Ha! Is this a mermaid?
Zhang Fan looked at the black figure in front of him in surprise. The appearance is very similar to that of a legendary mermaid, with a graceful body and glossy black hair.
This is the textbook version of a mermaid.
Zhang Fan made up his mind, I have to go over and see if this is a mermaid. In fact, Zhang Fan also knows that mermaids are just magical creatures that live in fantasy novels. They have beautiful singing voices that attract passing ships, and then pull all the crew members into the abyss.
Mermaids in real life are manatees.
When viewed from a distance behind them, they look like a young girl sitting on a rock to rest, so people often mistakenly think that they are mermaids. The insect sharks began to speed up, getting closer and closer to the mermaid. The mermaid seemed to have noticed the incoming insect sharks, and without looking back, she jumped into the sea with a slight leap.
Of course, Zhang Fan would not let it go so easily and quickly issued an order, "Quick, catch up."
The tail fins of the insect sharks swung desperately, causing a splash of water on the sea. The mermaid is 50 meters ahead.
We are almost catching up.
Zhang Fan calculated the distance between the insect shark and the mermaid in his mind. At this time, the mermaid looked back for a moment. The current was a bit turbulent and he couldn't see everything clearly, but Zhang Fan still saw its ugly face and a protruding nose. When he was about to catch up with the mermaid, the other party suddenly made a sharp turn and avoided the attack of the insect sharks.
Hey, this guy is quite flexible,
Zhang Fan said in surprise. The insect sharks continued to pursue, and because of their avoidance this time, the distance became slightly longer again. Continuing to pursue the mermaid, a huge octopus appeared in front of him. It should be about 30 meters in size. The mermaid swam past the octopus. Zhang Fan also wanted to pursue it, but was blocked by the octopus. The insect sharks began to turn around to avoid the attack of the tentacles. It would be very uncomfortable to be sucked by a sucker as big as a wash basin. The insect sharks had lost sight of the mermaid, and then turned their attention to the big octopus.
At this time, a voice came from the octopus, "Huh? Are you the master?" Zhang Fan was also confused. "Zero?"
Ling said, "It turns out you are really the master.
I didn't expect you to have swam so far." "Not bad." Zhang Fan said dissatisfied. "Zero, what are your plans?" Ling chuckled and said, "I don't have any plans, I just want to play a game with you." Zhang Fan, game? But I don't want to play games with you. Why do you look like this mollusk every time you appear?
The big octopus raised his tentacles and tapped on the big head, and then Zero said, "Because I think these guys are very smart, don't you think so?" Then, Zhang Fan discovered that he was gradually surrounded by octopuses.
Octopuses of all sizes surrounded the insect sharks.
It seemed that they were not going to let him go this time. Zero's voice came from all directions. Come on, let's play a game.
It will be fun. Zhang Fan did not stop the insect sharks wandering, and said while swimming, what game? What are the benefits to me?
The Zero control octopuses seemed to be thinking, and they all put their tentacles on their big heads, and then said, well, I didn't expect it, but you can come with me and have a look.
I guarantee you will like to play with things.
Zhang Fan's insect shark opened its four-petal mouthparts, gestured towards the octopuses, and then said, lead the way. The octopuses left the insect sharks, and the largest octopus turned around and led the way, follow me. The 8 legs of the big octopus swung together, and the whole body rushed forward quickly. The huge water flow blew the bodies of the insect sharks slightly. Zhang Fan cursed in his heart, then stabilized the insect sharks and kept up with the speed of the big octopus. Unexpectedly, although this big octopus is very large, it is extremely flexible and can easily pass through some relatively narrow gaps. Zhang Fan remembered reading a report before, saying how smart octopuses are, being able to open lids, write numbers, etc.
Zhang Fan thought to himself, is this Zero a mutant octopus?
We're here. Zero's voice interrupted Zhang Fan's thoughts. Looking up, in front of the insect shark was a very thick wall.
Zhang Fan asked strangely, is this the game you are talking about? It doesn't have any characteristics.
Zero quickly shook his head and said, no, the game is not outside but inside, look over there. The octopus's tentacles pointed upwards, and the insect sharks raised their heads one after another, and a small black hole was projected into their eyes.
Are you going to play an adventure game?
Zhang Fan thought in his mind. The big octopus continued to swim upstream and came to the entrance of the cave. It pointed its tentacles at the entrance of the cave and said to Zhang Fan, how about we play a hide-and-seek game?
Have you joined the group?
Welcome to join Orange's Savior, group chat number, 575547329, come and give me suggestions and add a few biological samples.
Hide and seek? This is an ancient term, and this concept has existed since the beginning of civilization.
Both the hunter and the hunted play a hide-and-seek game of wits and courage. This was also one of Zhang Fan's favorite games from the age of 5 to 15.
What does Zero mean? Does it want to be a hunter?
Zero said at this time, as long as you play this hide-and-seek game with me, you can find me.
How about you, play or not?
Although he knew that Ling was lying to him, Zhang Fan felt that he was really moved.
Let's play.
After Zhang Fan said this, he controlled the insect sharks to drill into the cave.
Please wait a moment. Zero said. Zhang Fan's insect shark stopped, looked back at Zero and said, what else is there?
Move faster, the shark can't stop.
Ling said nonchalantly, I know this, I have something to give you. After saying that, the big octopus opened its mouth under its abdomen.
Then the tentacles reached into the mouth and took out white eggs one after another. Then Ling handed the egg to Zhang Fan and said, eat this, and then we can talk inside. The insect sharks took a deep look at the big octopus, and then swallowed the eggs one by one in an orderly manner. Then Zhang Fan said, I hope you won't do any tricks. Zero waved his hand quickly, of course not, go in, I wish you good luck.
After all the insect sharks entered the cave, Zero asked the big octopus to pick up a big stone and block the entrance of the cave. Zhang Fan was not surprised at all.
He had never believed anything Ling said. Keep going, you should see a patch of fluorescent grass. After swallowing the octopus eggs, Zero's voice seemed to float in his ears.
Zhang Fan didn't answer, and controlled the insect sharks to continue deeper.
Sure enough, he saw a piece of fluorescent grass, which illuminated the dark cave clearly.
Zhang Fan let the insect shark eat the fluorescent grass into its stomach, and Ling asked, what are you doing?
Zhang Fan replied calmly, I'm hungry, so I need to replenish my strength. Zero said in surprise, wow, it turns out you sharks don't need to eat meat.
Zhang Fan didn't answer.
In fact, there was no need to answer.
He knew the reason.
After the genetic transformation of the fluorescent grass was completed through the modified cells in the insect shark's body, it was sent to Adam without any knowledge of Zero.
Zhang Fan continued to swim towards the depths of the cave and asked, Zero, what is inside? Ling thought for a moment and said, well, actually I don't know either.
Just see for yourself.
Zhang Fan is speechless.
This is the place you chose.
Don't you even know what's inside?
The tunnels in the cave began to become narrower, and only insect sharks could be allowed to enter one by one. Suddenly, a sharp thorn shot out from the wall.
Zhang Fan's insect shark did not dodge quickly and was firmly nailed to the ground.
The insect shark swung its body painfully on the ground. Its strong desire to survive stirred up a large piece of mud, and the entire water suddenly became hazy. Zero ran out at this time and said, "Oh, this is a sea spider, it turns out there is one here too." Zhang Fan asked, "What is a sea spider?" Zero said, "Sea spiders are sea spiders. They are not the kind of spiders on the ground. By the way, you seem to have spiders too, what are they?" Zhang Fan said, "Lurking spider." Zero thought for a moment and said, "Well, your spider is quite unique." Zhang Fan said unhappily, "Hey, Ling, tell me about the sea spider first." Ling cleared his throat and said, "As for the sea spider, it looks a bit like a crab. You know crabs, the kind with 8 legs." Zhang Fan, "I know." Zero said, "The legs of sea spiders are more slender and very sharp. They will subdue the enemy through a sudden attack. After the opponent is completely dead, they will eat up the corpse, no, just like that." Zhang Fan adjusted his perspective to the dead insect shark. The insect shark was already dead. Zhang Fan saw many sea spiders with small bodies and long legs crawling out of the black shadow. They squatted next to the insect shark, and the ball in the center slowly approached the insect shark. Zhang Fan couldn't let them succeed so easily, and controlled the remaining insect sharks to rush towards the sea spider. Those sea spiders seemed to be jumping machines. They jumped out of sight in a swish. The seawater would not be an obstacle to them at all and disappeared into the shadows again. Zero said from the side, "It's useless, the sea spider is very sensitive to the current. It will notice it as soon as you move." Zhang Fan, "Doesn't that mean we won't be able to catch them?" Zero, "You can't say that. If they are in an open place, these sea spiders are useless, but in a small place, they are terrible killers." Zhang Fan said angrily, "So there is no way to get over it?" Zero, "Of course there is a way, you can rush over." Zhang Fan didn't say anything, thinking viciously in his heart, "I will definitely skin you when I catch you." He controlled the group of insect sharks again and lined them up in a row. Then under Zhang Fan's order, the insect sharks swung their tail fins one after another. The rushing water filled the entire cave. The insect sharks began to accelerate and rushed into the narrow tunnel. The leading insect shark opened its big mouth and bit the sea spider into pieces as soon as it entered its attack range. Crack! The spikes protruded from the shadows again and pierced the head of the leading insect shark. Zhang Fan made a prompt decision and let the injured insect shark descend shallowly. The tunnel became narrow again, but it was just enough for an insect shark to pass through. The second insect shark bit the sea spider's leg, snapping it off. The sea spider retracted the broken leg and stretched out the other leg again. Unfortunately, it did not sting this time. The insect sharks at the back scrambled to swim forward, and as soon as the front one died, the insect sharks behind them would take over. Ling yelled at the side, and after Zhang Fan shouted angrily, Ling obediently closed his mouth. After passing through the tunnel filled with sea spiders, Zhang Fan also suffered heavy losses. Almost half of the insect sharks were there. But it is not without gain. The genes of one of the sea spiders have been returned to the base. Zhang Fan, Ling, are you kidding me? Zero said aggrievedly, "No, I really haven't been in." Zhang Fan, "Don't you have any smaller creatures?" Zero, "I don't like small ones, bigger is better." Zhang Fan feels that Zero's thinking is really extreme. A reasonable ecosystem must be large, small, strong, and weak. If Zero continues like this, Zhang Fan firmly believes that he can win. Continuing to swim forward, regardless of Ling's thoughts at the side, Zhang Fan came to a three-way intersection. If you're a man, choose the right. Zhang Fan controlled half of the insect shark and swam towards the fork on the right. Please subscribe. The insect sharks came to the rightmost fork in the road, and it became dark inside. If it weren't for the fluorescent grass he collected earlier, Zhang Fan might not be able to see the environment clearly. Those fluorescent grasses were sparsely dotted on the insect shark's body, contributing a little faint light. Some small animals were attracted by the light and ran over quietly, and were finally swallowed by the insect shark. Unfortunately, I didn't get the genes I wanted. There may be something strange here. It is said that modified cells cannot be used in seawater? Perhaps they have entered into a misunderstanding. Until now, insect sharks have not used modified cells in the outside world. Instead, they are swallowed into the stomach, and then the modified cells are used after adjusting the acid-base balance. If the organism is too large and needs to be eaten in batches, then it will not have such an effect. Therefore, the modified cells in the insect shark's body can only deal with some small creatures. Closer to home, the insect sharks at the far right fork have penetrated deep into the interior. The light is getting darker and darker, and the oxygen is getting less and less. The insect sharks began to have some oxygen-deficient reactions. The reaction speed of the insect sharks in a hypoxic state would become extremely slow, which was beyond Zhang Fan's control. Then, the anaerobic cells in the cells that had not been used for a long time started to activate.
Ling said in surprise, "Wow!
You can survive in a place without oxygen.
It's amazing. Please teach me." Zhang Fan said, "What can I teach you? You are much better than me. You can survive in that kind of ice and snow." Zero sighed and said, "You are really amazing.
Let's merge and enjoy this world together."
Zhang Fan asked doubtfully, "Merge? Is this your own idea?"
Zero answered affirmatively, "Yes, since I first met you, I have had the idea of merging. We belong to the same species and evolved together.
This is the most beneficial."
Zhang Fan was thinking about the feasibility of Zero theory. According to Zero, it was the ice giant squids who told Zero about Gaia's situation, so Zero should be the same brainworm creature as Gaia, perhaps more advanced.
Zero was very similar to the Zerg leaders. It can control its own unit immersively.
Just like those mollusks out there, and the eggs lurking inside insect sharks. Zero said before that it only likes big ones and only controls mollusks, which may be true. One thing is different from Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan has completely conquered the Pancontinent, except for the Zerg.
There are also all kinds of strange creatures in the sea, and Zero has not completely conquered them.
Zhang Fan asked at this time, "Zero, why do you want to merge with me so much?"
Zero was also lost in thought. "I don't know the reason, and I don't know how to answer.
I just think you are very kind? This must be a lie. Will the friendly guy attack the mainland every once in a while? Is this sweet guy going to trick me into this hellish place?"
Ling seemed to have seen through Zhang Fan's thoughts and said, "I don't want us to continue fighting like this forever. Before we attacked the mainland, one wanted to test you, and the other we were not familiar with at that time." Zhang Fan replied speechlessly, "We are not familiar with each other yet." Then there was a twist, and Zhang Fan continued, "If you really want to merge, I will consider your idea."
Ling said happily, "Well, that's settled, pay attention to the front." "Front? What's in front?"
Zhang Fan turned his perspective to the front, where there seemed to be some faint lights.
With the faint light, the insect shark swam forward. "What is that? What sharp teeth?"
After getting closer, Zhang Fan could see the whole thing clearly. It is a lanternfish. Its whole body is like a ball, with a hanging chandelier above its head, and a row of averted sharp teeth on each top and bottom.
Its body is about 1 meter long.
The lanternfish also discovered the insect shark. When it saw the other party opening its big mouth, it turned around and ran away, disappearing into the darkness again. Zero said, "These seem to be lanternfish, they must be very courageous."
Zhang Fan asked doubtfully, "Are you very brave?"
"I didn't notice it, but the insect shark, just opened my mouth and scared it away." Ling shook his head after listening to Zhang Fan's words. No, I have seen these lanternfish. They are very ferocious creatures.
Even if they encounter my giant squid, they dare to fight." Zhang Fan asked curiously, "What is this?"
Before he finished speaking, the entire cave began to shake violently.
"What's going on?"
Zhang Fan discovered that only the cave was shaking, while the rest of the place was calm. Zero then suddenly thought of something and shouted, "No!
Run!" Zhang Fan's reaction was very fast, but the insect shark's reaction was not so fast.
During the transition between aerobic and anaerobic conditions, the insect shark's body seemed a little stiff.
Zhang Fan asked, "Zero, do you know anything?"
Zero replied, "I don't know."
Zhang Fan got a little crazy when he heard this and asked, "I wonder why you are running away?"
Zero's voice was very calm. "It's just because you don't know that I ran away.
Don't try to touch unknown things. It's very dangerous. You may enter a state of catastrophe anytime and anywhere."
Zhang Fan, "But we shouldn't be afraid of death." Zero, "You should be afraid of death because you fear life.
There is something wrong with your thinking." As they talked, the insect sharks swam out of the cave and joined other insect sharks.
The insect sharks greedily sucked in the long-lost oxygen.
Zhang Fan was thinking about what Ling said.
Zhang Fan agreed that only those who fear life will be afraid of death, but if you always avoid it, then the meaning of life will be out of the question.
Zhang Fan asked, "Zero, how have you experienced these years?
If you keep escaping like this, it will be impossible to evolve. Natural selection requires you to learn to fight." Zero, "I know, I didn't deliberately look for the unknown, but the unknown came to me. I originally wanted to have a comfortable nest, but the nest was destroyed, so I had to find another place.
I just mixed in and mixed in. That's it. Zhang Fan suddenly thought of something and asked, so, those big software guys are also controlled by accident? Zero said, yeah, it's quite accidental. I haven't interfered much in their lives. You should have seen it before. They all have their own thoughts. Zhang Fan felt that yes, the ice giant squid he saw before was like this, and the octopus was like this too. Zero could only control it, but it didn't mean he had complete control. Zhang Fan then asked, Zero, where are you? Ling thought for a while and said, to be honest, I don't know where I am now. It's hard to find someone of the same kind. Let's play hide and seek. You can find me. Find you? You said it so easily.
This sea is 5 times the size of the continent, not counting some bottomless trenches. Zero said at this time, you don't have to search deliberately.
As long as you avoid the unknown, you can find me. Okay, without further ado, my time is up. Zhang Fan was surprised and asked, wait, Zero, what time is it? Then a pop sound was heard in the insect shark's abdomen.
The octopus egg was dissolved by the stomach acid in the insect shark's body. This was even when Zhang Fan specifically reduced the gastric acid.
Well, now that Zero is gone, let's do what we want. Should you go to the fork on the right or not?
After thinking for a long time, Zhang Fan finally decided not to go and leave the unknown to the future to solve.
Maybe this problem will become eternal. Then there are only 2 roads left, one in the middle and one on the right. How to go? Will there be any danger?
Forget it, don't think about it so much, just divide your troops. Then, the insect sharks divided into 2 teams again, one team swam towards the left, and the other team swam towards the middle. Both roads seemed quite safe, and no dangerous creatures were found after swimming for a long time.
Am I so dark-faced? Did I find the most dangerous path before?
Zhang Fan thought mockingly to himself. The insect shark on the far left kept swimming forward, and a few light years appeared in front of it.
Could it be another lantern fish? Go check it out.
There is plenty of oxygen here, and the concentration is getting higher and higher. The insect sharks passed through the cave, and then their eyes were flashed by a sudden bright light, and they didn't recover for a long time. After a while, the insect sharks adapted to the environment here and were stunned by the scenery in front of them. This place is like another world, a huge cave.
It seems that I have been swimming down to the bottom just now. Could it be the underground world again?
Zhang Fan thought as he looked at the scene around him. The entire cave is filled with azure crystals, and there seems to be hot lava flowing behind these crystals. The space is huge, and there are many unknown creatures. Each of these creatures has big eyes, and they are looking at the insect sharks curiously. These creatures living underground are not very large, and the largest ones are only about the same size as a lantern fish. In the crystal gap on Zhang Fan's left side, Zhang Fan saw a fish with a human face. At first, he thought he saw intelligent creatures again, which frightened Zhang Fan. If intelligent creatures were seen so often, it would be really worthless. This kind of fish is called human-faced fish, which means that its face is more like a human face, its body has no muscles, and its body is very soft.
Zhang Fan thinks that this fish should be more appropriately classified as a mollusk.
The human-faced fish seemed to be afraid of the insect sharks that were several heads taller than itself. When Zhang Fan turned his gaze towards it, the human-faced fish shrank back in the cracks in fear, with fear revealed in its big eyes.
Since this kind of fish is not a threat to you, let's continue to look inside.
The insect sharks continued to move deeper into the crystal cave.
The scenery here is very beautiful. The magma transfers heat through the crystals. It is neither too high nor too low. The temperature is just right. No wonder so many creatures live here.
Zhang Fan also saw worms that he had not seen for a long time. These worms had long, snow-white bodies and big heads.
They fed on the plants in the crystal cave. Oh, by the way, let's talk about the ecosystem in this crystal cave.
The first is the producers, which are plants that can absorb the energy of magma. These plants grow in the gaps between crystals and rocks. They are very numerous. Some are like blooming flowers and are red in color. Zhang Fan discovered through the crystal that these plants were able to bring their roots close to the magma.
He could see clearly that those unusually dense roots were drifting along the surface of the magma. Is this magma flower growing backwards? Zhang Fan thought strangely. Magma flowers are the name given to them by Zhang Fan. The real scientific name cannot be verified. The roots of magma flowers absorb the minerals and temperature spilled from the magma. These temperatures are then fed back to the red leaves growing in the water, which absorb the water, forming a cycle. During this process, magma flowers also emit oxygen and excess salt. The amount of oxygen released is scary. Small bubbles emerge from the leaves of the magma flower and then rush to the top.
Some of those bubbles merged into the seawater, some just lay quietly on the crystal, and others entered the new world through the gaps. In addition, the excess salt was discharged. Zhang Fan thought that this might be the reason for the production of crystals, because he observed that the color of these rock spirits was vaguely bluish, but they were so small that it hurt the eyes of insect sharks. I won't go into too much detail about the number of consumers here. In addition to the human-faced fish, there are also some crustacean creatures.
The crystal crab is really a crystal crab. The carapace of its body is transparent.
Zhang Fan can clearly see the internal structure of this crab's body.
This is the gills, this is the heart, this is the brain. Hey, what is this? Zhang Fan looked at the crystal crab curiously.
The crystal crab was alert. Looking at the big guy that suddenly appeared above its head, it raised its large pincers angrily. These pliers are much inferior to worker bees, and there is no threat at all. Zhang Fan ignored the intimidation of the crystal crab and controlled the insect shark to stare at the yellowish thing on the back of the crystal crab. The crystal crab clamped the insect shark's skin unceremoniously, but it couldn't be clamped no matter how hard it clamped. After the crystal crab ran away, Zhang Fan realized that it should be the female crab, and the yellow things inside should be its crab eggs. After continuing to observe the surroundings for a while, Zhang Fan found that this place was very suitable for use as a submarine base for the Zerg, but there was still a lot of preparation work to be done. The main problem is to transport the seeds of the mushroom blanket and be able to adapt to the seawater environment here. Although worker bees can paddle water, they seem to be in a hurry once they dive into the sea. In this case, a new construction unit is needed. Zhang Fan turned his attention to the crystal crabs. The crystal crabs seemed to sense them and raised their two large pincers alertly, gesturing threateningly at the insect sharks. Well, these guys are quite suitable, but they are a bit small. I'll ask Adam to optimize them when the time comes.
Zhang Fan nodded in thought.
Then, let's take a look at what other creatures around us can be used.
This one shouldn't be too brittle, and this one shouldn't be too thin.
Needless to say, this one has only the skeleton left. After looking for a long time, I couldn't find anything that could replace the crystal crab, so I'll just make do with it for now.
Let's see, where are the insect sharks transporting supplies now?
Zhang Fan shifted his perspective to the insect sharks transporting supplies. The mouths of the insect sharks contained a large number of carpet seeds, which Adam had prepared for Zhang Fan a long time ago. This time, in addition to insect sharks, Zhang Fan also mobilized stinging jellyfish and electric eels. Having more strength is never a disadvantage. It was just that they encountered some trouble during the transfer process. The large army encountered a group of migrating anomalocaris. These strange shrimps range in size from several meters to dozens of centimeters, and are ferocious in nature. Wherever they pass, no grass grows. These gathered anomalies have a Zerg-like appearance. Zhang Fan felt that he was not strong enough in the ocean, so it was better to stay away. However, those strange shrimps don't think so. Those little shrimps are still hungry and waiting for food. After finally seeing the delicious guys, there is no reason to let them go. Go ahead, eat meat. Those strange shrimps all rushed towards the Zerg Navy. I respect you a foot, but you actually give me a foot, okay, you have many people, I can't afford to offend you, why don't you hide? The group of strange shrimps that followed him pursued him for 2 miles. When Zhang Fan was running for his life, he remembered a report, which had nothing to do with anomalocaris, but was about Antarctic shrimp. That kind of shrimp lives in Antarctica. They serve as a staple food for many animals and are a source of nutrition for almost all marine animals. Antarctic shrimps are social animals, and their colonies are huge, some even reaching 500 million tons. Zhang Fan felt that the number of these strange shrimps chasing him was not large enough.
Just running away is not an option. The main task this time is to escort the insect sharks to transport the carpet seeds. Stinging jellyfish and electric eels have to make some sacrifices when necessary.
Therefore, Zhang Fan asked the electric eel to stop first, while the rest of the navy continued to run forward.
Electric eels are equivalent to poisonous banlings, but the attack methods of the two types are different. If poisonous banlings are not necessarily able to exert such a powerful force in the sea. When the group of strange shrimps saw the electric eels waiting for them, they all accelerated their pace in excitement, with their hands moving quickly and slowly. Zhang Fan estimated the distance of the strongest electric shock and the current distance of the anomalocaris. The appearance of anomalocaris is different from the shrimps seen before. Their forelimbs are more like two curved awls. They can not only pierce the enemy's flesh, but also disintegrate the opponent through the spikes on the awls. Zhang Fan controlled the electric eel and waited patiently, but it was still a little far away. In the blink of an eye, the anomalocaris have entered the attack range of the electric eel. A single electric shock can stun at least hundreds of anomalocaris. However, Zhang Fan still did not take action. He wanted to obtain the maximum attack effect. The distance between the strange shrimps is getting closer and closer. They begin to gather together and rub shoulders one after another, each one trying to compete for the top spot. Those large anomalocaris hate the small anomalocaris next to them, and are constantly driving away the surrounding anomalocaris with their tail fins. Zhang Fan saw two fast-headed and larger shrimps fighting over territory. As an enemy, Zhang Fan agreed with their method. Although there are currently many conflicts within the anomaly, the speed of progress has not slowed down at all. Now! The electric eel's eyes flashed. The forelimbs of those strange shrimps were raised, preparing to launch the final attack. The two eyeballs fishing outside revealed greed. Wow! A thunderbolt exploded in the seawater. If you look down at the sea from the air at this time, you will find that the place where the electric eel released the click emits a dazzling blue light. The attack time of these blue lights is still very short, and every time the electric eels are gathered together to attack, the electric eels will fall into fainting, so it is not an option to continue like this. This attack was very successful. Some of the strange shrimps in the lead were roasted into charcoal under the stimulation of the strong electric current. Some of the strange shrimps slightly further behind also fell into a coma. Afterwards, the anomalocaris did not experience any other discomfort except for feeling a slight numbness. In an instant, a vacuum zone appeared in the group of strange shrimps. The remaining anomalies were stunned for a moment. They didn't know what happened just now. It seemed like thunder, but there didn't seem to be any warning. Thunder can actually occur in the sea, but before that, the moisture in the air will increase and the air pressure in the seawater will also change. Those creatures that live in the sea all year round know that this is a sign of the coming storm. They will burrow underneath, and even if they starve to death, they will not show up at this juncture. Lightning in storms is so powerful that it can easily release millions of volts. When these lightning strikes the sea surface, it can instantly evaporate the water, and the remaining current will flow to all corners of the ocean, stretching for hundreds of meters. Closer to home, electric eels are not as powerful as lightning. Their voltage is only 1000 volts. After a brief period of unconsciousness, the anomalies had differences. Some of them swam towards the electric eel, and some swam towards the corpses of their own species. The anomalies swimming towards the corpses of their own species don't care whether they are their own species, they only know that this is delicious food appearing in front of them. The shrimps swimming toward the electric eels are few in number and small in size, and they seem a bit hesitant. You know whether you should eat them or not. What if the other party gives you another electric shock? The electric eels actually no longer have the strength to release a second electric shock. They are weak and drifting automatically in the sea. Zhang Fan observed the repair of the electric eel's body. It belonged to the third level of disability. It was repaired by himself. This shortcoming must be corrected. The small anomalies looked at the electric eel and seemed to be motionless. They swam over cautiously, took a bite from the eel's body and ran away. After running for a while, I found that the electric eel did not attack, so I plucked up the courage to step forward again. Zhang Fan was about to play with it, but the small shrimp approached again, and the electric eel used its last bit of weak energy to flash an electric light on the surface. The small anomalocaris turned around and ran away in fright. The small anomalocaris ran away, but there were also large anomalocaris. They were not afraid of such a weak voltage. He came to the electric eels boldly and ate them into his stomach, making the little anomalocaris salivate with envy. The sacrifice of the electric eel delayed the transportation of the troops for a long time. Zhang Fan controlled the remaining insect sharks and stinging jellyfish and took a long detour to bypass the group of strange shrimps. It was a near miss. Originally, Zhang Fan wanted to use the anomaly as a construction unit, but Gaia sent word to Zhang Fan that it had a better plan, so Zhang Fan stopped thinking about the anomaly. When we came to the wall in the sea, we found the hole blocked by zero, and it took a lot of effort to remove the big stone. After moving away, a large airflow rushed out of the cave. This airflow is full of oxygen, which is expelled by the plants in the cave. Fortunately, it is not very powerful, otherwise the fragile stinging jellyfish will definitely be blown to pieces. The remaining navy entered the cave one after another, and after 9 turns and 18 turns, they arrived at the sea spider tunnel. Just keep rushing as usual and pass as much as you can. This time something went wrong, only a few insect sharks passed by, and the others were blocked in the tunnel.
It was Zhang Fan's own fault for not estimating the distance between the stinging jellyfish and the insect shark. After an insect shark fell, the other insect shark should have moved forward quickly, but with the addition of jellyfish, the passage became even narrower. In this way, the troops behind were blocked.
Zhang Fan felt that it didn't matter whether there were any next, as these insect sharks were enough anyway.
Entered the fork on the left again, swam for a while, and entered the crystal cave.
The insect sharks in the cave have been prepared.
They have cleaned up some small animals around them and cleared a large area. The insect shark came to the open space, patrolled the area for a week, and after confirming again that there was no threat, opened its mouth.
Each slender purple seed slowly fell into the crystal cave.
The carpet seeds that fall on the ground do not start to germinate immediately. They have to accumulate a sufficient number of needle-shaped bacteria in their bodies.
The genes of these needle-shaped bacteria were also modified by Adam and can adapt to life in the ocean.
However, due to the salt particles in the seawater, the activity may be reduced to a certain extent, and the development of the bacterial carpet may not be like that on land.
Fast.
After the active bacteria are completely gathered in the seeds, the carpet begins to germinate, and the needle-shaped bacteria spread in all directions like crazy. The purple carpet spreads to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye, and exudes a charming fragrance. This fragrance permeated the seawater and immediately stimulated the appetite of the creatures. Those desperate crystal shrimps came to the fungus carpet in groups, trying to get a piece of the pie.
Zhang Fan would not let them go easily this time. The insect sharks opened their big mouths and swallowed them.
Those eager creatures were trembling with fear when they saw such a terrifying insect shark, and no one dared to touch the majesty of the insect shark. After the carpets are automatically laid to a certain extent, they will stop laying and they will begin to develop rhizomes. Those thick and powerful roots immediately penetrated into the hard earth, kicking up a large amount of dust. The rhizomes continued to extend downward, and finally stopped developing near the magma. Afterwards, we saw that filamentous roots like magma flowers began to grow on the rhizomes of the fungus blanket. After completing these tasks, it is time to establish the mother nest.
The key point of a mother nest in the ocean is that it must be sealed.
No matter how hard it is strengthened, there will still be an osmotic reaction when the larvae are hatched. This would cause the larvae to hatch imperfectly, so Zhang Fan decided to add a drainage chamber to the passage of the mother nest.
Perhaps due to the pressure of seawater, the construction of the mother nest is not very smooth.
The construction of the site is relatively fast, but there will be multiple collapses during the ascent. Zhang Fan thought about this for a while and felt that the keel construction in the nest should be increased. The keel is generally the so-called most critical part of a ship that supports the entire ship, just like the human spine. Without a keel, a ship can be broken apart by waves in minutes while sailing on the sea.
How to build the keel of the brood nest. It is important not to interfere with the normal hatching of the larvae.
After thinking about it, Zhang Fan thought of the tent, which was supported by an iron pillar in the middle, and there were iron pillars around the rest, and there were iron nails on the outside to support it.
The nest is shaped like one of those tents, so part of it is building the inner keel.
The needle-shaped bacteria began to wrap around the center of the carpet, getting tighter and higher, absorbing a large amount of calcium in the ocean and under the seabed.
A blue and white keel was built after several days. The seawater here has a high salt content and contains small blue factors, so the entire keel looks a bit blue.
After building the keel, Zhang Fan did it a second time, but even after the keel was built, it still collapsed. It seems that the keel alone is not enough, some auxiliary brackets must be added. Then add those sub-brackets at the opening. It took a long time to finally complete the construction of the mother nest, which is generally about the same size as the one on the ground.
The interior is supported by a keel and 12 auxiliary brackets, eliminating the gap between the outer shell and the inner membrane.
This anti-collision gap is ineffective in the ocean.
Water pressure alone can flatten the gap.
If it is forcibly created, a lot of resources will be wasted for no reason. There is no seawater inside the mother nest, and all the seawater is discharged out of the body through air pressure.
This is very convenient.
Most fish can do this, just like a swim bladder. The passage is also composed of a two-layer chamber, which is filled with seawater when it is not necessary. It will only discharge the seawater when the construction workers return to the nest.
Okay, next is the question of construction workers. According to Gaia, it means to create a creature that looks like a lobster. It is also named casually as a construction worker. The worker shrimp is about the same size as the worker bee. It also feeds on the bacterial carpet. It has eliminated the lungs and added the function of gills.
The body is more slender and not as bloated as a worker bee, as you can see by comparing the appearance of a lobster. This way it can swim very fast in the sea, much faster than a crab. After the design of the worker shrimps was completed, they were put into production. They hatched inside the mother nest, and then slowly climbed out of the mother nest and came to the ocean world. In the crystal cave, there is still a lot of space waiting for the workers to explore. The only thing that needs attention is not to destroy the surrounding crystals and magma flowers. Once these are destroyed, the magma will flow back and completely fill the entire cave. In that case, great resources would be wasted. Zhang Fan would not do that kind of thing of killing the goose to retrieve the eggs. Development should be slower. Things in the crystal cave were over, and time went back to when the two teams of insect sharks separated. The pair of insect sharks swimming toward the middle were once again in a state of hypoxia, just like the fork on the right. After converting the anaerobic ability, he continued to swim inside, while also devouring some small creatures around him to replenish his physical strength. Anaerobism is actually a very uncomfortable process, just like the kind of muscle soreness after doing strenuous exercise. Muscle soreness after anaerobic production will cause the insect shark's overall movement to slow down. The insect sharks were always walking around, wearing down Zhang Fan's patience. Along the way, sea spiders and lanternfish appear again. Don't worry about the sea spiders. The place here is relatively spacious and will not pose the slightest threat to the insect sharks. On the contrary, when attacking the insect sharks, they will be killed. The trouble is those lanternfish. Just as Zero said, the lanternfish are extremely ferocious, and their spirit of fighting back is admirable. Those big teeth look scary, but would be hard-pressed to cause harm to a bug shark. When he first attacked, Zhang Fan was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. The teeth of lanternfish are more like sieves. They often feed on small creatures and only attack enemies when their territory is invaded. They usually scare away enemies with their terrifying appearance. However, I didn't expect that this time there would be a group of insect sharks who were also not afraid of life and death. This idea was very tricky. After seeing the slight damage caused by the lanternfish to the insect shark, Zhang Fan's mischievous heart burst out. He controlled the insect sharks not to bite the lanterns themselves, and specifically picked out their lanterns to bite. Every time he bit the lanternfish were in agony, and then Zhang Fan let the insect shark devour the lanternfish. After breaking down the genes in its body, it was found that there was nothing worthy of praise. After cleaning up the surrounding lanternfish, the insect sharks moved on. The current in front became more and more turbulent, and the bodies of the insect sharks wandering in the sea became shaky. There seems to be a sea current ahead. Zhang Fan thought thoughtfully, feeling the flow of the seawater. Go and have a look. The insect sharks swayed their bodies and continued to move forward. The more turbulent the water flow, the higher the concentration of oxygen in the seawater, and the insect sharks gradually regain their energy. This is easy to explain. Just like a fish tank, if there is no oxygen rod, the oxygen in the water will gradually decrease, and eventually all the fish in the fish tank will die. With the oxygen rod, water flow is formed, and oxygen will penetrate into the water. The rapid water flow brings oxygen in. The flow of seawater was getting faster and faster. Zhang Fan couldn't control the bodies of the insect sharks, so he simply let go and let nature solve the problem. After coming into contact with the control of the insect sharks, the group of insect sharks were suddenly pulled by the current. Danger is everywhere in this underwater cave. For example, Zhang Fan failed to control his rhythm and an insect shark accidentally floated above the water flow and was split in half by a stone pillar in front of him. The stone pillar broke under a violent impact, and its sharp edges stabbed another insect shark. This is not over yet. The stone pillar will be carried forward by the current, and the insect sharks have a very difficult time avoiding its attack. Just one small stone pillar caused the death of 4 insect sharks. Not counting the large rocks carried by the current, these rocks were even more threatening. They would cover the entire passage, and if caught, they would be smashed to pieces. The bones scattered everywhere in the water are good proof. The insect sharks tried their best to avoid all dangers, and finally saw the light again. The water there could no longer be described as water, but a torrent. Under the action of the powerful suction, the insect sharks could no longer control their bodies and rushed out of the hole under the action of the spiral. The crackling stones behind me hit my body very painfully. After leaving the cave, Zhang Fan realized that this place turned out to be an ocean current zone. Ocean currents are also called sea currents. In addition to tidal movements caused by tidal forces, seawater flows on a large scale along a certain path in the ocean.
This world has no moon, so gravitational tidal movements can be ruled out.
The main driving force causing ocean current movement is wind, or it can be the uneven density distribution of seawater caused by the thermo-salt effect. To be clear, the ocean currents caused by temperature changes have a certain periodicity. Ocean currents are the main regulator of the thermal environment on the planet's surface and can be divided into warm currents and cold currents. If the water temperature of the ocean current is higher than the water temperature reaching the sea area, it is called a warm current. If the water temperature of the ocean current is lower than the water temperature reaching the sea area, it is called a cold current. Zhang Fan felt the temperature around him and guessed that this was a cold wave. So speaking of it, this ocean current should be able to carry Zhang Fan towards the southern hemisphere.
I'm really looking forward to it. I can finally go to the southern hemisphere.
Zhang Fan thought excitedly.
However, ocean current movement is not absolutely safe.
Many creatures in the ocean rely on ocean currents to migrate. These insect sharks are just a drop of water in the pool at best, and they are not enough of a threat to the surrounding environment.
The biggest threat in this ocean current is the large tuna.
As can be seen from their name, this type of tuna is relatively hard and has a short and sharp horn on the top of its head, which is a bit like a swordfish. Zhang Fan guessed that this may be the ancestor of the swordfish. The bodies of these tuna are golden yellow, the scales on the outside are as hard as steel plates, and the size is about the same size as an insect shark.
Tuna are invincible in ocean currents.
They are like scavengers, cleaning up all the creatures in front of them.
Even giant mollusks that stray into ocean currents will be chopped into pieces.
Zhang Fan was relatively lucky. The insect sharks happened to be following behind the tuna, and there was a big boss in front of them to open the way, which could save a lot of energy.
There are also some small crustaceans in the ocean currents, and only these small creatures can avoid the charge of tuna.
These fish that slip through the net can just replenish the physical strength of the insect sharks.
On the periphery of the ocean currents, there are also some creatures that specifically rely on ocean currents for prey.
Zhang Fan calls them jet-kissing insects. This jet-kissed insect looks like a white ball when it is outside the ocean current.
Once prey enters its field of vision, it will quickly squeeze the seawater in its body. This method is very similar to a cuttlefish spitting ink.
After spraying the water, the body of the jet snout becomes very slender, and then it enters the ocean current to hunt. Jet-kissing bugs have super fast movement speed, and their attitude is decisive. If they fail to succeed in one attack, they will continue to leave the ocean current quickly without stopping for a moment. They know that once they enter the ocean current and cannot get out, they will die in it forever. Zhang Fan was also attacked by this jet-kissing insect, giving no time for the insect shark to react. As long as you are stung by these jet-kissing bugs, you will be immobilized by the coagulation factor in the kissing bug's body. Then after being taken out, they will be devoured by other jet-kissing bugs. Along the way, Zhang Fan was attacked by various types of jet-kissing bugs. There were several insect sharks, and Zhang Fan watched helplessly as they were torn apart by the kissing bugs.
No one there?
Welcome to Join Orange's Savior, group chat number 5755473229. Zhang Fan's heart was bleeding, and the few remaining insect sharks were being eaten away by each other. He decided that one day he would cut them into pieces. The ocean currents are still shifting the position of the insect sharks, and the tuna leading the team seem to have found where they are going. At a point where the ocean current weakened slightly, he swung his body and left. Zhang Fan decided to wait. Based on the speed of the water flow and the time, he had just crossed the equator, so there was no rush. The speed of the ocean current became slower and slower, and finally disappeared suddenly. Zhang Fan estimated that this was the disappearance of the ocean current caused by temperature changes. The disappearance of this one proved that the other one had started. Leaving the ocean current, Zhang Fan felt relaxed, and those cute insect sharks became lively.
The surrounding sea area was very quiet, and no enemies were found. Zhang Fan controlled the insect sharks and let them go around.
Arriving at a reef area, Zhang Fan curiously discovered that there were no living creatures here, so he prepared to find out with curiosity. Just near the reef, suddenly an orange-red slender tentacle shot towards the insect shark. The insect shark tilted its head slightly, then opened its four-petal-shaped mouth and bit into the tentacle.
He kept biting it all of a sudden.
Following the tentacles, Zhang Fan saw the entirety of the creature. Those are basket snaketails. During the day, these basket snaketails are regarded as a ball of dead coral like a gorgon, but at night, they stretch out to form an upside-down basket-like thing. Stretching out, many its small arms and legs are used to catch passing creatures. Zhang Fan didn't expect that this basket snaketail was so huge. No, the number was also very huge. After careful observation, Zhang Fan realized that he had mistakenly entered the nest of the snaketail. This place was not a reef, but all the snaketails.
Run! Zhang Fan quickly gave the order, and the insect shark sent away the snake's tail tentacles, turned around and ran away. Do you think you can run away like this?
The snake tail in my basket is not a vegetarian, Zhang Fan thought in his mind. The basket snake's tail is like a huge fishing net, and its tentacles rush towards the insect shark from all directions at very fast speeds. The insect shark turned around in a spiral to avoid the tentacle attack, but the road ahead was blocked by the snake's tail, so it had no choice but to change direction. The insect shark now seems to be fighting a trapped beast, constantly looking for a place to jump away. It's just that the surrounding basket snake tails are densely packed, blocking all the insect shark's escape paths. Zhang Fan's brain was running at high speed.
Insect sharks are now dying in the southern hemisphere.
They must find ways to survive before they find a suitable place. It seems that these basket snaketails have completed the encirclement and are constantly approaching the insect shark, and their tentacles are constantly shooting towards the insect shark.
Damn it, it looks like I can't escape.
Zhang Fan felt a little disappointed that the Zerg race had become like this.
Another tentacle shot over, and the insect shark opened its mouth again and bit out the tentacle.
It pulled back desperately, and a smaller basket snaketail was pulled out.
Zhang Fan had a flash of inspiration and found an excellent opportunity. He pulled back hard like a dog pulling on a leash.
While pulling back, he avoided the tentacles coming from other directions. The frequency of tentacle attacks was getting higher and higher, and he would just stop moving away. Zhang Fan found the right moment, quickly released the tentacles of the snake's tail in the small basket, and then rushed towards the gap with lightning speed. The surrounding tentacles were like whips, constantly slapping towards the insect shark. I dodge again, dodging in a 360-degree spiral, and then make another rolling turn, getting closer and closer to the target. At this time, a tentacle lay in front of the insect shark, and Zhang Fan could clearly see the tiny suckers on the tentacle.
This kind of sucker is exactly the same as that of an octopus. If you are caught, you really can't escape.
In an instant, the insect shark made a dive, quickly left from under the tentacles, and then lifted up again, turning half a somersault. Seeing that the gap was gradually narrowing, Zhang Fan made a prompt decision and unlocked the genetic lock in the insect shark's body.
The insect shark's eyes flashed, and its speed increased again.
The tentacles chasing behind were left far behind by Zhang Fan.
Finally, before the gap was completely closed, the insect shark rushed out like lightning.
After breaking out of the encirclement, Zhang Fan saw the blue ocean again and breathed a long sigh of relief.
However, I was a little happy too early.
In just a moment, the tail fin of the insect shark was sucked by the suction cup on the tentacle. No wonder Zhang Fan felt that the insect shark had slowed down. Looking back, he saw overwhelming tentacles coming towards him.
Zhang Fan's heart suddenly felt cold. It's over.
All the tentacles covered the insect shark again like a pot lid, and countless suckers sucked on it. It was impossible to escape this time. The suction power of those suckers was so strong that Zhang Fan could feel the strong skin on the insect shark being torn apart piece by piece.
In the end, the tentacles wrapped around the insect shark, squeezed hard, and strangled the insect shark to death.
Zhang Fan once again lost a capable general. Zhang Fan made up his mind again. Remember this place, I must clean it up next time I come. Other insect sharks also encountered attacks of varying degrees to a greater or lesser extent, but none of them were as terrifying as the basket snaketail.
The ocean is indeed more dangerous than the land.
Even if there are tens of thousands of insect sharks now, they are no match for the snaketail. Not only do they attack quickly, but they also have extremely high toughness and are almost impossible to bite. In addition, Zhang Fan also saw a fish as solid as stone, the sunfish. This kind of fish does not pose a threat to Zhang Fan's insect shark. He is just curious about how this kind of fish is formed. The sunfish has a sub-round body, flat and tall sides, a short tail, and no caudal stalk. It has two bright eyes and a small mouth on its head, and a tall and long dorsal fin and anal fin on its back and abdomen respectively. This kind of fish is quite heavy.
Zhang Fan tried to use the insect shark's body to collide with it, but the sunfish remained motionless, like a hard rock. Zhang Fan estimated that this sunfish weighed at least several tons.
The sunfish glanced sideways at the insect shark, thinking that it was just such a small thing, and then left with a slight swing of its fins. Zhang Fan didn't pursue it, and it was useless to catch up, so why not just let it go? There is good news, a bug shark has discovered an island, and this island will also shed resources.
This is undoubtedly great news for Zhang Fan.
As long as there are fresh water resources, the cells can spend a period of time stably.
All the remaining insect sharks rushed to the unknown island.
This island is really not big, probably only a few square kilometers, but the protruding peak in the middle is very high. Zhang Fan discovered that the fresh water was flowing from the mountain peaks.
We have to see if there is any accumulated water around. If there is, we can allow the modified cells to move in. Zhang Fan controlled the insect sharks and began to patrol the entire island. Huang Tian paid off.
On the edge of a cliff, Zhang Fan saw a small pool of water, which happened to be fresh water. After Zhang Fan thanked God, he was thinking about how to transport the modified cells. It's so close, but it seems so far apart. It's obviously only a dozen meters away, but the insect shark can't get to the shore at all. What should I do? If I can't get to the shore, I won't be able to release the modified cells. I still want to take revenge. Zhang Fan thought in frustration. When he couldn't think of a way, he went to the brainworms. Zhang Fan's mind returned to the mainland and asked the brainworms to think of a solution. As soon as the question here was finished, Gaia started shouting, "Wow! Dad! You have traveled so far! Isn't the southern hemisphere fun?" Zhang Fan, whether it's fun or not, first tell me if there is a way to get to the island. Gaia pretended to think, and then said, "Dad, I think we can wait. When the next ocean current comes, we can conquer the southern hemisphere in one fell swoop." At this time, Adam heard Gaia's method and felt that something was wrong. He stood up and said, "Master, Adam thinks that this will take too long and is not conducive to the growing material needs of our Zerg race. Therefore, Adam thinks that it is better to move the southern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere as soon as possible. It is better for those who conquer." When Gaia heard that Adam had rejected her in this way, she felt a little unhappy and said, "Adam, please tell me what you can do and let Dad see if it works." Adam didn't seem to hear Gaia's words and then said to Zhang Fan, "Master, Adam has a plan here, I don't know if it is feasible." Zhang Fan nodded, "But it doesn't matter." Adam gave a respectful gift in return and then continued, "Master, you were just talking about the issue of insect sharks not being able to come ashore. We can put it aside for now. You should not have forgotten that modified cells can be combined into original organisms under special circumstances." Bar. Zhang Fan didn't understand what Adam was thinking. "It's true that Adam likes to offend me every time, keep talking." Adam continued, "Master, if that's the case, Adam will make a long story short. You can assemble living creatures by modifying cells in the insect shark's body." When Zhang Fan heard this, his heart suddenly trembled. He didn't understand why he felt so deeply frightened. Would this violate the natural laws of the universe? Since he can be reborn, there must be a pair of eyes staring at him. If this method is feasible, the Zerg will not be able to go anywhere. This is the true infinite proliferation. There is no need for a mother nest, no larvae, and too many. As long as a mobile base is needed, the glory of the Zerg can be spread to any corner of the world. This approach is really practical. It's too scary. Zhang Fan asked tremblingly, "Adam, according to what you said, wouldn't we be invincible if we built a mobile base?" Adam and Gaia felt the fear in Zhang Fan's heart at the same time, and quickly knelt down and begged for Zhang Fan's forgiveness. Zhang Fan calmed down, took a deep breath, and said without blaming Adam, "Adam, keep talking, you should have your own ideas." Adam stood up tremblingly, and then cautiously said to Zhang Fan, "Master, Adam had some conjectures a long time ago. We can design a giant creature that obtains energy through predation or photosynthesis, and then in this creature all kinds of Zerg warriors are hatched in the body." Gaia asked with some confusion on the side, "Do you mean it is a female worm?" Zhang Fan shook his head and said, "No, it's talking about Leviathan." Then Zhang Fan sent Leviathan's information to the two-minded worms. Adam read the above content word for word, and then nodded and said, "Master, yes, that's how Adam considered it. Master, you have great talent and strategy." Zhang Fan laughed and scolded, and then said, "Stop talking about these nonsense, you continue to express your thoughts." Adam smiled happily. It seemed that the master was very happy. "Master, you can think of the insect shark as this kind of female insect called Leviathan, which synthesizes living things in its body. But according to Adam's calculation, it should only can synthesize annelid organisms such as worms." Zhang Fan thought for a moment, and then began to conduct experiments in the body of the insect shark, clearing out the stomach acid in the body. In an instant, the insect shark became sluggish. Subsequently, modified cells began to be released from the stomach wall. Through the natural fluidity of the cells, Zhang Fan began to create worms, but the appearance of the worm shark was very uncomfortable. Zhang Fan asked, "Adam, is there anything special that needs attention?" Now Adam hesitated, thought for a while and finally said, Master, I'm sorry, Adam currently does not have data in this area and cannot give you a detailed answer. Please give Adam some time, and Adam will try his best to research it.
Gaia remained silent on the sidelines.
It was thinking about the pros and cons of large creatures as female insects. Then when it heard Adam say that it was powerless, Gaia felt that its time had come. Gaia said, Father, please listen to me.
Zhang Fan, say.
Gaia glanced sideways at Adam who was meditating, then cleared his throat and raised his voice, Dad, Adam's idea is generally correct and completely in line with the development of the Zerg, but we still have to consider some small things.
Question. Zhang Fan didn't speak this time and listened quietly.
When Gaia saw Zhang Fan stop there, she couldn't help but continue. First, whether the source of energy capture can support its own life characteristics needs. Second, during the production and reproduction stage in the body, the size or number of factors is the most reasonable. After a pause, Gaia continued, although we are thousands of miles apart, I can still feel that the insect shark can only synthesize worms and other creatures in its body, and the number must not be large, because they are consuming the insect shark's potential. Zhang Fan asked back, then why is it possible to modify cells and enter them into living organisms? Gaia said, Master, you should know that modifying cells is a vital weapon for our Zerg race. Entering an organism does not replace the opponent's cells, but assimilates the opponent's cells. All sources of materials are provided by the local area.
Zhang Fan nodded, it was right, the Zerg never wasted resources.
Gaia continued, so, we Zerg are a race that cares about resources, but if we hatch on our own inside the mother worm, it will consume a lot of energy. The size of the mother worm must be bigger, the better, and the hatched soldiers must be smaller. The better, the less the better.
Zhang Fan shook his head and felt that Gaia's statement was a bit biased.
If this was the case, it would be better to just build a large transport ship, which would save more effort. Speaking of this, Zhang Fan thought of the various creatures that had been modified by modified cells. After their internal cells were modified, some explicit information about the Zerg would appear more or less. So this is how Zhang Fan has not carried out assassinations and sneak attacks within the enemy for such a long time.
The target is too obvious.
Those who can push horizontally should still push horizontally. Those who cannot push horizontally should wait first.
There is no rush.
At this time, the worms in the insect shark's body had gradually taken shape. Looking at the insect shark's dying expression, Zhang Fan immediately stopped thinking about hatching the remaining worms. Zhang Fan came back to his senses and said to Gaia, Gaia, it is difficult for us to hatch in equal proportions under the current situation, so we need you and Adam to work hard on research. I hope to see your results in the near future.
Adam stopped thinking. With Zhang Fan's encouragement, it became extremely excited and said in unison with Gaia, yes.
Master, Dad, I promise to complete the mission. After hearing the responses from the two mind bugs, Zhang Fan cut off contact with them and adjusted his target to the unnamed island. Exhausted, the worm shark opened its mouth, and the worm slowly crawled out of its belly. When it came to its mouth, it looked around.
The impatient worm shark pushed the worm out with his tongue.
The worm turned somersaults in the seawater several times, and then stabilized its figure. It didn't know what it was going to do next, and was waiting for Zhang Fan's instructions. After Zhang Fan asked the rest of the insect sharks to patrol the surrounding areas, he began to control the worms. Zhang Fan was quite handy with this primitive creature. He slowly swam to the shore and then clearly poked his head out of the sea.
It was good, there were no enemies around.
Then, the worm crawled out of the water and wriggled hard on the hot sand.
A trail of white mucus was left along the way.
The mucus was quickly evaporated by the scorching sunlight and turned into a white trail. Worm raised his head and looked at the heat waves on the sand.
Zhang Fan estimated that the surface temperature was at least 30 degrees, which was really hot.
The road ahead looks a little twisted, but this cannot stop Worm's confidence in moving forward. Getting closer to the water hole, the worm can clearly feel the moisture in the air, and the humidity is increasing. After getting close to the water pool, Zhang Fan realized that it was not a real water pool. It looked dark and exuded a foul smell.
This looks like asphalt?
Zhang Fan didn't know why he saw asphalt in this place.
Could it be that there is oil underneath? No way.
Petroleum is a non-renewable resource that takes hundreds of millions of years to form after being buried underground.
Zhang Fan is very confused.
Petroleum, asphalt and other things are of no use to him now.
The most important thing now is to find water sources. Forget it, never mind.
Now stay inside for a while to keep moisturized. Zhang Fan knew that the worms had genes that resist high temperatures. Although it was a bit difficult, they wouldn't die so quickly. After entering the tar pool, the worms were instantly submerged in the thick black liquid. After transforming into an anorexia, the worm stayed quietly in the tar pool. Don't think that this is impossible. Genes with high temperature resistance and anaerobic properties can survive under special circumstances as long as the energy in their bodies is not exhausted. It's just that the energy consumed in the tar pool is a bit fast. Zhang Fan must quickly find food to replenish the energy in the worms, or lay down a carpet of bacteria here. Creep seeds must use needle-shaped bacteria, and that kind of bacteria cannot be produced by modifying cells.
That would be troublesome. Could it be that we are just waiting to die?
This is not Zhang Fan's style. Before the worm dies, he must find a plant that can replace the carpet. As long as that plant can spend a period of time safely in the tar pool, then the worm can develop and grow on this small island. Here we need to consider whether the modified cells can survive in the tar pool, which seems to be quite difficult. While looking through the genetic map, Zhang Fan saw magma flowers, a type of marine plant that lives near magma.
Maybe we can use this as a breakthrough.
Zhang Fan began to search for the lifestyle of magma flowers and how their seeds are dispersed. After thinking about it, Zhang Fan let the worms hatch the seeds of the magma flower in his body. This kind of seed can develop and grow under extremely harsh conditions.
It is a perverted plant.
After adding drought resistance genes, it is unknown whether it can grow in tar pools. The worm dies after hatching the seeds, and its remaining nutrients are supplied to the magma flower.
The seeds stay quietly in the pool, absorbing the heat around them.
When the absorption reaches a certain level, the plants begin to break their shells and absorb water. Gradually, the plant grew taller and taller. When the magma flower completely broke through the ground, Zhang Fan discovered that its color turned black, which was exactly the same color as asphalt.
So the magma flower has survived, and the next thing is development.
Every once in a while, the insect sharks will put the worms ashore.
After eating the magma flowers and expelling the asphalt, the worms will begin to synthesize various seeds in their bodies.
One thing worth noting is that these seeds are all carnivorous plants, such as Venus flytraps, piranha, demon trees, etc. The flowers are dazzling and colorful, and the scenery in this land shows another style. Once there are many plants, they will attract all kinds of creatures to come for food, and they don't care whether these plants are carnivorous or not. Zhang Fan discovered that there were many flying creatures here. Once again, he saw a jellyfish that could fly in the air. The jellyfish glowed with colorful lights in the sun, and its body shape was somewhat similar to its host. In addition to floating jellyfish, there are also some strange flying creatures. It seems that there are no flightless creatures in this world, so it is easy to handle. Zhang Fan can obtain the genes of these flying creatures through trapping, and then achieve his own goals. The Overlord flower is the twin brother of the corpse-scented konjac, but the Overlord flower is larger in size and can emit a stench, but this stench also contains a bit of the temptation of the demon tree. This is a fatal temptation for some creatures, such as the earthworm vulture. There will be another 10 updates tomorrow. The eagle vulture is not a bird, but an out-and-out insect. Its body is very similar to a cricket, and it can fly briefly in the sky, but it has a long neck, a head that looks like a vulture, and a straw in its mouth. It is a creature with 2 mouth parts.
The neck of the eagle vulture is very flexible and can reach any corner of the body. The external mouth parts are like 200 scissors, sharp and sharp. For example, this earthworm vulture with 3 tail spines is a mother, and like all mothers, she is protecting her children. The slender head constantly observes the surrounding environment to prevent those nasty poaching flies from stealing eggs. There are 2 other eagles, which are constantly touching their tentacles to determine whether the other person is interested, just like housewives chatting across the fence. When these little things are looking for the opposite sex, they will constantly promote themselves and show their beautiful wings to each other. But it should be noted that if the bride does not understand the other person's love, she may eat the guy who approaches rashly. Some owl vultures work on farms, and their job is to squeeze honeydew out of aphid wasps whose wings have been clipped off every day. The vultures are social creatures. Other vultures are busy carrying food, and heavily armed soldiers are guarding them. These earthworms can also make clay pots out of mud to live in. On this day, a small eagle left the dense forest to look for food outside, and somehow managed to fly to the coast. Here it saw the lush plants. It was very curious because it found that these plants seemed to appear overnight. The little owl decided to take a look. It flapped its wings and flew forward in the breeze. The air was filled with the fragrance of Overlord flower. At first, the little eagle hated this smell and wanted to leave.
But gradually it discovered that this taste was also mixed with a charming smell, which was more delicious than the honeydew it often ate. The little eagle flew towards the overlord flower again, gently stopping on the petals, stretching out its slender neck and looking into the stamens. It was so dark inside that I couldn't see anything clearly. It seemed like the smell was coming from here.
Should we go down or not?
The little owl swayed unsteadily, and its tentacles kept touching the petals of the overlord flower. The inner wall is very smooth, and it may fall if you are not careful. The little owl is hesitant, not knowing whether it should go looking for the delicious food. At this moment, a breeze came, and the fragrance wafted out of the overlord flower again. This time, the little eagle didn't hesitate, it decided to go down. It spread its wings and flew into the stamens of the overlord flower with a buzzing sound. It's very deep and dark here, and the surrounding air is filled with thick liquid, but the liquid is delicious and has a sweet taste. The little eagle continues to land.
It doesn't know how long it will fly.
It just wants to drink the delicious sweet juice as soon as possible. For safety reasons, it stretched its neck, turned its head downward, and stretched out the straw in its mouth. The farther down you go, the more fascinating the fragrance becomes. At this time, the little hawk no longer cares about whether there are dewdrops on its body. It slows down the frequency of flapping its wings, and the speed of landing increases again. There was an obvious tactile sensation on the straw, and the little owl quickly put the straw away, its wings flapping more frequently, and stabilizing its body. Then he carefully took out the straw again.
There seems to be liquid underneath, and it's sticky. It should be the honeydew gathered by the overlord flowers. The little eagle tried to take a bite, and it tasted quite good. It felt that its whole body was full of vitality. Why don't you give it a try? There are so many anyway.
So, the little earthworm took another bite, and this time the taste was even sweeter and more delicious than before. No more, I can't bear it anymore, take another bite. In this way, the little earthworm vulture was addicted to the dew of the overlord flower. What it didn't notice was that the surrounding environment became increasingly humid and sticky, as if it was connected into threads. The weight of those silk threads began to increase, slowly falling down, and gently covering the body of the little earthworm vulture, which the little earthworm vulture had no idea about. It wasn't until it felt that the frequency of flapping its wings had slowed down that it became alert and looked at the pool full of delicious food with some reluctance. But it found that its physical condition was getting worse and worse, and the mucus actually had a certain degree of adhesion, like glue, hindering the little eagle's flight.
The little owl panicked.
It didn't know how to get out, and it was running around in fear in Hua's heart. But this method can only make you carry more and more filaments.
Finally, the little owl couldn't hold on any longer. Its wings stopped flapping, and it fell into its favorite delicacy under the influence of gravity. This is how the overlord flower hunts.
It is a paradise for carnivorous plants and a hell for animals. In fact, these plants are not Zhang Fan's original creations. He just pulled some plants from the forest and the northern border. Because of the lack of mushroom seeds, the current plants are still mainly green. Although the brainworms sneered at this kind of green, Zhang Fan actually liked this color.
How long had it been since he saw it?
It feels quite strange. When Zhang Fan made these plants, Adam protested, but the protest was ineffective. Who let Zhang Fan be the master? Zhang Fan felt that he had taken root here, so he contacted the base camp, Adam.
After hearing Zhang Fan's words, Adam stopped what he was doing and said, "Master, what are your orders?"
Zhang Fan said, "I have almost completed the first phase of work on this nameless island. Please calculate whether the host can fly over."
Adam was slightly stunned when he heard this and said, "Master, you want the creep to take root there?" "Okay, Adam will take care of it."
Through calculations in aeronautics, dynamics, physics and biology, Adam regretfully told Zhang Fan, "Master, please forgive Adam's incompetence. No matter how Adam calculates, the host cannot reach the southern hemisphere normally, and even if it is Lord, I can't reach you either."
Zhang Fan said helplessly, "Is there any other way?"
Adam was thinking when Gaia's voice came out and said, Daddy, I have a way, I have a way." Zhang Fan was a little speechless. Why did Gaia always like to interrupt? He had to teach it well when he got back. "Okay, Gaia, let's talk about it." Gaia said, "Actually, this method is very simple. All you need to do is build a Lord, Dad. Then we can complete the perfect docking. Please subscribe, please reward me, please give me a monthly pass." Zhang Fan heard that this idea was good. Although Gaia is usually a bit naughty, it is still quite useful in terms of small ideas. "Well, let's leave it for now and wait for it to make a mistake next time." Zhang Fan said, "Your method is feasible, we can try it, but it's a little troublesome to create a host on this island. Gaia said mysteriously with an expression as if she knew everything. Dad, I've thought about it a long time ago, you see.
Zhang Fan saw the picture in Gaia's mind.
The Air Force Tower looks like a large mushroom, with a huge umbrella-shaped flat roof on top, a round pillar under the flat roof, and 8 hanging transportation tubes. There is also a huge platform at the bottom, which can store a large amount of materials, and a basement must be built further down.
Then Zhang Fan saw the internal construction of the Air Force Tower from the side anatomy diagram. Inside the cylinder are nests of different sizes and styles. These nests can allow flying dragons to rest inside. Of course, the larger nests are prepared for the host. In addition, one function of those transport tubes is to transport nutrients, and the other function is to transport self-exploding mosquitoes. According to Gaia, the accumulated resources within the mother nest are now overwhelmed and must be reduced. Therefore, the gunpowder and other materials necessary for self-exploding mosquitoes were moved to the Air Force Tower. Transport nutrients not only to the Air Force Tower, but also to prepare food for the creatures in the nest. When the nutrients reach the top, they are transported to each nest through thin tubes. If it is in a combat state and all flying creatures in the Air Force Tower are out, it will start to create self-destructing mosquitoes. That's right, the hatching rights of the self-detonating mosquitoes are also given to the Air Force Tower. They will hatch in the insect nests underground. This is to prevent accidents from happening and prevent the self-destroying mosquitoes from accidentally blowing up the Air Force Tower. After the self-blasting mosquitoes complete hatching, they will enter the flat roof through those transport tubes, and then fly out from the flat roof. Some people may ask, why not just fly out from the ground? If it flies out from the ground, it will inevitably cause damage to the carpet and other nutrients. Therefore, self-exploding mosquitoes can only fly out from the flat top, thus forming a perfect closure. Although the Air Force Tower is said to be a building, it is more like a plant without any reference. Gaia dug it out bit by bit from Zhang Fan's information. Zhang Fan once again carefully read Gaia's report and said, "The Air Force Tower you designed looks bigger than the brood's nest." Gaia said confidently, "That's for sure, Dad, think about it, the number of our compatriots is increasing now, we must separate the nests, and the bigger the better." After a pause, Gaia continued, "Actually, I am still doing some transformation here. I want to build a brood nest for evolution. Let me tell you, Dad." Zhang Fan saw that Gaia was about to continue his long speech, and quickly waved his hand and said, Okay, I understand, let's complete it step by step. You must know that one bite cannot make you fat. Let's complete the construction of the Air Force Tower first, and then there will be more at Adam's place. The incubation project inside the body, plus the bits and pieces, is too busy, do you understand? When Gaia thought about it, there was nothing to be busy with. They were all ordinary things. Of course, it just thought about it in its mind and didn't dare to show it. In the end, it just said, "Oh, okay, Dad, I understand. Then I'll get busy." Zhang Fan waved his hand, indicating that Gaia could leave. Suddenly he seemed to remember something and said, "Gaia, wait, we have digressed, come back." Zhang Fan's roar shouted Gaia back, and then he heard Zhang Fan say, "You've been talking for a long time and you only talked about the Air Force Tower. You haven't said how to incubate the host in this place." Gaia was about to speak when she was interrupted by Adam, who had been thinking. Adam said, "Master, Adam has a suggestion that I don't know if you can adopt." "Why?" "You see, Adam is getting better and better at talking now." Zhang Fan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Adam, tell me." Adam also said, "Master, Adam is presumptuous. You can conquer the nameless island first, and then use the concentrated strength of the entire island to build a pseudo-Air Force Tower." Gaia asked in confusion, "What is the fake Air Force Tower?" Adam said, "Master, the pseudo-Air Force Tower that Adam mentioned was based on Gaia. Gaia is very thoughtful and Adam fully agrees with its idea." Gaia raised her head proudly and said, "Humph, I guess you know the truth." Adam ignored Gaia and continued, "Master, you should be able to make your own plants on that unnamed island. You can completely build them from local plants. The basic structure can remain unchanged. If you encounter genetic problems, Adam, you can help the master solve it." Zhang Fan thought for a moment and said, "Well, your idea should be feasible. Okay, wait until I conquer that island. You can go down." After the two brainworms were busy with their own affairs, Zhang Fan fell into depression again. He hadn't told the brainworms yet how slow plant growth was. Calling them over again was a bit fussy, so Zhang Fan decided that it would be better to solve this problem himself. At present, carnivorous plants only occupy a corner of the unnamed island. If you start an attack based on plants, you must enter the dense forest.
Now Zhang Fan knows nothing except some flying insects in the dense forest.
In addition, the patrolling insect sharks also reported back good news.
They had discovered another island, and they were waiting to be conquered. Zhang Fan now has several movable plants on hand, but if the lethality is not enough, it won't work. After much deliberation, I finally decided that it's predator flower. The predatory flower is also a plant that Zhang Fan found in the north. When he first saw it, he thought it came from some cartoon. Only after catching it did I realize that it was an authentic plant. This predatory flower moves very fast, no slower than a worker bee, and its two legs are its roots. These roots can quickly absorb the surrounding water and various resources, making it a predator from the time it is a seed. After absorbing the resources, the predator flower will open its large sac, which contains layers of sticky silk like a spider web. After being stimulated, the predatory flower will instantly disconnect its roots, and then run quickly on the remaining roots. Some bugs that accidentally enter its mouth along the way will continue to charge it. There were very few such plants in the north, and Zhang Fan discovered them accidentally. Before he could study them thoroughly, the Ice Age came.
So what? No one reads it. I am also very helpless. Can you please add a book list?
The advent of the Ice Age caused a mass extinction of species. Zhang Fan only survived by chance and conquered the continent. And this kind of predatory flower has become history forever.
Zhang Fan probably was eaten by the ice giant squid.
Thanks to Zhang Fan, this predatory flower can see the light of day again. I chose a relatively open place, buried the seeds of the predatory flower, and then waited. What Zhang Fan hates the most is waiting. His own carpet is so fast. It can be laid out in no time, and he doesn't have to worry about it. After waiting for a few days, the predatory flower began to sprout.
It looked a bit like a Venus flytrap with a big mouth.
However, during the day, under the sunlight, the predatory flower would close its mouth and only open it at night.
Open.
This may be caused by the environment in the north. When the daylight hours are long, it can replenish its own energy through photosynthesis, but when winter comes, it needs to rely on prey to obtain energy. The predatory flower has turned into a small predatory flower, but Zhang Fan couldn't wait any longer, so he decided to test the waters with this little guy first. Under the control of his own thoughts, the roots of the predatory flower were all broken, and then he saw the predatory flower begin to lean forward. Just when Zhang Fan thought it was about to fall, a broken root quickly hit the ground in front of it. Then I saw two root systems starting to move left and right, and in a flash they ran into the dense forest. Zhang Fan quickly adjusted his perspective to the predatory flower. In addition to the earthworm vultures, there are also some creatures similar to fruit flies in the dense forest. They feed on tree pulp and are also the main prey of other creatures. After the predatory flower accidentally entered the dense forest, the small insects were very curious. Driven by this curiosity, it flew around the head of the predatory flower. Gaia used to be a flying insect. It understood the meaning of flying, and now Zhang Fan also understood it. The overall meaning is to ask and drive away, but most still express curiosity. Zhang Fan didn't care about them, and controlled the predatory flower to run towards the depths of the jungle with its head held high. Some who were seriously curious fell into the mouth of the predatory flowers. The number was not large and they were barely passable. After passing a jungle and coming to a relatively open area, the predatory flower stopped. No matter how Zhang Fan tried to drive it away, it just refused to move. Then, the predatory flower dug its feet into the soil, growing longer and longer, and began to absorb the surrounding water and nutrients. Zhang Fan knew that this kind of running could not exist forever. In any case, the predatory flower was just a plant, and it was only through the bubbles and sensory hairs at the bottom that it formed the running appearance. Once the material loss in the body begins to be serious, the predatory flower will stop and take root again no matter what. Well, this place is good and quite safe. Zhang Fan looked around and felt that this open space was quite suitable as a construction site for the Air Force Tower. Zhang Fan decided to occupy this place first and then slowly make plans.
Why can't animals be hatched from plants? And what about animals that can hatch into plants? This has to consider a one-way issue. During his time in the Northern Territory, Zhang Fan made research reports on some special animals and plants in the Northern Territory. He found that animals had chromosomes that replicated chlorophyll in their genes, but plants could not peel off their cell walls. So this means that worms can only hatch plant seeds, but plants cannot hatch creatures such as worker bees and worker shrimps. In addition, you may ask here, why can't worms directly become worker bees?
This is a systemic problem within the Zerg, and a level system has been determined. High-level organisms can synthesize low-level organisms in their bodies, just like insect sharks hatch worms, but low-level organisms cannot hatch successfully unless they have rich nutritional supplements like larvae. According to the current level of the entire Zerg race, the highest level is Zheng Fan, the master. There is no doubt about this, followed by the two-headed Zerg. Then there are the lords, thunder beasts, and commanders of each unit. Further down are all kinds of creatures, and larvae are still one level below this level. Not to mention this early worm, as well as some plants. This situation is irreversible, which also adds a lot of trouble to Zheng Fan's conquest of this island. After the predatory flower took root, Zheng Fan began to synthesize seeds in its body. It could only be the seeds of the predatory flower, and other seeds could not be synthesized. Time passed day by day, and under Zheng Fan's hard work, the predatory flower grew vigorously. Before the enemy woke up, the predatory flower had already occupied this open space. At this moment, Zheng Fan wanted to shout, take a look, don't miss it when you pass by. Just think about this shameful thing in your heart. Plants cannot speak. Then Zheng Fan began to prepare for another expansion operation. At the master's command, the roots of the predatory flower began to crackle, like the sound of countless branches being broken. These predatory flowers with broken roots began to flee towards the place crazily, disturbing a large number of island creatures wherever they passed. They have never seen such a strange plant that can actually run. Facing unknown things, no matter how strong or weak the creatures on the island are, their first thought is to escape. This comes from the instinct of living things. When facing something you have never seen before, you will feel fear. Only after you have come into contact with it and understand it do you know, oh, so that's what happened. This is just like the heliocentric theory proposed by Copernicus. It was people's fear of the unknown that burned him to death. It's like Zero said, don't contact the unknown, it's a very dangerous thing. However, Zheng Fan does not think this is a bad thing, but can promote progress. If the unknown is not explored, how should the Zerg develop? It is impossible for me to stay on this planet forever. Then there is no way to talk about true immortality. The world has a lifespan. Going a step further, back to the perspective of the predatory flower, those small creatures were unable to dodge and were swallowed by the predatory flower, which made the creatures on the island even more frightened. Moreover, the bigger the creature is, the faster it can run. The most daring is the eagle vulture with its adventurous spirit. But compared to predatory flowers, these guys are a bit too small and don't pose much of a threat. So, in this inexplicable atmosphere, Zheng Fan spread his army of predatory flowers to every corner of the island. The plants on the coast did not stop their reproduction. Although it was a little slow, they moved at least 5 meters in a month.